I woke up in a strange body, only to find myself being pressured by a woman who called herself my mother. She kept talking nonstop about how I had to marry some man from the mountains to save our family. My so-called father had gambled away money and stolen a pig to cover his debts. Now, to avoid being dragged to court, they were offering me their own daughter as a replacement. The original owner of this body, also named Chuyu, had resisted the marriage and tried to run away, only to be beaten down by her father. That's how I ended up here, given this second chance after her tragic death. Sorting through her memories, I realized she wasn't unwilling to marry just because of pride. She had someone she cared for, a childhood friend named Wu Yong, who had been kind to her. But now, her parents were determined to sell me off. I finally gave in and said, "Fine, I'll marry." The so-called mother beamed, happy to shove me out the door. She didn't even pack me anything decent for the journey, just some patched-up clothes, and she even kept my only winter coat. As I was led out of the house by my so-called father and older brother, I saw my little sister, Xiao Tao, peeking out with tears in her eyes. She was the only one I felt any warmth toward, as I had practically raised her myself. But I couldn't do anything for her now. With their cruelty, I knew her life would only get harder after I left. The journey to the mountains was long, and I didn't bother trying to escape. The weather had been bad, with no rain for months, and famine seemed inevitable. A weak girl like me wandering alone wouldn't last long. I decided to see what this mountain family was like first. If they were kind, I could stay. If they were as terrible as my current family, I'd think of another plan. My so-called brother, walking beside me, had the nerve to tell me to send good things back home if I had any luck at the new place. My reply was sharp and cold. "Rely on you? Like getting hit with another stick?" That shut him up. When we finally arrived at the mountain village, I met the family I was supposed to marry into. The mother looked pale but kind, and her youngest son smiled at me with bright eyes. It was hard to tell what kind of life I'd face here, but I resolved to figure it out myself. No one would control my fate again. When I arrived at the Liu family's home, I felt a bit shy, but still managed a polite smile as I followed my so-called father and brother into the courtyard. The family welcomed us warmly. Madame Yun, the mother, was kind and gentle, immediately taking my small bundle of belongings and holding my hand. She asked if I was tired from the journey, but my brother rudely dismissed her concern. I reassured her with a smile, hiding how out of place I felt. Madame Yun insisted I should call her mother, since I was now part of the family. I quietly obeyed, though it felt strange. She led me to a small but clean room, saying it would be mine and her eldest son, Liu Xinghe's. She left me to settle in, and I took a moment to look around. The room was simple but neat, with books and ink neatly arranged by the window. This family clearly valued education, unlike the one I had just left. I had heard about the Liu family's struggles, how the father disappeared years ago, leaving Madame Yun to raise her children alone. Despite their poverty, the house felt more welcoming than my old one ever did. I began to feel a glimmer of hope.
Later, I met Liu Xinghe.
He was tall and handsome, with a calm demeanor and a strong presence. He wasted no time explaining why he had agreed to my father's deal. He didn't see me as a wife, but as someone to help care for his ailing mother. His words were practical, but stung a little. I was just a convenient solution to their problems. Madame Yun overheard and scolded him. She reminded him that I wasn't here to be a servant, but a wife. Her sudden burst of emotion worried everyone, especially when she began coughing and looking faint. Seeing her unwell, Liu Xinghe's calm facade cracked, and he rushed to help her. Watching the scene, I realized just how much this family relied on each other, and I silently resolved to make the best of my situation. For now, this was my new life, and I would face it head-on. When Madame Yun almost collapsed, I instinctively caught her and called for help to bring over a chair. After she was seated, I loosened her belt to help her breathe easier and massaged a few pressure points on her head to calm her down. While I worked, I reassured her, telling her it was okay if she treated me like a daughter for now. I'd pull my weight, work hard, and even try to earn some money to help out. After all, returning to my own family wasn't an option. They'd probably sell me off again. Madame Yun's breathing steadied, and she looked at me with gratitude, calling me a good child. She even joked that daughters are more thoughtful than sons. Her kind words made me feel more comfortable, and for the first time, I felt a small sense of belonging here. Her eldest son, Lu Xinghe, had been watching. Surprised by what I did, he asked if I knew medicine. I kept my explanation simple, saying I had learned a bit from watching a traveling doctor in my old village. He seemed to accept it, and his younger brother, Lu Xingting, even gave me a thumbs up, calling me amazing. After lunch, I offered to help the younger brothers gather wild vegetables. When we headed into the mountains, Xinghe decided to join us, concerned about safety. The further we walked, the clearer it became that the land had been overharvested. There wasn't much left to gather. But I managed to find a patch of chaihu plants. I explained how their leaves could be eaten and their roots could be dried and sold to a pharmacy. Xingping was impressed and quickly helped me harvest them. As I worked, I noticed how Lu Xinghe silently took on heavy responsibilities, like carrying bundles of firewood from deep in the mountains. He was tall and strong, but his quiet determination made me wonder how much weight he carried for this family. When he called me sister-in-law, I felt a strange warmth. Was he finally accepting me? This family was different. They were kind despite their struggles. It wasn't an easy life, but maybe I could find my place here and build a future. We were collecting wild vegetables in the mountains, and my mind kept racing about the coming seasons. If the drought continued, times would get tougher, and famine could become a real threat. I quietly decided I needed to start preparing. Hoarding food would be essential if things got worse. While we were working, we discovered a small stream. The clear water lifted our spirits, and I was about to wash the vegetables when I noticed a fish stuck between some rocks. I excitedly called out to Xinghe, forgetting myself and blurting out, "Husband, come here." He looked surprised but acted quickly, catching the fish with ease. Xingping was thrilled about the unexpected catch, and we all laughed, imagining the rare treat of fish for dinner. As we were heading back, the quiet forest suddenly became eerie. A rustling sound stopped us in our tracks. Xinghe immediately took charge, placing himself between us and the noise. Soon, a wild boar charged out, drawn by the smell of the fish. Xinghe acted decisively, using the fish to lure the boar away. Watching him run, I felt a mix of fear and awe as he cleverly led the animal into a trap. Using a tree for cover, he outmaneuvered the boar, delivering a fatal blow with his shovel. The danger was over, but my heart was still pounding. Xinghe's strength and calmness amazed me. Even after killing the boar, he showed no sign of panic. Instead, he handed me the fish and shovel, then hoisted the heavy animal onto his shoulders, ready to take it home. His composure gave me a sense of security I hadn't felt in a long time. When we returned to the house, Madame Yun was waiting anxiously. She was shocked to see the massive boar and scolded Xinghe for taking us into the deep mountains. But her worry quickly turned to pride as she realized what he had accomplished. Xinghe announced he would take the boar to town the next day to sell it, offering to bring back anything the family needed. Watching the family come together in relief and planning, I felt a glimmer of hope for this new life. The night before Xinghe planned to sell the wild boar in town, Xinghe mentioned that we needed more rice and suggested buying salt to make preserved vegetables for winter. Madame Yun then brought up the idea of taking me to town as well, to pick out some fabric for new clothes since mine were worn out. I quickly declined, saying the money would be better spent on food. But she insisted, gently telling me that the family could manage and it wasn't a big deal. Xinghe backed her up, saying we could afford both fabric and food, adding that I could help Madame Yun with light chores in return. His comment made me feel seen and appreciated, especially after the day's events with the fish and the boar. Just as we were settling things, the nosy neighbor, Granny Lee, appeared. She had a reputation for being shameless, and her visit didn't disappoint. After eyeing the boar, she boldly suggested we share some of it, particularly the leg, claiming it was only fair to help out neighbors. Her entitlement irritated everyone, but she didn't seem to notice, or care. I decided to intervene, pretending to be upset. I reminded Madame Yun that she had promised to sell the boar, so I could get new clothes. My tone was deliberately childish and frustrated, and it worked. Madame Yun played along, assuring me she wouldn't give away the meat, as she had already promised it to me. Granny Lee didn't take this well and started insulting me, claiming I was ungrateful and had no right to make decisions in the household. Her harsh words made my blood boil, but Madame Yun stepped up, defending me fiercely. She reminded Granny Lee that I was just a victim of my father's mistakes and didn't deserve to be dragged through the mud. Seeing how much she cared for me was touching. It was something I'd never experienced with my own family. When Granny Lee continued to argue, Xinghe gave his younger brothers a subtle signal. Without a word, they acted. One threw a basin of rice water at her, while the other tossed a handful of dirt. The mixture splattered all over her, leaving her covered in mud. Furious and humiliated, she left in a huff. As I watched the family band together, I felt a sense of belonging I hadn't known before. Despite their struggles, they cared for each other. And for me. For the first time, I dared to hope that this could truly become my home. Mrs. Lee was soaked through and was so angry that she jumped up and down.
God.
You are such a heartless money loser. You deserve to lose your husband and father. Have you forgotten how my Daju and my daughter-in-law took care of you? You are reluctant to give me a little for such a big wild boar. It's really a waste of their kindness to you. Mrs. Lee's chattering made Yun Sueha tremble with anger and could not speak. Chuyu was afraid that something would happen to her, so she supported her with one hand and shouted at Mrs. Lee, "Shut up." This roar really shut Mrs. Lee up, and also made everyone focus on the new daughter-in-law of the Liu family. There are not many people who can yell at Mrs. Lee to shut up. She is amazing. However, although this girl is fierce, Liu Xinghe carried a wild boar back when she came. It can be seen that she is blessed. The Liu family may turn things around in the future. The three brothers Liu Xinghe, Liu Xingping, and Liu Xingan also looked at her with some surprise. Although the girl in front of them was still thin and small, her image in their hearts suddenly became taller. Several women began to speak for the Yun family. "Old woman, if you want to eat meat, go buy it yourself. Why should Xinghe share the wild boar he brought back with you? Are you good-looking, or did you give them money? Besides, Daju and Luo have helped the Yun mother and son, but any cloth in their family is used by Yun's sister to help mend it? That's right, it's too rude. The head of the family is gone, and it's not their will. Why do you bother to expose their scars? It's just that Daju and Erju's wives have a good temper. If my mother-in-law is as fierce as you, I'm sure I'll make a fuss. These people often ask Yun for help with mending, so they naturally speak for her." Hearing the women's discussions, Li Pozi was furious. She sat on the ground and started to throw a tantrum.
Oh.
Why is my life so miserable? I worked like a cow and a horse when I was young, and now my husband is dead, and I am bullied by so many people. Is there any justice in the world? However, everyone looked at her without pity, all with an expression of watching a good show. God and heaven are our conscience. No one bullies you. It's you who is looking for trouble here.
Mom.
At this time, a man and a woman came over with a sullen face. They were Sun Daju and Luo who heard the noise. Originally, they felt ashamed and didn't want to come, but their mother was too embarrassed, so they had to come out. "What are you doing here?" Li Pozi saw her son, as if she had found a backer. "Daju, Mom has a miserable life, they all bully me," she said, pointing in the direction of Chuyu. "Especially the daughter-in-law of the Liu family. I didn't even touch the corner of Yun's clothes, but she actually said that if Yun had any misfortune, I would blame her on me. And Yun's two little sons. Look at how much they splashed my mother. Just because your father died, am I so easy to bully?" Sun Daju and Luo looked at the crying Li Pozi and felt ashamed. They stepped forward, each holding her hand, and walked home. But Li Pozi refused to leave, and scolded her son and daughter-in-law for being heartless and turning their elbows outward. Sun Daju was a little helpless. "Mom, if there is anything, let's go back and talk about it." Don't embarrass yourself outside. Li Posey cursed. What do you mean I am embarrassed? Mom has suffered so much injustice, and you don't seek justice for her. You are an ungrateful person. Yun Sueha looked at the three people who walked away noisily, breathed a sigh of relief, and looked at the women who had just helped to speak outside the yard. Thank you all for what happened just now. Several people waved their hands nonchalantly. It's not a big deal. Turning to look at Chuyu, but your daughter-in-law is quite interesting, Sueha. You have endured until now, and finally, you have finally gotten what you deserved. Yun Sueha hurriedly said yes. She chatted with several people about family matters, and, because it was almost time for dinner, they all went back to their homes to cook. After sending everyone away, Yun seemed to be exhausted, and her face turned a little paler. Chuyu saw it and was anxious in her heart. Mom, why don't you go and take a rest first and leave the dinner to us? I often do these things at my mother's house, so I know how to do them. Yun Sueha didn't insist and nodded. Okay. Helping Yun Sueha to sit down in the house, Chuyu quickly took out the wild vegetables and medicinal herbs from the two baskets, cleaned some of the wild vegetables, put the others back into the baskets loosely, sprinkled water on them, and piled them in the corner of the kitchen. He took a bamboo plate from the kitchen and spread the herbs out in the yard to dry. It had been dry for such a long time, so it wouldn't be afraid of rain if they were left in the yard. As soon as the quarrel ended, Lu Xing'an went back to the kitchen to light a fire and cook. Lu Xinghe was not idle either. As a grown man, he couldn't participate in the quarrel just now, but he did things decisively. While Chuyu was sorting out the basket of vegetables, he killed and cleaned the fish first, then moved out a piece of wood, put the wild boar on it, and went to the kitchen to get a knife. Since the wild boar had not been dead for long, he put a large bowl of pig blood. Lu Xingping helped during the whole process. Chuyu went to the kitchen after drying the herbs. At this time, Lu Xing'an's brown rice porridge was almost cooked. The fish was fried, and for convenience, the wild vegetables were not fried separately but directly put into the fish soup, stewing a large pot of fresh fish and wild vegetable soup. The milky white soup was full of fragrance, and the emerald green wild vegetable leaves dotted the fish soup, which made people's appetite grow. In order to make it a little salty, she also poured the pickles left over from lunch into the fish soup. The village was not big, and many families had not tasted meat for a long time. At this moment, they smelled the aroma of fish soup wafting from the Lu family, and they were drooling with greed. Some women began to urge their men to go to the river pond that was almost dried up to catch fish tomorrow. If the Lu family could eat fish, there might be more in the river pond. At worst, it would be good to dig out 2 small cushion carps from the pond mud. When Mrs. Li next door smelled this smell and looked at the clear soup in front of her, she had no appetite at all. She threw away her chopsticks angrily and went back to lie down in the house. Mrs. Luo frowned a little unhappy and wanted to get up to call her, but was stopped by Sun Daju. It's okay to be hungry for a meal. If she doesn't want to eat, we will eat. After saying that, he divided the porridge in Li Posey's bowl among the 3 children in front of him. Chuyu took the fish soup from the pot and carefully brought it to the table. Lu Xing'an had already put all the bowls and chopsticks on the table. Mom, big brother, Xingping, it's time to eat. After a while, the 3 of them came into the room, and Yun Sueha smiled. Lu Xingping hurriedly took the bowl and first served Yun Sueha a bowl of soup, and then picked up a piece of fish for her. Mom, you should eat more fish soup to replenish your body. Lu Xing'an followed suit and served Chuyu a bowl. Sister-in-law, you have worked hard today. The little face that looked a little serious was a little nervous, as if afraid that Chuyu would dislike it, and her eyes did not dare to look in her direction. Chuyu generously took the soup handed over by Lu Xing'an. Thank you, Xing'an. Lu Xing'an glanced at his 2 younger brothers, said nothing, and lowered his head to scoop the brown rice porridge into his mouth. Thanks to this big pot of fish soup, the family ate 70% full. Yun Sueha looked at the sky outside. Although the sun was no longer visible, it was still bright. Xinghe, have you processed the wild boar? Lu Xinghe hummed. It's already been killed. Yun Sueha turned her head and looked at him. While it's still light, You can chop some of the pork into small pieces, not too much, and send them to a few uncles and aunts in the neighborhood who have a good relationship with us. They are relatives in the village. Thanks to their care on weekdays, cut 2 larger pieces, about 2 or 3 pounds, and send one to the head of the village and the other to your grandparents' house. By the way, bring a bowl of pig blood to your grandparents. Your grandfather likes it.
We can keep the rest for ourselves.
Originally, their family lived at the foot of the mountain, and no one would know if they brought the wild boar back. They could borrow a cart later and push it to the town to sell it at dawn tomorrow. But after Mrs. Lee made such a fuss, everyone knew about it, and it would be a bit unreasonable not to give some away. Lu Xinghe nodded repeatedly to Yun Sueha's order. Okay. After saying that, he went out to divide the meat. Lu Xingping hurried to help, and Lu Xing'an consciously began to clean up the dishes and chopsticks, put them in the basin, and took them out to wash. Chuyu came out of the kitchen and saw the pig intestines that Lu Xinghe had piled up in the corner with the pig hair like garbage. This is a good thing. Do they want to throw it away? Chuyu immediately came to the pile of miscellaneous garbage and squatted down. She was about to reach out to take out the pig intestines, but she heard Lu Xinghe's voice behind her. Don't move, it's dirty. Chuyu turned her head in confusion. Don't want these anymore? Lu Xinghe hummed. They are all dirty things. Don't touch them. I'll clean them up later. Chuyu bit her lip with a slightly tentative tone. Can the offal be kept? Lu Xingping, who was standing by, had already put the pork to be sent to several uncles and aunts into a basket. Hearing Chuyu's words, he looked at her with some doubt. Those dirty and smelly things, although our Banpo village is poor, no one can eat them. Why do you keep them? Chuyu said with regret. It's a pity to throw them away or keep them. Maybe I can make them more delicious. After a little thought, Lu Xinghe nodded.
Keep them for now.
It's just a little bit of oil and salt. If you really can't eat it, you can feed it to the chickens at Grandpa and Grandma's house. When Grandpa and Grandma gave them a family, it was because the 3 uncles and aunts despised the fact that the 4 of them couldn't work and had to spend money, and they made too much trouble. It was also a helpless move. In the years after the separation, they would think of giving them some of the good things so they were still able to get by. Lu Xinghe used several twisted rice stalks to thread the other 2 larger pieces of meat that he was about to send out. He was about to pick up the pig intestines in the corner when he heard a familiar voice from outside. Xinghe, I heard that Mrs. Lee came to bully us today. Lu Xinghe looked back and saw that it was his grandmother Wang Xuelan. Grandma, why are you here? Wang Xuelan frowned. Didn't you hear about Mrs. Lee? You 3 brothers are all boys, and your mother is a tough girl. Didn't she suffer at the hands of that fierce woman? Lu Xinghe recalled the scene when Chuyu protected his mother and pursed his lips for no reason. Don't worry, Grandma, my mother's fine. My mother is here? Hearing the voice, Yun Sueha came out of the house, hurriedly welcomed Wang Xuelan in at the door, and poured her some water. I was just thinking of asking Xinghe to send you 2 a piece of meat. Now that mother is here, it saves him from making another trip. After she finished speaking, she turned to look in the direction of Lu Xinghe and asked him to bring the skewered meat and a bowl of pig blood. Wang Xuelan sighed. I didn't come here to get your meat. I just heard that Mrs. Lee was bullying us. I came to see that if the eldest, second, and 4th sons hadn't insisted on you splitting up, how could you have been bullied by that rascal? She looked at Yun Sueha. If this happens again in the future, just ask Xingping to find me at the village head. Your family lives far away, and mother can't take care of many things. Even if the 3rd son is gone, the 3 grandsons are still the children of the old Lu family. How can we let outsiders step on our heads? Yun Sueha listened and nodded. I remember, but mother, please don't talk about the past anymore, so as not to make my eldest sister-in-law, second sister-in-law, and younger sister-in-law feel unhappy. Besides, our family didn't suffer any loss today. That old lady Li was splashed with mud when she left. Wang Xuelan said bitterly. She deserves it. Chuyu, is this Xinghe's wife?
Yes.
Yun Sueha waved at Chuyu and introduced her to Wang Xuelan. Yaya is the 2nd daughter of the Chu family in Nyodo village. She doesn't have a good life in her mother's family, but she is a lucky girl. As soon as she came, Xinghe killed a wild boar. After saying that, She winked at Chuyu. Chuyu understood what she meant, came to Wang Xuelon and called out crisply, "Grandma." Because it was their first meeting, Wang Xuelon looked at the little girl in front of her, who was young but had outstanding features. Although she didn't like her very much, she definitely didn't dislike her. She reached into her sleeve and took out a small piece of silver and put it into Chuyu's hand. It was estimated to be about 1 coin in weight. You can use this to supplement the family income. Grandpa and Grandma are old, and there are many people in the family. We haven't saved any valuables over the years. Live a good life with Xinghe in the future. The family should live in harmony so that we can get better and better. 1 coin of silver can be exchanged for 100 coins. Chuyu had never received so much money before. She looked at Yun Sueha at a loss. Yun Sueha seemed to think that her mother-in-law gave her too much. "Mom, you have a hard time too." Wang Xuelon waved her hand. "This is also what your father wants. Let you take it." She stood up. "Since you're all fine, I will go back first. There are still a lot of things to do at home." Seeing Wang Xuelon was about to leave, Yun Sueha hurriedly shouted, "Xinghe, cut 2 more pounds of meat for your grandmother to take with her." In the end, Wang Xuelon couldn't resist and went home happily with 4 or 5 pounds of wild boar meat and a bowl of pig blood. When she passed by Sun Deju's house, she stood outside and scolded Li Pozi for a long time. Li Pozi wanted to go out and scold her, but because she didn't have dinner, she didn't have the energy at all, so she could only lie on the bed and sulk. After Wang Xuelon left, Chuyu looked at the silver nugget in her hand and handed it to Yun Sueha. "Mom, you keep this." Yun Sueha pushed Chuyu's hand back. "This is what your grandma gave you.
Just keep it for now.
Tomorrow when we go to the city, there are plenty of places to spend money." Chuyu took back her hand and hid the silver nugget in her saddlebag on her chest like a treasure. For her now, this is a huge sum of money. At this time, Lu Xingting, who had delivered pork to several neighbors, had returned. There were also a few eggs and a handful of wild vegetables brought back by the neighbors in the basket. He emptied the basket, put another larger piece of pork into the basket, and went out again to the head of the village. Lu Xinghe had already cleaned out the pig intestines. Chuyu put the pig intestines in a basin and took some clean wood ash from the stove. Wood ash can not only remove odors, but also absorb dirt. It is economical and practical to use it to deal with pig intestines. When the pig intestines were washed and hung on the beams of the kitchen, the sky was already gray. In order not to get caught in the dark, the family washed up early and returned to their respective rooms. Strictly speaking, this was Chuyu and Lu Xinghe's wedding night. But because Chuyu was still too young and Lu Xinghe had no thoughts in this regard, the two of them went into the house, one sitting in a corner on the Kong, and the other sitting in front of the window, concentrating on copying the booklet in the dim light. After a long time, so long that Chuyu was about to fall asleep, she suppressed the tension in her heart and gently called out, "Husband?" And Lu Xinghe, who was copying the booklet at the desk, responded naturally. Chuyu bravely said, "Aren't you going to sleep?" He turned his head and looked at the little girl who was curled up on the Kong, looking like a pitiful creature. He suddenly realized that this was her first night here, and he felt a little reluctant. "We have to go to town tomorrow, so we don't have to make another trip in 2 days. I'll copy these books first, and you go to bed first.
Chú ý về John Doe.
Then don't be busy too late." Seeing that she cared about him, Lu Xinghe raised the corners of his lips slightly. "Okay." Chuyu was really sleepy and fell asleep immediately. She didn't know when Lu Xinghe got on the Kong. She only knew that when she woke up the next day, Lu Xinghe had already gotten up. Looking at the dim sky outside the house, Chuyu hurriedly got up in her shoes, washed up a little, and went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. For breakfast, she cooked brown rice porridge, fried a bowl of wild vegetables, and boiled a pancake for each person. After breakfast, Lu Xinghe put the wild boar meat and the medicinal herbs he dug in the mountains yesterday on the cart he borrowed early in the morning, and then carried straw and platycoat on to neatly cover the wild boar meat, and then pushed the cart and set off with Chuyu. The nearest town to Bampo village is Nanping town. Bampo village is poor, and the roads are not easy to walk on. Even ox carts are not available. It takes a full hour to walk from here to Nanping town. Chuyu wiped her sweat while walking, and she didn't say a word during the whole process. Not far from the village, Lu Xinghe stopped the cart. Do you want to get on? I can push you. Chuyu shook her head hurriedly. No, the things on the cart are already very heavy. I'd better walk by myself. Lu Xinghe didn't force it, just let Chuyu put the basket in her hand on the cart. The basket was filled with the handkerchief that Yun Sueha asked Chuyu to take to the town to sell, which was not heavy. The two did not stop halfway and walked to Nanping town in one go. Nanping town is the best developed among the nearby towns. There are 2 tall, auspicious cloud stone pillars on both sides of the entrance of Nanping town. Above the 2 stone pillars is a beam with 3 big characters Nanping town written on it, which is magnificent. Although there were soldiers guarding the entrance, they were only there to maintain order for people entering the town, and they did not make things difficult for the common people. Therefore, on such a hot day, people would sit far away under the big tree not far from the stone pillar to enjoy the cool air. After Chuyu followed Lu Xinghe into the city, they went straight to the largest restaurant in Nanping town, Huayilu. Lu Xinghe usually sent his prey here. Huayilu had a very good business and almost never refused any game. The two entered through the back door of Huayilu and found the manager of Huayilu. The manager knew Lu Xinghe and was generous. He bought all their wild boar meat at the price of 25 coins per catty. Excluding the small piece that was given away and reserved for his family, the remaining 130 catties of wild boar meat sold for a total of 3,150 coins. After selling the wild boar, the two first went to the cloth shop. After selling the 13 handkerchiefs that Yun Sueha had embroidered in the past 2 months to the cloth shop owner at the price of 8 coins each, they spent 80 coins to buy 2 pieces of cloth for Chuyu to make summer clothes. It was because Yun Sueha's craftsmanship was good. If it was an ordinary person's handkerchief, the cloth shop owner would probably only give 3 or 5 coins. After buying the cloth, the two went to Wangchun bookstore again. The books that Lu Xinghe copied were 30 coins each, and there were 10 books in total, so the total settlement was 300 coins. Before leaving, Lu Xinghe set his eyes on one of the books in the bookstore. How much is that book? The bookstore servant hurriedly replied. The book Chronicles of the States is 3 taels of silver. Chuyu was surprised in her heart. The books here are really expensive. Hearing this price, Lu Xinghe immediately retracted his gaze. Is there no copying work these days? The servant shook his head. I'm afraid there is none these days. The batch of books you handed in today was ordered in bulk by a teacher in the academy. The harvest is not good this year, and there will probably be even fewer students entering the school in the second half of the year. The copying work certainly wouldn't fall on him. Lu Xinghe nodded, thanked the servant, and led Chuyu to Chen's pharmacy. He usually got medicine for Yun Sueha here. Chen's pharmacy is considered a conscientious pharmacy in Nanping town. The two entered the pharmacy, and the shopkeeper, who was fiddling with the abacus behind the counter, looked up. Are you here to get medicine or see a doctor? Shopkeeper, do you collect medicinal herbs here? Fresh herbs. We picked them up yesterday on the mountain. Chuyu stepped forward and asked. When the shopkeeper heard this, he immediately said, Can you show it to me? Chuyu nodded and took out the herbs in the basket. In addition to the root of buplurum, there were also 2 Panax nodo ginseng and several common herbs. Although the amount was not much, the way of picking and processing was appropriate. An expert can see the doorway. Shopkeeper Chen knew at a glance that he might have met someone who knows the business. What's your name, little girl?
Chuyu.
He looked at Lu Xinghe next to Chuyu. Who is this? Chuyu blushed slightly. He is my husband, his surname is Lu. Shopkeeper Chen was a little surprised. He originally thought that Lu Xinghe and Chuyu were siblings, but it turned out that they were husband and wife. The young lady got married at such a young age. Chuyu said vaguely, My family is poor. There is nothing I can do. The shopkeeper nodded. After all, it was someone else's privacy, so he didn't continue to ask. Did you handle this medicinal material? Chuyu nodded. Yes. What's wrong with that? Nothing wrong, Chu girl, do you know medicine? The shopkeeper didn't beat around the bush. It's like this. Recently, there is a lady who's been looking for a female doctor everywhere. If you know medicine, I might recommend you to give it a try. According to my observation, her illness shouldn't be too difficult to treat. A woman seeking medical treatment and a female doctor, isn't it just a problem in that area? But Chuyu had already made it clear to Lu Xinghe that she only knew a little bit, and what's more, she majored in Western medicine in her previous life, and Chinese medicine was just an auxiliary. She was really not very good at taking pulses and prescribing medicine. Thank you for your kindness, shopkeeper. But I can only recognize a few herbs because my neighbor from my mother's family is a traveling doctor in the village. I can't do a serious diagnosis. The shopkeeper said with regret. That's a pity. Chuyu pointed to the herbs on the counter and said, if you want to buy herbs, can you help me calculate it first?
Yes.
After a moment, the shopkeeper looked at Chuyu and said, girl, since you know herbs, I won't tell you those empty words. There are a lot of Buplurum chinense, and the quality is good. I will give you 800 coins, 370 coins, and the rest are the most common herbs. I will give you 100 coins. The shopkeeper said while turning the abacus at hand. A total of 1 tael and 500 coins. What do you think? If it's appropriate, I will buy all your herbs. What else did Chuyu disagree with? She nodded immediately. Okay, I'll sell it. Lu Xinghe was a little surprised that such a basket of herbs could be sold for so much money. At this moment, he couldn't help but think that maybe marrying her would be a good decision. After the shopkeeper settled the money for Chuyu, Lu Xinghe spent another 260 coins to buy some medicine for Yun Sueha, and the two left the medicine shop together. It was also a good thing that the wild boar and medicinal materials were sold. Otherwise, the few hundred coins earned from handkerchiefs and copying books would not be enough to spend, and most of them would be spent on buying some medicinal materials. No wonder Lu Xinghe has good conditions, but not many girls are willing to marry him. These days, being able to fill your stomach is the key. Chuyu couldn't help but think that she already had a medical foundation, and it would be great if she could find a powerful master to pick up Chinese medicine again. These medicine shops have always been dominated by male doctors. If she knows medicine, she should be more popular with those ladies, right? The two of them wandered around the town until noon, and the vertical sunlight made it difficult for them to open their eyes. Lu Xinghe pushed the cart and led Chuyu to a small stall. The two spent 13 coins to order 2 bowls of noodles and a pot of tea. Chuyu's throat was dry and felt like it was about to split after not drinking water for the whole morning. As soon as the tea came, she poured herself 3 cups. Are you tired? Lu Xinghe suddenly asked. She was still a child, but she had been running around with him all morning without a single complaint. She didn't know what kind of life she had lived in Nyoto village before. Chuyu was slightly stunned and shook her head. Not bad. But in fact, her legs had been sore for a long time, but she just didn't say it. After all, the two were not familiar with each other, and she was embarrassed to say it out loud. Lu Xinghe knew that she was showing off. His handsome face showed an irrefutable look. After we finish eating the noodles, we will go shopping. You can take the cart home. Chuyu pursed her lips. She originally wanted to refuse, but before she could say anything, the noodle stall owner brought the noodles that had been prepared. After eating the noodles and drinking the tea, the two left 13 coins and went to the grain store. It was noon, and it was extremely hot outside, so there were no customers in the grain store. As soon as Lu Xinghe and Chuyu pushed the cart to the door of the grain store, the servant guarding the door had a bright look in his eyes and hurried forward to greet them. 2 guests, what do you need? We need 30 caddies of brown rice. Lu Xinghe said. Brown rice is 5 cents a caddy, and 30 caddies is 150 cents. If he hadn't made some money today, Lu Xinghe wouldn't dare to buy it like this. He usually buys 10 caddies a caddy. Chuyu stepped forward and pulled Lu Xinghe's sleeve, pointing to the old rice on sale at the door. Husband, let's buy some more old rice. Although old rice doesn't taste very good, it is easier to swallow than brown rice. New rice is 8 cents a caddy, and the price of old rice should not be much different from that of brown rice. Moreover, in the current situation, it is definitely a wise choice to stock up more food. After hearing this, the servant at the side smiled and introduced the rice to the two of them. This girl has good taste. This rice is the grain stored in the warehouse last year. It was produced the year before last. Because the weather has been relatively dry in the past 2 years, it has been well preserved and does not have a strong moldy smell. We all eat this rice at home. It is only 5 cents per pound, the same price as brown rice, so it is a good deal. Chuyu also grabbed a handful of rice and smelled it. It was indeed as the servant said. Besides, it was only 5 cents per pound. Such a good thing doesn't always happen. Chuyu was excited. It happened that she pushed a cart here today so she could buy more and take it back. She gently pinched Lu Xinghe's sleeve, tiptoed close to his ear and whispered, "Husband, why don't we buy more old rice? It's a drought now. If there is no harvest, there will definitely be famine next, and the price of food may rise at that time." The soft voice in his ear made Lu Xinghe swallow his saliva nervously. He turned his head to look at Chu Yueliang's sparkling eyes, and his throat moved slightly. Okay. After all, there are so many mouths to feed at home, and there is a little extra money in hand, so it's better to buy more food to be prepared. He turned his head and looked at the servant. "How much old rice do you have here?" After a little thought, Lu Xinghe spoke again. "Give it all to me." "Okay, wait a moment, sir. I will go to the warehouse to move the remaining old rice." The servant was a little excited. He didn't expect to meet such a big customer in the middle of the day.
Ok.
In the end, the two bought 200 caddies of old rice and 30 caddies of brown rice, spending a total of 1 tael and 151. Chuyu had to persuade the grain store to give her 5 caddies of white flour at a half-sale price before they gave up. After all this trouble, the food they bought should be enough for the family to survive until next spring. The originally light cart creaked under the pressure of the 200 caddies of old rice. Fortunately, there was a shop selling oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar next to the grain store. Because salt was too expensive, Chuyu was willing to buy only 5 taels. It is said that 3 loads of rice cost 1 caddy of salt. Although it is not exaggerated to this extent, it is indeed frighteningly expensive. 15 won per tael. These 5 taels of salt cost a full 75 won, which was enough to buy 15 caddies of old rice for a long time. After buying the seasonings, the two pushed the cart back. As soon as they left Nanping town, Lu Xinghe looked at Chuyu, who was pushing a cart. "You go on the cart. I can push it." Chuyu shook her head. "No, it's too heavy." Lu Xinghe looked ahead. "The next section is all downhill. When there is an uphill road, you can come down and help me push it." After hearing this, Chuyu agreed to get on the cart. She sat on the cart and looked at Lu Xinghe, who looked relaxed. "Husband, will you continue to take the imperial examination in the future?" Lu Xinghe's movements were obviously stiff, and then he returned to normal. "It shouldn't be possible. The original domain name of Xiaoshibo Novel Network has been polluted. Please remember the new domain name https://www. By ChuZW789.com. I was just lucky this time and earned a few taels of silver. Usually what I earned was not even enough to pay for my mother's medicine, not to mention the imperial examinations, which cost even more money. When his father passed the imperial examination to become a scholar, he spent almost all the money of his grandparents, uncles, and aunts in the family. Just when they finally got their wish, he disappeared. The family's land, which was originally tax-free, began to pay taxes again because of his disappearance. Chuyu felt a little sad after hearing this. He gave up his dream of taking the imperial examination for the sake of his mother and 2 younger brothers. As the eldest son and the elder brother, this is his unshirkable responsibility. It would be nice if I could find a way to make more money. While Chuyu was deep in thought, Lu Xinghe suddenly looked up at her and asked, "How did you expect that there would be a famine if the drought continued? When many people can't even fill their stomachs, they only think about the present." He was quite curious about how a girl of 13 or 14 could be so far-sighted. Chuyu looked calm. "Isn't this obvious? It's been dry for 2 months. Not only the fields but also the ponds in Nyoto village have dried up. The rice husks are flat. I'm afraid that this year's tax will have to cover the capital. It will be even more difficult next year." Lu Xinghe nodded and said, "That's right." Chuyu noticed that the cart was slowing down and knew that it was going uphill. She jumped off the cart and helped Lu Xinghe push the cart home. The two chatted as they walked, and before they knew it, They arrived at the entrance of the village. Chuyu hurriedly pulled the rice and platycodon that were originally pressed underneath to cover the grain. Lu Xinghe knew what she was thinking and helped cover it. After covering it, the two took a slightly longer route to get home, avoiding the onlookers of the villagers in the village. Yun Sueha saw the two through the window and hurriedly shouted, "Xingping, go and help, your brother and sister-in-law are back." Hearing the voice, Lu Xingping hurriedly opened the courtyard door and helped Lu Xinghe and Qi push the cart into the door. "Brother and sister-in-law, what did you buy that is so heavy?"
Food,
Lu Xinghe said, and took down 2 large bags of old rice and a small bag of brown rice covered with straw. "Xingping, you return the cart to Aunt Lin's house first." "Okay." Seeing so much food, Lu Xingping was also happy in his heart. This meant that their family would not have to go hungry for a long time in the future. As soon as Lu Xingping left, Yun Sueha frowned and asked in a low voice, "Xinghe, why did you buy so much food? Didn't you spend all the money you earned today?" Lu Xinghe moved the food into the house. "Mom, don't worry so much. I have a plan in mind. Anyway, these grains will not go bad for a while, so we can store them and eat them slowly." Since Lu Xinghe said he had a plan in mind, Yun Sueha did not ask any more questions, but only told him not to tell anyone about the grains in his family, so as not to make people worry. Chuyu put away the seasonings, medicine, and 2 pieces of cloth, and then stuffed the remaining 3 taels of silver into Yun Sueha's hands. "Mom, you keep the remaining silver." Yun Sueha looked at her hand with some surprise in her eyes. "So much." Chuyu smiled and said, "Today, we have earned more than 5 taels in total. Otherwise, we would not dare to buy so much grain back." Yun Sueha nodded, counted out 200 copper coins from a large string of silver coins, strung them into a string, and stuffed them into Chuyu's hands. "You can use these as pocket money, and I'll keep the rest. If you run out, ask me for more. We'll have a lot of money in the future."
Okay. Chuyu didn't refuse.
She took the 200 coins and went back to the house. She found a secluded place to put them and left. She took the pig intestines that Lu Xinghe had scrubbed with wood ash yesterday, cut off 1/3 of them, and put them in a big pot. She planned to make a stir-fried pig intestine for dinner. She rubbed some salt on the remaining intestines and hung them on the beams to make smoked sausages to eat slowly. "Sister-in-law, let me start the fire." Lu Xing'an saw Chuyu busy in the kitchen and hurried in to help. Lu Xinghe put the old rice away and went to the fields with a bucket. The weather was too dry. The water used to irrigate the fields yesterday was probably about to dry up, so he had to carry more water to pour in. But when he came back in the evening, his face looked a little depressed. Chuyu felt something was wrong, but she didn't dare to ask. She just kept doing her own thing. Yun Sueha was puzzled and asked, "Xinghe, what's wrong with you?" Lu Xinghe's eyes flashed with anger. "I carried more than 20 buckets of water to irrigate the fields yesterday. The water in the fields should have been enough for today. I don't know who cut off the water, and all the water flowed into other people's fields." Yun Sueha was very angry when she heard it. Who is so shameless? Why did they cut off the water that people worked so hard to carry? This is obviously to cut off other people's source of water. They will be punished. Lu Xinghe glanced at Yun Sueha and comforted her. "Mom, don't be anxious. Fortunately, we have been watering the fields before, and the soil is still wet. I have already carried a few buckets of water to irrigate the fields. I will continue to carry water tomorrow morning." Yun Sueha covered her chest and sighed. "It's not because of this. I feel sorry for you. Since the water from above stopped coming down, you've been carrying water for more than a month. You work hard here to carry water for the fields, but those lazy people with wolves and dogs just sit back and enjoy the fruits of their labor. How nagging. Mom, don't be angry. If you get angry and get sick, you will suffer. We will also have to worry about it. It won't do anything to the bad guys who steal water. It's not worth it," she said, looking at Lu Xinghe. "Husband, how about I go to the fields with you tomorrow?" She wanted to see if the millet in the fields was full of husks. If she spent so much effort, but the harvest was far from worthy of so many days of carrying water for maintenance, she might as well do something else during this time. If about half of them were full of husks, it would only be more than 20 days before the harvest, so she would just spend some effort to deal with it. Lu Xinghe glanced at Chu Yu and wanted to refuse, but nodded for some reason. Okay. Especially the mother of Sun Daju's family next door. Li Pozi wanted to ask for a piece of meat yesterday, but in the end Lu Xinghe and Lu Xingping didn't send it to her family, which made Li Pozi sulked at home for another day. Now she smelled the aroma of fried pig intestines wafting from Lu Xinghe's house, swallowing her saliva while looking at Sun Daju and Luo and cursing. If you ask me, the Yun family is full of ungrateful people. Such a big pig. Every neighbor has shared the meat. Why can't they give you a piece? Don't you help them enough on weekdays? Sun Daju frowned, Mom. Don't say it. Our family and the Yin mother and son have been neighbors for so many years. They are not that kind of people at all. Why, he knew better than anyone else. In this matter, his mother was indeed at fault. If someone else had treated him like this, he would not have given her meat. Mrs. Li rolled her eyes. She is not that kind of person. Why don't you share a piece of pork? Do you look down on me or something? Mrs. Luo also felt a little resentful. However, the object of her resentment was not the Yun family, but Mrs. Li. If Mother hadn't been so noisy yesterday, they might have shared it. Mrs. Li raised her eyebrows, and her voice became sharp.
Oh.
Are you blaming me, an old woman? As she spoke, she looked at Sun Daju on the side. Daju, look at your wife. She is so disrespectful in front of her parents. She is about to rebel, and you don't care? Mrs. Luo was not willing to be outdone. It was originally my mother who was wrong. How can I be disrespectful? You are so shameless to ask for a pig's trotter. Seeing that the two were about to fight, Sun Daju immediately stepped forward to stop them. That's enough.
Can't you just be quiet?
It's just a piece of meat. I'll go to town and chop a piece when I'm free tomorrow. Mrs. Li smiled so hard that wrinkles appeared on her face after hearing what Li Daju said. My son still loves his mother, so she's waiting for your meat. After that, she went back to her room to dream about eating meat. Mrs. Luo glanced at Sun Daju with some complaints. Buy meat, you just ask for it. How can we have spare money to buy meat? We have 3 children who need to eat and drink. We can't spend all the money for your mother. Sun Daju sighed. What can I do? I'm afraid that she will make trouble at home every day. Our children haven't eaten meat for a long time. I won't buy too much tomorrow. It's okay for everyone to share 1 or 2 pieces. After hearing this, Mrs. Luo sighed helplessly. Since the death of her father-in-law, her life has been messed up by this old lady, and it has become more and more aggrieved. She served the stir-fried pig intestines and blanched some wild vegetables. The family ate them with the brown rice porridge with satisfaction. Lu Xingping wiped his mouth and looked at Chu Yu with sparkling eyes. Sister-in-law, how did you make the pig intestines so delicious?
注意为什么?
It's nothing. As long as the smell of the pig intestines is removed, it will be easy to stir-fry. Lu Xingping gave a thumbs up. Sister-in-law's cooking skills must be better than the chef in the big restaurant in the town. Speaking of the big restaurant in the town, Chu Yu couldn't help thinking that although the people here treat pig intestines as garbage, it is indeed a good dish. I don't know if it is reliable to sell the recipe on hand to the restaurant. At this time, Lu Xinghe put down his chopsticks and praised him rarely. It's really good. He didn't talk much on weekdays, and he rarely praised anyone. Yun Sueha was a little happy to hear him praise Chu Yu. In the past, Xingping Sing was so eager to show off in front of you, but you never praised her. It's true that a lover's eyes see beauty in everything. Lu Xinghe raised his lips slightly, but did not refute anything. This attitude, in the eyes of several people, meant that he had completely acknowledged Chu Yu's identity. Chu Yu, on the other hand, blushed at Yun Sueha's words and hurriedly stood up to collect the dishes. I'll go wash the dishes first. Before Chu Yu left, Lu Xinghe stood up and took the bowl from her hand with his slender hand. I'll wash it. You've walked with me for most of the day today, so go and rest first. Yun Sueha looked at the back of her eldest son with a face full of satisfaction. Finally, you've come to your senses and know how to love your wife. He had always been reluctant to get married before, and he didn't take it to heart. In addition to the situation at home, she was worried that her son would be a bachelor in the future. But Yaya is a girl with a good personality, smart and beautiful. It should be hard for people not to like her, right? Chuyu felt awkward in the kitchen, so she filled a basin with water and went to the room. She had been out all day and was making stir-fried pig intestines when she came back. She felt sticky all over. She just wanted to wipe herself and change into clean clothes. It would be nice if she could take a shower, but unfortunately, there was not even a decent bathroom here. The toilet was a nightmare for her. Every time she went to the toilet, she was worried that she would fall down accidentally. It seemed that when the conditions were better, the house had to be repaired, especially the roof that looked unstable. If it snowed in winter, it might not be safe. She would go back and talk to Lu Xinghe about it. Chuyu was thinking when the door was suddenly opened and Lu Xinghe walked in from outside. The two looked at each other and saw embarrassment in each other's eyes. Chuyu was not panicked, but just hugged her arms a little embarrassedly, biting her lower lip slightly, and did not speak. Lu Xinghe turned around and closed the door. "I'm sorry, I didn't know you were wiping yourself." For a long while, Chuyu didn't say anything. She put on her clothes as quickly as possible. Okay. After all, they are husband and wife. If she overreacts, it will be embarrassing. It's better to be open and honest. He is a gentleman and will not do anything reckless. Lu Xinghe heard the voice and turned around again. Chuyu, who was already dressed neatly, was soaking the dirty clothes she wore during the day in the basin. As if she noticed Lu Xinghe's eyes looking at her, Chuyu raised her head. "I'm going to wash clothes outside. Can you make way?" Lu Xinghe came to his senses and hurriedly moved his body that was blocking the door to the side. Chuyu held the basin, faced his gaze, and walked past him with her head slightly lowered. Lu Xinghe sat down at the desk in front of the window. He originally wanted to pick up the brush and dip it in water to practice a few words on the table, but his mind was like a demon, all of which were the scenes he saw when he entered the door just now. After a while, he shook his head and tried to calm himself down. She was still a little girl under 14 years old. What kind of mess was he thinking about? After Chuyu washed her clothes and hung them outside the house, Yun Sueha called Chuyu into the house to measure her size while it was still light. Chuyu was growing up, so Yun wanted to make her clothes a little bigger so that she could wear them this year and next year. "I haven't asked yet, what month and day were you born, Nia?" Yun Sueha asked while measuring Chuyu. "August 15th, Chuyu answered. Yun Sueha smiled. "No wonder your parents named you. It turns out that you were born on the day of the Moon Worship Festival. It's only the beginning of July now. I think 2 new sets of clothes can be made before your birthday." Chuyu shook her head. "Mom, I'm not in a hurry. There are always clothes to wear. Your health is important." Hearing Chuyu's words, Yun Sueha felt warm in her heart. "You are a kind-hearted child. It is also our Xinghe, who is lucky to find you. Don't worry, it's just making 2 sets of clothes. I still have the strength to do this." After measuring the size, Yun Sueha sent Chuyu back to her room. Now that the relationship between the young couple has just progressed, she, as a mother, certainly can't hold them back. When Chuyu returned to the room, Lu Xinghe was practicing calligraphy on the table with water. She looked a little sad, but she also admired his perseverance. The handwriting was really beautiful. After sitting on the Kong for a long time, Chuyu suddenly said, "Husband, if we make money and you don't have to worry about the family, will you continue to take the imperial examination?" Lu Xinghe paused with his hand holding the pen and looked back at Chuyu. "Then, do you want me to continue taking the imperial examination?" This question stumped Chuyu. She didn't expect Lu Xinghe to throw this question back to her. After a while, Chuyu answered seriously, "If the imperial examination is what you pursue, I still hope you can stick to your dream." Hearing this, Lu Xinghe smiled. This silly girl. Never mind, after all, the possibility of taking the imperial examination is not great in this situation at home, so just live a good life with her. Thinking of this, Lu Xinghe put down the pen in his hand, went out to wash up and walked to the Kong. Chuyu moved in a little nervously. Seeing this, Lu Xinghe hurriedly comforted her. "Don't worry, you're still young now, I won't do anything to you." I didn't think so. It's just that I'm a little nervous because it's my first time to sleep with you. On the same bed. Lu Xinghe's beautiful lips slightly raised, and he lay on the Kong on the outside with his back to Chuyu. It's not the first time. I slept here last night, but when I woke up in the morning, I saw you were sleeping soundly, so I didn't wake you up. Chuyu looked at Lu Xinghe's back, and her heart was slightly touched. She lay down on the inside of the bed and huddled against the wall with her back to Lu Xinghe. Husband, do you know who dug up our fields? Lu Xinghe, with his eyes closed, hummed. I can probably guess. Then what are you going to do?
Chuyu asked again.
Generally, when encountering such a thing, which family would not curse? The other party probably did so because they were sure that there was no woman in the family who was willing to give up. After a long while, Lu Xinghe opened his eyes. Before I came back today, I unloaded the entire field ridge under them. I think they will like this return gift. Chuyu looked back at Lu Xinghe with some surprise when she heard it. Have you removed all the ridges from their fields? Lu Xinghe also looked back at her. In the dim moonlight, the little girl's eyes sparkled. Well, their millet is all shrunken anyway. Whether we remove the ridges or not, it won't affect the harvest, but I have to at least vent my anger so that they won't think we are easy to bully. Chuyu smiled and bent her eyes after hearing this. That person will probably be so angry that he will jump up and down. Then he turned and looked worried. We have vented our anger. When that family sees that all the ridges are gone tomorrow, they won't come to our house to cause trouble, right? Looking at the worried little girl, Lu Xinghe wanted to reach out and rub her head, but he retracted his hand as soon as he stretched it out. Don't be afraid. After all, they are in the wrong. If the sky falls, I am still here to support it. Don't sleep too close to the wall. The earthen wall is dusty and will stain your clothes. After saying this, he turned his back to Chuyu and slept well. Chuyu heard this and moved her body slightly inward. Husband, when we make money, let's repair the house. I think the roof seems to be not stable.
Okay.
Early the next morning, Chuyu was awakened by shouting. Lu Xinghe, come out. Did you break the ridge of our field? You are so capable of destroying my life. You must give me an explanation today no matter what. When Chuyu woke up, she saw that Lu Xinghe had put on his shoes, so she hurriedly got out of bed and went out with him in her shoes. When she went out, she saw Lu Xingping and Lu Xing'an coming out of the same room. The two brothers were probably awakened. Lu Xinghe opened the gate, and the man was about to rush in, but was directly pulled out by Lu Xinghe's arm. Go outside and talk. Don't disturb my family. Because the man was not as strong as Lu Xinghe, he could only follow him to the foot of the mountain a little further away under Lu Xinghe's fascinating gaze. Chuyu glanced at the Lu Xingping brothers and asked in a low voice, do you know who that is? It's the nephew of the head of the village, named Lu Dagui. Because he is lazy and likes to take advantage, his parents divided the family property as soon as he got married. Lu Xingping glanced in the direction of Lu Dagui with disdain. It's been dry for 2 months, and the fields have been dry for more than a month, but I haven't seen him fetch water once. It's not the first time he has done the work of digging up the fields to release water. Chuyu nodded, looking at Lu Dagui not far away, who was not at all advantageous in front of Lu Xinghe, and suddenly she was not worried anymore. How could such a good-for-nothing be a match for Lu Xinghe? After washing her face, she went to the kitchen to make breakfast. Chuyu took out 3 pounds of the 5 pounds of white flour that the grain store owner half sold and half gave away yesterday and planned to make noodles for the family for breakfast. Knead the dough and set it aside to wake up. Heat the pan, pick up some lard and fry it in the pan. Then take out a few eggs from the neighbors and beat them in the pan. After frying, pour water to boil the soup. It's ready. Xing'an, the fire can be extinguished. Go and call mother and your eldest brother to come to eat. The noodles will not taste good if they are left for too long. Okay. Lu Xing'an hurriedly took out the firewood from the stove and wet it, then went out of the kitchen to call people. After a while, several people entered the kitchen together. Chuyu pushed the only bowl of noodles with fried eggs in front of Yun Sueha. Mom, you eat this.
Your body needs to be supplemented.
I'm so old. It doesn't matter whether I supplement or not. You're still growing up. You should eat it. Yun Sueha picked up the egg with chopsticks and didn't know whose bowl to put it in. I saw that several people covered their bowls tightly. Mom, we'll have plenty of opportunities to eat in the future. It's just an egg. Just eat it. Lu Xingping said. Lu Xing'an swallowed the noodles in his mouth. Mom eats eggs. We just eat noodles. The noodles made by my sister-in-law are delicious. Lu Xingping chuckled. That's right. What's not delicious about my sister-in-law's cooking? After he finished speaking, he picked up a chopstick of noodles and stuffed them into his mouth. His eyes immediately lit up. Although the food cooked by my mother is not bad, the food cooked by my sister-in-law is really delicious. Lu Xinghe ate the noodles in the bowl without saying a word, while Yun Sueha shook her head helplessly and looked at her twin sons. You guys are almost being fed by your sister-in-law. Turning to look at Chuyu, if Ye wants to go to the fields with Xinghe in the morning, don't rush back. I will cook lunch. I can't always ask you to be busy. Mom can still do some work now. Chuyu glanced at Lu Xinghe and nodded. Okay. Yun Sueha looked at the eggs in the bowl. If she ate it alone, she really couldn't eat it. In the end, she divided the fried egg, which was not big to begin with, into 5 small pieces and put 1 piece in each person's bowl. Eat together. Everyone looked at each other and laughed. Although such days were hard, the family was well organized and the heart was always warm. After dinner, Chu Yu and Lu Xinghe went to the fields. After the 2 brothers Lu Xingping and Lu Xing'an washed the dishes, they carried baskets around the outside of the forest to look for wild vegetables and herbs. Yun Sueha was cutting cloth and making clothes at home, hoping to get Chuyu's 2 sets of clothes out as soon as possible. When Chu Yu and Lu Xinghe arrived at their own fields, they found that Lu Dagui was repairing the gap in the field. It was a rare time for him to be diligent. Seeing this, Chu Yu whispered in Lu Xinghe's ear, Husband, how did you deal with him this morning? Lu Dagui was afraid of his uncle. Before I went home yesterday, I went to the head of the village for this matter. Lu Xinghe replied. The head of the village had got wild boar meat from his family before, and he was soft-hearted. Besides, this matter was Lu Dagui's fault. Of course, he had no reason not to stand on Lu Xinghe's side. Lu Dagui saw the 2 of them from a distance. He was scolded by the village head in the morning and was still angry. Lu Xinghe, you are really brave. You are really insidious. Lu Xinghe smiled nonchalantly and didn't want to argue with him at all. Chuyu didn't want Lu Xinghe to be bullied by him. You are so shameless to say that. In my opinion, you deserve it. Why do you meddle in my business? Is what your father did glorious? Lu Xinghe frowned in displeasure and pulled Chuyu behind him. If you are not convinced, just come at me. What's the point of yelling at a woman? Chuyu knew that her father's pig theft would make the people in Banpo village look down on her. However, she was scolded by Li Pozi these 2 days, and now she was scolded by Lu Dagui, which really made her feel a little aggrieved. She was not the one who stole the pig. Why did she have to repeat this matter when someone came? What made her even more angry was that her father stole the pig, and she had no way to defend herself. Looking at the tall figure blocking her way, Chi suddenly felt not so angry, and she pulled Lu Xinghe's sleeve. Husband, let's not waste time with this kind of person. The family didn't have many fields. The 2 mu and 3 fin of land in front of them was bought by Yun Sueha with her daily pocket money before Lu Xinghe's father disappeared. It took 6 or 7 years to buy such a small piece of land. Fortunately, there are more than 2 mu of land, which has brought some income to the family over the years. Be careful, call me if you have any problems, the pond is not far over there. Lu Xinghe told Chuyu, and then carried the bucket along the edge of the field towards the pond. Lu Xinghe has been walking back and forth between home and the field every day, and there is not much grass around. Walking to the middle, you can occasionally see a few water bamboo leaves, which she did not expect. Water bamboo leaves are tenacious and grow very fast. If they are not removed in time, they will seriously affect the growth of rice, but they also have a function, that is, they can be eaten as wild vegetables, with extremely high nutritional value and certain therapeutic effects. If she had not studied Chinese medicine and recognized a few medicinal herbs when she was studying medicine, she would not have known so much. Chuyu had never thought that she would be able to harvest something after following Lu Xinghe to the field. She was so excited that she became more and more devoted to looking for water bamboo leaves. She did not notice that Lu Dagawei stepped her only pair of shoes into the mud before leaving. Whe. He frowned slightly. Yeah, there is no need to look so carefully. Be careful of snakes in the field. Chuyu waved at Lu Xinghe, but her eyes were still searching in the field. It's okay. The snakes in the field are generally not very toxic. I will be careful. The snakes in the field are generally water snakes. This kind of snake is either slightly toxic or non-toxic. After being bitten, you only need to squeeze out the blood and keep the wound dry and not infected.
It will be fine.
Although she was a little scared of snakes, it was more important to find more wild vegetables to take back. Lu Xinghe shook his head helplessly and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This girl is really brave. He poured the water in the bucket into the field and continued to carry water. She walked in the direction where she took off her shoes, but she had not walked for less than 10 steps when she realized that she stepped on a hard object. The sudden appearance of the hard object made her body stiff. Then she looked down with a face full of trepidation. It turned out to be a turtle. It was a big turtle. As if it knew that it was stepped on, the turtle stretched out its head and was about to bite Chuyu. Chuyu screamed in shock and quickly pulled out a handful of water grass in her hand and quickly stuffed it into the turtle's mouth. The turtle paused for a moment when a handful of grass was suddenly stuffed into its mouth. Seeing this, Chuyu raised her head to look for Lu Xinghe, who was walking towards this side from the pond. He quickened his pace when he heard Chuyu scream, "Husband, come quickly, I stepped on a turtle." Lu Xinghe was worried that the turtle would bite people, so he quickly put down the bucket and took off his shoes and ran towards Chuyu. "Stay away from that thing, don't get bit by it." When Lu Xinghe rushed to her side in 3 or 5 steps, he saw that the turtle under her feet was still biting a bunch of grass in its mouth, still maintaining the posture of turning its head to bite people just now. He breathed a sigh of relief, bent down to pick up the turtle, put it in his hand and weighed it. It weighed about 3 pounds. Then he looked Chuyu up and down. "Are you okay?" Chuyu looked at the turtle in Lu Xinghe's hand with a hint of excitement on her face.
I'm fine.
As for the water bamboo leaves, Lu Xinghe put them into another bucket. Lu Xinghe's face was full of surprise. This was not the first time he had planted this field. Over the past few years, not to mention turtles, loaches and eels were rare, and this little girl stepped on 2 of them as soon as she came. Although he did not believe in ghosts and gods, this matter was indeed mysterious. He hurriedly ran in the direction of Chuyu and dug out the turtle that had been stepped on by her in the mud. It was slightly smaller than the previous one and weighed about 2 kilograms. Chuyu had a smile on her face, and her big round and bright eyes were full of energy. "Next time we go to town, sell these 2 turtles to Huayu Tower, and we can make a fortune again." Turtles have always been an ingredient that big restaurants want to get but cannot get. They are a tonic for rich people's homes and have always been valuable. Lu Xinghe looked at her. The little girl's innocent smile was deeply imprinted in his eyes. Chuyu didn't notice Lu Xinghe's expression and just urged, "It's getting late, let's go back first." After that, he turned and walked towards the direction where the shoes were placed. Lu Xinghe looked at Chuyu's back deeply and turned and walked towards the direction of the bucket. When he came to Chuyu with the bucket, he saw the little girl with bare white and slender feet, looking down and looking for something. "What's wrong?" Seeing Lu Xinghe, Chuyu hurriedly squatted down and covered her feet. "I remember taking off my shoes here, but I can't find them." There was a trace of annoyance in her eyes. Looking at the weak and helpless little girl in front of him, Lu Xinghe's heart softened, and he took off his shoes and put them at her feet. "The soles of your shoes are almost worn out. If they are gone, they are gone. Ask your mother to make you a pair later. Wear mine first." Chuyu looked in the direction of Lu Xinghe. "What about you?" "I have thick skin, so my bare feet won't be rubbed. Girls have delicate skin, so they can't walk on this mountain road without shoes." After Lu Xinghe finished speaking, he picked up the bucket again and walked past Chuyu. "Hurry up and keep up, otherwise if you meet a wolf in the mountain, it will take you away." Chuyu looked at Lu Xinghe's back, smiled, and hurriedly stepped on his wide shoes to keep up. When the 2 returned home, Lu Xingping and Lu Xing'an were drying the herbs they had picked today in the yard. Because the wild vegetables outside the mountain were dug up, The two brothers only picked some herbs that the villagers couldn't recognize. After all, it was a little harvest. Turning around and seeing Lu Xinghe and Chuyu coming from afar, Lu Xingping hurriedly shouted, "Brother and sister-in-law are back." Lu Xinghe hummed, "Where's Mom?" "Mom is sewing shoe soles in the house," Lu Xingping blurted out. Lu Xing'an rolled his eyes at him and whispered, "Mom said we should keep it a secret, but you're such a big mouth." Lu Xingping raised his eyebrows and shut his mouth tightly. "It was a close call. I almost let it slip." "Make soles for shoes?" Lu Xinghe put down the bucket. Yun Sueha happened to come out of the house. "You came back so early today. Are you hungry? Can you make a pair for her?" Yun Sueha sighed. "I thought it was a big deal. Isn't this a new dress for Yaya?" Mother was thinking of making a new pair of shoes for her and was just starting to sew the soles. Looking at the big shoes on Chiyue's feet that looked like she was stepping on a boat, Yun Sueha pursed her lips and smiled, went into the house and took out a pair of shoes she had made for herself earlier and handed them to Chiyue. "I haven't worn these shoes since I made them, so they may not fit you well. Yeah, make do with them first. I'll make your shoes in 2 days, and then you can wear your own." Chiyue refused to take them. "Mother, I can't take these. Just find me a pair of worn-out shoes to step on for 2 days." Yun Sueha said, "Tomorrow is the 3rd day since you came here, and you have to go back home. If your mother sees you stepping on your worn-out shoes, she will be heartbroken." Chiyue lowered her head and whispered, "They won't feel sorry for me." After hearing this, Yun Sueha felt a pang in her heart, but she didn't know what to say to comfort her. Chuyu, on the other hand, looked up and asked, "Mom, can I not go back to my parents' home?" Looking at the little girl in front of her with a hint of stubbornness, Yun Sueha said patiently, "How can that be? Going back to my parents' home is a courtesy. Even if they do a bad job, they are still your parents. Didn't I hear that you have a little sister at home? It's good to go and see her." Thinking of her sister Xiaodao, Chuyu raised her eyebrows, and she seemed reluctant to leave, feeling anxious. Yun Sueha stuffed the shoes into Chuyu's hands and urged, "Go and change your shoes. Xinghe's shoes are too big. Be careful not to trip yourself." Chuyu couldn't persuade Yun Sueha, so she had to go and change her shoes. Although Yun Sueha's shoes were a little big, the soles were very comfortable. Wearing them on her feet was soft, as if she was stepping on clouds. "Mom, your shoes are really comfortable," Chuyu said with a smile. Yun Sueha, who was washing rice, smiled and said, "As long as it's comfortable." Lu Xinghe took out 2 turtles from the bucket and put them into the manure tank. "Mom, put these 2 turtles in the tank first and pour the rice soup into it after it cools down, so as not to scald them to death." Yun Sueha glanced into the tank. 2 such big turtles? Lu Xingping and Lu Xing'an also came to see. "Brother, did you catch this turtle?" "I stepped on it at that time." Yun Sueha raised her eyebrows. "I heard that if a turtle bites someone, it won't let go until its head is chopped off. Yaya is really brave." Fortunately, it didn't bite her. Thinking of the scene where the first turtle had a mouthful of grass and the second turtle was deeply stuck in the mud, Lu Xinghe couldn't help laughing and touched his nose. "Well, she is very brave." Lu Xingping lay down beside the slop tank and clicked his tongue twice. "If you ask me, my sister-in-law must be a fairy sent from heaven to save our family. Every time she goes out, her luck is so good that I envy her. Our family has been to the fields a lot, so how come she hasn't stepped on one once?" Lu Xing'an rolled his eyes at him. "With your heart as thick as the sky, I'm afraid it can only be a turtle that stepped on you, right?" Lu Xingping was choked by Lu Xing'an's words, puffed up his cheeks, and hummed as he looked towards the other bucket.
"Huh?
"Brother, our pigs are all gone. Why did you bring back the grass?" Lu Xinghe replied indifferently, "Your sister-in-law asked you to bring it back." Lu Xingping stretched out the tail tone and said "oh," and didn't say anything more. Chuyu, who had just walked out of the house, heard Lu Xingping's words and said, "This is called water bamboo leaves, and people can eat it. I thought that since we have a large family, it can also be a dish if we bring it back. This bucket can at least cope with 2 or 3 meals." Yun Sueha smiled aside. Yaya is still good at living. Nowadays, many people can't even fill their stomachs. Let's not be picky. Eat whatever we can. At least it won't make us sick. At noon, Yun Sueha took the spatula and Chiyu helped her. They made a pot of pig blood and wild vegetable soup, which was full of fragrance. The family ate quietly and took advantage of the hot sun to go back to their rooms to rest. Seeing that Yun Sueha was always sitting in the room doing needlework, Chiyu knocked on the door and entered her room. Yun Sueha glanced at Chiyu and prepared to sew the soles of her shoes. Why did Ye come to my room? After hesitating for a long time, Chiyu finally spoke. Mom, I see that you sit every day, which is not good for your health. Why don't I teach you a set of movements and you practice them? I heard that it can strengthen your body. Her original intention was to wish Yun Sueha well. After all, she was also good to her. She didn't know if what she said would make her angry. Yun Sueha was not angry. She put down the needle and thread in her hand. That movement was also taught by your uncle next door? Chiyu shook her head, without any flaws on her face. That's not the case. This movement was taught by that aunt. As for whether the aunt taught it to the uncle, I don't know. It's not that Yun Sueha didn't want to practice, but her body didn't allow it. She leaned close to Chuyu's ear and said a few words a little embarrassedly. After listening, Chiyu raised her eyebrows. What Mother said just now was obviously the problem of postpartum urinary incontinence. It seems that when she was pregnant with Xingping and Xing'an, she suffered a lot, so that she hasn't recovered until now. However, this seems to be a symptom that many women will experience after giving birth, right? This matter is relatively easy to solve. Mom, are your symptoms very serious? Chiyu asked in a low voice. Yun Sueha shook her head. It's okay, but you just can't make too big movements, and you can't lift heavy objects, especially sneezing. As she spoke, she lowered her head a little embarrassedly. Look at me. Why am I telling you all this? I'm sorry to make you laugh. Chiyu stepped forward and held Yun Sueha's hand, without any intention of looking down on her for this. Mom, it's actually nothing. I heard from that aunt that childbirth is harmful to the body. Many women will experience this after giving birth, but as long as they do good rehabilitation training in the later stage, it can be alleviated or even recovered. Yun Sueha perked up after hearing this. Is what Yaya said true? Chiyu blinked playfully. Whether it's true or not, Mom will know if she tries it. After all, I won't harm Mom. First solve the problem of urinary incontinence, then take good care of your body, strengthen your constitution, step by step. She believes that there will definitely be improvement. Yun Sueha smiled helplessly. Okay, I have nothing else to do at home every day anyway, so I'll listen to you and give it a try. If her body can really get better according to Chiyu's method, she would be happy to do so. After being taken bitter medicine for so many years, she is indeed a little tired of it. Mother, lie down on the bed first. Chiyu helped Yun Sueha lie down and began to guide her to do the movements. The first movement is very simple. Mother, take a deep breath first. At the beginning, Yun Sueha was a little embarrassed, and her movements were very restrained, always feeling ashamed. After slowly finding the feeling, it became much smoother. Chiyu kept her hands on Yun Sueha's lower abdomen, carefully feeling her strength again, and probably could judge whether her strength was correct through the contraction of her lower abdomen. Okay. Exhale, relax. In this way, after repeating for about dozens of times, Chiyu looked at Yun Sueha and said, Mom, you should have found the feeling, right? Yun Sueha hummed a little embarrassedly. Chiyu said again, Since you have found the feeling for this movement, I will teach you the next movement, which can also be done while lying on the bed. After teaching 3 sets of movements in a row, Yun Sueha was already sweating all over. Mom, you practice these movements first, twice a day, at least 2/4 of an hour each time, and you should see obvious results after a month. Yun Sueha widened her eyes. Just these few movements are enough? No need to take medicine? Chiyu smiled. This kind of problem can't be solved by taking medicine. Mom, trust me once, just these few movements are enough. Since Chiyu said so, Yun Sueha simply put her heart back in her stomach. Okay. Mother will listen to you and practice well every day. Chiyu hummed. Then Mother will get familiar with it again. I will go back to the house first. Yun Sueha continued to practice the movements taught by Chiyu and said, Go. When you go out, just help Mother close the door. These movements need not be seen by others. Chuyu returned to the house, and Lu Xinghe, who was sitting in front of the window dipping water to practice calligraphy, opened his lips slightly, wanting to ask something, but finally did not speak. Instead, Chuyu approached Lu Xinghe, looked at the handwriting on the table that had not yet dried, and said with envy, "Husband, can you teach me to recognize words?" Although she knew the Chinese characters, she came from a poor peasant family where no one could read. It was already surprising for them that she could recognize a few medicinal herbs. If she could recognize words, people might really think she was a monster. After all, he was free at the moment. After saying that, he used a brush dipped in water to write a few simple words on the table to teach Chuyu to recognize. At last, he gave the seat by the table to Chuyu, held her hand and taught her how to dip the brush in water and how to use the brush to write the words she had just recognized. Fortunately, Chuyu was smart. In just half a day, she could recognize and write down 20 or 30 words, which really surprised Lu Xinghe for a long time. He said it was a pity that she was not a boy. With such a smart brain, if it was a boy, he might really be able to pass the imperial examination. Chuyu just pursed her lips and smiled, without saying a word. The next day, because they were going to visit their parents, Yun Sueha prepared 20 kilograms of old rice for Chuyu in the morning. She also took the larger piece of wild boar meat from the beam, which weighed about 2 or 3 kilograms. She also strung 100 copper coins and stuffed them into the basket, put them together with the meat, and covered them with a cloth. After Chuyu had breakfast, Yun Sueha began to urge the two of them. "It's time to leave. It will take half a day to get to Nyoto village. The sooner you go, the sooner you can return." Chuyu picked up the basket and found it was quite heavy. So she uncovered the cloth and took a look. She was stunned. "Mom, so many things?" Yun Sueha waved her hand. "It's not much, not much. Take it, and let your parents know that we value our daughter, who they treat as grass." Chuyu shook her head and took out the 100 copper coins. "Mom, I can still take the rice and meat. After all, my little sister also needs to eat, but this money is not enough. You know, my father is a gambler. In the end, not a penny of this money will be spent at home. Instead of taking it to him to lose, we might as well keep it and use it slowly." Yun Sueha was at a loss for a moment and looked in the direction of Lu Xinghe. Finally, seeing him nodded, she didn't force it and reached out to take the copper coins handed back by Chuyu. "Okay, if you don't want to take it, then don't take it.
We can use it ourselves."
Then she continued to urge, "You guys go quickly. Be careful not to go too late, and you won't have food to eat." The two nodded and set off. As soon as they walked out of Banpo village, Lu Xinghe reached out to Chuyu's basket. "Let me take it." Chuyu wanted to say it wasn't heavy, but the man was too strong. Before she could say anything, he took the basket and put the rice in the basket. Chuyu felt warm in her heart. She bit her lip and asked in a low voice, "Husband, why are you so good to me?" Hearing this question, Lu Xinghe looked a little uncomfortable. He turned his face away. "You are my wife. If I don't treat you well, how can I treat others well?" Because he was looking away, Chuyu did not notice the expression that flashed across his face. When she heard this answer, a flash of disappointment flashed through her heart for no reason. She wondered if he would treat her well if his wife was someone else. Although she knew that she was a little hypocritical to think so, and thought that his answer was not wrong, she still felt awkward in her heart, so much so that she did not take the initiative to say a word to Lu Xinghe for the next half day. Lu Xinghe had never been with a girl before, and did not know that his words just now would make Chuyu feel uncomfortable. She just thought that she was so silent because she was tired from walking. She was still thinking in her heart that when she came back and the basket was empty, maybe she could keep a distance from him. Finally, the two arrived at Nyoto village when the sun was shining on their heads. Many people saw Chuyu and a tall man passing by their door side by side, and greeted her one after another. "Arya, is this your man?" Chuyu's heart pounded when she heard the words "your man." Her cheeks, which were already red from the sun due to the rush, became even hotter. She lowered her head slightly, nodded and said, "Yes." After hearing this answer, those people would immediately sigh, "Your man is so handsome." Chuyu saw those people staring at Lu Xinghe. For some reason, she felt sour in her heart and pulled Lu Xinghe home as if she was running away. After finally arriving at her door, Chuyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Xinghe pursed his lips and smiled, and pulled his sleeve to wipe the sweat off Chuyu's forehead. Why are you running so fast?
They won't eat people.
They won't eat people, but they will eat you. Chuyu didn't say this in front of Lu Xinghe. The Chu family's yard was not big. Zhao Chunhua, who was busy in the kitchen, had sharp ears. She heard the noise as soon as the two appeared at the door. She went out, and when she saw Chuyu and Lu Xinghe, she hurried forward to open the gate and shouted, "Master, Dashin, Arya brought her son-in-law back home. Come out and greet the guests." The two heard the noise and hurried out of their respective rooms. When Chu Yuqian saw Lu Xinghe, his eyes still evaded for no reason. If possible, he really didn't want to have anything to do with this man. When Chu Dashin went out and saw the heavy basket in Lu Xinghe's hand, he hurried forward to take it and said with a smile, "Come here. What else do you bring?" It's so polite. As he spoke, he took out the things in the basket. When he saw the piece of meat under Chinmi, his throat rolled, and the sound of swallowing saliva was heard clearly by Chuyu, who was standing 1 meter away. It was really embarrassing. Zhao Chunhua and Chu Yuqian looked at each other and laughed to break the awkward scene. "Haha, look at me. Why are you always standing outside? Come in quickly, it's hot outside, let's chat." She looked at Chu Yuqian and said, "Boss, please take good care of the son-in-law. I'm going to the kitchen to work. There's nothing delicious at home. Arya and the son-in-law can have a meal before leaving."
Okay.
Chu Yuqian made a gesture to invite the house. "Son-in-law, come in with me."
Sister.
At this moment, Xiaodao came out of the room where she lived with Chuyu before, stood at the door, and shouted softly. There was excitement and panic in her eyes. Her eyes were slightly red, and her hands were nowhere to go. Chuyu suppressed the emotions in her heart, looked at Lu Xinghe, and then looked at Chu Yuqian. "I'll go to accompany Xiaodao." Chu Yuqian waved his hand. "Go ahead." Chuyu pulled Xiaodao into the house, smiled, and stroked her head. "But do you miss your sister?" Xiaodao nodded quickly. Chuyu squatted down, looked at her, and whispered, "How have you been these 2 days?" She looked very carefully. Xiaodao wanted to shake her head, but just when she was about to shake her head, her little head suddenly nodded up and down twice. Xiaodao is fine, but she misses her sister so much. Will she leave again this time? Looking at Chu Xiaodao with a wronged look, Chuyu felt a little reluctant in her heart, but still told the truth. "I will leave. My sister is getting married, and I can't always come back to see you in the future." Although she knew the answer in her heart, after hearing Chuyu's words, she still felt panic for no reason. "Then can my sister take Xiaodao with her? She has been with Chuyu since she was a child. From changing diapers, coaxing her to sleep, to crawling, to walking, to learning to talk, she has never left Chuyu for a day. Now that Chuyu is gone, her heart is filled with fear and anxiety." Chuyu's eyes were red as she gently held Chu Xiaodao in her arms. "Good Xiaodao, I want to take you away too, but I can't. You are your parents' child, and they won't let me take you away. I'll try to come and see you more often in the future, okay?" Chu Xiaotao's tears fell when she heard this. Her suppressed sobs made her thin shoulders tremble constantly, which made Chuyu even more reluctant. Alas, if the little girl was 7 or 8 years old, she wouldn't have to worry about it. Now she is left alone in the Chu family, and she doesn't know what kind of life she will have. When Chu Xiaotao's mood stabilized a little, Chuyu took out a small paper bag like a magic trick. She opened the paper bag and found 2 small pieces of exquisite cakes inside. The cakes were bought when she came back from the town the day before yesterday. At that time, she spent 5 cents to buy a small bag. When she heard that she was going to visit her parents, she deliberately left 2 small pieces for Xiaodao to eat. Chuyu took out a piece of cake from the paper bag and put it in Xiaodao's hand. Chu Xiaodao had never eaten cakes. Only when her sister was around, she would secretly take out a small can of brown sugar from the basket on the beam while her mother was out and dip her chopsticks in it for her to taste. That was the only time she had ever eaten sweets. Because she was afraid of being discovered by her mother, her sister only dared to dip her chopsticks in it and let her lick it. Because the taste was too good, she remembered it deeply. Looking at the cake with delicate patterns on her hand, Chu Xiaodao, who was still crying, stretched out her little hand and touched it gently. It looks so good. Then, she put the cake into her mouth, tiptoed, bit a little bit as big as a mung bean, and tasted its taste carefully in her mouth. The cake was very delicate and melted in her mouth. The sweet taste soothed the little girl's anxious heart. She smiled and looked at Chuyu. Sister, it's delicious. Chuyu touched her head. I'm glad you like it. Eat it quickly. There's still a piece. Chu Xiaodao shook her head. Sister, eat it too. Such delicious food can't be eaten by her alone. Chuyu felt warm in her heart and smiled and said, Silly Xiaodao. I can bring it to you. I must have eaten it myself. Both pieces are yours. Then, Chu Xiaodao looked at Chuyu uncertainly. Xiaodao, can you keep the other piece for when you are hungry? Hearing this, Chuyu felt sad for no reason. But as soon as the emotion came up, she suppressed it. Xiaodao, don't you know your mother? We have been chatting here for a long time. She will definitely think that I gave you something good. When she turns around, she will turn the cakes out. Not only will you have no cakes, but I am afraid they will beat you up for eating alone. It is said that a son should not blame his father, and a daughter should not blame her mother for her adultery, but these two have experienced this in the Chu family, and it is not that she wants to deliberately alienate Xiaodao from her parents. Now, she said the severity of this, just because she didn't want Xiaodao to be hurt because of herself. Xiaodao's joy of eating the cakes was extinguished because of Chuyu's words. She nodded, lowered her head, and ate the first piece of cake while crying.
She didn't know why.
She didn't want her sister to worry, but she couldn't hold back her tears. Was it because she was too useless that her sister wanted to leave her? Chuyu held the cake in one hand and wiped her tears with the other. If Xiaodao cries again, I will be worried even if I leave. The 5-year-old girl took a deep breath, raised her sleeves to wipe her eyes, and showed a smile that she thought was brilliant. Xiaodao, don't cry. Sister, don't worry about Xiaodao. Xiaodao will be fine. Chuyu held back the sadness and handed the remaining cake in her hand to Xiaodao. Xiaodao is the best. Eat this one too. Mom will call us to eat later.
Yes.
Chu Xiaodao nodded, took the cake handed by Chuyu, and ate it in small bites. When she was crying just now, she couldn't taste the taste of the cake. Now the sweetness of the cake filled her mouth, and Xiaodao was really calm. Master, bring the children to eat. Zhao Chunhua's voice sounded at the right time. Chuyu looked at Chu Xiaodao, wiped the pastry crumbs from the corner of her lips, and stuffed 2 copper coins into her hand. After I leave, you can give this to Mother, and say that I gave it to you. You are a child, and she must know that I won't give you too much. Chu Xiaodao pursed her lips and nodded. When she raised her eyes again, there was a bit more strength in her watery eyes. Chuyu smiled knowingly and took her out to the kitchen. Lunch was a bowl of thin rice soup with only a few grains of brown rice visible. Perhaps because she was reluctant to give up the little rice at home, Zhao Chunhua just added a little more water to the porridge originally cooked for the family of 4. In addition, she picked out some salted vegetables for the first time, which was pickled by the original owner. Zhao Chunhua looked at Chu Yu and Lu Xinghe. Our family is not well off, and we don't have much to eat. You came in a hurry, so we don't have anything to treat you. Ye and Xinghe, please don't be so polite. This was something Zhao Chunhua could do, so Chu didn't say anything. She looked in the direction of Lu Xinghe, and she couldn't see any dissatisfaction in his eyes, so she was relieved. After dinner, Zhao Chunhua pulled Chuyu into the house. Chuyu didn't know what Zhao Chunhua wanted to do, but she knew in her heart that it must not be a good thing. Zhao Chunhua smiled and looked flattering. Arya, Mother heard that on the first day you went to Bampo village, your son-in-law brought back a wild boar? Mother is quite well informed. Chuyu complained in her heart and continued, it's just a half-grown wild boar. There wasn't much left after it was distributed to the neighbors. Since she had already found out, it was useless to hide it. Instead, it would make her feel like her family had made a lot of money. Zhao Chunhua complained a little and felt a little distressed, as if they were cutting her own flesh. We finally killed a wild boar. Why are you still sending it away? With all the benefits, why don't you bring more to my mother's family? If you bring a 20-30 kilograms one, our family can eat well. Chuyu clenched her fists. She wanted to scold her, but she held back. There was obvious displeasure in her voice. Besides, Dad did such a glorious thing. Others don't know. How can Mom not know? I am almost pointed at and scolded by people in the Liu family every day, and they don't have time to guard against me. And you want to take advantage of it? At the end, she muttered in a low voice. Even if I want to take advantage, the Liu family must be talented. The wild boar was sold for money, and the next thing I know is that it's used to buy medicine for my mother-in-law. Hearing this, Zhao Chunhua was stunned. She almost forgot that Lu Xinghe had a mother who was always soaking in medicine jars. She said it was normal for the Liu family to guard against her. It was indeed shameful for the head of the family to steal the pig. To be fair, if her daughter-in-law's father was such a person, she would also have to guard against him. Thinking of this, she suddenly believed Chu Yu's words. Although her daughter is not as submissive as before, she is still soft-hearted and her heart is still with her parents. Zhao Chunhua rolled her eyes and asked again, "You stayed with Xiao Tao for so long just now. Did you bring her any good things?" She didn't get much benefit today, and she was still unwilling in her heart. Chu Yu's eyes flickered. "Where do I have any good things? It's just that I haven't seen Xiao Tao for a long time, so I'm close to her." Chu Yu did it on purpose, and Zhao Chunhua saw it clearly. She pursed her lips and finally resisted beating and scolding her as before. After all, Chu Yu got married, and she had to count on her to send some benefits to her parents in the future. What Xiao Tao got, she would know after asking. Then she saw the brand new shoes on Chu Yu's feet. You've put on new shoes. They look comfortable, but they don't seem to fit my feet. They're the same size as mine. I have a pair of your old shoes at home. Why don't you give them to me?" As she said that, she was about to take off Chu Yu's shoes. "I haven't worn new shoes for a long time." "You're really lucky." Chu Yu suffocated and retracted her feet. Zhao Chunhua's hands froze and her voice immediately became sharp. "You silly girl, it's just a pair of shoes. Why can't you give it to me? After all, you came out of Mother's belly. What's wrong with giving Mother something when you go back home? These shoes are not mine, they belong to my mother-in-law." Chu Yu said, "Yesterday when I went to the fields, I left my shoes on the ridge, and I don't know who took them away. My mother-in-law gave me a pair of hers to wear first. After all, I can't go back home without shoes. People will say that the Liu family abused their daughter-in-law." Seeing that Zhao Chunhua was still staring at her shoes, Chu Yu continued, "I have to return these shoes to her when I get home. If I give them to my mother, what can I give back to her? My life in the Liu family is already difficult enough now, Mother. Please don't make it difficult for me anymore." Seeing that there was really no benefit to be gained from Chu Yu, Zhao Chunhua waved her hand impatiently. Okay, son-in-law should have rested by now. You should go back earlier so as to avoid having to walk at night." Chu Yu nodded and left Zhao Chunhua's room. When she came out, Lu Xinghe was standing under the eaves of the main hall waiting for her. He didn't mean to eavesdrop on the movement in the room just now, but the two people's voices were not deliberately concealed, and his hearing was good, so they came into his ears. He knew that Chu Yu kept playing the victim just to let Zhao Chunhua stop pestering him. He also felt a little distressed that her situation in the Chu family before was so difficult. Seeing her come out, he picked up the basket at hand and said, "Go home." Chu Yu hummed and looked toward Xiao Tao's door. She saw the little girl standing at the door biting her lower lip, with a look of reluctance on her face. Chu Yu didn't say anything, just smiled at her and quickly followed Lu Xinghe out of the yard. Yeah. Chu Yu and Lu Xinghe walked out side by side and heard a familiar voice. She turned her head and saw Wu Yong from next door, the boy who grew up with Chu Yu as a childhood sweetheart. Although his appearance was not stunning, he was clean and refreshing. "Wu Yong, aren't you learning carpentry in Lushu village? Why are you back?" The young man did not answer Chu Yu immediately. He glanced at the tall and handsome man beside Chu Yu, and then put his gaze back on her. Wu Yong is 2 years older than Chu Yu, and he is 16 this year. He originally wanted to learn the carpentry job as soon as possible while he was still young, so that he could propose to the Chu family in 2 years when he would be 18 and live a good life with Chuyu. However, he never thought that when he heard the letter, she had been sent to Banpo village by the Chu family father and son. He wanted to go to Banpo village to bring her back, but was stopped by his mother. She said that Chuyu had been to the Liu family for a day, and the rice was cooked. Doing this would only ruin her reputation, so he had to endure it. Today, when he heard that she came back, he didn't even have lunch and kept waiting outside the yard, just to wait for Chuyu to come out. "I heard that you are married?" The young man's expression was gloomy and depressed, completely different from his sunny and cheerful appearance in front of her in the past. Chuyu had never seen Wu Yong with this expression before, which made her a little overwhelmed, as if she had become a heartless and unfaithful man at this moment. But she is married now, and there are some things that cannot leave people with illusions. She plucked up her courage, pulled Lu Xinghe's slightly rough big hand, nodded and said, "Yes, I'm married. Let me introduce you. This is my husband Lu Xinghe." Lu Xinghe felt the soft touch in his big palm and held her small hand in his hand. Looking at the two people's hands clasped together, Wu Yong's expression flashed a little hurt. After a moment, he forced a smile. "Congratulations."
Chui we're not dead.
"Thank you." There was a trace of apology on her face, "but I'm afraid I can't talk to you for long. Otherwise, I will go back in the dark." Wu Yong smiled. "Come back soon. Be careful on the road." Chuyu nodded and hurriedly pulled Lu Xinghe away. But before the two of them had taken 10 steps, they heard Wu Yong shouting again, "Lu Xinghe." Lu Xinghe raised his eyebrows slightly, turned and looked at Wu Yong. "What's the matter?" After he said that, he raised his fist and deliberately made a fierce look. Looking at the ferocious young man in front of him, Lu Xinghe suddenly felt a little funny. He tightened Chuyu's hand. "Don't worry, you won't have this chance." After saying that, she took Chuyu away. Wu Yong looked at the two figures going away until they completely disappeared from his sight. Then he turned around and walked towards his home. When he left, he would occasionally raise his sleeves to rub his face. In the yard, looking at the two figures that had already walked away outside the gate, Chu Xiaoao came in front of Zhao Chunhua. She spread out her hands and handed a copper coin in her hand to Zhao Chunhua. "Mom, this is the money my sister gave me. Xiaodao is afraid that she can't keep it well, so you keep it." Zhao Chunhua smiled and twisted the copper coin in Xiaodao's hand. "Xiaodao is really sensible." She squatted down and looked at Xiaodao. "Your sister only gave you 1 copper coin?" Xiaodao nodded obediently. "My sister said that her life is not easy now, and her brother-in-law is only willing to give her 1 copper coin. Because it is too little, I can't afford it if I give it to Mom, so she asked me to use it to buy snacks. A 5-year-old child will not lie. I really wronged her just now." After walking out of Wu Yong's sight, Chuyu felt embarrassed and wanted to retract her hand, but she found that Lu Xinghe held her hand tightly. Helplessly, she could only let him hold it. The two of them walked hand in hand in front of many families in Yodo village. Many people cast ambiguous glances at them, and some even whispered about them. Thinking of what Chu Yuqian did, Aria's life will not be easy after she gets married. Look how worried her husband is about her. That's right. They walk hand in hand. The couple is in love. It's really enviable. Lu Xinghe raised the corners of his lips slightly when he heard the discussion of the crowd. Chuyu just wanted to leave here as soon as possible after being watched by so many people. Thinking of this, she quickened her pace. The two left Nyoto village and walked towards the mountains. Lu Xinghe let go of Chuyu's hand, mainly because he saw the girl's face, which seemed quite embarrassed. "I heard you say before that Uncle Wu next door to you is a traveling doctor, and that Wu Yong is his son?" Lu Xinghe asked as he walked, observing Chuyu's expression with his peripheral vision. Chuyu nodded. "Yes, he is 2 years older than me, and he has always taken good care of me." There was nothing between her and Wu Yong, so there was really no need to hide it. Lu Xinghe and Chuyu had not been together for a long time, but he knew her well, so he didn't think much about it. It's better to keep some distance from him in the future. Hearing this, Chiyu tilted her head and looked at Lu Xinghe. Lu Xinghe's eyes dodged for a moment. He coughed fakely and touched the tip of his nose.
No.
Chiyu said, I don't believe it. Lu Xinghe raised his eyebrows. Why? Chiyu smiled. If my husband is not jealous, why do you want me to keep a distance from him? Lu Xinghe couldn't help it, raised his hand and rubbed the girl's head. You are my wife. I don't let you keep a distance from him. Do I ask you to get closer to a man outside? Chiyu thought about it, and it made sense. But precisely because it made sense, she felt a little embarrassed. Just now, she thought he would be jealous of her. Would he think she was being sentimental? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but quicken her pace. Lu Xinghe didn't know why Chiyu suddenly wanted to walk so fast. He just kept keeping up with her pace and reminded her from time to time to walk slowly and not to sprain her ankle. As she walked, Chiyu stepped on something and stumbled, almost spraining her ankle. Lu Xinghe hurried forward to hold Chiyu's arm. Are you okay? Chiyu shook her head and looked at her feet, thinking it was a stone. She was about to kick it away, but when she saw the silver ingot shining silver in the sun, she looked at Lu Xinghe in surprise. The two looked at each other, and Chiyu hurriedly bent down to pick up the silver ingot and looked at it over and over again. The silver ingot weighed about 10 taels, and there was some dirt accumulated in the cracks of the silver ingot. It was unknown how long it had been here. It was obviously ownerless. The rest was nothing special. Only the 4 big characters Nanyuan Treasury Silver engraved on the bottom made her frown slightly. Chiyu didn't quite understand what these 4 big characters meant, but she also knew that silver with a record of its origin must not be used indiscriminately, otherwise it might bring trouble to herself. She put the silver ingot in Lu Xinghe's hand. Husband, take a look. Lu Xinghe frowned as he looked at the silver ingot. This silver ingot seems to have come from the National Treasury. Silver ingots can be found even on the mountain road. This little girl's luck is really extraordinary. Chiyu looked puzzled. From the National Treasury? Lu Xinghe nodded. Only the silver ingots that come out of the National Treasury will be engraved with the 4 words, Nanyuan Treasury Silver. This kind of silver is mainly used for military pay, official salaries, palace expenses, local construction, disaster relief, etc., and it will not easily fall into the hands of ordinary people. Chiyu looked regretful. Then, according to my husband's meaning, can we not use this silver ingot? Of course we can't use official silver. Ordinary people or officials will be beheaded for private use of official silver, but melting it into broken silver will not be a problem. Lu Xinghe put the silver ingot back into Chiyu's hands. Since it is an ownerless object, you should keep it well first. When it's colder, we can melt it together when we go to the kiln. Don't let mother know, so that she won't worry about it, and don't tell others so that people won't think about it. Chiyu nodded and carefully hid the 10 liang silver ingot in her sleeve. 10 liang. It's not a small amount. Although returning lost property is a virtue, the silver ingot may not end up in the hands of the owner after being handed over. Since her family is so short of money, she might as well keep it for the family. After a short delay, the two continued on their way. Chiyu looked around while walking and picked some herbs when she saw them. About halfway through the journey, Chiyu's foot that had stepped on the silver ingot just now actually began to hurt a little, and it was a little difficult for her to walk. Lu Xinghe looked at her limping appearance and hurriedly handed her the basket in his hand. Here. Chiyu picked up the basket with a puzzled look on her face and saw Lu Xinghe walk around and squatted down in front of her. Get up, I'll carry you. Chiyu waved her hand hurriedly. No, I can walk. Lu Xinghe looked back at her. Your feet are not suitable for long distances. Do you want me to carry you? Chiyu's expression froze, and she lay on his back obediently. Then carry me on your back. At least you can't see her face, and it will be less awkward. Lu Xinghe curled his lips, carrying Chiyu on his back and walking in the mountains like the wind, seemingly unaffected and even faster than when he was traveling with Chiyu just now. Chiyu lay on his broad back, feeling the clear muscle lines on the man's back that bulged from time to time, feeling a sense of security. It is hard for a woman not to like a man who is good-looking and considerate. Although the family is a little poor, it is not bad for the family to live in harmony and peace. She suddenly felt that being able to marry into such a family, in this woman's status, is a great honor. The world is pretty good now. There's really no need to dwell on emotional issues, which would only make one seem hypocritical. Thinking of this, Chuyu hugged Lu Xinghe's neck tightly, rested her head on his broad shoulders, with a faint smile on her face. Noticing the little girl's gradually relaxing body, Lu Xinghe raised the corners of his lips slightly, slowed down his pace slightly, and walked quickly and steadily in the mountains. Finally, after wasting some time on the road, the two finally returned to Bampo village before the sun set. Fearing that she would be watched by the villagers, Chuyu whispered, "Husband, can you put me down? Otherwise, it would not be good for others to see it." But Lu Xinghe had no intention of putting her down. It's natural for a husband to carry his wife on his back. Why should we care what others say? Hearing Lu Xinghe's answer, Chuyu blushed. At this moment, a voice came from the front.
Hey.
What happened? At this moment, Lu Xinghe had already carried Chuyu to the village entrance. The person who spoke was Wang Xuelan, who was carrying wild vegetables out of the kitchen to wash vegetables not far from the village entrance. Chuyu followed Lu Xinghe and called out, "Grandma." Lu Xinghe continued, "Today, I went back home with Yaya. On the way back, she twisted her foot, so I carried her for a while." Upon hearing this, Wang Xuelan hurriedly put down the basin in her hand and said, "Is it serious? If it is serious, you must see a doctor tomorrow." Chuyu hurriedly shook her head. "It's not serious. It's just a slight twist, and she walked too far, so it hurts a little. She will be fine after resting for a day or two." Just then, the family heard the noise outside, and all came out of the house. There was Lu Xinghe's grandfather, his eldest uncle, second uncle, fourth uncle, eldest aunt, second aunt, youngest aunt, and a bunch of children, grandchildren, and wives of the three uncles and uncles. More than 20 pairs of eyes were all staring at Chuyu on Lu Xinghe's back. Chuyu was not a person who liked to be in the limelight. She felt a little embarrassed to be watched by so many people, so she leaned close to Lu Xinghe's ear and whispered, "Husband, you'd better put me down. This is just the entrance to the village, and there is still a long way to go. Wouldn't she have to be watched like a monkey all the way?" Lu Xinghe pursed his beautiful lips into a slight smile and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Don't worry, we'll just go back the same way we took last time." He turned and looked at the yard not far away. "Grandpa and Grandma, eldest uncle, second uncle, fourth uncle, Yaya's feet are not feeling well, so we'll go back first. We'll bring her to see you when her feet are better." Lu Xinghe's grandfather Lu Taixing waved his hand quickly. Go back and have a good rest." Lu Xinghe nodded and left with Chuyu on his back. Since the two left, the yard where Lu Taixing and Wang Xuelan were became lively. Fourth uncle Lu Shouqing looked at Lu Xinghe's receding back and exclaimed in amazement, "I thought it would be difficult to find a wife with Xinghe's temper, but I didn't expect that he would change a lot after the little girl Chu came into the house." Eldest uncle Lu Laifu disagreed. "What's the use of change? With one more mouth to feed, I'm afraid life will be even harder." Second uncle Lu, Lai Kai, nodded. What the eldest brother said makes sense. Young Aunt Jiang Xiuqin whispered, "How much can a little girl eat? Maybe if someone is looking after this family, Xinghe will feel more at ease working outside, and life will be better." Second Aunt Zhao Guiqin snorted coldly. "Chu doesn't look like a diligent person. She can't even walk a few steps and still needs someone to carry her. She is just an embroidered pillow. How much help can she provide? Isn't it? She is just lucky. The day she came here, Xinghui happened to carry a wild boar back. She thinks she is a treasure. Just wait and see. If this continues, Yun's hard days are still to come." Aunt Tian Chuanyan's face was full of gloating. Lu Taixing looked at his 3 sons and 3 daughters-in-law and waved his hands impatiently. All right, you're all parents and grandparents. Don't gossip about them all day long. The Xinghe family has been separated. Even if there are more mouths, you don't have to feed them, just take care of yourselves." The eldest daughter-in-law Tian Chunyan rolled her eyes and asked hurriedly, "Dad, what do you and Mom think about the division of the family? You two are so old now, and we can't let you continue to work hard for the whole family. We are all grandparents, and it's not appropriate for so many people to get together at home." Lu Taixing put his pipe in his mouth and took a puff, then looked at his wife and nodded.
Divide.
In the past 2 years, great-grandchildren have jumped out one after another. There are indeed too many people in the family. The sons, daughters-in-law, and even grandchildren have begun to clamor for separation. They have even chosen their own houses and have set foot on them. Once the family is divided, they will use the money they get to repair the house. Lu Taixing knew that if this family was divided, they would never be able to get them back together. It would be better to separate them and let him and his wife live a peaceful life. When everyone heard Lu Taixing's answer, they were happy and their faces were full of joy. Especially those granddaughters-in-law. Facing such a large family as soon as they entered the door, they really felt uncomfortable doing anything. Lu Taixing knocked on his pipe and looked at his youngest son. Shouqing, go to your third sister-in-law's house and ask her to bring the children over tomorrow. Lu Shouqing nodded and went out to Lu Xinghe's house. The others looked at each other, and the eldest daughter-in-law Tian Chunyan asked hurriedly, Dad, our family is splitting up. Why did you call the Yin family? Lu Taixing took another puff of his pipe. When the third daughter-in-law's family split up before, they got nothing except the house you helped build. This time they should also have a share. When he said this, the expressions on the faces of the daughters-in-law and sons became a little unhappy. Dad, you have to act according to your conscience. The third son's family has been separated for so many years and has not made any contribution to the family. The third son has been gone for so many years. Why should they also have a share? The eldest daughter-in-law Tian Chunyan said. The second daughter-in-law, Zhao Guiqin, quickly agreed. That's right, Dad, you can't be so partial. When the third son was alive, it was because of our family's support that he was able to pass the imperial examination. At that time, we hoped that he would become successful, and we would also benefit from it. Who knew that in the end, he would lose everything and leave us such a big mess. We have done our best for him. Everyone was clamoring, and no one agreed to divide up their own money and land. Seeing that several sons wanted to say something, Lu Taixing raised his hand. Listen to me first. Everyone quieted down. A trace of sadness flashed across Lu Taixing's face. First of all, the third child is a capable person. He passed the examination and became a scholar at a young age. Our family's land was exempted from taxes for at least 12 years because of him. This is a lot of money. Our whole family has enjoyed his benefits. Besides, when the third child was here, did he slack off during the busy farming season? Not to mention Yun, because the third child had to study, she always rushed to do things at home without any complaints. Now she not only gave birth to the third child's 3 children, but also raised them alone. She is also a great contributor to our family. Even if the third child is gone, the old man still recognizes her as his daughter-in-law. As he spoke, he patted his chest. Why do you ask me? He looked around at everyone, with a hint of excitement in his tone. The palms and backs of my hands are all flesh. They are all the descendants of me and your mother. Why can't they have what you have? The sons and daughters-in-law listened and bowed their heads.
But people think about themselves.
Even if the Yun family is having a hard time, it has nothing to do with them now. They still have their own lives to live. The eldest daughter-in-law Tian Chunyan kept winking in the direction of her husband. She had no choice but to ask, Dad, the third son's family has been separated for so long. They can't get as much as us, right? At this time, Wang Xuelan, who had finished washing vegetables, had also come to Lu Taixing's side. She waved the water on her apron and looked at the sons and daughters-in-law in front of her. I have discussed this with your father, and I know you will not accept it. Tomorrow, you 3 families will pick the land first. Is there any objection to this? After hearing this, the few people gave up. When Lu Xinghe carried Chiyu home, Yun Suehe was shocked. What's the matter? Why are you carrying her back? Xingping, go and open the gate. Lu Xingping hurried forward to open the door, took the basket in Chiyu's hand, and let the 2 in. Lu Xinghe entered the yard and put Chiyu down. After Chiyu got off the ground, she limped 2 steps to sit on the chair, pulled up her trouser legs, and saw her slightly swollen ankle, feeling helpless. It didn't hurt much at the time, so why did it swell? But Yun Sueha and Lu Xinghe saw the swollen area clearly. Yun Sueha frowned and looked at Chuyu with concern. Why is your foot swollen? You have to find a doctor to see it. Chuyu shook her head. Mom, it's okay. I'll apply a cold handkerchief later, and the swelling should be gone tomorrow. Lu Xinghe heard it, hurriedly took a handkerchief, dipped it in water, wrung it half dry, and handed it to Chuyu. Apply it first. Thinking that it was inconvenient to apply a foot mask outside, Lu Xinghe went straight forward, picked up Chuyu horizontally, and walked into the house. This action startled Chuyu, and she cried out softly. Yun Sueha looked at the backs of the two people, covered her mouth and laughed, and the worries in her heart were also reduced a lot. Lu Xingfeng's eyes followed Lu Xinghe until he entered the room, and his eyes were still on the closed door. Yun Sueha saw it and glared at him. You are just a kid. Why are you so curious? Hurry up and work, dry the herbs and go to the kitchen to help Xingen. Your sister-in-law might be injured because her shoes don't fit her. Mother will continue to make shoes for her. Lu Xingfeng held the back of his head and smiled. Okay, mother. Being held in Lu Xinghe's arms, Chuyu was frozen, and her face was terribly hot. Lu Xinghe put her on the Kong and reached out to take her feet, but Chuyu pulled back. She reached out and took the handkerchief from Lu Xinghe's hand. I'll do it myself. Knowing that the little girl was shy, Lu Xinghe didn't force her. Then you apply the foot massage first. I'll go outside to see if there's anything I can help with, and I'll bring you dinner later, so you don't have to go out for the time being. Chuyu nodded with her head down. Okay. Lu Xinghe glanced at her and left the house. It just so happened that Lu Shouqing had already arrived outside the yard.
Xinghe.
Lu Xinghe looked up. Fourth uncle? He hurried forward to open the gate. Fourth uncle is coming to my house now. What's the matter? Where's your mother? As he spoke, he raised his head and shouted into the house. Is third sister-in-law home? Yun Sueha, who had only sewn 2 stitches on the sole of her shoe, heard the voice and could only put down her shoe first and leave the house. Shouqing is here. Lu Shouqing sighed. Third sister-in-law. Dad asked me to come and tell you that you should take Xinghe and his brothers to the old house tomorrow. Yun Sueha looked puzzled. But what's the matter? Lu Shouqing sighed. Well, it's about the separation of the family. Recently, my eldest sister-in-law and my second sister-in-law have been mentioning this to my parents. Yun Sueha was a little surprised. Dad agreed to the separation? When they were clamoring to let their parents-in-law separate their family, Dad was unwilling at first, saying that he would not separate the family while his parents were still alive. Later, because the quarrel was too serious, he had no choice but to do so. Now that the 2 elders are still alive, they decided to separate the family. It is estimated that they were annoyed by the quarrels of the eldest sister-in-law and the second sister-in-law. Lu Shouqing nodded. Yes, Dad agreed when my eldest sister-in-law mentioned it today. However, even if we separate the family, we should live with my parents. They are old, and I am not at ease letting them live alone. Yun Sueha hurriedly said. That's for sure. My parents are almost 60 years old, and it is better for them to have someone to watch them. After Lu Shouqing finished speaking, he turned and walked out of the courtyard gate. I have brought the message, sister-in-law. Remember to bring Xinghe and others tomorrow. Yun Sueha walked a few steps towards the courtyard gate. Hey, Shouqing, eat first before you go. Lu Shouqing waved his hands as he walked. No, I've cooked at home, so I won't bother you, sister-in-law. Lu Xingfeng ran out of the kitchen, stood beside Yun Sueha, looked at the back of his fourth uncle going away, and asked in a low voice, Mom, grandparents and uncles are dividing the family. Why did they ask us to join them? Haven't we been separated long ago? Yun Sueha touched Lu Xingfeng's head. No matter why they ask us to join them, just go if they ask us to go. You are all your grandparents' grandchildren. We will take whatever they give us, and we won't fight for what they don't give us. We have gained benefits after all, so we will be filial to your grandparents in the future.
She sighed.
People, life is just like this. In fact, it's just like this. Instead of worrying about this and that, it's better to make yourself live more comfortably, at least happy in your heart. After that, she went to the kitchen to cook. Lu Xingfeng said, oh, half understandingly, turned around and went to the room. Chuyu took off her shoes, put on a cold towel, and sat on the kong, listening to the outside talk. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Every family has its own problems. After a while, Lu Xinghe came in with a basin of cold water. He took the towel that Chu had put on for a while and soaked it in cold water, wrung out the water, and put it back on Chu's ankle. "Are you hungry? Mom is already cooking. I'll bring you the food later." She just drank a bowl of rice soup at noon and walked such a long mountain road. The food in her stomach must have been consumed long ago. Chuyu took the towel and whispered, "It's okay. I'm not that hungry, but you only ate so little at noon and carried me all the way. You must be tired and hungry, right?" Lu Xinghe squatted down and stretched out his hand to pinch the little girl's face. His handsome face made Chuyu's face a little hot, and she swallowed nervously.
No.
Lu Xinghe smiled and stood up. "I'll get you something to eat." After Lu Xinghe left, Chuyu covered her face, feeling her heart pounding. After a while, Lu Xinghe brought the food. A bowl of thick rice porridge, a small dish of fresh green wild vegetables, and a fried egg. Chuyu looked at the egg in the bowl, flattered. "I have rice porridge and vegetables. You can give the egg to mother. She is weak and needs to be nourished." Lu Xinghe put the porridge and vegetables on the table and moved the table to Chuyu's bedside. "This egg is specially fried for you by mother. Just eat it." She guessed that you would refuse, and she also made a bowl of egg drop soup. "Everyone can eat eggs tonight." Chuyu heard it, and her heart was warm. "Thank mother for me." After a night's rest, Chuyu woke up the next morning and found that the slightly swollen ankle had disappeared, only a little sore inside, but it was no problem to walk on the ground, as long as she didn't make too much movement. After breakfast, the family went to the old house. Yun Sueha looked at Chuyu's feet with some worry. "Yeah, can you walk so far?" Before Chuyu answered, Lu Xingping took over her mother's words heartlessly. "Anyway, my eldest brother has the strength. If he can't walk, let him carry you."
Why should I worry about this?
Lu Xing'an rolled his eyes. Xingping was too unreliable. "I thought my mother would blame Lu Xingping, but unexpectedly, she just nodded and said yes, and then walked to the gate first." 2/4 of an hour later, the family arrived at the old house. It was Lu Xiuqing's wife Jiang Xiuqin who opened the door for them. "The third sister-in-law and her family are here." Yun Sueha smiled and walked in. "Is the fourth brother's wife okay these days?" Jiang Xiuqin smiled. "What's good or bad? Life is like that." At this time, everyone from the first, second, and fourth rooms, including children and grandchildren, were already standing in the yard in an orderly manner. Seeing Yun Sueha coming late, Zhao Xiuqin rolled her eyes and began to speak coldly. "Third sister-in-law is really a big shot. She asked my parents to wait for a long time. I thought you would not come." Because she knew her character and knew that she must be unhappy that her parents-in-law called them today to separate the family, Yun Sueha did not argue with her. "Second sister-in-law, you are too kind. I am not in good health and can't walk too fast. I have kept my parents waiting for a long time." After saying that, she looked at Lu Taixing and Wang Xuelan with apologetic eyes. Chuyu bit her lip. In fact, they were not so slow. They deliberately slowed down because of her foot injury. "It was my mother who was implicated that was framed by the second aunt." She wanted to step forward to speak, but Lu Xinghe pulled her arm and leaned over to whisper in her ear, "Grandpa will take care of it." As soon as the voice fell, Lu Taixing waved his hand. "It's okay. You're not feeling well. You should take it slow." He turned to look at Zhao Guiqin, second daughter-in-law. "If you want to smoothly separate the family today, you should say less." Zhao Guiqin was choked by her father-in-law's words. She couldn't help but curse the old man for being partial in her heart, but even if it was unpleasant at this moment, in order to smoothly separate the family, she could only suppress her resentment. Lu Laikai, who was standing aside, was glared at by her several times. Lu Laikai touched the back of his head with an innocent look, thinking that this woman was gossiping by herself and was told by his father. What does it have to do with him? Why did she glare at him instead? Wang Xuelan looked at Lu Xinghe. "Xinghe, go to the house and bring a chair for your mother."
Okay.
Lu Xinghe nodded, and went into the house. After a while, he brought 2 chairs, one for Yun Sueha and the other for Chuyu. The little girl's foot injury has not healed yet. She just walked such a long way and refused to let her carry him. I don't know if her foot will hurt when she goes back. Because of this action, among all the grandchildren present, only Chuyu sat down. The rest, even those who were holding children in their arms, stood there in a proper manner. Those young wives looked at the men beside them, and then looked at Lu Xinghe not far away. In comparison, they suddenly felt that their men were not pleasing to the eye. Look at Lu Xinghe. Not only is he good-looking, but he can also read and write, and he also cares about his wife. They are both grandchildren of the old Lu family. Why is there such a big difference? Some hot-tempered young wives even stuff their children into the hands of men to make themselves feel relaxed. The elder aunt and the second aunt, who originally wanted to say a few words to Chuyu, kept their mouths shut for a smooth division of the family. However, when they heard their grandson making a fuss and rebelling in the hands of their sons, their brows were so furrowed that they could pinch a mosquito to death. Tian Chunyan looked back and said angrily, "Can you be quiet? Do you still want to divide the family?" It would have been better if she didn't shout. Once she shouted, the little ancestors in the hands of her sons were frightened and cried even louder. Zhao Guiqing glanced at Tian Chunyan and said, "Sister-in-law, why are you making such a fuss? You scared my sweet grandson to tears. Don't you know how loud your voice is?" She had tolerated Tian Chunyan for so many years, and now that the family was finally going to be divided, she didn't want to tolerate it anymore. Tian Chunyan was not to be outdone. She pinched her waist and replied, "You dead woman, what are you yelling at me for? I talk like this. You've known it for a long time. If you're afraid that I'll scare your grandson, why don't you ask your son and daughter-in-law to hold the child farther away? You quarrel and make trouble every day. Haven't you made enough trouble? Can't you just calm down?" he said, pointing at Jiang Xiuqin and Yun Sueha. "Look, you're also a mother. Can't you learn from your 2 younger brothers and sisters?" Tian Chunyan was angry when she heard this, hugged her arms and leaned back on the chair, looking like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. Anyway, Dad is partial, so naturally he likes Yun and Jiang no matter what he sees. Unlike the 2 of us, no matter what we do, we are always wrong. It doesn't matter whether we learn or not. On this point, Zhao Guiqing agreed with Tian Chunyan. That's right. Dad's partiality is almost written on his face. You guys. Lu Taixing said halfway and sighed deeply. Well, after all, everyone has their own scale in their hearts. You say that I am partial to you, then I am partial to you.
Let's just divide the family.
After the division, you should move out quickly so that I won't be annoyed when you see me. From beginning to end, Jiang Xiuqin and Yun Sueha didn't say anything, and the younger generation had no right to speak. Chuyu was sitting in the corner. When she saw Lu Taixing winking at Wang Xuelan took out a purse from the house. Seeing the purse, everyone sat up straight. "Here is 60 taels of silver. Your mother and I are old and won't be able to make much money in the future, so I kept some for myself and divided the rest among you families. 15 taels per household. Do you have any objections?" Each family got the same amount. For this, the daughters-in-law naturally had no objection. If the daughters-in-law had no objection, the sons naturally had no objection. Lu Taixing nodded and signaled Wang Xuelan to distribute the silver. In front of everyone, the silver was clearly divided, 15 taels per household. Yun Sueha was a little excited holding the heavy 15 taels of silver in her hand. With this money, the family's life would be better. The next is the fields and the mountains. Lu Taixing took 2 puffs of his pipe and continued, "Our family has 6 acres of top-quality fields, 12 acres of medium-quality fields, and a mountain of more than 20 acres. Over the years, our family has been diligent, and the medium-quality fields have been cultivated by us to be not much different from the top-quality fields. Your mother, and I mean to keep 2 acres of top-quality fields near the village entrance, and we 2 old people will grow them to make a living." The voice of the eldest daughter-in-law Tian Chunyan sounded at the right time. "Dad, there are still many trees planted on that mountain. Those trees were originally planted by our family. What are you going to do with them?" Lu Taixing took a puff of his pipe, and his eyes were empty for a moment. I counted them a few days ago. There are about 150 trees there. They will be mature in 2 or 3 years and can be sold. Whoever gets the forest will own the trees. Zhao Guiqin, the second son's wife, was shocked. How can this be possible? Lu Taixing glanced at her and said, "Why not? You can calculate it yourself. The forest can't grow food, so we have to subsidize it from other aspects, right?" Wang Xuelan also said, "What your father said is right. The forest will have to be nurtured for at least 2 or 3 years. It can't be sold immediately, and the wood is not very valuable. If you are jealous, just pick the forest first." After saying this, everyone shut up. They didn't want the forest, and they couldn't grow food there. Planting trees would take years to get a harvest, so what was the point of it? Tian Chunyan asked hurriedly, "Dad, Mom, you two said yesterday that we 3 families would pick first. Is that still valid?" "Since you said that, it's valid," Lu Taixing said, turning to look at Yun Sueha. "Yun, your family has been separated for so long, and you haven't been with us for so many years. Do you have any objection to letting the 3 families pick first when the land is divided today?" Yun Sueha smiled and shook her head. "Dad arranged it. I have no objection." It was a pleasant surprise to be able to get 15 taels of silver today. So, how could she have any objection? Even if she ended up with more than 20 acres of mountain, she would accept it. Seeing Yun Sueha being so considerate, Lu Taixing felt comforted and turned to look at Wang Xuelan. "When we divide the chickens later, give 1 more to the 3rd son's wife." Since the head of the family had spoken, Wang Xuelan nodded. "Okay." The mountain of more than 20 acres fell on Yun Sueha's family. It was a happy thing to get a mountain out of thin air, although the area was not large. After all, their family now has fields and mountains. After dividing the fields, Wang Xuelan went to catch chickens. Before Yun Sueha's family left, they also asked for 2 females and 1 male chickens, which made the 2 sisters-in-law of the first and second rooms make arrangements behind their backs for a long time. But Chuyu was very happy. When she was eating eggs last night, she was thinking about raising a few chickens at home to lay eggs, but she didn't expect it to come true so soon. After building the chicken pen, he mixed mud and built a solid chicken coop for the chickens with wooden boards and stones picked up by Lu Xingping and his brother. After all this work, it was already afternoon. By the evening, when the mud on the walls of the chicken coop was almost dry, Lu Xinghe also patted a thick layer of rice and platycodon in the chicken coop to prevent moisture. Chuyu rested at home for a day because of her foot injury. The family didn't let her do anything, so she was bored and had to go to Yun Sueha to learn needlework. However, embroidery requires both talent and patience. Chuyu sat for a day and didn't want to sit for the second day. Fortunately, her foot was almost healed on the 3rd day. After breakfast, she took a basket and went to the mountains with Lu Xinghe and his 3 brothers. "Sister-in-law, be careful and don't sprain your foot again," Lu Xingping reminded as they walked. Lu Xing'an raised his eyebrows. "Can't you hope that your sister-in-law is well?" Lu Xingping realized that what he said was wrong and stuck out his tongue. "Isn't it that I am also worried about your sister-in-law's feet?" Looking at the 2 children, Chuyu smiled. "It's okay. Xingping's kindness has been received. I will be careful." After walking for a while, they came to a slightly loose jungle. Lu Xingping suddenly pointed to a clump of green plants not far away and asked, "Sister-in-law, is that a wild vegetable?" Chuyu looked in the direction of the voice, walked towards the clump of green leafy plants, squatted down to observe it, and shook her head and said, "This is Pinellia ternata, a medicinal material, and the whole plant is poisonous. The rhizome is the most toxic, so it cannot be eaten as a wild vegetable." Lu Xingping was surprised. How can it be used as medicine if it is poisonous? How else do you say that medicine is 3-point poisonous? Medicine and poison have never been separated. If the poison is used well, it can also be a good medicine. Lu Xinghe looked at Chuyu, thinking that she had learned this truth from the influence of the traveling doctor next door. This also means that she spent a long time in the Wu family when she was young and spent a lot of time with Wu Yong. Moreover, she was so familiar with medicinal materials and pharmacology, it was inevitable that the old Wu family had selfish motives. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt a strange feeling in his heart. Lu Xingping waved to Lu Xinghe. Brother, there are a lot of them here. Can you give me a shovel? If you shovel it loose, I can dig out the tubers. Okay. Lu Xinghe shoveled the soil, and Lu Xingping and Lu Xing'an were responsible for digging out the small tubers from the soil one by one. After a while, the four of them dug up all the Pinellia in this area. Brother, why don't we just go to our own hilltop to take a look? We haven't been there yet. Let's go and find out the way. Lu Xingping suggested. Lu Xinghe nodded. Okay. He walked in front and led the three people to the mountain that grandparents gave to their family. The mountain was not far from the entrance of the village. Standing on the hillside, you can still vaguely see the old house of grandparents. As soon as he got here, Chuyu's eyes were attracted by a plant. The plant grew not far from the big tree. The height of the plant was about the calf, with 5 round palm-shaped compound leaves growing on it, and a cluster of bright red oblate fruits on the top. Seeing Chuyu's expression, Lu Xing'an immediately asked, Did sister-in-law find anything again? This was the first time he went out with Chuyu to dig herbs. He felt that sister-in-law was very magical. It seemed that there was no medicinal material in the mountains that she didn't know. Chuyu's face was full of excitement, and she swallowed hard. If I'm not mistaken, I should have found something good. After saying that, she walked towards the direction of the plant. Sister-in-law, what kind of treasure is this? Lu Xingping was full of curiosity. Chuyu did not object, but only advised, Be careful, don't damage its roots. Once the roots of ginseng are damaged, it will not be sold at a good price. Hearing that it was ginseng, Lu Xinghe dug more carefully. This is ginseng. Lu Xingping opened his mouth slightly in surprise. Lu Xing'an was also surprised. Xingping always said that his sister-in-law was lucky. He didn't know how lucky she was before, but today he saw it. Not everyone is so lucky to come across ginseng casually. Lu Xingping glanced at him. I'm not stupid. You're not that smart either. As Lu Xing'an said, he squatted down and watched Lu Xinghe dig ginseng. Afterwards, the few of them dug some wild vegetables in a valley and went home. After arriving home, before they put down the basket, a voice came from behind. Third sister-in-law, you're home. Yun Sueha looked up and saw Jiang Xiuqin coming to the door with a basket. Why are you here, sister-in-law?
Come in and sit down.
Because there are outsiders at home, Chiyu temporarily put the basket in the kitchen, and when she came out, she poured a glass of water and handed it to Jiang Xiuqin. Fourth aunt, drink some water. Okay. Jiang Xiuqin took the water handed to her by Chuyu, drank it all in a few gulps, and handed the cup back to her. Thank you. As she said that, she took out a light pink purse embroidered with orchids from the basket and handed it to Chuyu. I met Yaya twice before, but I didn't have a chance to say a word. This lunchbox is a gift from fourth aunt. Chuyu couldn't make up her mind, so she looked in the direction of Yun Sueha. Since it's a kind gift from your fourth aunt, just keep it. After getting Yun Sueha's permission, Chuyu took the purse. Thank you, fourth aunt. Jiang Xiuqin didn't know Chuyu very well before, but after this incident, she had a good impression of Chuyu. Not as bad as the eldest and second sisters-in-law said. Don't be polite, as long as you don't dislike it. Yun Sueha smiled and said, Look at what fourth sister-in-law said. You are good at embroidery, and the purse is exquisite. Girls like it so much. How can they dislike it? Chuyu smiled and went to the kitchen to put the cup. When she came out again, the purse had been hung around her waist. Jiang Xiuqin came to Yun Sueha and asked with a smile. Third sister-in-law, I heard from my Xiaowei that Xingping and Xing'an have been collecting herbs in recent days. Is this true? This matter is not a secret. The herbs are dried in front of the house every day, and Yun Sueha can't deny it. It's like this. When Yaya was at her mother's house, there was a traveling doctor next door. He knew a few herbs, so he taught Xingping and Xing'an to recognize some of them. When they were digging wild vegetables, they could collect herbs together and bring them back to the town to exchange for some money. Jiang Xiuqin looked at Chuyu in surprise when she heard it. I didn't expect Yaya to have this ability. Chuyu waved her hands. Don't say that, fourth aunt. I don't have any skills. Jiang Xiuqin smiled. Being able to make money is a skill, she said, and turned to look at Yun Sueha. Third sister-in-law, I won't beat around the bush with you. My Xiaowei and Yufang have also found some herbs according to Xingping and Xing'an these days. My uncle Xinghe and I know nothing about medicinal herbs, so I thought of bringing them to you to help look at them. If we go to the town to sell them, can you help us sell them? This time it was Yun Sueha's turn to make up her mind. She didn't know much about medicinal herbs, and when people came just now, they gave Chuyu a purse. If she refused, it would be a bit unkind, so she could only look in Chuyu's direction. Yeah, look. Chuyu walked forward. Fourth aunt, can you take out the herbs for me to see? Jiang Xiuqin quickly put down the basket and uncovered the blue floral cloth covering it, revealing the neatly arranged herbs inside. Chuyu took the herbs to the shade of a nearby tree and took them out of the basket one by one. Except for few plants that could not be used as medicine, the rest were all medicinal herbs. We will go to town tomorrow. Among the herbs in this basket, only the Panax Nodo ginseng is worth some money. This basket can probably be sold for 300 or 400 copper coins. If fourth aunt trusts us, we can help you sell it. Jiang Xiuqin was so happy when she heard that she could sell it for so much money. She smiled and nodded. If you trust us, it's better for you to sell it than us who are in the dark. After she finished speaking, she stood up and said, I'll leave the sale of herbs to Yeye and Xinghe. There are still a lot of things to do at home, so I'll go back first. Yun Sueha sent Jiang Xiuqin to the door and came to Chuyu, who was handling the herbs. Thea, if it's for your uncle and aunt's family, there's no need to go to town. Your foot is just healed. How can you walk such a long way? Chuyu put the herbs in the basket, hurriedly pulled Yun Sueha into the kitchen, took out the ginseng wrapped in a handkerchief, and slightly lowered her voice with a hint of excitement. Mom, we dug ginseng in the mountains today. Yun Sueha was also overjoyed. No wonder you said you would go to town tomorrow, but your foot. At this time, Lu Xinghe entered the kitchen. Later, I will borrow Aunt Lin's cart and push Xie there tomorrow. Yun Sueha nodded and said, That's fine. After all, we have to sell the herbs and turtles at home. It's easier to push them with a cart. Then you should leave early tomorrow. Don't rush to travel in the afternoon. It's okay to come back later. The sun is very hot these days. The two nodded quickly. I know, mother. Early the next morning, Yun Sueha called Chuyu into the house and gave her the finished shoes. Come, try them on. The soles were thick and soft, just right for stepping on the feet. There were also a few small flowers embroidered on the lavender uppers, which were very delicate. Chuyu put them on her feet, her eyes full of joy. Mom, these shoes are so beautiful. I have never worn such beautiful shoes. Thank you, Mom. I'm glad you like them. Yun Sueha looked in the direction of Chuyu. Since this girl came, the family's life has been getting better and better. Maybe she is really a lucky star in the family. Chuyu approached Yun Sueha and asked in a low voice, Mom, have you insisted on doing those movements these days? Yun Sueha looked outside the house carefully, lowered her voice, and said, Yes, I haven't fallen off every day. It seems to have some effect. When I walked these 2 days, I didn't fall as badly as before. Chuyu was very happy to hear that the initial effect had been seen. Very good, since she is recovering slowly. Mother should exercise more in the yard every day when it is cool. I will teach you a few more difficult movements in a few days. When there is a chance, it is best to find a more powerful doctor to treat her. Although her body has been injured for so many years, it is also because of the lack of timely treatment and long-term malnutrition that she has become what she is now. Fortunately, she is only 34 or 35 years old now. If she is treated early, she should be able to get better slowly. Seeing the effect, Yun Sueha responded to whatever Chuyu said. After breakfast, Lu Xinghe took the 2 turtles out of the slop tank and put them in the bucket, and then moved the bucket and the basket with medicinal materials to the cart, and then he and Chuyu pushed the cart to the village entrance. When passing the village entrance, they saw 4th Aunt Jiang Xiuqin standing in the yard waving to them. On the way, Chuyu, who was sitting on the cart, looked at Lu Xinghe. Husband, now our family conditions are better. Do you want to consider continuing the imperial examination? Lu Xinghe was slightly stunned and did not speak. How could he not want to? He also wanted to find his father's whereabouts when he was capable in the future. But now the family is in this situation without a man to support. He is really worried. As if knowing Lu Xinghe's concerns, Qiyu continued. In fact, you don't have to worry about the family. I will slowly adjust Mom's health. Xingping and Xing'an are also at the age of enlightenment. If it doesn't work, we will rent a house in the town. Our family will run between the town and the village, so we don't have to be separated. You can still take care of the family and study. Lu Xinghe heard that this was a good idea. It is said that you can live off the mountain. In this way, won't our family cut off the source of income? Qiyu didn't think so. What do you think of the harvest this year, sir? Not good. Only in Banpo village, where there are many trees, there is still some water in the pond, but the rest of the place is dry. Qiyu continued, the harvest is not good. There is no harvest in the fields, and taxes have to be paid. The people who rely on the fields for a living have no money. When the weather gets cold, those families who have difficulty making a living will definitely sell their fields. In this famine year, the price of selling fields will naturally not be very high. When the time comes, these fields will be collected and rented out next year. The rent alone will be a considerable income. Qiyu did not say the next words, but Lu Xinghe had already guessed it. He looked at Qiyu with some surprise. Your little head is really smart, right? Qiyu took over Lu Xinghe's words with a little pride on her face. These days, the two of them have been eating and living together and have gradually become familiar with each other, and sometimes they can even say a joke or two. Looking at her bright smile, Lu Xinghe shook his head helplessly. You have so many ideas. That's not all. Qiyu continued. Didn't fourth aunt come to our house yesterday and ask us to sell herbs for her? I was thinking that we don't have to dig herbs every day in the future, but we can collect herbs in the village. Lu Xinghe raised his eyebrows. Collect herbs?
Yes.
Qiyu held the basket on the cart tightly. Think about it, precious herbs like ginseng. It depends on luck to find them. Most of them are ordinary herbs, and the price of ordinary herbs in the medicine shop is not too high. If we collect them and sell them to the medicine shop, wouldn't it be much easier to make a profit? Those villagers who don't know about medicine may not be able to sell them at a good price. Thinking of this, Lu Xinghe smiled. That's right, then we will go back to the village every half a month or a month to collect herbs and then sell them in town. He turned and looked at Qiyu again. However, if the amount of herbs collected is large, we can't just go back and forth on foot. We don't have to rush about this. It's estimated that we will live in the town next year. This year's harvest is not good, so let's get through it first. At this point, Qiyu's eyes suddenly lit up. Husband, anyway, there is no rush to go back today. If we have time, can we go to the dental clinic? Looking at the little girl's bright eyes, Lu Xinghe nodded. Okay. The two talked and laughed all the way. Qiyu would jump off the cart when going uphill to help Lu Xinghe push the cart. After an hour, they finally arrived in the town. Because of the ginseng, the two pushed the cart directly to Chen's pharmacy after arriving in Nanping town. Because there was a doctor sitting in Chen's pharmacy today, there were many people. The two assistants were busy picking up medicines behind the counter. The shopkeeper Chen, whom I met last time, was sweating and counting on an abacus. He looked out of the shop and was stunned when he saw Qiyu and Lu Xinghe. Then, he seemed to remember something and put the abacus aside for the time being. Are you two here to sell medicinal materials today? Lu Xinghe carried the basket into the shop. Qiyu looked at the lively scene in the shop and walked to the counter. Shopkeeper Chen, do you have time to talk to me now? When he saw the ginseng, the shopkeeper's eyes widened immediately. Just now, someone came to him in a hurry to buy ginseng at a high price. Unfortunately, this kind of precious medicinal material is hard to come by, and he has no stock in his shop. Now, by chance, he turned around, and someone brought it to him. Shopkeeper Chen was beaming with joy and hurriedly walked out from behind the counter, making a gesture of invitation to the backyard. Please come in, both of you. Lu Xinghe followed Qiyu to the backyard, and Qiyu carefully took out the ginseng in the basket. Shopkeeper Chen, this is not the first time I come to your place. Please take a look at my ginseng. Shopkeeper Chen took the ginseng in his hand and looked at it carefully. After a moment, he said, there are 7 reed bowls of ginseng and the age should be about 10 years. Qiyu nodded, and she thought the same. Shopkeeper Chen, give me a real price. He smiled and said, that's for sure. Ginseng is hard to find these days, and it's even harder to find a complete ginseng. I can give this price for a 10-year ginseng, he said, raising one hand. 50 taels. Chuyu was delighted and looked at Lu Xinghe and nodded. Okay, shopkeeper, please take a look at the other herbs. Shopkeeper Chen got the ginseng and, because he was anxious, he didn't want to calculate with Chuyu in detail. You two came today by chance, I'm busy now, and these herbs are probably ordinary herbs. I won't calculate them specifically. How about calculating them together as 2 taels of silver? As if afraid that Chuyu would disagree, he hurriedly explained. In fact, you two also know that if you calculate them specifically, I'm afraid it's less than 2 taels of silver. Chuyu took out the Panax Nodo ginseng that the fourth aunt gave her yesterday from the backpack. Shopkeeper, it's not that I'm stingy, but there is another Panax Nodo ginseng in this basket of herbs. If we sell it for 2 taels of silver, we are indeed at a disadvantage. Shopkeeper Chen was stunned. I didn't think about this. In this case, how about 2.5 taels? If it's more, I will lose money. Chuyu smiled and nodded. Okay, then 2.5 taels. The two put the 52 taels of silver settled by Chunji Pharmacy into Chuyu's purse and put it in the backpack, letting Lu Xinghe carry it in front of him, and the other 500 coins were placed in the basket carried by Chuyu. Just after coming out of the backyard, Chuyu saw a woman dressed as a maid hurriedly running into the medicine shop. Is Dr. Zhu here? Please, doctor, save my wife. Dr. Zhu, who was treating everyone, looked embarrassed. This girl, didn't I make it very clear just now? I'm not a midwife, and I can't do anything even if I go, and there are a lot of people waiting to be treated in front of me. In Nanyuan country, male doctors have always been taboo to treat women in labor, so it is especially important for women to hire an experienced midwife for childbirth. The maid knelt down in front of Dr. Zhu and cried and begged, Doctor, please, my wife has fainted. It is said that doctors have a kind heart. Please go and take a look. Dr. Zhu sighed. Your wife's condition, what can I change if I go? At this time, the people in the long queue also said, Dr. Zhu, none of us are sick and can't bear it, so it's okay to wait a while, or you can go with this girl to see it first. After everyone said this, Dr. Zhu looked at Chen, the shopkeeper, who had just come out from the backyard. Old Chen, look at this. Chen, the shopkeeper, twisted the ginseng he had just received from Chuyu in his hand. In this case, Dr. Zhu, you can go first. Don't be too stressed. Just your best, I think, Mr. Huang will not blame you. Dr. Zhu sighed and reluctantly packed up his medicine box. Chuyu was really curious, so she stepped forward and asked the maid, Sister, did your wife have any problems with childbirth? Although the little girl in front of her looked younger than herself, the maid did not mean to look down on her. She wiped the tears from her face. My wife had a difficult birth. The baby hasn't come out for 3 days. She fainted from exhaustion just now. The midwife said that if the baby doesn't come out, I'm afraid both the mother and the baby will be dead. As she spoke, tears fell unconsciously. It turned out to be a difficult birth. In this case, if special measures are not taken, there is basically no hope. Dr. Zhu's visit was just a formality. It would be better if this didn't happen. Since it happened, Chuyu also wanted to go and take a look. She turned around and looked at Lu Xinghe. Husband, do you know this Huang Yuanwei? He is a kind man. He was a classmate of my father in the past. I think he has a child in his old age. It's a pity. Lu Xinghe's tone was full of regret. After hearing this, Chuyu made up her mind. Husband, can you go to Huayu Tower alone? I want to go with Dr. Zhu to Huang Yuanwei's house to take a look. Lu Xinghe was a little worried about Chuyu being alone outside. If you want to go, I can go with you. It's the same if we go to Huayu Tower later, but... He looked at Chuyu in confusion. What can a young girl like you do there? Chuyu whispered, I've been so lucky recently. What if I go and Madame Huang gives birth successfully? Although she was not sure about Chinese medicine, she had some practical experience in surgery. If she succeeded, she could not only save 2 lives, but she might even be protected by Mr. Huang in the future. When Lu Xinghe heard this, he felt that what the girl said made some sense. Then go. After all, she was my father's classmate. I had met her twice in the past. When the harvest was bad in the past, she did a lot of good things for the people. If the little girl could bring good luck to them, it would be a good fate. Chuyu was delighted and pulled Lu Xinghe out of Chen's pharmacy. The two pushed the cart and ran in the direction where the little maid and Dr. Zhu left. Because the situation was urgent, and considering that Dr. Zhu was too old and walked slowly, the maid brought a sedan chair when she came. The sedan bearers walked steadily and very quickly. In less than half a quarter of an hour, they arrived at Chiyun Lane, where Mr. Huang's family lived. There were 4 or 5 wealthy families living in this lane, all of whom were well-known figures in Nanping town. The sedan chair that Dr. Zhu was sitting in landed in front of the first door on the left. The maid was probably anxious, so she quickly lifted the curtain that blocked the sedan chair and helped Dr. Zhu out. At this moment, the people in Huang's house seemed to hear the noise and hurriedly opened the door. Dr. Zhu, you are finally here. Dr. Zhu had just been in the sedan chair for a long time, and before he could recover, he was hurriedly pulled out of the sedan chair by the maid. He was still a little dazed. When he was about to follow a few servants into Huang's house, he heard someone shouting at the entrance of the alley. Dr. Zhu, wait a minute. Everyone looked at the entrance of the alley and saw a young man and a little girl pushing a cart running towards the side. Dr. Zhu was full of doubts. Who are you? Chuyu hurriedly said, Dr. Zhu, have you forgotten? We just delivered medicinal materials to shopkeeper Chen. Shopkeeper Chen was afraid that Dr. Zhu would be inconvenient to do things. It happened that I was a little knowledgeable, so he specially asked me to help you. Dr. Zhu waved his hand when he heard it. Then why are you still standing there? Human life is at stake.
Come in with me.
Okay. Chuyu hurriedly ran up the stairs with her skirt lifted up. When she entered the door, she did not forget to say to the housekeeper at the door, Uncle, the one pushing the cart below is my husband. The sun is too hot. Can you let him go into the house and wait for me? The housekeeper nodded hurriedly. That's right. Miss, please follow Dr. Zhu. Although her clothes were tattered, they were neat and generous. The people in the Huang mansion did not look down on her because of her clothes. Looking at Chuyu's anxious appearance, Lu Xinghe couldn't help shaking his head and smiling. It was already so late, and this girl still remembered him. But it was precisely because of Chuyu's sincerity that Lu Xinghe's heart was warmed a little. After watching Chuyu's back disappear from sight, Lu Xinghe stopped the cart at the corner and followed the housekeeper into the Huang mansion. Chuyu followed Dr. Zhu and the maid named Xiaolian to the backyard and entered a courtyard called Ime Garden. It is said that wealthy families in ancient times were very particular. Chuyu felt that the flowers and plants in Ime Garden were more exquisite than those of ordinary people. An anxious middle-aged man with sweat on his forehead saw the doctor coming and hurriedly got up from the stone bench to greet him. Dr. Zhu, you are finally here. In any case, please save my wife and children. Dr. Zhu bowed. Mr. Huang, let me take a look at my wife's condition first. This way. Mr. Huang made a gesture of invitation towards the room. Xiaolian, take Dr. Zhu in quickly. Yes, sir. Xiaolian bowed and hurriedly helped Dr. Zhu to the side room where the Praetorian gave birth. Chuyu followed the two silently, thinking about the situation she would encounter later and some emergency solutions. The three of them entered the room together and saw the woman lying on the bed with a pale face and weak breath, as if she might die at any time. Her lower abdomen was bulging high, and because of the entry of an outsider, her body was tightly wrapped in a thin quilt. Chuyu frowned slightly. In such a hot day, even ordinary people would not be able to bear to be wrapped in a quilt like this, let alone a Praetorian who was so weak that she might die at any time. She hurried forward and loosened the quilt on Madame Huang, at least to ensure that Madame Huang could breathe smoothly. The midwife and the maid wanted to step forward to stop them, but they saw Dr. Zhu raised his hand. She is right to do this. Madame Huang's breathing is not smooth, and you wrapped the quilt so tightly, which is harmful rather than beneficial. Looking at Chuyu's skilled movements, Dr. Zhu also understood why Manager Chen asked Chuyu to help. Although this girl is young, she looks smart and has great potential. Xiaolian hurriedly brought a stool and placed it beside the bed. She took out Madame Huang's hand, covered it with a handkerchief, and asked Dr. Zhu to feel her pulse. After a while, Dr. Zhu shook his head. It's difficult. I can only give her acupuncture to wake her up, but she has been in labor for 3 days. Her vitality is severely depleted. Even if she wakes up, I'm afraid she won't be able to hold on until the end of the labor. After saying that, he sighed heavily. He knew that even if he came, it would be useless. Giving birth to a woman is like going through the gates of Hades. If she hasn't come out after 3 days of giving birth, the consequences can be imagined. Outside the door, Mr. Huang heard Dr. Zhu's voice and hurriedly said, "Please do your best to save my wife. I don't dare to think about the child anymore. As long as my wife is safe, I will definitely reward her handsomely afterwards." Dr. Zhu was embarrassed and said, "It's not that I don't want to save." Before he finished speaking, Chu Yu, who had just roughly touched Madame Huang's abdomen, raised her head and said, "Dr. Zhu, have you ever heard of cesarean section to extract the fetus?" Dr. Zhu's pupils shrank. Cesarean section to get the baby? He looked cautious. "I have heard my master talk about this method, but it is too dangerous and I have never practiced it. I am afraid it is not appropriate." I just touched Mrs. Huang's belly. The baby in her belly is not small. It may be difficult to give birth smoothly. The best way is to have a cesarean section to get the baby, so there is a glimmer of hope. After a pause, Chu said, "But as Dr. Zhu said, this method is too dangerous. If you are lucky, the mother and the baby will be safe. If you are unlucky," she said, looking outside the house. "Mrs. Huang is in a critical condition now. I wonder if Mr. Huang is willing to take this risk?" The midwife had told him before that the baby was too big and it would be difficult to give birth. Now this girl knows the key to it with just one touch, which shows that she is capable. I didn't expect that the inconspicuous little girl who followed Dr. Zhu just now had such a skill. Mr. Huang thought for a while and made up his mind. "Okay, I'll leave everything to you, young lady and Dr. Zhu. If you need anything, just tell me." Chuyi listed the tools that she had prepared in her mind on the way: a small and sharp dagger, a pair of clean scissors, wine and needle and thread, boiled and cooled water, and clean cotton cloth. It would be even better if there was a wound medicine. The ancient wound medicine has the effect of stopping bleeding and reducing inflammation, which is just right for the wound. Outside the house, Mr. Huang nodded hurriedly. "Yes, all. Housekeeper, hurry up and prepare the things that the young lady wants, and go to the warehouse to get the bottle of wound medicine that is treasured." Inside the house, Dr. Zhu looked at Chu fearfully. "Girl, cesarean section to get a baby is not a joke. Now 2 lives are in front of us." Chu whispered, "I'm afraid too, but do we have a better way? Since there is a chance, let's try it. What if it succeeds?" Dr. Zhu looked at a face. "How can you be so brave?" Then he asked, "Did you plan all those things that Mr. Huang prepared earlier?"
Chu were not dead.
"Mrs. Huang has been giving birth for 3 days. She must be out of strength. Of course, we have to prepare for the worst." Although Dr. Zhu felt that Chu Yu's reckless behavior was a bit inappropriate, he had to admit that the cesarean section she proposed was undoubtedly the best way at present. Even if the adult could not be saved, at least the baby in her belly could be saved. But Dr. Zhu obviously overestimated himself. As soon as he picked up the dagger and had not approached Mrs. Huang, his eyes rolled up and he almost fainted. Chu Yu and Xiao Lian hurried forward to support him so that he would not fall to the ground. Dr. Zhu trembled his hands and said, "No, I really can't do this." Seeing this, Chu Yu bit her lip. "There's no other way. Let me do it." She turned to look at Xiaolian. "Sister Xiaolian, can you help me?" Although Xiaolian didn't know if Chu could do it, she felt that she was very capable after seeing her series of instructions just now. Okay. There was no better way at the moment. Mrs. Huang's bed had been raised a lot according to Chuyu's request, just convenient for the next cesarean section to take the baby. Chuyu washed her hands and rubbed white wine on her hands to disinfect them. Then she took the dagger wiped with white wine to the bed. Mrs. Huang was now in a coma. She had given birth 3 days ago. I think she wouldn't feel very painful without Ma, Fei San. With a knife, Mrs. Huang's abdomen was cut open layer by layer. The technique looked extremely skillful. Chu Yu hurriedly asked Xiaolian to help wipe the blood with a clean cotton cloth. During this period, Mrs. Huang seemed to feel the pain and opened her eyes in a daze. When she heard Xiaolian's comforting words, she fell asleep again. After 3/4 of an hour, the child was successfully taken out, but the child's face was blue when it was taken out, and there was no sound of crying. This was because it had been held in the mother's body for too long. The midwife tilted the child's head slightly downward and patted his back. As the amniotic fluid in his mouth flowed out, the child began to cry loudly. The midwife breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God, the child is saved. After taking out the child, Chu Yu was still not idle. She took out the placenta from Mrs. Huang's abdomen, absorbed the blood in the abdominal cavity with clean cotton cloth, and disinfected the hole with wine. Then she took the needle and thread handed by Xiaolian and began to sew the wound layer by layer skillfully and meticulously. Because she was afraid that it would be difficult to remove the stitches, she did not dare to sew too tightly or too densely. For each layer of the wound inside, she only sewed 1 or 2 stitches separately. After sewed, the thread ends would be exposed outside, which was convenient for removal. And after sewed each layer, she would apply gold-wound medicine on the incision of that layer. The whole process was handled carefully and meticulously, for fear of any mistakes. After Dr. Zhu recovered, he did not dare to stand too close to Mrs. Huang because she was a woman. But seeing Chu Yu's calm and composed look, he could not help but feel a little puzzled. Looking at the girl's expression, it seemed as if he had done this before, but when he thought of her age, he immediately denied his idea. It shouldn't be. It was because he had heard his master talk about cesarean section to take the baby. If it was put in the homes of ordinary people, no one would dare to let her take such a risk. However, this girl also has some skills. I'm afraid she was born to do this. Another 1/4 of an hour passed, and the incision on Mrs. Huang's abdomen was finally sutured. Chu Yu disinfected the wound with white wine, applied the golden wound medicine, and then bandaged the wound with gauze. After bandaging the wound and getting up, Chu Yu let out a long breath. Mother and child are safe. As long as we survive the next night and take good care of the wound, it will be fine. Xiaolian looked at Chu Yu with admiration. Tonight, Madame Huang must be by her side. Keep an eye on her temperature. If she has a fever, wipe her with a handkerchief to cool her down. The wound should be treated with medicine in the morning and evening. If Madame Huang can wake up smoothly tomorrow, then she should be fine. However, the wound may hurt when she just wakes up. Let her be careful and don't break the wound. If it's fine, you can help her get out of bed and walk around a little after 3 days, which will help her recovery. I will come here to remove the stitches for Madame Huang after 7 days. After telling Xiaolian a series of things to pay attention to, Chu turned and looked at Dr. Zhu. Dr. Zhu, I'll have to trouble you to prescribe a detoxification soup for Madame Huang to prevent wound infection. Take a small amount before dispersing the qi, and take it at a normal dose after dispersing the qi. She didn't remember the specific recipe, but she knew there was such a soup, which was mainly used for anti-inflammatory and fever symptoms, which was suitable for Madame Huang. There was no Western medicine here, so she could only use Chinese medicine to reduce inflammation, which was better than nothing. As for whether she could survive in the later stage, it depended on Madame Huang herself. Dr. Zhu nodded quickly. Okay. He was not surprised that Chu Yu knew about Huanglian Jidu decoction. She was able to deliver herbs to Chen's pharmacy, so she must be someone who knows about medicine. This was not surprising. After doing all this, Chu Yu touched her already hungry stomach. Since Mrs. Huang's matter has been properly resolved, I won't stay any longer. My husband is still waiting outside. It seemed like a long time since they had been apart for such a short while. Xiaolian hurriedly sent Chu Yu out of the house and recounted what Chu Yu had just done in front of Huang Yuanwei. Huang Yuanwei looked at Chu Yu with gratitude, raised his hand and bowed. Thank you for your help today, my wife and my son. Chu Yu turned sideways and waved her hand and said, Don't be polite, Huang Yuanwei, I just stumbled upon it by mistake. It was also because Huang Yuanwei and his wife had accumulated good karma that the wife and the young master escaped. However, tonight is very critical for Madame Huang. She can only be safe and sound after tonight. Huang Yuanwei can find a doctor to guard the mansion for one night. Although Huang Yuanwei was from a wealthy family, he did not have concubines at home. He only had Madame Huang as his wife. They had a very good relationship on weekdays. Even though they had not been out for many years after their marriage, he did not divorce her. He was a man who valued love and righteousness. At this time, Dr. Zhu, who had already written a prescription, also came out of the room. Huang Yuanwei waved his hand and saw the housekeeper coming over with a tray. He lifted the red cloth on the tray, revealing 4 brand new silver ingots. He looked at the 2 people in front of him and said, "You 2 are great benefactors of my Huang family. I have nothing to repay you. I hope you can accept these 200 taels of silver. If you encounter any difficulties in Nanping Town in the future, you can come to the Huang family to find me. Although I am not a high-ranking official, I can still say a few words in Nanping Town." Dr. Zhu waved his hand and said, "To be honest, today your wife was able to give birth to a little boy smoothly. It was all thanks to this little girl. I really didn't help much. I really don't have the face to accept this silver. When the time comes, Mr. Huang just needs to send someone to pay the consultation fee to Chen's medicine shop." Mr. Huang clasped his fists. "In that case, I will trouble you, Dr. Zhu, to make this trip. You are too polite, Mr. Huang."
Goodbye.
After Dr. Zhu finished speaking, he nodded slightly to Chu Yu and left with the medicine box. Mr. Huang took the tray from the housekeeper and handed it to Chu Yu. "Please accept it, young lady." Chu Yu did not refuse. After all, she could not get along with anything, not even money, and this was what she deserved. She just didn't expect Mr. Huang to be so generous. She reached out to take the tray and bowed gracefully. "Thank you, Mr. Huang." Mr. Huang waved his hand. "Miss, you don't have to be polite. They are just some material possessions. They are far less important than the lives of my wife and children. From now on, you will be a noble of our Huang family. I just don't know your surname and where you live." Seeing her hesitation, he immediately explained, "Miss, you don't have to worry too much. The main reason is that my wife hasn't woken up yet. Knowing where you live will help me find you in time in case something happens to my wife. Besides, I just want to know your name, and I have no ill intentions." Chu Yu understood and said immediately, "My surname is Chu and my husband's surname is Liu. We live in Banpo village.
My home is far from the town.
If anything happens to your wife, it would be more convenient for Mr. Huang to find Dr. Zhu. I am just brave at best, and Dr. Zhu is a real doctor." Mr. Huang immediately felt that the girl in front of him was interesting and honest. "Miss, you are very humble."
Chú ý with my embazats?
"I'm just telling the truth. My husband is still waiting outside. I won't bother Mr. Huang anymore."
Goodbye.
Mr. Huang nodded and looked at the housekeeper beside him. "Please see Miss Chu off for me." "Yes, sir." After the housekeeper finished speaking, he led Chu Yu out of Ime Garden. "Miss, how about we drive a carriage to Banpo village to pick you up in 7 days?" Chu Yu said a little embarrassedly, "Will this be too much trouble?" After all, she was paid to do the job. The housekeeper shook his head hurriedly. "Miss, you don't have to be polite with us. It's still very fast to drive a carriage from Nanping Town. It's not a problem." Chu Yu thought about it and said, "Then 7 days later, the housekeeper will drive to the entrance of the village. I will wait at the entrance of the village before Chenshi." She didn't want to attract too much attention. The housekeeper didn't expect that this little girl was so low-key, but it was precisely because of this that he had a better impression of the little girl. Sure enough, people with real skills never show off in front of outsiders. On the way, Chu Yu put the 200 taels of silver into her pocket and returned the tray to the housekeeper. When she saw Lu Xinghe standing in the pavilion waiting for her, Chu Yu smiled and ran towards him. "Husband." Because she ran too fast, she didn't notice a small cobblestone under her feet and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Lu Xinghe quickly supported her. "Why are you so careless?" There was more worry in the reproachful tone. Chuyu stuck out her tongue, lowered her head and whispered, "I see you now." Lu Xinghe felt helpless and helped her walk out of the Huang mansion. "Are you hungry? Let's go eat something first." Chuyu smiled and nodded.
Okay.
The housekeeper sent the two out of the Huang mansion and watched them leave Chiyun Lane before closing the door. After all this trouble, it was already afternoon. There were not many people in the noodle shop. The two found a seat in the corner and sat down. Chuyu wrapped the several large silver ingots that made her feel uncomfortable in a handkerchief and handed them to Lu Xinghe. "Husband, it's better to keep this with you." Lu Xinghe was extremely surprised when he took the heavy silver ingot in his hand. "Did Mr. Huang give this to me?" Chuyu nodded and whispered, "Mrs. Huang gave birth to the child smoothly, and Mr. Huang gave me this amount." Looking at her cautious appearance, Lu Xinghe smiled and reached out to touch her head, and then put the silver in the backpack beside him. After eating noodles, the two rested for a while in the noodle shop and set off for Huayu Tower. When passing by Wangchun bookstore, Chi did not forget to ask Lu Xinghe to wait. She took some change from the backpack and went into the bookstore to buy the Chronicles of Estates that he asked about last time for 3 taels of silver, and also bought some rice paper and ink, spending a total of 5 taels of silver. Now that she has made money, she is willing to buy these things. When Chuyu excitedly handed these things to Lu Xinghe, he was not very excited or thrilled, but more touched. This girl, the first thing she did after earning money was not to buy things for herself. She actually remembered that he had asked about this Chronicles of the Nations in the bookstore last time. Tightening the books and paper and ink in his hands, Lu Xinghe looked at her and said, "Thank you." Chuyu looked at Lu Xinghe, feeling surprised and sad. "We are a family, husband. You don't have to thank me." After that, she walked towards the cart and made a move to push the cart. Lu Xinghe put the things in the backpack, turned around and lifted the handles on both sides of the cart. "Let me do it. The road in the city is flat. I can push it by myself. You can just follow me." Like last time, the two went directly to the backyard of Huayu Tower. Because it was past dinner time, Huayu Tower was not busy, and the steward came out soon.
Oh.
"Did you catch prey again?" Lu Xinghe put down the bucket he was holding. "I stepped on 2 turtles in the field. I wonder if Huayila will take them?" The steward looked down and saw that the turtles were fat. He nodded quickly and said, "Of course we will take them. These turtles are rare and nutritious." After a little thought, he spoke again. "You two are also regular customers. I won't beat around the bush with you. 2 turtles, 800 coins together. What do you think?" Chuyu didn't quite understand and just looked in the direction of Lu Xinghe. Lu Xinghe nodded and said, "Okay. 800 coins for 2 turtles is a fair price. Other restaurants may have difficulty selling them for 600 coins." After the steward settled the bill with the 2 people, Chuyu was not in a hurry to sell the menu because it was getting late. Lu Xinghe was afraid that Chiyu's feet would hurt, so he asked her to get on the cart and pushed her back. "It's getting late today, let's go back first. Next time we have time, we can go to the pawn shop again, okay?" Chuyu nodded in agreement. After all, her family is not in a hurry to buy livestock for transportation, and her family is still keeping an eye on her. It would be bad if they find a handle on her and come to her house to ask for this and that. "Husband, let's repair the house first when we go back this time. After the rice is harvested, the weather will be cold. If it rains or snows, the house at home will be difficult to live in." Lu Xinghe nodded while pushing the cart. "Okay, I have had this idea for a long time. I will go to my uncle tomorrow. They are more skilled in this matter." Chuyu propped up her chin and asked, "Husband, is it expensive to repair a brick and tile house?" Lu Xinghe hummed, "It's not cheap. It will cost about 50 taels to build a yard suitable for our family to live in." "What about the yard in town?" she asked again. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Xinghe replied, "In the town, we need at least a courtyard that can accommodate so many people in our family. The ones in the remote areas cost at least 80 taels. If the location is better, it will cost 150 to 300 taels." Chuyu said, "It seems that we can only repair the house for the time being. There are only 3 rooms in the courtyard. It's okay for the family to live there now. After a few years, when Xingping and Xing'an are more stable, it will not be very convenient. The most important thing is that if we go to the town, there is no way to make money for the time being. It's different in the mountains. She can make some money by picking herbs. After all, she has no other skills. Lu Xinghe nodded. Let's repair it first. Let the eldest uncle and the second uncle go to our house tomorrow to take a look. Try to repair it as solidly as possible. After this winter, we won't talk about it next year. That's right. If there is a famine at the end of the year, the town may not be as safe as home. The two talked as they walked, and arrived at the village entrance, just as the sun set. Jiang Xiuqin was busy at home today, and she looked towards the village entrance from time to time. She saw Lu Xinghe pushing a cart into the village, and immediately opened the gate, and trotted towards the two of them. Xinghe Yeye, you're back. Fourth aunt. Chuyu jumped off the cart and stuffed the 400 coins from the medicinal herbs in her basket into Jiang Xiuqin's hand. This is the 400 coins for the medicinal herbs, fourth aunt counted. Seeing the long string of money, Jiang Xiuqin smiled from ear to ear. She really didn't expect that such a basket of medicinal herbs could be sold for so much money. Jiang Xiuqin immediately hid the money in her sleeve and said in a low voice, "No need to count. Fourth aunt trusts you."
注意为什么?
Fourth aunt's basket is still at our house. Remember to get it when the time comes. We will go back first. Mother will definitely be waiting for us at home for dinner. Okay, you will be gone for a whole day. Third sister-in-law must be waiting anxiously in the house. Jiang Xiuqin said, looking back at the old house, Yufeng, go to the house to get 2 eggs and go with your brother and sister-in-law to third aunt's house to get our basket back. The girl in the house responded, and soon caught up with Lu Xinghe and Chuyu. Brother Xinghe, sister-in-law. Chuyu looked back and saw a girl who was slightly taller than her behind her. Lu Xinghe glanced at her, nodded slightly, and turned back to continue pushing the cart. It was rare to meet someone of the same age, so Chuyu stepped forward and took her arm. How old is Yufeng this year? Almost 15. Where is sister-in-law? She looked at Chuyu with some confusion. Chuyu smiled, revealing 2 small dimples. I'm almost 14. Lu Yufeng was a little surprised. You are still so young, and your parents have already married you off. She is almost 15, and her parents haven't arranged a marriage for her yet. They said they would arrange a marriage for her when she is 15, and she would have to be raised for 2 years before getting married. Chuyu looked indifferent, without any intention of hiding anything. Well, I don't think there is anything wrong with it. That's right. Lu Yufeng smiled with her hands covering her mouth and whispered in Chuyu's ear, Brother Xinghe is handsome and so considerate to you. The sisters-in-law of the first and second aunts are envious of him. Chuyu glanced at her unhappily. You're just talking nonsense. Lu Yufeng stuck out her tongue. I am not talking nonsense. I am telling the truth. These days, those sisters-in-law have been arguing with their brothers and talking about Brother Xinghe. I heard it seriously. She suddenly sighed. In 2 or 3 months, my parents will also arrange a marriage for me. I don't know which family it will be. If that person is half as good as Brother Xinghe, I will be satisfied.
注意为什么?
Lu Yufeng had a look of longing on her face. Then I'll borrow your good words, sister-in-law. Chuyu shook her arm. Oh, you are older than me, so don't call me sister-in-law. It makes me uncomfortable. How about we call each other by our first names? Lu Yufeng was stunned for a moment, then lowered her voice and said, How about I call you Yeye like my mother? Chuyu nodded hurriedly. Yeye, Area, Chuyue, you can call me whatever you want. Lu Yufeng smiled, showing her white teeth. Then I will take turns. Today I will call you Yeye, tomorrow I will call you Area, and the day after tomorrow I will call you Chuyue. Every day can be different.
Puff.
Chuyu couldn't help laughing. Don't be so ridiculous. Lu Yufeng also laughed. I've decided. I want to call you like this. No, you can only choose one. My mouth is on my body. I don't choose any of them. I can call you whoever you want. After Lu Yufeng finished speaking, she ran to the side. Seeing this, Chuyu took the opportunity to tickle her. The sound of their laughter and noise reached Lu Xinghe's ears, making him unconsciously curl the corners of his lips. Chuyu usually looks serious, but after all, she is still a little girl, and she should spend more time with people of the same age. Yufeng is simple-minded, which is just right. The three of them arrived home quickly. Yun Sueha was worried, so she moved a chair under the eaves after the sun went down and made clothes for Chuyu. She looked outside to see if the two had returned. Seeing Lu Xinghe and Chuyu coming from afar, she was relieved. Xingping, go open the door quickly and help your eldest brother send the cart back to your aunt's house. She turned and looked at the kitchen again. Xing'an, our family has borrowed the cart from your aunt's house twice in a row. You take 3 eggs and follow Xingping. I'm worried about that kid taking the eggs. Lu Xingping muttered to himself and ran to open the gate. When Lu Xing'an heard what Yun Sueha said, he hurriedly took out 3 eggs from the kitchen. The 2 hens came to the house for 3 days and laid a total of 4 eggs. Lu Xing'an was responsible for picking up the eggs every day and counted the 4 eggs again and again. He felt very distressed that he had lost 3 eggs this time. Lu Xinghe parked the cart at the door, took the bucket and backpack off the cart, and then Lu Xingping pushed the cart away. Lu Yufeng entered the door first and stuffed 2 eggs into Yun Sueha's hands. Third aunt, I came to get my basket. My mother asked me to bring these eggs. Yun Sueha said hurriedly, just take the basket. Why bring eggs? It's not easy for your parents to raise 4 of you siblings. Lu Yufeng said, I have to thank Brother Xinghe and Ye for selling medicinal materials for my family. These 2 eggs are also a little gift from my mother. Third aunt, take them. After she finished speaking, she took the basket handed over by Chuyu and went back to the old house. Seeing that her son and daughter-in-law had returned, Yun Sueha was less worried. She put the needlework in her hand into the house and went to the kitchen with 2 eggs. Xinghe, take a rest first, I'll go cook. Chuyu took the silver in the backpack and put it in the basket and went to the kitchen. Mother, this is for you. Yun Sueha, who was cracking eggs, saw the pile of broken silver and silver ingots in the basket and opened her eyes wide in surprise. Why is there so much? Is ginseng so valuable? Chuyu counted the things she sold today, one by one to Yun Sueha. Today, I sold 50 taels of ginseng. The medicinal materials, excluding those from my 4th aunt, sold a total of 2 taels and more than 101. The turtle sold 801, a total of 52 taels and 901, but I spent 5 taels of silver on books and paper and ink for my husband. Yun Sueha nodded and pointed to the 4 largest silver ingots, her face full of curiosity. Then how did these silver ingots come from? Chuyu said evasively, it happened that the wife of Mr. Huang's family in the town had a difficult delivery, and I followed Dr. Zhu from Chen's pharmacy to help. These 200 taels of silver were rewarded by Mr. Huang. Yun Sueha took a breath of cold air after hearing this. It was just a favor, but Mr. Huang rewarded me with 200 taels of silver. What a generous gesture. I have to say that Ye's luck is really good. She took out the 4 largest silver ingots from the basket and put them in Chuyue's hands. The money from selling things, Mother will keep it for the family for the time being. Since the 200 taels are the reward given to you by Mr. Huang, you can take it yourself. You bought books for Xinghe, and you must have kept the thought of letting him continue to study. There will be a lot of expenses in the future. Chua bit her lip, feeling a little touched in her heart, lowered her head and whispered, I thought Mother would blame me for spending so much money on buying books for my husband. Yun Sueha smiled and touched her head. You, child, the first thing you think of when you make money is not to buy things for yourself, but to buy books for Xinghe. Mother can't thank you enough. How can she blame you? Besides, if Xinghe hadn't been dragged down by the 3 of us, he wouldn't be a student until now. Mother feels guilty. Go and put the silver away quickly. Be careful not to let others see it. Chua sighed and went back to her and Lu Xinghe's room. When I entered the house, I saw Lu Xinghe sitting in front of the window with the book of the Chronicles of the Kingdoms, reading it intently. She gently wrapped the silver in old cloth strips, stuffed it into 4 small bamboo tubes, and hid it in 4 places in the house. Although Lu Xinghe did not look in Chi's direction, when he noticed her jumping up and down behind him, he still raised the corners of his lips with some amusement. If there are mice in the house, the things you hide may not be safe. Chuyu felt helpless when she saw the earth wall that seemed to be able to fall down at a touch. What should I do? Lu Xinghe closed the book in his hand and a hint of pampering flashed across his face. Just leave it like this for now. When I renovate the house in the future, I will definitely make a few more places for you to hide your money at home. Chuyu smiled and said, if I don't make more money, wouldn't it be a shame for the effort you put in for me? Lu Xinghe shook his head, with longing in his eyes. That's not necessary, as long as you are happy. As long as you are happy. Although these words were not sweet words, they made her feel as sweet as honey. The brothers Lu Xingping and Lu Xing'an, who had sent the cart and eggs to Aunt Lin's house, had returned, and Yun Sueha had already cooked the dishes. Tonight, she fried some wild vegetables and cracked 2 eggs to make egg drop soup. The family sat together, drinking rice porridge and eating vegetables, with a satisfied look on their faces. Because the family's meals have improved a lot in the past few days, the family's complexion looks much better than before. Yun Sueha looked at Lu Xingping and his brother. You sent the cart to Aunt Lin's house. She didn't say anything, right? No. Lu Xingping rushed to answer. Aunt Lin saw the eggs Xing'an took away, and she smiled from ear to ear, and told us to go to her house if we need another cart. Lu Xinghe put down the bowl and chopsticks in his hand and looked at Yun Sueha. Mom, I want to repair the house at home. Yun Sueha was slightly stunned, looked at him for a long time without saying anything, and then looked up at the house. It's time to repair it. The roof is moldy and not solid anymore. The walls are always covered with dust. The ups and downs of the past 8 years have made the walls thinner. When the weather gets cold, it might be like the previous years. We will suffer. When they heard that the house was going to be repaired, Lu Xingping and Lu Xing'an had a hint of longing in their eyes. Mom, brother, if our house is repaired, where will we live for the time being? Grandpa and Grandma's old house. Yun Sueha shook her head and looked up at her house again. Our thatched house may not be reparable. Let's call your uncle and second uncle to take a look tomorrow. If there is no need to repair it, we will find another convenient place to start and rebuild the house. Lu Xinghe looked at Yun Sueha. Has Mom thought of a location? The others all looked in Yun Sueha's direction, just waiting for her to speak. Yun Sueha looked at the children and showed a loving smile on her face. The hilltop your grandparents gave us is close to the village road and not far from your grandparents' home. There is a big pond not far in front and our fields are not far from the pond. Don't you think it's very convenient? Lu Xinghe's eyes lit up. The place Mother wants is the same as mine. Yun Sueha smiled and said, Mother asked your grandparents to clear a small piece of hill for us to build our house there, but your uncles disagreed and were afraid that our family would occupy that hill, so they built it here where we live now. Unexpectedly, in the end, the hill is still ours. Lu Xingping's face was full of excitement. Mother, won't our family have a new house to live in soon? Yun Sueha reached out and touched his head, her eyes slightly moist. Following Mother, you brothers have suffered. Lu Xingping shook his head. I'm not suffering. As long as I'm here, even if I have to eat coarse food every day, life is sweet. Yun Sueha's newly brewing sadness was made to laugh and cry by Lu Xingping's words. You naughty monkey. Lu Xing'an also nodded. Mom, although Xingping is not in tune most of the time, what she said today is right. As long as our family can be together, life will not be bitter. Lu Xingping rolled his eyes at him. What do you mean I am not in tune most of the time, Lu Xing'an? Explain it to me clearly. Lu Xing'an hurriedly got up and ran out. You are not in tune anyway, I have nothing to say. Seeing this, Lu Xingping got up and chased after him. If you have the ability, don't run away. Why am I not in tune? I have also helped the family a lot, okay? Yun Sueha looked at the 2 sons playing outside the door and shook her head helplessly. You two should be careful, don't bump into anything, it will hurt later. At this time, the remaining sadness in her heart was really swept away. Chuyu smiled at the 2 brothers making noise outside the house, stood up and put the dishes together, and was about to take them out to wash, but Lu Xinghe held his hand. Let me do it. Chuyu did not let go. You have been pushing the cart all day today. You must be tired, take a break first, I will wash a few dishes soon. Seeing Chuyu's insistence, Lu Xinghe did not force it. Yun Sueha glanced at Chuyu who was busy outside the house, and then looked at Lu Xinghe. What did Mother tell you before? Mother said Yaya is a good child. Lu Xinghe glanced in the direction of Chuyu, lowered his head, and hummed. Although his voice was cold, if you look closely, you will find that his ears exposed outside have turned pink. Yun Sueha saw through it but did not say it, and smiled, and went back to her room. The next morning after breakfast, Lu Xinghe invited his eldest uncle Lu Laifu and second uncle Lu Laikai to come, and his fourth uncle Lu Shouqing also came with them. As soon as the three entered the yard, Chuyu brought tea for them to drink. After the three of them drank tea, she took the cups to the water tank, washed them, and took them into the kitchen. She didn't say much during the whole process, but she was efficient. This changed the impression of her by the two brothers Lu Laifu and Lu Laikai. The three of them walked around in several rooms and sat down in the yard. Lu Laifu shook his head and said, "This thatched house was not a very solid house when it was repaired 8 years ago. Although the roof was replaced once, it is now completely useless. The walls are even more peeling. In my opinion, it is easier to tear it down and rebuild it than to repair it." Lu Laikai disagreed. "You just talk nonsense. It takes labor and money to tear it down and rebuild it. It's not easy for Xinghe to make a little money. How can he afford such a hassle?" Lu Shouqing looked at Lu Xinghe and Yun Sueha. "I wonder what the third sister-in-law and Xinghe think." The elders were the ones speaking, so Lu Xinghe naturally gave the right to speak to his mother. Seeing several people looking at her, Yun Sueha lowered her voice and said, "I discussed this with Xinghe yesterday. If it really doesn't work, we will just rebuild the house. The mud walls of our house are so thin that it will be time-consuming and labor-intensive to repair them, and they don't look good. The key is that the repaired house will not last for 1 or 2 years, and we have to hire someone to repair it again. It's better to rebuild it." The three brothers Lu Laifu, Lu Laikai, and Lu Shouqing were a little surprised. "Does the budget cover enough for you, sister-in-law?" "It should be enough for now." Seeing her expression, Lu Laikai wanted to say something to avoid her handing him a knife. "Sister-in-law, you have to think it over carefully. We have just separated from each other, and we don't have any extra money to lend you. If you want to rebuild a house, you have to have money in hand, and it's not something you can do easily." Lu Laifu nodded hurriedly. "Yes, although I also hope that you can rebuild a house. You have to do it within your means." Lu Shouqing on the side said indifferently, "The adobe house doesn't cost much. The key is that it takes time to work. If sister-in-law doesn't have enough, you can ask Shouqing for some, but my family has many children, and I can't lend much. I'm afraid it's only 1 or 2 taels at most. These days, anyone who is willing to lend a tael or 2 of silver to the family is a great favor." Yun Sueha smiled. "Thank you for your reminder, elder brother and second brother, and thank you for your generosity. Xinghe and I planned to build a house because we had a plan in mind. The money is not something that you brothers and sisters need to worry about. Just when the time comes to build a house." The three brothers breathed a sigh of relief and patted their chests and said, "Don't worry about building a house. Elder brother and second brother will make sure it's done for you." However, they were also a little surprised that the third sister-in-law's family actually had some extra money to build a house. Could it be that they sold the hilltop that my parents had divided? But there was no news of it in the village. Yun Sueha smiled happily. "Okay, thank you, big brother and second brother." Yun Sueha looked at Lu Xinghe. "Xinghe, take your big uncle, second uncle, and fourth uncle to the place where we discussed to build the house last night. When we find a good place, take your uncles home for dinner." Lu Xinghe nodded. "Okay." After the 4 of them left the yard, Chuyu looked at Yun Sueha. "Mom, should we build a blue brick house or a mud house?" Yun Sueha looked at her. "What do you think, Yaya?" She now feels more and more that Chuyu is the lucky star of the family, and subconsciously feels that her ideas are also very important. Chuyu thought about it and said seriously, "In fact, I think that our family is not without money now. If we want to build a house, it is still best to build a blue brick house. Our village is in the mountains. It is drought this year, and the humidity is still very heavy in previous years. The adobe house is not durable and needs to be repaired every 1 or 2 years. It is better to build a blue brick and tile house, which is convenient and comfortable." Yun Sueha nodded, thinking back to the past 8 years, when the family was worried that the house would collapse every rainy day, and she also felt that what Chuyu said was reasonable. But it cost a lot of money to build a blue brick and tile house. Chuyu seemed to see Yun Sueha's concerns and stepped forward to hold her hand. "Don't worry about the money, mother." She lowered her voice and said, "Don't I still have it? We're all a family. After all, money is spent on the right things, and we can earn it back in the future." After she said this, Yun Sueha also made up her mind and held Chuyu's hand. "Okay, then let's build a blue brick and tile house. But mother still has money for building a house. You can save it first, and mother will ask you if it's not enough in the future." Lu Xinghe and Chuyu went to the town to sell things twice, plus the 15 taels of silver they got from the separation of the family and the 1 tael they had saved, a total of 67 or 8 taels of silver, which was barely enough to build a blue brick and tile house. At most, they can just save some money on food and daily necessities. After all, they have a solid house to live in, and they feel comfortable. Chuyu nodded. "I will listen to mother." Yun Sueha looked at the string of pig intestines hanging in the kitchen and said, "Your uncle, second uncle, and fourth uncle will have lunch at home at noon. Take the pig intestines down and fry them. They have been smoked for a few days." Chuyu hurried to the kitchen. "Then I'll take it and wash it." After instructing Chuyu, Yun Sueha looked at the house of Lu Xingting and his brother. "Xingen, go get 2 pots of wine. Send 1 to your grandfather first, and the other pot for your uncles at noon." Lu Xingen responded, took 10 coins from Yun Sueha, and ran away. "Xingting, go to the kitchen to help your sister-in-law. Today's lunch is up to you." After Yun Sueha gave her instructions, she went back to the house to continue making clothes for Chuyu. Lu Xingting came to the kitchen and saw Chuyu taking down the string of pig intestines hanging on the beam of the kitchen. He swallowed his saliva. "Sister-in-law, do we have pig intestines for lunch? What do you need me to do?" Chuyu looked into the pot. "Go and light the fire. I'll blanch the pig intestines first."
Okay.
Lu Xingting hurriedly went around the stove, and soon the kitchen began to be filled with smoke, which made Chuyu almost unable to open her eyes. She suddenly understood why Lu Xingen was the one who usually worked in the kitchen. Although Lu Xingting was reliable in other things, he was basically a drag when it came to delicate work. Yun Sueha seemed to be choked by the smoke and stretched her neck and shouted, "Xingting, do you want to burn the kitchen?" Lu Xingting shrank his neck. "Mom, don't worry, it will be done soon." Chuyu was smoked by the smoke and burst into tears. "Xingting, why don't you go pick some grass to feed the chickens? I'll take care of the kitchen." Lu Xingting looked at Chuyu's pitiful appearance with snot and tears and felt extremely guilty. "Sister-in-law, I'm sorry, I'll be done soon." Chuyu waved her hands. "It's okay. Everyone has their own strengths. Just do what you are good at." "Sister-in-law, believe me, I can start this fire right away." Lu Xingting seemed to be eager to prove himself, picked up the blowpipe and blew a big breath, and after covering himself with grass ash, the fire really ignited. Looking at the dusty Lu Xingting, Chuyu couldn't help laughing. "Xingting, do you usually make fire like this?" Lu Xingting scratched his head a little embarrassedly. "I just do things a little roughly, but I still know how to make fire." "Will my sister-in-law dislike me?" Chuyu chuckled. "Of course not." She thought it was quite interesting to have such a funny person at home. Just at this time, Lu Xing'an came back home with wine. Looking at the thick smoke outside the kitchen, he shook his head helplessly. "Lu Xingting, why are you causing trouble in the kitchen again?" Lu Xingting stuck out his tongue and ran out of the kitchen. "It's because my mother asked me to help my sister-in-law. Since you are back, the kitchen will be handed over to you and my sister-in-law. I'm going to cut grass and feed the chickens." After saying that, he ran away with the basket. Lu Xing'an hurried into the kitchen, emptied some of the stove that Lu Xingting had stuffed full of firewood, wet it, and put the firewood in the stove back up so that there was less smoke. She picked them up, washed them again with clean water, and cut them into small pieces. At this time, Lu Xing'an had already washed the rice and put it into the pot to start cooking porridge. When Lu Xinghe brought Lu Laifu, Lu Laikai, and Lu Shouqing back home, the porridge was already cooked, and she was already frying the pig intestines. The farmers in Bampo village could not eat meat twice a year, so when they smelled the aroma of fried pig intestines, the eyes of the 3 brothers Lu Laifu were bright. It smells so good. Lu Laikai stretched his neck to look into the kitchen. Seeing Chuyu, he immediately praised, I didn't expect my niece's wife to cook well.
Wow.
Lu Laifu also looked inside. I thought it was my third brother's wife who was cooking, but it turned out to be my niece's wife. Her cooking skills are much better than your aunt's. Lu Shouqing smiled. It seems that we will have a good meal at noon today. Lu Xinghe pursed his lips, asked the three uncles to take a rest first, and went to the kitchen. Do you want my help? Chuyu looked in his direction and smiled and said, No, it's simple. The pig intestines can be served soon, and we just need to stir-fry some wild vegetables. Lu Xinghe looked at Chuyu's face and shook his head. Why do you make yourself look so ugly when cooking? Chuyu was slightly stunned. What's wrong with my face? Lu Xinghe did not answer her. He turned around and took a handkerchief from outside. He wet it with water, wrung it a little, and went into the kitchen. Chuyu reached out to take the handkerchief. Looking at her dirty hands, Lu Xinghe said softly, Let me do it. He took the handkerchief and wiped the black dust from Chuyu's face again and again, then reached out to take the spatula from Chuyu's hand. I'll do the rest. You go wash your hands and set the dishes. Chuyu said, and she reached out to take the handkerchief handed by Lu Xinghe and left the kitchen with her head slightly lowered. Behind the stove, Lu Xing'an, who tried his best to reduce his presence, had surprise in his eyes. His elder brother had never treated anyone like this. When he and Xingping played dirty when they were young, his elder brother would only throw the handkerchief to the two of them and let them wipe it themselves. Compared with his elder sister-in-law, the two brothers were just like poor children who no one cared about. The pig intestines in the pot were already seasoned. Lu Xinghe stir-fried them a few times and then took the pot off the stove. He rinsed the pot with clean water again, fried the wild vegetables, and then they could eat. Because the kitchen was too small, the table was moved to the big tree in the yard outside the house. Lu Laifu, Lu Laikai, and Lu Shouqing sat together, and Lu Xing'an poured a glass of wine for each of them. The three were surprised. On the one hand, they were happy that they could finally have a drink, and on the other hand, they complained in their hearts that the third sister-in-law spent money recklessly. It was not easy for Xinghe to make some money. It was not easy for him to get some money after the family division. If he was not careful with his money, he would lose it sooner or later. Saving money is like picking up soil with a needle, and spending money is like washing sand with waves. They are all people who live by their means and know that making money is not easy. Yun Sueha didn't know what the three brothers were thinking. She pointed to the big bowl of stir-fried pig intestines on the table and said, This pig intestine is Yia's specialty. It tastes very good. Try it, eldest brother, second brother, and fourth brother. The three of them originally thought that the dish was fragrant, but now they heard that it was pig intestines. They stretched out their chopsticks halfway and turned to pick up a chopstick of wild vegetables and rice porridge to eat. Seeing that the three did not put down their chopsticks, Lu Xingping quickly picked up a chopstick and put it in his own bowl to eat. While eating, he said, This pig intestine is simply a delicacy in the world. Lu Shouqing touched his head with some amusement. Little brat, you have only eaten a few mouthfuls of rice? You know what is a delicacy in the world? But when he heard Lu Xingping say this, he still felt a little sad. Although his family was also tight on food and clothing on weekdays, at least they could eat meat twice a year. The conditions of the third sister-in-law's family were poor, and they might not have meat to eat all year round, so the children would think that pig intestines were also delicious. The brothers Lu Laifu and Lu Laikai listened to what the two said, and their expressions were also a little moved. Lu Laifu took a sip of wine, looked at Lu Xingping and said, When the house of the eldest uncle's house is built, go to the town to buy 2 pieces of meat, and then you can taste what is really delicious. Lu Xingping's cheeks were bulging with food, and he reached out to pick up a piece of pig intestine from the bowl and put it into Lu Shouqing's bowl, which was closest to him. But this pig intestine is really delicious, and the eldest uncle, the second uncle, and the fourth uncle will know after trying it. If the children eat it, there is nothing that I can't eat. Lu Shouqing picked up the pig intestines from the bowl and put them into his mouth. It had no smell or odor when he first put it in his mouth. After chewing it twice, his eyes suddenly lit up. Well, it's delicious. Seeing his expression, brothers Lu Laifu and Lu Laikai also picked up a chopstick and put it into their mouths, both with an intoxicated look on their faces. No wonder it smells so good when fried. The pig intestines really taste good. At this moment, Sundaju's mother next door jumped out from nowhere.
Hey,
Are you eating? What delicious food are you eating? Pick up a chopstick for me too. Seeing this, the three brothers Lu Laifu's intoxicated expressions just now changed, and they immediately became sad. I thought it would taste good because it smelled good, but I didn't expect it to be so smelly. Lu Laifu said, taking a big sip of wine. With the situation of my third brother's wife's family, we can have pig intestines to eat, so don't be picky, brother. Lu Laikai said, and also took a sip of wine for himself. Lu Shouqing immediately understood and looked at Mrs. Li, who was standing at the edge of the yard staring at the plate of pig intestines. Aunt Li, do you want to eat pig intestines filled with pig manure? How about I give you a chopstick? Seeing the ugly expressions of the three brothers and hearing that the dish was pig intestines, Mrs. Li almost vomited the porridge she had just put into her mouth. She waved her hands and said, No, I'm old and can't eat such heavy food. After that, she hurried back home. At Sundaju's house, Luo looked at Mrs. Li asking for food from others and rolled her eyes at Sundaju several times in anger. Look at your mother. She's embarrassed again. She has a precious mouth. She just ate me 2 days ago, and she went to someone's house to ask for food. If you don't know, you would think that our family treated her badly. Sundaju was embarrassed, but he could only comfort his wife. What can we do? She is my mother, and she doesn't listen to us. We can't just kick her out. That's why Luo was even more angry. She snorted coldly, put the bowl and chopsticks in her hand heavily on the table, and went back to her room. You just stay with your mother and see how long this family can be tossed by her. Sundaiju looked at his wife's angry look and wanted to comfort her a few more words, but he didn't know what to say. After all, his mother was the initiator of all this. Li Posey returned home while vomiting, and she didn't forget to curse. I should have thought of it long ago. What good things can Yun's Hoof family have? She also took out pig intestines to entertain guests, which is really shameful and disgusting. After saying that, she vomited twice again. Sundaju put down the bowl and chopsticks and looked at Li Posey. You should live back in the old house. In the future, as long as I can make money, how about buying you a piece of meat every month? If we continue to keep her at home, this family will break up sooner or later. After hearing the first half of Sundaju's words, Mrs. Li wanted to scold him, but when she heard that she could eat meat every other month, her eyes lit up immediately. Are you serious? Meat every other month? Sundaju nodded. Of course it's true. Okay. Mrs. Li put the bowl on the table and agreed immediately. She didn't want to be looked down upon by Mrs. Luo. It would be great if she could live in the old house and have meat to eat. She would be comfortable and at ease by herself, just like living a godly life. It is said that it is easier to invite a god than to send him away. Seeing that his mother agreed, Sundaju immediately urged Mrs. Li to pack up. Fearing that there was no food in the old house, he even gave her some food from his own rice jar. After that, he took the initiative to carry the big and small bags and sent his mother to the old house. Mrs. Luo knew what was going on outside. Instead of letting the old woman make trouble at home every day, it would be better to send her to the old house. Although the family expenses would be a little higher, at least she would have peace of mind. At Lu Xinghe's house, the three brothers Lu Laifu saw that Mrs. Li had gone far away and continued to eat the pig intestines in the bowl with a satisfied look on their faces. Lu Laifu drank a sip of wine with an intoxicated look on his face. Third brother, sister, don't be afraid if that woman bullies you in the future. If it doesn't work, go to the old house and ask mother and your eldest and second sisters-in-law to come. They are good at fighting, and they will definitely make that woman obedient for you. Yun Sueha covered her mouth and smiled. After all, we can't provoke her on weekdays. When we move to a new house in the future, it will be quiet. Lu Shouqing nodded. That's right. Just live your own life. Don't spend your time to care about her, so as not to cause trouble for yourself. The three brothers went home after dinner. Yun Sueha called Lu Xinghe aside and mentioned to him the matter of building a brick house that she discussed with Chuyu at home. After hearing this, Lu Xinghe nodded. Originally, I was thinking that a blue brick and tile house would be better. It was only yesterday, when Chuyu asked about buying a house in the town, that he hesitated whether to build a blue brick and tile house. Now that Chuyu also suggested this, let's just build a blue brick and tile house. After all, the family will have to live here for a long time. The three people agreed on the idea and decided to do so. However, the crops in the fields are about to be harvested. After watering for another 10 days, once the rice is harvested, we can start building the new house. Lu Xinghe waited for the sun to be a little slanted and then carried water to the fields for an hour. Later in the evening, Lu Taixing came home. Yun Sueha heard Lu Tiexing's voice and hurriedly put down her needlework and left the house. Dad, why are you here? Lu Taixing frowned slightly. I heard from Shoqing that you're going to build a new house? Yun Sueha nodded hurriedly. Yes, after the houses of the eldest and second brothers are built, we can also start building our new house. Lu Taixing hummed, picked up the dry pipe, and took 2 puffs. Is the money enough? If not, go to your mother to get some, and return it to us when you make money. Yun Sueha was touched when she heard it, and said hurriedly, It's enough, we also planned it out before building the house, otherwise we wouldn't dare to start it, right? But thank you, Dad. Hearing Yun Sueha say that the money for building the house was enough, Lu Taixing nodded. You live your own life, just have a scale in your heart. Let Dad know when you start the construction, and Dad will go to help. Well, let Xinghe tell Dad when the time comes. Lu Taixing hummed and turned to leave the yard. I'm going back. There's no need to buy me wine in the future. You live your own life, which is better than anything else. Watching Lu Taixing leave, Yun Sueha rubbed her eyes with some emotion, closed the gate, and turned back to the house. In the next few days, Lu Xinghe carried water to irrigate the fields in the morning, read books and practiced calligraphy at home at noon, and occasionally wrote some small articles. Generally, at this time, in order not to disturb Lu Xinghe, Chuyu would try to reduce her presence as much as possible, and even went to Yun Sueha's house most of the time to learn needlework with her. In the afternoon, when the sun went down a little, Lu Xinghe would take the 2 brothers Lu Xingping to dig the soil and level the foundation of the fenced-in mountain. He also asked Lu Xingping and Lu Xing'an to pick up a lot of stones to fill in the foundation. Because they thought about building a new house soon, the 2 children worked particularly hard. In addition to learning needlework every day, Chuyu would cook with Yun Sueha, or go up the mountain to collect herbs and dig wild vegetables, and take care of household affairs. These days, Chuyu's 2 sets of new clothes have been ready. Because she has been better these days, she looks even better in a brand new light pink cotton top and navy blue skirt. Yun Sueha looked Chuyu up and down, smiling from ear to ear. If you ask me, Yia is still pretty. This dress can be worn to such an effect. Xinghe, don't you think so? She said, looking in the direction of Lu Xinghe. Lu Xinghe was originally looking at Chuyu, and when he heard Yun Sueha's voice, he was stunned for a moment, then nodded slightly and said, Pretty. Seeing his pink ear tips and uncomfortable expression, Yun Sueha laughed happily. Chuyu lowered her head and felt her cheeks hot. Soon it was the day agreed with the Huang family, and it was time to go to the town to remove the stitches for Mrs. Huang. Lu Xinghe was worried about Chuyu going alone, so he naturally went with her. Chuyu originally wanted to take Yun Sueha with her and let Dr. Zhu check her pulse when she came back, but Yun Sueha didn't want to spend that money, saying that she would go after the house was built and she had more money. Because she was too insistent, Chuyu didn't force it anymore. After all, there was only a carriage when we went there, and it would be embarrassing to ask someone to send us back. Although Yun Sueha's health seems to be better than usual these days, it is still difficult for her to walk long distances. It would be great if there was a doctor willing to come to the village to see her. Before the morning, Chuyu and Lu Xinghe left Banpo village, but they had only walked for a while when they saw a carriage parked by the roadside waiting. After all, it was definitely a rare thing for a carriage to come to this village. Once someone knew about it, there would definitely be a lot of people watching. The housekeeper knew that Chuyu didn't want to mobilize a large number of people, so he parked the carriage in a relatively hidden location. As soon as Chuyu and Lu Xinghe showed up, The housekeeper of the Huang mansion jumped off the carriage and bowed to the two of them. "Miss Chu is here." Chu smiled and greeted the housekeeper, then got into the carriage with Lu Xinghe. The carriage drove the two of them towards Nanping town. The speed of the carriage was much faster than walking. In less than half an hour, they had already arrived at Nanping town. Because there was a clear Huang mansion logo on the carriage, pedestrians on the road avoided it after entering the town. The carriage stopped steadily at the door of the Huang mansion. Lu Xinghe jumped off the carriage first, then turned around and hugged Chu Yu down. Chu Yu got off the carriage, sorted out her clothes, and then went into the Huang mansion with Lu Xinghe and the housekeeper. Lu Xinghe was a man, so it was not convenient for him to enter the backyard, so he had to wait in the front yard as he did last time. Chu Yu was taken to Ime Garden by the maid. "Madam, Miss Chu is here." In the house, Xiaolian got the instruction from Madame Huang and immediately said, "Let the girl in quickly." When Chu Yu entered the house, Xiaolian and a woman were walking around with Madame Huang in the house. When they saw her coming in, they hurriedly helped Madame Huang onto the bed. Madame Huang leaned to the left on the bed and looked in the direction of Chu Yu. The little girl looked about 14 years old. Her figure was still tender, her round almond eyes were sparkling, and she was very pretty. This girl looked kind, and she must be kind-hearted. Madame Huang nodded slightly to Chu Yu. "Thank you, young lady, for saving me and my child a few days ago." Chu Yu waved her hands hurriedly. "Madam, don't be so polite. The situation was urgent at that time, and I was just pushing the issue. Fortunately, God blesses you and the young master. Otherwise, this incident will leave a shadow in my heart for the rest of my life." Looking at Chu Yu with a face full of fear, Madame Huang couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. "You, child, are also brave and resourceful. I heard from Xiaolian that Dr. Zhu was helpless at that time, and you came up with this method. After I woke up, Xiaolian almost praised you to the sky." Xiaolian lowered her head a little embarrassedly. "How can it be so exaggerated, madam? I just admire Miss Chu for having such a skill at such a young age. It is said that women are virtuous without talent, but women with skills are no worse than men." Dr. Zhu was almost frightened to death that day, but the little girl completed it neatly. That scene really amazed her. Chu Yu smiled a little embarrassedly. "It's just luck. I don't deserve such praise from Sister Xiaolian." She turned to look at Madame Huang. "To be honest, madam, my family lives in the mountains and makes a living by collecting herbs. These days, I followed my husband in and out of the medicine shop. I heard this method by accident. When I saw that Madam was in a critical condition, I thought of giving it a try, so I mentioned it to Dr. Zhu." Madame Huang nodded after hearing this. "No wonder, it turns out there is a foundation." Chu Yu pursed her lips and smiled. "Why don't I take a look at the wound first, madam?" "Okay." After Madame Huang finished speaking, she was helped by Xiaolian and the old woman to lie down and lifted the clothes on Madame Huang's abdomen. Chu Yu walked closer and saw that the wound on Madame Huang's abdomen had healed and the scars on the wound had fallen off. She couldn't help but sigh that the effect of this golden wound medicine was really good. If there was no golden wound medicine, the wound would not be so good. She gently pressed Madame Huang's abdomen twice. "Madam, is it still as painful as before?" Madame Huang shook her head slightly. "Much better than a few days ago." At this time, Xiaolian had brought the clean scissors wiped with wine on a tray. Chu Yu picked up the scissors, carefully removed the stitches on Madame Huang's abdomen, and stood up. "Madame's wound has healed very well. You still need to keep it clean these days. Don't do heavy work within 3 months to avoid the healed wound from breaking open." Madame Huang accepted Chu Yu's instructions one by one. Afterwards, she winked at Xiaolian, who understood and brought the jewelry box that had been prepared long ago. Madame Huang opened the jewelry box and said, "Here is a pair of gold bracelets. They are the dowry I brought from my natal family when I got married. Miss Chu must have just got married not long ago, so this is my little gift." Chu Yu shook her head hurriedly. "Madam, I can't take these gold bracelets. When I left a few days ago, Mr. Huang gave me a lot of silver. If I take Madame's bracelets, it would seem that I am greedy." Looking at Chu Yu like this, Madame Huang was even happier. Everyone loves money, but this girl knows how to get it in moderation. She is not one of those people who are blinded by money, which makes people more convinced. She held Chuyu's hand. Silly girl. Only you would refuse these good things. If Miss Chu doesn't mind, you can call me Aunt Jiang in the future. Chuyu was stunned. But Madam looks so young, can you really call me that? Madam Huang smiled. My real name is Jiang Qingwan. I am about 14 years older than you. Calling me Aunt Jiang doesn't seem too much, right? Chuyu smiled and bowed slightly in front of Jiang Qingwan.
Chui ue met on Jiang. Hey.
Jiang Qingwan smiled and took the jewelry box from Xiaolian and stuffed it into Chuyu's hand. Since you call me Aunt Jiang, I will be your family from now on. These things are Aunt Jiang's dowry for you. Take them boldly. If anyone dares to say anything bad about you, tell Aunt Jiang, and Aunt Jiang will not let him off easily. On the one hand, she likes Chuyu, and on the other hand, the little girl has such powerful skills and experience, and can resist temptation. It is only a matter of time before she leaves Nanping town, so it is better to make a good relationship first. Jiang Qingwan said so, and Chuyu couldn't refuse. Thank you, Aunt Jiang. Just then, the nanny came in from the side room holding Jiang Qingwan's child. Madam, the young master is awake. Jiang Qingwan heard that her son had woken up and hurriedly asked Xiaolian to help her sit up straight. Chuyu looked at the child. The child was quite big, but his face was slightly yellow. Aunt Jiang, the child hasn't seen the sun in the past few days? Jiang Qingwan looked a little nervous. Indeed, no. Is there any problem? When the nanny came in from the side room just now, Chuyu saw it clearly. The side room was darker, and the windows were sealed up so as not to disturb the child's sleep. It's not a big problem, but he seems to have some young jaundice. When the sun is not strong every day, maybe let him see the sun, eat more and defecate more, and he'll be back to normal soon. Young jaundice that is not too serious is easy to solve, but it also needs to be taken seriously, so as not to develop seriously, which will be difficult to deal with at that time. Jiang Qingwan listened and took it seriously immediately. Xiaolian, go and take off the cloth covering the window of the side room. Nanny, when the sun goes down, move the cradle to the yard and let Howard get some sun. Seeing that everyone was busy and the mother needed to rest, Chuyu stood up and said goodbye. Aunt Jiang, my husband is still waiting in the front yard, so I'll take my leave first. You should take good care of yourself. I'll come to see you in the Huang mansion when I'm free. Jiang Qingwan nodded, with a little tiredness on her face. Okay, be careful on the road. She turned and looked in the direction of the side room. Xiaolian, take Yaya to the front yard, and tell the housekeeper to drive the carriage to take Yaya and her husband home. When Xiaolian led them to the front yard, they saw Lu Xinghe waiting for her in the pavilion. Husband. Lu Xinghe saw Chuyu since she appeared. In order to prevent her from running and tripping again, he took the initiative to leave the pavilion and walked quickly in her direction. Is it going well? He asked, naturally holding her hand. For a long while, Chuyu's attention was always on the big hand that was holding her hand. When she reacted, she nodded with a slightly red face. It's going well. Although Xiaolian was a little older than Chuyu, she was not married. She was very envious of Chuyu's husband, who was not only good-looking but also treated her very well. She covered her mouth and smiled, then looked at the housekeeper at the door. Housekeeper Lu, the lady asked you to take Miss Chu and her husband home. Chuyu waved her hand hurriedly. No need. My husband and I still want to go around the town, so we won't delay the carriage of the Huang mansion. Finally, the two said goodbye to Xiaolian and housekeeper Lu and left the Huang mansion. They first went to Chen's pharmacy. Originally, they wanted to ask Dr. Zhu if he was willing to go to the countryside, but today was not the day for Dr. Zhu to see patients, so Chuyu asked shopkeeper Chen to ask for her, and then followed Lu Xinghe to Wangchen bookstore. Seeing the bookstore in front of her from a distance, Chuyu tilted her head and asked, Husband, if you continue to take the imperial examination, you need to buy some books, right? Lu Xinghe hummed. There are a few books that have not been copied that need to be bought, which may cost a lot of money. As for the copied books, he has memorized the contents anyway, so he can just buy a few blank books and copy them down. Chuyu touched the light pink purse given to her by her fourth aunt on her waist. It just so happens that I brought money with me, and I still have to buy these necessities. Lu Xinghe smiled and shook his head. When we came, my mother gave me silver and she also asked us to go to the kiln factory not far from the town entrance to ask about the price of blue bricks. Chuyu bit her lip and suddenly stopped. Seeing this, Lu Xinghe was a little confused. What's wrong? Chuyu sniffed, with a trace of grievance on her face. Husband, I make money to improve our family's life. You and mother are always afraid of spending my money. Is it because I am too young and you want to draw a line with me and marry someone else in the future? She didn't remember much of her past life except her medical skills. In this life, she got Chuyu's memories, so she thought she was Chuyu here. She had never received care from her family since she was a child. Since she married Lu Xinghe, her family treated her very well, and she really regarded Lu Xinghe as her husband. She felt uncomfortable when she thought that if she gave her heart, she would be abandoned in the end. Seeing Chuyu's red eyes, Lu Xinghe suddenly lost his composure. After a moment, he reached out and touched the little girl's head. You won't be happy if I don't spend your money. Thinking of Chuyu's past situation in the Chu family, a trace of heartache flashed in his eyes. You are not old. Why do you think so much? If I really thought you were too young, I wouldn't have been your husband from the beginning. After all, it's troublesome to raise a child around. Chuyu looked down at the tip of her shoes and lowered her voice very low. I'm not a child. I'm not much taller than Xing Ping and Xing, and how can I not be a child? Lu Xinghe rubbed the little girl's head again, and then held her hand hanging at her side tightly in his hand. Since you want to buy me a book, let's spend our own money today, not my mother's. Looking at him holding her hand tightly, Chuyu smiled. Okay. Lu Xinghe has copied a lot of books for Wanchan bookstore over the years, and the servants inside all know him, so when they see him come in, someone immediately greets him. Lu Xinghe, you're here. Lu Xinghe? A man who was picking books in the bookstore looked up at the door of the bookstore. When he saw Lu Xinghe, a look of surprise flashed across his face. Are you really Lu Xinghe? Lu Xinghe didn't know the man, and he frowned slightly. Who are you? The man hurriedly introduced himself. I'm Su Heng. You were classmates for 2 years, and later went to the county to study. Don't you remember Su Heng? Lu Xinghe recalled carefully that 9 years ago, there seemed to be a person named Su Heng in the academy where he studied, but at that time he was focused on his studies and didn't have a deep impression of the people around him. Su Heng was a little excited to meet his former classmates. Brother Lu, you became the youngest student in Nanping Town at the age of 9. Everyone regarded you as a role model. Now you have already passed the examination and become a scholar? Before Lu Xinghe could answer, a voice suddenly hit the ears of several people. Humph. What's the point of being a scholar? People still have to rely on copying books to make a living. People who are so poor probably don't have the money to take the exam for a scholar, right? Chuyu heard the voice and frowned. She looked back and saw 3 or 5 men about 18 or 19 years old, wearing long gowns, walking towards the side. The one who spoke was the man in the dark green brocade gown, with a haughty look on his face. For no reason, I just felt disgusted with him after just one glance. Chuyu originally wanted to say a few words for Lu Xinghe, but before she could open her mouth, Lu Xinghe quietly pulled her behind him. Su Heng saw the person coming and clasped his fists slightly. Brother Jiang, I haven't seen you for a long time. You are still as sharp as ever. The Su and Jiang families are old friends. Su Heng can see Jiang Gaoi almost every year. He can't say that he hates Jiang Gaoi, nor can he say that he likes him. He just hopes that he doesn't provoke him. Okay, Brother Su is as righteous as ever. When Jiang Gaoi said the words righteous, he spoke very slowly, his eyebrows dancing with joy, and anyone with a discerning eye could hear his disdain for Su Heng. Jiang Gaoi ignored Su Heng and looked up at the small figure behind Lu Xinghe. Hey, Lu Xinghe, this pretty girl, is she your sister? How old is she this year? How about selling her to me? I'll give you 10 taels of silver, which is enough for your family to have food and clothing for 3 to 5 years. How about it? As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Gaoi felt a pain in his cheek, and then he was knocked to the ground by a strong force. Lu Xinghe clapped his hands. I advise you not to set your sights on her, otherwise. Otherwise what? Jiang Gaoi wiped the blood from the corner of his lips with his thumb and looked at Lu Xinghe with a sarcastic look on his face. Lu Xinghe, I really didn't expect you to be stupid enough to come and hit me. It seems that you value that little girl very much. Having said this, he winked at the people behind him. Several people understood what he meant and walked towards Lu Xinghe and Chuyu.
Is it the law?
Jiang Gaoi stood up with a wicked smile on his face. The law? Here I am the law. After speaking, he waved his hand, go. Just as the voice fell, Su-hung was knocked to the ground by a tall man, and his forehead was bruised. He was a weak scholar who could not even tie a chicken, and he was no match for these playboys. Seeing that the other party was coming at her aggressively, Chuyu hurriedly thought of a countermeasure in her mind, and then took advantage of the chaos at the door of the bookstore. She took advantage of her height and ran out from the door on the other side of the bookstore. Jiang Gaoi saw Chuyu running away quickly and laughed at Lu Xinghe. Ha ha ha, this really makes me laugh to death. Lu Xinghe, look, the beautiful sister you wanted to protect so much, left you and ran away. There was no expression on Lu Xinghe's face. Instead, he was relieved that Chuyu could run away. There were 4 or 5 adult men here, and even he was not sure that he could protect her. If they caught her and threatened him, that would be the most passive situation. As for himself, at most he would be hit by 2 punches, and it would be over soon. Jiang Gaoi did not chase Chuyu. As long as he could catch Lu Xinghe, he would not be afraid that she would run away. She would come back sooner or later. The clerk in the bookstore did not intend to help Lu Xinghe because he was afraid of Jiang Gaoi's identity. Fortunately, Lu Xinghe was agile and strong, and 3 or 5 adult men could not hold him for a while. After Chuyu ran out of Wangchun bookstore, she ran straight in the direction of Qian Lane. She didn't know many people in Nanping town. Judging from Jiang Gaoi's clothes, he must not be from an ordinary family. Perhaps only Mr. Huang could help her solve this problem. Chuyu did not dare to delay on the road, and soon arrived at the Huang mansion. Butler Lu, open the door quickly. Butler Lu opened the door and saw Chuyu coming back. He hurriedly asked what happened. When he heard Chuyu say that she and Lu Xinghe were bullied, he hurriedly told Jiang Qingwan and led a dozen servants and Chuyu to Wangchun bookstore in a hurry. When the group arrived at Wangchun bookstore, Su-hung was sitting at the door of the bookstore with his head in his hands, crying out in pain. Lu Xinghe was surrounded by a group of people, and no one knew what was going on. Butler Lu, my husband is there. Butler Lu waved his hand, and the servants behind him picked up sticks and surrounded the people at the door of the bookstore.
Stop.
Seeing that it was a servant from the Huang family, Jiang Gaoi immediately ordered them to stop. Mr. Huang passed the exam to become a Yuan Weilong on his own, not by donating money. If he hadn't wanted to stay in Nanping town to benefit the people, he would have been transferred to the county as a county magistrate long ago. He had some connections with the higher-ups. He was somewhat wary of the people from the Huang family. Jiang Gaoi had a hint of flattery on his face and hurriedly raised his hand to bow. How come Steward Lu has the time to come here? I'm just teaching a lesson to 1 or 2 disobedient untouchables. The Huang family won't even bother with such things, right? Steward Lu raised his eyebrows. Untouchables? Mr. Jiang called my lady's niece and nephew-in-law untouchables? Mrs. Huang's niece? Jiang Gaoi pointed at Chuyu in disbelief. Are you talking about her, Steward Lu? He didn't expect that the little girl he had just provoked would have such a background. Butler Lu had a hint of sarcasm on his lips. Mr. Jiang, it's okay that you were domineering in Nanping town in the past, but now you are blatantly bullying the people in my Huang mansion. Don't you take my family staff seriously? Jiang Gaoi hurriedly argued when he heard it. What are you talking about, Butler Lu? It was Lu Xinghe who started it today. I was just defending myself. Chuyu, who had just pulled Lu Xinghe out of the encirclement of Jiang Gaoi and others, looked at the bruised corners of Lu Xinghe's mouth, her face full of anger. You are lying. We are defending ourselves. Jiang Gaoi sneered. Look at the people on our side, who is less injured than your man. Are you lying? There are so many people here, they can testify for me. Don't you think so, Brother Su? As he said this, he looked in the direction of Su-hung. The person who started the fight was Lu Xinghe. Su Heng was a scholar and a well-known stubborn person. As the person involved, as long as he nodded, once Lu Xinghe's guilt of beating people was confirmed, the Huang family would be in the wrong if they wanted to make trouble for him. Moreover, as long as he wanted, he could send Lu Xinghe to the government office to report to the authorities at any time. Maybe the Huang family would have to come to him for help at that time. His father had been suppressed by Mr. Huang for so long, and he probably hated Mr. Huang very much. If he could get Mr. Huang to come to his father for help, wouldn't his father worship him as an ancestor? Looking at Jiang Gaoi's fearless face, Su Heng felt disgusted with him for the first time. He carefully recalled the scene just now. It was indeed Lu Xinghe who started the fight first, but he didn't want to be used and framed by Jiang Gaoi, so he told the whole process of the dispute between the two sides. This is how it all started. Although Brother Lu started the fight first, it was because Jiang Gaoi spoke rudely. If he hadn't spoken frivolously and even tried to rob a woman, Brother Lu wouldn't have hit him. Jiang Gaoi heard what Su Heng said and pointed at him and shouted, "Su Heng, you are despicable. Can you tell the truth? Which eye did you see me touching that girl? Our two families are also old friends. How could you be so mean?" Su Heng looked at the furious Jiang Gaoi, his face expression unchanged. "I'm just telling the truth. Besides, it was Brother Jiang who asked me to testify just now, wasn't it?"
You.
Jiang Gaoi gritted his teeth in anger. Knowing that he was in the wrong, he snorted coldly and wanted to leave with his people. Who knew that before he took 2 steps, he was arrested by all the servants brought by Butler Lu. Jiang Gaoi cursed. "Butler Lu, what are you doing? My father is also a Yuan Weilong after all. His status in Nanping town is not lower than that of Yuan Wai Huang. Why are you arresting me? I don't mean to arrest you, but you've even done something like robbing a woman. If I don't send you to the government office to teach you a lesson, do you think our Huang family is made of mud?" After saying that, he waved his hand and led a group of servants to the government office, taking Jiang Gaoi and others with him. Chu Yu looked at Lu Xinghe, reached out and touched the corner of his bruised mouth, her face full of heartache. "Husband, does it hurt?" She felt a little guilty. "If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have fought with others." Lu Xinghe shook his head. "It's okay, I don't feel any pain. Actually, I didn't want to run just now." Lu Xinghe touched her head. "I know you won't leave me. Facts have proved that Yaya is very smart." Chu Yu smiled, turned to look at Su Heng, and bowed slightly to him. "Thank you, Mr. Su, for today." Su Heng turned sideways and waved his hand. "It's just a bad thing to do evil in the street." Lu Xinghe looked at him. "The Jiang family and the Su family are old friends. You help us so much today. When Jiang Gaoi returns to the Jiang family, will he instigate Master Jiang to take the opportunity to retaliate and suppress the Su family?" Su Heng looked indifferent. "That depends on whether they have the ability. Brother Lu doesn't have to worry about this matter. The Su family still has my father to support it. The old man in my family is not easy to fool." Hearing Su Heng's answer, Lu Xinghe and Chu smiled at each other. This Su Heng is a man of temperament. Su Heng looked at Lu Xinghe with a puzzled look on his face. "Brother Lu, why did you come to the bookstore today?" "Buy books." "The 4 books and 5 classics?" Su Heng asked again. Lu Xinghe nodded. "Yes." Su Heng's face was a little excited. "It seems that Brother Lu is planning to continue the imperial examination? That's good. It will be just in time for the college examination in March next year, and maybe he can even win the first place." Lu Xinghe smiled. "You have more confidence in me than I do." "That's right. How many people in this world can pass the examination at the age of 9? I took the exam twice before I passed it." Su Heng's face was full of undisguised admiration. Chu Yu saw that the two of them were chatting well and hurriedly said, "Today, thanks to Mr. Su's help, after we buy the books, we will go to Ruiju to order 2 small dishes. At that time, can Mr. Su do us the honor of talking to my husband?" Chu Yu didn't dare to go to a big restaurant like Huayu Tower. The dishes there were frighteningly expensive, and the meal cost 1 or 2 taels of silver. Although the dishes in a place like Ruiju were not cheap, she could still accept it by spending more than 100 coins to order 2 or 3 small dishes. Su Hung was a little embarrassed. How can I let you spend money? Lu Xinghe knew that the little girl wanted to build connections for him, so he stepped forward and patted Su Hung on the shoulder, then walked towards the bookstore. Brother Su, wait a moment, I'll go buy some books first. Lu Xinghe picked 5 books with words and 10 blank books without words, spending a total of 13 taels of silver. Chu Yu put the 37 taels of change into her purse, and then left Wangchen bookstore with Lu Xinghe, leading Su Hung to Rui residence. Because Chu Yu was a woman, it was not convenient for her to eat at the same table with a man from outside the family. After ordering 3 side dishes and paying for the dishes, she went to a noodle stall just 1 street away from Rui residence. After eating and drinking, considering that Lu Xinghe and Su Hung were not that fast, she went directly to the back kitchen of Rui residence, and after explaining her purpose to the woman who was washing vegetables in the back kitchen, she met manager Zhao, who managed the back kitchen. Zhao Dong looked at the little girl in front of him, and he didn't quite believe that such a little kid could give him any good recipes. You want to sell me a recipe? Chu Yu nodded hurriedly. Yes, I wonder if manager Zhao needs it? Zhao Dong picked his teeth. Tell me first, what recipe? It's a recipe for pig offal. As if she was afraid that manager Zhao would refuse, Chu Yu quickly added, Manager Zhao, can you listen to me first? Zhao Dong patiently said, you go. There are only 2 large-scale restaurants like Huayilu in Nanping Town, but there are 3 or 5 small restaurants like Ruiju in Nanping Town. Zhao Dong listened to Chu Yu's words and nodded, and he was somewhat interested in what she said next.
Go on.
Chu Yu said, ordinary farmers won't eat in restaurants because they can't afford it. Those who eat in restaurants are usually people with some spare money at home. These people usually want to eat something new. Since they want to eat something new, they will go to the restaurant that has the most special dishes. Manager Zhao, do you think what I said makes sense? Zhao Dong nodded. That's right, little girl. If you have other recipes, I might let you try. This pig offal. He shook his head. I'm afraid it won't work if even ordinary farmers don't eat it. Chu Yu knew that selling the pig offal recipe wouldn't be so smooth, but she still wanted to try. Manager Zhao, can you let me try? If you try the taste of the dishes I make and Manager Zhao still insists on not using this recipe, I'll leave immediately. Zhao Dong thought about it and agreed, because it was just a matter of spending some oil and salt. It just so happens that the pig offal that was killed today has not been thrown away. Since you want to try, then go ahead and give it a try. Following the direction of Zhao Dong's finger, Chu Yu saw the pig offal hanging in the corner. Fortunately, it had been cleaned up. She hurriedly took the pig offal off, cut it into 3 portions, first rubbed it with plant ash to remove the smell, then blanched it, cut it into sections and stir-fried it. Because the restaurant's condiments are more complete than those at home, the pig intestines tasted more fragrant. Zhao Dong followed the fragrance to Chu Yu's side and swallowed his saliva as he looked at the golden pig intestines wrapped in sauce in the pot. The girl's cooking skills are not bad. Chu Yu wiped the sweat from her forehead and smiled. I made a lot of it at home before, so I practiced it, but I'm definitely not as good as Manager Zhao. After she finished speaking, she took the plate with green leaves next to it, put some pig intestines on it, and handed it to Zhao Dong. Please taste it, Manager Zhao. Although Zhao Dong felt a little nauseous when he thought that the dish in front of him was pig intestines, he still picked up the chopsticks and picked up a piece of it and put it in his mouth to taste it. While chewing, his eyes lit up. The pig intestines processed by this little girl not only lost their smell, but also had a unique flavor in the mouth, and were particularly delicious.
Zhao Dong nodded while eating.
Not bad. Chu Yu smiled and pointed to the pot. There are still some in the pot. Manager Zhao may divide it into small portions as a gift dish for old customers to taste. Zhao Dong listened to Chu Yu's words and made arrangements. Chu Yu was not in a hurry. She and Zhao Dong had been waiting in the kitchen for feedback from the old customers in front. After waiting for about a quarter of an hour, the servant in front, who was responsible for greeting the guests, hurriedly ran into the kitchen. Manager Zhao, the guests in front asked for stir-fried pig intestines. Is there enough in the kitchen? Zhao Dong was not surprised by this result. After all, the taste of the pig intestines was really good. He looked at the long string of pig intestines hanging on the corner of the courtyard and was about to say enough, but he heard Yu say, "Manager Zhao, too much is as bad as too little." Zhao Dong understood and hurriedly said to the servant, "Go tell the customers that this stir-fried pig intestines is a new dish in our shop. Today we are just giving it to everyone to taste, and we haven't prepared so many ingredients. 10 portions will be available tomorrow, first come, first served." The servant got the order and went to work, and manager Zhao looked at Yu. "Miss, I am willing to pay 3 taels of silver for this recipe, but if you sell this recipe to me, you can't sell it to other people. Is this appropriate?" A recipe can be sold for 3 taels of silver, which is indeed a large amount. Yu nodded hurriedly. "Okay, I will sell it to manager Zhao's family, but if other families copy it, manager Zhao can't blame me." Zhao Dong hurriedly smiled and said, "Of course, but by the time other families copy it, we may have changed to another recipe." As soon as she came out, she saw Lu Xinghe waiting for her at the door. In his hand, he was holding a package of meat and vegetables, and he could still smell the aroma of the vegetables. Yu's eyes curved. "Husband, how did you know I was here?" Lu Xinghe took his hand and said, "It's easy. I guessed it when I saw the stir-fried pork intestines given by the kitchen. Brother Su is a frequent customer there, so we also got a small portion." Yu smiled and said, "So, those guests asked for dishes, and it was also your credit?" Lu Xinghe rubbed her head. "So smart." Yu found that since she got familiar with Lu Xinghe, he seemed to like to touch her head. Did he really treat her like a child? Looking at her still thin body, she had to accept the fact that she was still a child. "Husband, why are you still packing vegetables from Reborned?" Lu Xinghe glanced at the oil paper bag in his hand. "I ordered this to take home. The food at Reborned is delicious, so I thought I'd bring some back for you all to try." He turned to look at Yu again. "Have you eaten at noon?" Yu nodded. "Of course, I won't let myself down." "That's good." Lu Xinghe took Yu around a corner. "Let's go out of town and take a look at the nearby kiln factory. After asking the price, if the price is right, we'll buy the bricks first. If the price is not right, we'll go back early and ask the kiln factory in the neighboring village." Yu looked at Lu Xinghe. "Are the prices of bricks in each kiln factory different?" Lu Xinghe nodded. "The owners of the brick kilns are different and the locations are different, so there are differences, but the price difference is not too big. The biggest difference is the quality of the blue bricks. Some brick kilns produce bricks with good color, high hardness, and are not easy to break. Some brick kilns produce blue bricks that are not only poor in color, but also easy to break." "But haven't you been to the brick kilns in the neighboring village? How do you know their quality?" Yu was puzzled. "I haven't been there, but I've seen their bricks, so I have some impression of them." After 3/4 of an hour, the two finally arrived at the kiln. The brick kiln was very large, with well-fired blue bricks stacked everywhere. Because the kiln was fired all year round, there was no grass or trees around the kiln, and the temperature was much higher than other places. A servant saw the two from a distance, wiped his sweat, and ran up to ask, "Do you want to see the blue bricks?" Lu Xinghe nodded. "I wonder what the price of blue bricks here is?" 2 cents and 3 pieces. The servant pointed to the bricks behind him and said, "You two can come and see our blue bricks. Our brick kiln has been in Nanping town for hundreds of years. More than half of the houses in the town use our blue bricks." Lu Xinghe stepped forward to take a look, and then knocked on the blue bricks. Seeing this, the servant took 2 blue bricks and knocked them together. The sound was crisp and not dull, and there was no breakage. It is indeed an old brick kiln. The quality of the blue bricks fired is still quite good. Lu Xinghe looked at him. "Can the price of this blue brick be cheaper? There are also brick kilns in Yeojiago, which are cheaper than your kiln factory." The servant immediately laughed and said, "Well, how can the small brick kiln in Yeojiago compare with our old brick kiln that has been firing blue bricks for hundreds of years? Since the customer knows about the brick kiln in Yeojiago, but has not bought bricks there, he must know the quality of his brick kiln. We do business with you for what you pay for. If the customer wants high-quality blue bricks, our Kaiyong brick kiln factory is the only one within 100 miles. Lu Xinghe knew that the price of bricks from such a large kiln factory must be slightly higher than that of small workshops. Although the price of 2 coins and 3 yuan is much more expensive than the price of blue bricks in Yeojiaga, the quality is important. He told the servant about the size of the house he wanted to build, and the servant immediately calculated the approximate number of bricks he would need. About 60,000 bricks are needed, and I don't think there will be more. If there are fewer bricks, you can come back to make up for them. If there are more bricks, if your family doesn't need so many bricks, you can return them as long as the bricks are not damaged. What do you think? 60,000 blue bricks require a total of 40 taels of silver. After calculating, it is 10 taels of silver higher than the price of the brick kiln in Yeojiaga. This is not a small amount. Lu Xinghe looked back in the direction of Chuyu and thought for a moment before nodding and saying, okay. Then he asked about the price of tiles. The price of tiles in Kaiyang Brick Kiln Factory is similar to that of Yeojiago, but the quality is not comparable to that of Yeojiaga tiles, so he directly ordered them here, and the total price of tiles is 6 taels of silver. In the end, Lu Xinghe paid a deposit of 10 taels of silver, and after ordering 60,000 blue bricks and the required tiles, he led Chuyu back. It takes some time to make blue bricks and tiles. The brick kiln agreed to deliver the bricks and tiles to Banpo village in half a month. After half a month, the rice in the field has been harvested, and the houses of the eldest and second uncles should be almost finished. Once the blue bricks arrive, they can start to build the house. When I got home, it was already the end of the way hour. Because a few hours had passed, the wound on the corner of Lu Xinghe's lips was not as obvious as it was at the beginning. In order to avoid Yun Sueha's worry after returning home, he just said that he accidentally hit it and then gave the remaining silver to Yun Sueha and went to the field with a bucket. Chuyu returned to the house, put the broken silver in a bamboo tube, and hid it in several places. The box for the gold bracelet was too big to hide in the hole in the wall, so Chuyu wrapped it in old clothes and stuffed it into the kong. Anyway, it was hot these days, and the kong would not be heated. When it was time to heat the kong, I think they would have moved to the new house, and there would be a place to hide these things. After hiding the things, she went to the kitchen and took out the meat and vegetables that Lu Xinghe had packed at Ryiju from the oil paper package. Lu Xingping smelled the fragrance and walked into the kitchen. Sister-in-law, what is this? Your eldest brother packed the vegetables in town and said he would bring them to you to try. She put the vegetables in a bowl and handed it to Lu Xingping. Try it. Lu Xingping waved his hand a little embarrassedly. No, it will be time for dinner soon. Then we will eat together as a family. Chuyu smiled and put the vegetables in a larger bowl upside down on the stove to prevent dust from getting in. As soon as she left the kitchen, she saw Yun Sueha coming out of the house. Yeah, come with me into the house. Chuyu followed Yun Sueha into the house with a puzzled look on her face. Mother, what's wrong? Yun Sueha took out the silver that Lu Xinghe gave her. I remember giving Xinghe 50 taels of silver this morning to buy books and blue bricks. I spent 10 taels on the blue bricks as a deposit. How come there are still 40 taels here? So many books are not paid for? There were 2 scholars in the family. She knew very well that books in the town were more expensive than gold. Chuyu smiled. Mother, my husband bought books with our own money. Yun Sueha sighed. The road of imperial examinations, even if it goes smoothly, will take many years. Once Xinghe continues on this road, not only will the family not be able to help, but you will also have to run around. In a few years, when you become an adult, the family will have another big fat boy, and the expenses will be even greater. Chuyu didn't expect Yun Sueha to think so far. Mother, it's not time yet. We just need to work hard to make more money in the future. Yun Sueha patted her hands. You, child, have been lucky in recent days, but no one can guarantee that they will always have this good luck, right? If you have money, just keep it. Mother is not worried about Xingping and Xingen. They're still young, but Xinghe has suffered too much these years. Hearing this, Chuyu couldn't help asking, Mom, Xingping and Xingen are not young anymore. Do you have any plans for their future? Yun Sueha was a little worried. Xingen is a calm person. If he can learn a few words, it will be an easy job for him to be an accountant in the future. As for Xingping, that naughty boy, Mother really has no way. She is a pragmatic person. It is enough for Lu Xinghe to take the imperial examination. Everyone has to make a living. If they are all sent to study, they can't afford it. Chuyu comforted. Mom, don't worry. Although Xingfeng is a little jumpy, he is also bold and careful. Maybe he will have his own opportunities in the future. Yun Sueha smiled helplessly. I hope so. I don't know if my mother's health can be cured. Now that you are all young, I can't let it go. Hearing this, Chiyu felt unhappy. Mom, there is no need to say these words. You are still young, and your health will be cured sooner or later.
Don't daydream.
She did not tell her mother about inviting Dr. Zhu to the town today. Otherwise, she would be distressed when she thought about spending money. Yun Sueha thought Chiyu was comforting her and smiled lovingly. Okay, Mother will not daydream. Mother will try to live a few more years. Mother wants to see your life getting better and better. Chuyu cooked dinner. Lu Xing'an was responsible for lighting the fire, and Lu Xingping was responsible for picking and washing vegetables. Brother, our family only has enough wild vegetables for one meal. The wild vegetables in the nearby places have been dug up. I am afraid we have to go to the distant mountains to dig tomorrow. There was no other food at home. If we didn't go to dig wild vegetables, we could only drink rice porridge every day. Lu Xinghe, who had just put down the bucket, wiped the sweat from his forehead. It's not safe to go further inside. I'll go alone tomorrow. Yun Sueha, who was doing needlework in the house, stopped her work immediately after hearing this. If there is really nothing to eat, let's just drink rice porridge for a while. I heard that there are tigers in the deep mountains. A few years ago, De Zhuang from your Aunt Lin's family went to the deep mountains and never came back. If anything happens to you, I'm afraid Mother's body won't be able to bear it. When Lu Xingping heard that the mountains were so dangerous, he quickly agreed. What Mother said is right. We still have rice porridge at home. Let's hold on a little longer. When it rains, we can grow some vegetables ourselves. Lu Xing'an also stuck his head out from behind the stove. Tomorrow, Xingfeng and I will go for a walk in the nearby mountains. If we can find wild vegetables, we will dig them up. If not, we can just make do with rice porridge. Big brother, don't risk going into the mountains. You might as well read a book at home instead of that. Yes, Big brother is the hope of our family. Only when Big brother is well can we be well. As Lu Xingping spoke, he smiled foolishly and worked more vigorously. The words of his two younger brothers warmed Lu Xinghe's heart. Although life has been difficult these years, every time he sees the whole family together, he feels it is worth it. In the kitchen, Chuyu, who heard the conversation between the few people, was worried. If they continue to work like this, they may not even have enough water to drink. Fortunately, this is in the mountains. If there is really no water, they can go to the mountains to find water. Life in Yodo village is probably even more difficult than here. I don't know how Xiaodao is doing. She is still so young. If something happens to her, the Chu family will not treat her as a human being. If she lives closer, she can secretly take a look. Now that she is married so far away, it is really out of reach. After the porridge is cooked, Chiyu served the porridge, heated up the meat and vegetables brought back at noon, and fried some wild vegetables before eating. Because the dishes at home were almost finished, as agreed, no one dared to eat a lot of meat. Each person picked 2 or 3 pieces from the bowl and ate them with rice porridge and wild vegetables. After dinner, Chuyu returned to the house and sat on the kong, looking at Lu Xinghe, who was reading a book in front of the window. Husband, if we build a house, do we need to buy some more rice? Lu Xinghe looked away from the book. Yes, I'm afraid it's hard to find old rice in the town. When the time comes, buy brown rice. When we build the house, our family will eat brown rice. Let's save the old rice for after we move. Chuyu nodded. I think so too. The salted vegetables that Xing'an pickled in the cellar are almost ready to eat. If we build a house, we really have no vegetables, so we can only make porridge with salted vegetables. Lu Xinghe hummed. It's enough to have a bowl of food this year. Uncle and uncle are not picky people. The last time Chuyu went to Chen's pharmacy to find Dr. Zhu, she didn't meet him. On the 5th day, Dr. Zhu took the time to come to Banpo village. He led a donkey and carried a medicine box to the entrance of the village. He stood outside the gate of the first house at the entrance and shouted, "Is anyone there?" It was Lu Xinghe's Aunt Tian Chunyan who came out to see him. Seeing the doctor carrying a medicine box outside the gate, She quickly glanced at several houses. Has anyone in the family called a doctor? Dr. Zhu hurriedly explained, Sister, I just came to ask for directions. Do you know where the Liu family is? Liu family? Tian Chunyan stepped forward and opened the gate. What a coincidence, isn't it? This is the Liu family. Dr. Zhu pulled his beard. At that time, the girl told shopkeeper Chen that her mother-in-law was not in good health. The sister in front of him was full of energy and had a loud voice. She didn't sound like a sick person. Is there no other Liu family? Tian Chunyan raised her eyebrows. Our Liu family has the most Liu family members in the village. There are many Liu families in Banpo village. Doesn't the family the doctor wants to ask about have any other characteristics? I forgot her exact name. I only remember that she lived in Banpo village and her husband's surname was Liu. Dr. Zhu's description was not clear, and Tian Chunyan really couldn't guess it for a while. Moreover, she didn't guess Chu at all. After all, with the conditions of the third brother's family, it was impossible to find a doctor to visit the house. Not to mention the high medical fees. Unless they were related, ordinary doctors would not visit anyone casually. Besides, in her impression, Chuyu didn't seem like a kind-hearted person. Go. When Dr. Zhu heard this, he immediately frowned. He was a doctor, going door to door to ask people if they wanted to see a doctor. If the people didn't mind, it would be fine, but if they had taboos, wouldn't they be beaten and scolded and kicked out? At this moment, Lu Yufeng also came to the gate of the courtyard. Did the person you are looking for go to the pharmacy to sell medicinal materials some time ago? When Dr. Zhu was talking just now, she was standing at the door of her house and listened carefully. The first person who popped into her mind was Chuyu. After all, Chuyu had just gone to the town to sell medicinal materials some time ago, and she was exactly the same as the family described by the doctor. Selling medicinal materials? Dr. Zhu's eyes lit up. Yes, that girl sold medicinal materials for Chen's pharmacy. She said that her mother-in-law was not in good health, so I came to see her. If it was someone else, I would not come. Lu Yufeng smiled. That's it. I'll take you to my third aunt's house. Thank you very much, young lady. Dr. Zhu hurriedly pulled his stubborn donkey and followed Lu Yufeng to Lu Xinghe's house. Seeing Lu Yufeng walking and stopping to wait for him, he said a little embarrassedly, The girl is walking in front. I will catch up. I don't know why my donkey suddenly got angry and is very stubborn now. Tian Chunyan looked at the two people and the donkey walking away and suddenly felt unhappy. Her two daughters-in-law have been married for 3 or 5 years. In the past, when they went to the town, they only knew to squeeze some money from her, and they didn't even buy her a handkerchief. How long has Chuyu been married? She sells medicinal materials and invites doctors to treat Yun. Is she really so kind? Maybe she has other ideas? Be careful not to poison you. Tian Chunyan slammed the gate of the courtyard in a bad mood and turned back to her room. Looking at the 3 little grandchildren who were sleeping in the room, she was suddenly not so angry. If you marry a daughter-in-law who is not fully grown up, she may not be able to give birth as well as the 2 of us, so you have to try your best to please the 3rd daughter-in-law. It was not a very long road, but because of the stubborn donkey, Dr. Zhu dragged it for 2/4 of an hour to get there. And that was with Lu Yufeng pushing from behind the donkey. Otherwise, it would have been even slower. Brother Xinghe, yeah, come quickly. As soon as she saw the gate of Lu Xinghe's house, Lu Yufeng shouted at the top of her voice. Lu Xinghe and Chuyu, who were reading in the house, heard the voice and hurried out of the house. Chuyu shook her shoulders with joy when she saw the 2 people pushing the donkey forward with sweat on their foreheads. Lu Xinghe raised his hand to cover the corners of his lips, went to the kitchen to get a bucket of water, and brought it to the donkey. The donkey stopped scratching the ground with its hooves, stood up straight, and drank the water seriously. Dr. Zhu breathed a sigh of relief. If I had known it was thirsty, I wouldn't have wasted my energy. Then he rubbed his aching waist. Ouch. This stubborn donkey has caused me so much trouble along the way. At first, it insisted on competing with the carriage, but later it just refused to move. Lu Xinghe raised the corners of his mouth. If you don't find water for the donkey when it's thirsty, it will get angry and keep digging the soil until it finds water. Besides, they don't like being dragged by people, which makes them feel uncomfortable. As he spoke, he turned his head and looked at Dr. Zhu. Dr. Zhu, this donkey should have been bought not long ago, right? Dr. Zhu sighed. Originally, my family had a mule, but it died not long ago because it was too old. I bought this donkey a few days ago, but I haven't figured out its temper yet. Lu Xinghe nodded. The donkey has a gentle personality, which is suitable for Dr. Zhu. Dr. Zhu waved his hand. Get familiar with it slowly. I came here because Manager Chen said that you came to find me, but I don't know where the patient is. Chuyu pointed to Yun Tsuehe's door. Dr. Zhu, please follow me. As she said this, she knocked on Yun Tsuehe's door. Mom, the doctor is here. Let the doctor take a look at you. Yun Tsuehe's heart skipped a beat when she heard that a doctor was coming to her house. The doctor's consultation fee is not cheap. If she had known that Chuyu would invite the doctor to her house, she might as well have gone to the town with them last time. But now that they were already here, she couldn't turn them away. She got up from the bed and opened the door.
Doctor, coming soon.
Dr. Zhu looked at her slightly pale face, sat down beside her bed, and took her pulse. A moment later, he carried the medicine box and left the room. Chuyu followed Dr. Zhu all the time. Dr. Zhu, how is my mother's health? Dr. Zhu frowned. Your mother's problem is not big, but it's not small either. The key is that she is seriously weak. I think she hurt herself after giving birth. The family is not well off, and it has been delayed until now. Generally speaking, her life is not in danger at this stage, but there are many problems, big and small, and we should pay attention to them early. Hearing this, Chuyu probably had an idea in her mind. Please prescribe the medicine first, Dr. Zhu. Dr. Zhu pondered for a moment. I will prescribe a prescription to replenish qi and blood, strengthen the spleen, and nourish the heart. If you take it for a period of time, the symptoms of dizziness, fatigue, drowsiness, and weakness caused by physical deficiency will gradually disappear. However, for physical deficiency, medicine is not as good as food. Miss Chu may want to put more effort into eating.
Chuyu nodded. I understand.
Dr. Zhu took out a charcoal pencil from the medicine box, wrote a prescription, and handed it to Chuyu. According to your mother's physical condition, this prescription must be taken for at least 2 months. One of the more important medicinal ingredients is ginseng, which may not be cheap. As for astragalus, angelica, white atractylodes, poria, and the like, they are relatively common. Use 2 or 3 months to regulate her physical weakness, and then the subsequent symptoms can be treated immediately. Chuyu listened carefully, and she nodded in agreement to what Dr. Zhu said. Afterwards, she looked at Dr. Zhu. Dr. Zhu, I have always wanted to study medicine. Can I become your disciple? Lu Yufang had been sitting under a big tree outside the courtyard. She had just heard Chuyu and Dr. Zhu communicating freely, and she was envious of her for knowing so much. But when she saw Chuyu suddenly change the subject and wanted to become his disciple, she was so surprised that her mouth opened wide. Dr. Zhu was also stunned, because in his opinion, Chuyu's reaction was quite contrasting. They were just discussing Yun's physical condition. Why did she suddenly want to become his disciple? However, in view of his last experience in the Huang mansion, he really didn't have the face to accept Chuyu as a disciple. This girl was a good seedling, and he didn't want to delay it. If the girl really wants to learn, I can introduce you to my master. In his opinion, if a bold disciple like Chuyu is allowed to be led by the master, perhaps she will have greater achievements in the future. Chuyu's eyes lit up when she heard what Dr. Zhu said. Dr. Zhu's master? Isn't that someone more powerful than Dr. Zhu? Dr. Zhu held his beard and laughed. Don't worry, if he knew what you did in the Huang mansion before, I'm afraid he would beg me to bring him to see you. After hearing this, Chuyu smiled and bowed to Dr. Zhu. Then I'll trouble Dr. Zhu to introduce me to you. Dr. Zhu waved his hand. You're welcome, young lady. It's just that my master is a bit elusive, and I don't know when he'll appear in Nanping Town next time. But when he appears, I will bring him to Banpo village to see you. Chuyu agreed repeatedly. After paying the Dr. Zhu the consultation fee, she sent him out. At this time, Dr. Zhu's donkey had eaten and drunk enough under Lu Xinghe's comfort, and it was not as stubborn as before. He personally helped Dr. Zhu onto the donkey, told him the precautions of the donkey, and watched him ride away. Seeing Dr. Zhu leave, Lu Yufeng stood up from the stool under the tree and looked at Chu Yu with great envy. Yeah, you are so amazing that you can let Dr. Zhu introduce his master to you. Chu Yu smiled lightly and said, "It's nothing. I don't know if he is willing to accept me." Seeing that she had no intention of being complacent about this, Lu Yufeng had a better impression of Chu Yu. She held Chu Yu's hand. "Then when you are free, can you teach me a few medicinal herbs?" Chu Yu hurriedly pulled Lu Yufeng to the bamboo sieve that was drying in the yard of her home and taught her to recognize the medicinal herbs in the bamboo sieve. "These are the only medicinal herbs at home now, and I can only teach you so much. I will tell you again when I collect new herbs next time." Lu Yufeng tilted her head and carefully identified the medicinal herbs in the bamboo sieve again. "That's enough. I can't remember more in a short time." "Thank you. Yeah, I will go back and remember these medicinal herbs first and come to you when I collect them later."
Go.
After watching Lu Yufeng leave, Chu Yu knocked on Yun Sueha's door. "Mom, have you rested?"
Yung qui aside, Yue, come in.
Chu Yu entered the house, stood at the door, and looked at Yun Sueha on the bed with some trepidation. "I took the initiative to ask Dr. Zhu to come to our house to see Mother, but Mother is angry?" Yun Sueha rubbed her head and shook her head. "How could it be? Bea is so filial. Mother is so happy, but I felt a little dizzy today and was afraid of falling, so I didn't get up." "Dizzy?" Chu Yu thought about it and went to the kitchen, took down the hanging basket from the beam, and took out the brown sugar she bought when she went to town for the first time. Then she added water to the pot, cooked a bowl of brown sugar egg custard, and brought it to Yun Sueha's room. The combination of these three things can replenish blood, promote blood circulation, warm the stomach, and strengthen the spleen, and is most suitable for dizziness caused by anemia. Fortunately, there are these three ingredients at home, otherwise she would really be helpless. "Mom, drink this bowl of brown sugar water first, and you won't be so dizzy after drinking it." Yun Sueha supported herself to sit up, stretched out her hand, and took the big bowl of brown sugar water handed by Chu Yu. "Why are there eggs in it?" "You haven't eaten them yet." Chu Yu handed the porcelain spoon to Yun Sueha. "Mom, your health is more important than anything else. We are young and healthy. It doesn't matter if we eat 2 more or 2 less on weekdays."
"Oh, you child."
Yun Sueha had to sigh again. How could the Chu family not know how to cherish such a good daughter before? They were really blind. After drinking a bowl of warm and sweet brown sugar egg soup, Yun Sueha broke out in a sweat, and she felt that her head was not so dizzy. Yaya's soup is really effective. Seeing the good effect, Chu Yu also breathed a sigh of relief. "Mom, stay in the room first. I will boil a pot of hot water for you, and then use a basin to wipe your body, and then change into clean clothes." Yun Sueha nodded. "Okay." After a while, Chu Yu brought the hot water into Yun Sueha's room. Yun Sueha got up, wiped the sweat off her body, and changed into clean clothes. She felt refreshed and felt that her body had not been so relaxed for a long time. She put the dirty clothes she had changed into a basin and carried them out of the house. Seeing this, Chu Yu hurried forward and said, "Mom, let me wash the clothes." Yun Sueha turned her body to avoid Chu Yu's hand. "Bia has been tossing and turning for me for the whole morning. You should go and take a rest first. Mom can move by herself, and it will be more comfortable to work." Seeing this, Chu Yu hurriedly brought a small stool and placed it under the big tree. "Then Mom, wash the clothes here. Don't squat for too long. When you get up after washing the clothes, you should be slow." Yun Sueha agreed one by one, smiling lovingly. "Okay, I know everything."
"You can do your own thing."
"Didn't you say in the morning that Xinghe would teach you to read? Go quickly." She heard it clearly in the room. Dr. Zhu wanted to introduce his master to Chu Yu. If she really studied medicine in the future, she would have to be able to write prescriptions, right? It is because of this girl's intelligence that Dr. Zhu is impressed. If she can really learn some skills, she won't be afraid of anyone having a headache or a fever in the family. Chu Yu went into the house and saw Lu Xinghe writing something with ink in front of the window. She originally wanted to leave quietly, but Lu Xinghe was already looking at her. "Are you done? Today I will teach you how to write with ink." Chu Yu was stunned for a moment, then smiled and stepped forward. "Okay." Because she had practiced writing with a brush dipped in water for a few days ago, Chi was very skilled in using a brush dipped in ink and wrote the two words Xinghe on the yellowed, clean rice paper. She looked at Lu Xinghe with curved eyebrows. Husband, how is my writing? Although the characters are not as good as those of the masters of calligraphy, they are straight, and the font is beautiful. It is also very good to be able to write so well for the first time on paper. Well written. After hearing Lu Xinghe's praise, Chuyu smiled and dipped the ink again, and wrote Chuyu next to the word Xinghe. Lu Xinghe looked at the words on the paper, and then looked at Chuyu's serious expression, and the corners of his lips unconsciously rose slightly. Yun Sueha, who was washing clothes under the big tree, glanced into Lu Xinghe's room. Seeing that the young couple got along happily, she was also very happy. It is easy to find priceless treasures, but it is hard to find lovers. She felt relieved to see that they could live in harmony and happiness for the rest of their lives. After writing a whole page of words, Chuyu put down the pen. She rubbed her sore wrist and looked at the sky outside. Oh, I have to go cook. Before she walked out, Lu Xinghe grabbed her wrist. Don't worry, Xingping and Xing'an have returned and are busy in the kitchen. Let them prepare lunch. I'll massage you first. After saying that, he pulled her wrist and rubbed a few acupuncture points. Sure enough, she felt much more relaxed. How about we go to town the day after tomorrow? I want to get some medicine for my mother and buy some brown rice. When the bricks and tiles are delivered, won't we start building a house? I'm afraid we won't have so much time to go to town in the future. Lu Xinghe nodded. Okay. The family simply ate rice porridge and a small dish of wild vegetables. The next day, the whole family was busy. Lu Xinghe and Chuyu took sickles to cut the mature rice ears in the field. Lu Xinghe tied the rice ears into bundles while cutting. The two brothers Lu Xingping and Lu Xing'an were responsible for running around at home and in the fields, carrying large bundles of rice ears back home to dry in the yard. Yun Sueha was in much better physical condition today because she drank 2 bowls of brown sugar water yesterday, so she helped to turn over and dry the rice ears in the yard and was responsible for the meals of several people. When the sun was about to set, the rice in 2 acres and 3 mu of field had been harvested. Chuyu wiped the sweat from her forehead and went home with Lu Xinghe. When Yun Sueha saw the two of them coming back, she hurriedly brought out 2 large bowls of water. Hurry up and drink some water and take a break. You have worked hard today. Lu Xinghe drank a large bowl of water and put the sickle in the kitchen. Mom, I'm going to borrow the flail from my grandparent house so that I can harvest the rice after dinner. Yun Sueha, who was busy in the kitchen, stretched her neck to look outside. Hey, then you have to be quick. The rice porridge is ready.
Got it, Mom.
Lu Xinghe said, and trotted away. Chuyu finished drinking the water and put the bowl in the kitchen. She first drew a basin of water to wash her hair with soap, and then drew a second basin of water and went into the house. She took off her old clothes, took off the cloth cover wrapped around her arm, washed her body with clean water, and then changed into clean new clothes, and finally felt a lot more comfortable. The light blue top and the navy blue skirt made her look more bookish. As soon as she went out with the clothes, she saw Lu Xinghe sitting under the eaves. Hearing the sound of the door opening, he stood up and looked at Chuyu. Let's go eat first, and wash the clothes later. Okay. Chuyu put the basin of dirty clothes in front of the house, and went to the kitchen with Lu Xinghe. Dinner was rice porridge, wild vegetables, and a big bowl of egg drop soup. Because the family went to work in the fields today, the rice porridge was cooked a lot more than usual, and each person had 2 bowls. After eating and drinking, Chuyu went to wash clothes, and Lu Xinghe took a flail to knock down the millet that had been drying for a day. Recently, everyone is harvesting millet and needs a flail. He can only knock down the millet when it gets dark. Tomorrow, grandparents, uncles, and aunts will need it, so it's not good to delay them. Yun Sueha took out a dustpan from the house and swept the millet that flew far away into the dustpan. After Chuyu washed the clothes, she also helped to put the millet into the basket. Then Lu Xinghe carried the millet to the kitchen and stacked it. He only had to wait for the next day to take it out and dry it for 2 days before sending it to the people in the village who had stone mortars for threshing. After Lu Xinghe put the grains into the kitchen, it was already completely dark and the moon had come out. Since Chuyu came here, she had never been so busy and so late as today. Looking at Lu Xinghe, whose clothes were already soaked, she hurriedly drew a large basin of water, took a towel, and took it into the house. Go wash it first. Can we send the flail to Grandpa and Grandma's house on the way to town tomorrow morning? It's quite late now, and they won't need it at night anyway. Lu Xinghe nodded. Okay. While Lu Xinghe was scrubbing in the house, Chuyu was guarding outside the house. Perhaps she was too tired. She fell asleep while sitting, and only knew that when she woke up the next day. She was on the Kong. She rubbed her eyes and looked at the sky outside. It was already bright. Chuyu hurriedly stepped on her shoes and got out of bed. Lu Xinghe had already spread the grains in the yard to dry. As for the flail, it had already been sent to Grandpa and Grandma's house by Lu Xingping. Lu Xing'an and Yun Tsueha were busy in the kitchen. Seeing that everyone was working and she was the only one sleeping in a daze, Chuyu felt a little guilty. Husband, why didn't you call me when you got up? Looking at the little girl's face full of self-blame, Lu Xinghe smiled and rubbed her head. It's okay. You were tired yesterday. It's better to sleep more. Yun Tsueha seemed to have noticed that Chuyu woke up and hurriedly shouted in the kitchen, wash your face and set the dishes. We're about to eat. Okay, mother. Chuyu was originally worried that her family would have opinions about her sleeping in the bed, but when she heard Yun Tsueha's address to her, she was relieved. After breakfast, Chuyu and Lu Xinghe set off for the town. Before leaving, she also deliberately stuffed the prescription written by Dr. Zhu the day before into her purse. The cart was borrowed from Aunt Lin's house when Lu Xingping went to deliver the flail in the morning. Chuyu was sitting on the cart with a basket full of medicinal herbs on her back. Lu Xinghe pushed the cart easily towards Nanping town, as if he had endless energy. Chuyu was amazed. They were both 18 years old, but her lazy brother did nothing at home. They were really worlds apart. It was said that he was about to get married, and she didn't know which girl was unlucky. When she thought of the Chu family, she thought of Xiao Tao again. She didn't know how Xiao Tao was doing now. If it was closer to Nyoto village, she could take time to visit Xiao Tao. A quarter of an hour later, the two arrived in Nanping town and went straight to Chen's pharmacy. It was not the first time for Chuyu and Lu Xinghe to come here. Shopkeeper Chen greeted them as soon as he saw them. Young lady, you and your husband are here to sell herbs again. Chuyu smiled and said, not only are we selling herbs, we are also getting herbs. After she finished speaking, she took out the prescription written by Dr. Zhu from her purse and handed it to Shopkeeper Chen. Shopkeeper Chen, please help me see how much money is needed to get the herbs according to this prescription. Shopkeeper Chen took the prescription and asked the clerk to take Lu Xinghe to the backyard to count the herbs. He then put the prescription a little further away and carefully looked at the herbs and quantities on the prescription. Finally, after sifting on the abacus for a while, he looked at Chuyu. Miss Chu, there is a ginseng on this prescription. You have sold this thing to me before, so you should know how valuable it is. Even if a set of medicine only contains a few pieces of 3-year-old ginseng, it will cost at least this much, he said, raising 3 fingers. 300 coins a set? Chuyu took a deep breath in her heart. If you calculate it this way, 300 coins a day, 9 taels of silver a month, and Dr. Zhu also said that it must be taken for at least 2 months, so it must be 18 taels, right? No wonder my mother never got better after my husband bought her medicine. He spent more than 200 coins every time and bought 6 prescriptions. I don't think it would have much effect. But my mother's health needs to be treated. Please weigh 2 taels of wolfberry, 2 taels of angelica, and 1 tael of astragalus for me. Okay, Miss Chu, wait a moment. Shopkeeper Chen now put 10 pieces of oil paper on the counter, and then weighed the medicines on the prescription one by one and put them into the oil paper. Each prescription had a lot of medicine. After weighing all the herbs, Shopkeeper Chen packed the 10 portions and handed them to Chuyu. He also weighed some of the other herbs she wanted for her, and then Shopkeeper Chen said, when decocting the medicine, soak it in cold water for 2/4 of an hour, then boil it on low heat, and boil 3 bowls of water until 1 bowl of water is consumed. Remember this, Mississippi, Chuyu nodded. Thank you for the reminder, Shopkeeper Chen. I remember it all. After she paid 3 taels and 200 coins for the medicine to Shopkeeper Chin turned around and grabbed a few Cotinopsis palaciula from a small drawer behind him and handed them to Chuyu. This Cotinopsis palaciula is also a tonic, and it is most suitable for making soup. I'll give it to you. Chuyu hurriedly took the Cotinopsis palaciula and thanked her. Thank you very much, Shopkeeper Chin. Just at this moment, Lu Xinghe, who had finished accounting for the medicinal materials, came out from the backyard with an empty backpack, and with him came the clerk who had just gone in with him. There were no precious medicines in today's backpack of medicinal materials, and it was only sold for 1 or 200 and 800 coins, but compared with the past, it was not bad. After buying these things, Chi looked at Lu Xinghe. Husband, shall we go to the vegetable market again? Lu Xinghe did not object. He pushed the cart and led Chuyu to the vegetable market. It was almost noon, and there were not many people buying vegetables in the market. Originally, due to the drought in recent days, there were not many people selling vegetables. At this time, there were even fewer vegetable stalls. Chuyu went straight to the meat stall and pointed to 2 pig bones on the stall and asked, Annie, how much are these bones? The auntie, who was selling pork, said in a cheerful voice, there is not much meat on the bones. Would you like to buy some meat? Our pork is 18 cents a catty. If you buy 2 catties, the bones are 5 cents. I will give it to you as a gift. Chuyu nodded, then please cut 2 catties of meat for me, and it should be leaner. Okay. Then, Chuyu pointed to a small pile of pig skin next to her. Annie, are you selling this pig skin? The auntie spoke directly. This pig skin was removed by the previous customer because he thought it was too smelly and hard to chew. If you want it, I'll give it to you. Chuyu hurriedly responded. Thank you, auntie. The auntie weighed the meat and looked in Chuyu's direction. Seeing that the girl in front of her was clean and beautiful, she asked, You look young, but which family in town are you from? It just so happens that my second son has not yet arranged a marriage. If you are willing, I can't guarantee anything else, but you will definitely have meat for every meal. Chuyu was stunned. Just as she was thinking about how to reply to the auntie, Lu Xinghe had already come to her side. Have you bought the meat? As he spoke, he quietly held her hand in his big palm. Looking at the somewhat stiff expression on Lu Xinghe's face, Chuyu smiled with her hands covering her lips, and hurriedly looked at the auntie who sold meat. Auntie, I'm sorry, I'm already married. She looked in the direction of Lu Xinghe with her curved eyebrows. Look, he is my husband. The aunt laughed a little embarrassedly. Ha ha ha, look at my eyes. I'm sorry, girl. I didn't know you were married, but your husband is really handsome. You are lucky. Thank you, aunt. Chuyu said, and counted out 41 copper coins for the aunt. Lu Xinghe took the pork bones and pork skin handed by the aunt and put them in the backpack, then pulled Chuyu away quickly. Chuyu walked behind Lu Xinghe, looking at him holding her hand tightly, and the corners of her lips were raised for a long time. The aunt who bought meat stretched her neck to look at the young couple going away, her face full of envy. After all, they are young, and they hold hands when they go to the street. This time, because there was meat in the backpack, the two did not stay in the town for long. They only bought 4 buns and ordered a pot of tea at the tea stall outside the town for 1 penny. After eating and drinking, they rushed home. On the way, Lu Xinghe took out a bag of cakes from his backpack and handed it to Chuyu. Eat 2 more cakes to fill your stomach. Chuyu took the cake wrapped in oil paper in her hand and did not open it. I just ate a bun and drank so much water, I'm full. At this moment, a surprised voice came from behind Chuyu's right. Chuyu, it's really you. Hearing this familiar voice, Chuyu's heart skipped a beat. She turned her head and saw Chu Dashin walking towards her. When he got closer, he raised his chin towards Lu Xinghe, as if to say hello, and then stretched out his hand to pull Chuyu's arm. Chuyu knew that Chu Dashin must have something bad to do with her, so she took advantage of her small stature to avoid Chu Dashin's hand and quickly hid behind Lu Xinghe. Brother, I'm married. Stop pushing me like that. Chu Dashin clenched his teeth and pointed in the direction of Chuyu. Okay, now that you're married and independent, you don't want her parents home anymore, right? Chuyu whispered, I didn't say anything. Lu Xinghe glanced at Chuyu behind him. then turned to Chu Dashin and said coldly, "She was exchanged between your father and I. If I don't let her interact with her parents' home, no one will say anything, right?" Chu Dashin immediately pointed at Lu Xinghe's nose. "Lu Xinghe, stop trying to sow discord between my sister and our family." There was a hint of sarcasm at the corner of Lu Xinghe's lips. "I heard that she was not well dressed and had no food to eat when she was at her parents' house. She was either beaten or scolded. Did you really treat her as your sister? You?" Chu Dashin snorted coldly and glared at Chuyu fiercely. "Can you come over?" Chuyu used to be a stubborn person. As long as he looked at her fiercely, she would obey him. But this time, Chuyu obviously did not compromise. "I won't come over. If you have something to say, just tell me directly." Chu Dashin laughed angrily. Even if he didn't care about face and wanted money, he couldn't ask in front of Lu Xinghe. "Okay, you have guts," he said, looking at the things on the cart. Seeing this, Chuyu quickly reached out and grabbed the backpack in her hand. "This is the medicine for my mother-in-law. You don't want to take the medicine away, do you?" Chu Dashin heard that there was medicine in the backpack, and he immediately lost interest. Then, he glanced at the bag of brown rice on the cart, but Lu Xinghe stood there motionless. He couldn't carry it even if he wanted to, so he could only point at the two of them and leave. Looking at Chu Dashin's back as he left, he frowned and shook Lu Xinghe's arm. "Husband, my elder brother will definitely not give up. If my parents knew that our family has money, they would probably come to our house to make trouble." Lu Xinghe turned around and touched the little girl's head. "Don't worry, I'm here. At least your father won't dare to come to our house." Chu Yuqian was almost sent to the government office by him that time. He must be scared out of his wits. For a while, he would definitely not come to him to make trouble. Chuyu put the basket back on the cart and pushed it with Lu Xinghe towards home. "My mother is not easy to fool. We have to be on guard when we go back." Lu Xinghe had a different view. Nyoto village is not just 1 or 2 steps away from Banpo village. Your mother has to be free to come. Besides, the Moon Worship Festival is coming soon. The Moon Worship Festival on August 15th is a relatively important festival in Nanyuan country. In the past, married daughters would bring something to their parents' home on such festivals. Chuyu looked at Lu Xinghe. "My husband, what you mean is that my parents might be waiting for me at home." Lu Xinghe hummed. "Don't you have a younger sister at home?" Chuyu tightened her hands on the cart. "Yes, she has a younger sister, the one she used to have the best relationship with. When her family members beat and scolded her in the past, that silly girl would always rush to her side and hug her to be beaten together. How could she just leave her alone? In that family, girls are the least valuable. The only person they value is the useless Chu Dashin. If Xiaodao can leave that family, she can still raise a younger sister, but I don't know if the Lu family will agree." Lu Xinghe knew Chuyu's thoughts, so he analyzed it for her. "According to the temperament of your parents and your brother, Xiaodao will probably leave the Chu family soon. The key is that you can be cruel." Chuyu looked in his direction with a blank look on her face. "But what about after leaving the Chu family?" Lu Xinghe said while pulling the cart hard. "After leaving the Chu family, we can raise her. After all, there will be one more mouth to feed. Girls don't eat much, and they can also help mother relieve boredom at home. When there were only me and Xingping and Xing'an at home, mother loved the little girl very much." Looking at Lu Xinghe, who was trying hard to pull the cart uphill in front, Chuyu's eyes were moved and red. "But will mother really agree?" Lu Xinghe nodded and said with great certainty, "Mother will agree." Chuyu bit her lip and made up her mind. "Then what should I do?" If it was medical skills, she could still say 1, 2, 3, and 4, but in terms of wisdom, Lu Xinghe was obviously better. "Next, don't pay attention to your mother's family. If they dare to come, I will pretend to take your father to see the officials. After a while, when the famine is serious and there is no food at home, your parents will definitely turn their attention to your sister when they are desperate. At that time, we only need to spend some money to get Xiaodao out of that family." Chuyu frowned slightly, but who can take the lead to spend that money? The people in Banpo village would definitely not be able to do it. They would definitely recognize her, and then they might lose both their money and their lives. If it was a stranger, she would be worried. She didn't want Xiao Dao to really become a captive. Lu Xinghe continued to pull the handle of the cart.
Leave the rest to me.
Lu Xinghe's tall figure walking away gave Chuyu a full sense of security. After returning home, the two unloaded the brown rice and the backpack and asked Lu Xingping to return the cart. They also asked him to put a few red dates in his pocket and give them to Aunt Lin's grandson. Yun Sueha looked at Chuyu taking things out of the backpack one by one and said with some heartache, "These things must have cost a lot of money, right?" Chuyu put the things that could be stored into the hanging basket and hung it on the beam of the kitchen. "Mom, we can earn back the money we spent, so don't worry about it." Yun Sueha looked in the direction of the kitchen. "In the future, we have to lock the kitchen door when we go to bed, and be careful that things are stolen by others." After Chuyu hung up the things, she patted the dust on her hands. "Okay, I remember. When it is made into braised meat, it can be kept in the cellar for a few more days. When you want to eat it, just take it out and cut a few pieces." After blanching, the pig skin was crystal clear. After Chuyu scraped the fat off the pig skin, she cut all the pig skin into small strips, picked out a few small pieces from them, and put the rest in the yard with a bamboo sieve to dry. "Sister-in-law, can you still eat the dried pig skin?" Lu Xing'an looked puzzled.
Chuyu wes mai.
"You can eat it, but it's mainly because you can't finish it in a short time. Drying it can keep it longer." She turned her head to look at Lu Xing'an. "How is the pork bone cooking?" "It's cooking." Lu Xing'an couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Since the sister-in-law came, the family's meals have really been much better. "Xing'an, be careful when you light the fire. Don't overturn the pottery jar. It's for Mother." Lu Xing'an nodded hurriedly. "I'll be careful, sister-in-law. Just put a few big firewood in the stove. No need to watch by the fire." Although it's not as hot as before, the fire is still boiling hot. Chuyu poured a small bowl of peanuts into the soup pot and covered the pot while reminding, "Oh, I know." After the big bone soup was cooked, the porridge was cooked. Because Bampo village was originally located in a valley, the aroma of the bone soup that had been cooked for a long time wafted from the kitchen of Lu Xinghe's house and almost spread to the whole village. People who don't eat meat much on weekdays are naturally very greedy. Many people came out of the house, swallowing their saliva and saying, "Hey,
Whose family is stewing meat?
it smells so good." Some people with sharp noses had already found the family by following the smell and stood outside the yard to greet Yun Sueha. "Old Third, are you eating me today?" Yun Sueha hurriedly smiled and said, "When the child went to the town to get medicine for me today, he was craving for meat, so he bought 2 big bones to satisfy his craving." The man immediately changed his face. "It's just big bones, and there's not much meat. Why spend that money?" Yun Sueha sighed. "I haven't eaten it for a long time, and my family is in this condition. I can't afford meat, so I can only buy big bones to taste the meat." Someone rolled his eyes and cursed. "For your own taste, you have aroused the greed of all the people in our village. It's really wicked." Hearing this, Yun Sueha was immediately unhappy, and she put the needle and thread in her hand heavily into the basket. "I don't like to hear that. In the past, which family didn't stew meat to make it taste good? Who said anything wrong? Now that my family stews bones, did I steal or rob you? Why are you so mean?" The person who cursed knew he was in the wrong, and seeing that he made others unhappy, he left in shame. Lu Xinghe closed the book and walked out of the house. Yun Sueha saw it and stood up quickly. "Oh, did I disturb you from reading?" Lu Xinghe shook his head. "It's okay, Mother. It's getting late. I'm out to harvest the grain." He looked at the sun that was about to set in the sky, took out the basket under the eaves, and began to harvest the grain. Seeing this, Lu Xingping hurriedly took the dustpan and broom to help behind. Chuyu looked at the noise outside the house and said to Lu Xing'an, "Xing'an, you can also help harvest the millet. I'll be in the kitchen. It's just right for dinner after harvesting." "Okay." After harvesting the millet, they washed their hands and faces and went to the table to eat. On the table was a large bowl of pork bone and peanut soup with a few wild vegetables floating on it. Next to Yun Sueha's rice porridge, there was also a small bowl of pork skin, red dates, and wolfberry soup. She looked at Chuyu in surprise. "Is this for me?" Chuyu nodded. "Last time, Dr. Zhu said that when taking medicine, food supplements must also keep up with the effect. This soup contains red dates and wolfberries. It should taste good. I heard that it has a good blood replenishing effect. Mother must drink it up. This is what Xing'an and I have been stewing for an afternoon. Lu Xing'an, who was standing aside, heard this and hurriedly swallowed a large mouthful of porridge in his mouth and nodded. It's mainly because of my sister-in-law's concern. We all hope that Mother's health will get better soon. Seeing that the children around her were filial, Yun Sueha was so happy that her eyes were red. Okay, Mother will drink it. Mother will actively take care of her body. In the next few days, Chuyu made medicinal food for Yun Sueha in different ways. Today, it was bone soup rice porridge with wolfberry, tomorrow it was angelica pork soup, and the day after tomorrow it was astragalus, red dates, wolfberry, and egg soup. After the millet was harvested, the weather gradually cooled down. It was not so hot, and the air in the mountains seemed sweet. Yun Sueha learned a set of strange movements from Chuyu. She would practice them in bed every day when she had free time. She would also walk briskly at the foot of the mountain from time to time to exercise her body. She was very active. After these days of internal adjustment and external nourishment, her body was visibly better. She was not out of breath when she walked like before, and sometimes she could even follow the two brothers Lu Xingping and Lu Xing'an to the mountains to find wild vegetables. This change made the brothers very happy, and they were even more grateful to Chuyu. Finally free, Lu Xinghe did not run around, but stayed at home reading, copying books, and writing articles. His family knew that reading required quietness, so they often went in and out quietly, for fear of disturbing him. Soon it was the day when the kiln factory agreed to deliver bricks. Because the mighty brick delivery team followed Lu Xinghe to the mountainside at the entrance of the village, almost everyone in Banpo village knew that Lu Xinghe's family had bought 60,000 bricks. 60,000 bricks. These bricks alone are all pure silver. The most important thing is that these bricks were bought from Kaiyang Kiln Factory. Who doesn't know that the bricks from Kaiyang Kiln Factory are expensive and good? The families who bought bricks there are all well-off families. This is the first family in Banpo village. When did Lu Xinghe's family become so rich? The villagers gathered at the entrance of the village to watch the excitement, talking to each other, some envious and some jealous. After hearing the news, Lu Taixing and Wang Xuelan ran out of the house. After understanding the situation, they followed the team to the hillside not far away. Xinghe, come here. Lu Xinghe looked back and hurried to the direction of the two elderly people. Grandma? What's wrong? Lu Taixing pointed at the bricks that the strong men had neatly placed on the foundation. Why are there so many bricks? Lu Xinghe smiled and said, I went to Kaiyang Brick Factory with Ye half a month ago to order these bricks. They were delivered today. Lu Taixing still found it hard to believe. He pulled Lu Xinghe's arm and said, Tell me, where did you get all this money? Did you borrow money from the town? Lu Xinghe was stunned and shook his head and said, Master, when did I become such an unreliable person? Lu Taixing heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. Master, I know you are reliable. I am afraid that after you get married, you will be bewitched by Chuyu. Master is worried that if someone wants to live in a brick house, you will go to borrow money to buy bricks. But you can't borrow that money. Lu Xinghe frowned. Although he knew that Master cared about him, he still felt unhappy when he heard him say that Chuyu was wrong. Don't worry, sir. I didn't go to town to borrow the money, and Chuyu is not the kind of person you said she was. Don't say that to her again. If the girl heard this, she would be upset. Wang Xuelan rolled her eyes in Lu Taixing's direction. What groundless talk, old man. Don't talk nonsense. I think the girl is fine. She even asked a doctor to treat the third son's wife. Which daughter-in-law can be as filial as her? Lu Taixing sighed. It's my fault, but I'm not worried that Xinghe will do something stupid. Wang Xuelan pulled Lu Xinghe's arm. Xinghe, these 60,000 bricks and tiles will cost a lot of money, right? Are the wages for building the house enough? And the food for the people in the village too is also a big expense. Lu Xinghe nodded hurriedly. It's enough for now. Grandpa and Grandma can rest assured. After hearing this, Wang Xuelan felt that she had made up her mind. She and Lu Taixing looked at each other and smiled happily. No wonder you and Chi kept going to town a few days ago. You must have hit the jackpot. Hearing this, Lu Taixing twirled his beard and smiled. I didn't realize that girl was so lucky. After he finished speaking, he looked at the blue bricks on the foundation and then looked at the surrounding mountains and forests. It's probably not appropriate to put so many bricks here. I'll go to your Uncle Jianqi's house and bring a dog. I'll sleep here tonight and watch the bricks for you, Master. Lu Xinghe originally wanted to stop Lu Taixing and say that he would watch the bricks himself, but Wang Xuelan grabbed him. Yao went. Lu Shanshan, the youngest daughter of the village head, and Lu Xinghe were originally engaged verbally. After the third son of the Lu family left and never returned, Lu Xinghe's family became impoverished, and the family turned around and disowned her, saying that it was just a verbal joke at the time, and then engaged her to another family. Although Lu Xinghe didn't care about this, Lu Taixing was annoyed for a long time at the time and kept scolding the village head's family for looking down on others. Now that Lu Xinghe has turned over a new leaf, shouldn't he show off in front of others? After hearing this, Lu Xinghe followed Lu Taixing. At most, he would accompany him to guard the bricks at night. After all, he was still worried about leaving an old man here. After a while, Yun Sueha, Chu Yu, and the two brothers Lu Xingping all came. Mom, you're here too? Because her health has improved a lot, Yun Sueha's voice is also louder than before. Seeing the two of them, Wang Xuelan smiled and said, Didn't you come to take a look because there is a lot of noise? You look much better than usual. Yun Sueha smiled and held Chu Yu's hand affectionately.
This is all thanks to Yaya.
She not only called the doctor but also prescribed medicine. She is more considerate than the three boys in the family combined. Chu Yu lowered her head a little embarrassedly. Mom, please don't praise me like that. Even Lu Xingping, who always liked to argue, felt that there was nothing wrong with what his mother said. If it weren't for the eldest sister-in-law, his mother might still be the same. Wang Xuelan then took a serious look at Chu Yu. The little girl had delicate features and a kind face. You know what? This girl looks blessed. Yun Sueha agreed with Wang Xuelan, who said it wasn't. It's Xinghe's blessing to marry Yaya. Soon, the bricks and tiles were delivered to the foundation. Lu Xinghe counted the number and then led the manager to Yun Sueha. Mother, I have counted the number of bricks and tiles and they all match. I paid a deposit of 10 taels of silver last time, and the remaining 36 taels of silver can be paid to Manager Zhou. Since Lu Xinghe had counted it, Yun Sueha trusted him and hurriedly took out the purse from her waist and handed it to Lu Xinghe. Mother doesn't understand these. You go and settle with Manager Zhou. Lu Xinghe signed a document with Manager Zhou and paid him the 36 taels of silver. After Wang Xuelan saw Lu Xinghe pay the money to Manager Zhou of Kaiyong Brick Kiln Factory with her own eyes, she finally believed that they really had the money to build a house now. As soon as Manager Zhou left, she immediately said, Since we are all here today, let's go home for lunch at noon to avoid running back to work. I will ask the fourth son's wife to do more later. Yun Sueha glanced in the direction of the children, and seeing that they had no objection, she nodded and said, Then thank you, mother and fourth sister-in-law, for your hard work. Wang Xuelan waved her hand quickly. It's okay, I'll go back and prepare first. You just come home later. Looking at Wang Xuelan, who was walking away, Yun Sueha replied, Okay. Lu Xinghe glanced at the piles of bricks and tiles behind him. Mom, you guys go downstairs to eat later. I'll watch over the bricks and tiles here. Yun Sueha frowned. The day when your grandfather can afford to look after the house is the day after tomorrow. Are you going to stay here for the next few days? Chu Yu looked at Yun Sueha. Just watch it if you want to. Bricks are expensive, and I'm really afraid of them being stolen. When the time comes, I'll bring my husband's books here and watch over it with him. Lu Xinghe shook his head repeatedly. It's not good for a girl like you to sleep in the open air. I can stay here alone. Besides, Grandpa said he would go to Uncle Jianqi's house and bring a dog to watch the bricks with me. These days, only wealthy families can afford to keep dogs. Mom, which family is Uncle Jianqi from? Yun Sueha had a hint of unnaturalness on her face. It's the head of the village. The head of our Banpo village is called Lu Jianqi. His great-grandfather and Grandpa Xinghe's grandfather are cousins. Although they are 5 or 6 generations apart, they are all related in the village. Chuyu said, thinking that this relative is really far away. The family stayed in the mountains for a while, and Lu Taixing came with a tall dog. Dad, you are here. Lu Taixing glanced at Yun Sueha. You are still sick. Why don't you rest in the house and run up the mountain? Yun Sueha smiled and said, Dad, I'm in much better health now. I was able to go up the mountain with Xingping and Xing'an to look for wild vegetables a few days ago. Ever since the brothers Lu Xingping and Lu Xing'an were born, Yun has been sick all the time. Unexpectedly, after Xinghe got married, not only was Yun lucky, but Yun's health also improved. A smile suddenly broke out on Lu Tiexing's usually serious face. Okay, as long as you're well, let's go down the mountain. Your mother just told me to ask you to go downstairs to eat first. Lu Xinghe immediately took the dog leash from Lu Tiexing's hand. Grandpa will go to eat too. I'll just watch here. Lu Taixing snatched the dog leash back from Lu Xinghe's hand in a bad mood. Smelly boy, go and eat quickly. It's not your time to take care of Grandpa yet. If you want to come later, come later. Read more books in the house during the day. Your fourth uncle is at the foot of the mountain. If you have something to do, just shout and he'll come. Lu Xinghe couldn't persuade his grandfather, so he had to go down the mountain with Yun Sueha. It was Lu Yufang who opened the gate for them. As soon as they came in, she pulled Chuyu to see the herbs she had picked in recent days. Yeah, come then help me see if I have recognized the wrong herbs. While the two girls were talking, Yun Sueha went to the kitchen, where the fourth sister-in-law Jiang Xiuqin and her mother-in-law Wang Xuelan were busy in the kitchen. Mom, fourth sister-in-law, is there anything I can help you with? Jiang Xiuqin said hurriedly, no. Third sister-in-law, if you are not feeling well, just sit down. It's just food for a few people, and it will be ready soon. Wang Xuelan heard this, and hurriedly stopped Jiang Xiuqin. Fourth brother's family, there is no need to say that. The third brother's wife is in good health now. Oh. Jiang Xiuqin looked at Yun Sueha in surprise. It's a good thing that the third sister-in-law is in good health. Look at my mouth, I'm just talking nonsense. Yun Sueha smiled indifferently. It's okay, fourth sister-in-law, I want to discuss something with you. What's the matter? Jiang Xiuqin wiped the sweat from her forehead. Third sister-in-law said, I asked you to help me sell herbs before, and our Yufang recently picked some more. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to help sell them when the time comes. They are all studying, which has delayed him for too many years in the past. Now that he has finally picked up his books, he can't be delayed by family matters anymore, so I want to ask if the fourth brother is free. I want him to help look after the foundation of my new house. Jiang Xiuqin and Wang Xuelan looked at each other, stretched their necks and shouted, Xiuqing, come here. Lu Xiuqing, who was sitting and talking with his brother Lu Xinghe, heard his wife's call, hurriedly responded, and trotted to the kitchen. What's the matter? What's the matter? Jiang Xiuqin repeated what Yun Sueha had just said. You've been free lately, so why don't you go and help? Lu Xiuqing slapped his thigh. Well, I thought it was nothing. Didn't we agree to help before? Don't worry about the bricks and tiles. My father and I will take care of them. Yun Sueha was delighted. Then I'll trouble you, old four, but we don't want you to help for nothing. Xinghe also told me that our family is small, and no one is going to help when our eldest and second brothers build their houses. When we build our house, the eldest and second brothers and the fourth brother will be paid for their help. The eldest and second brothers are the official laborers who build the house. According to the rules, they are paid 30 cents a day. If the fourth brother does odd jobs and watches the bricks at night, I will also pay you 30 cents a day from now on. Do you think it's appropriate? She didn't like to owe favors to others. After all, they were Xinghe's uncles. It was relatively safe for her to help. If she paid them, they might help more wholeheartedly. As soon as Yun Sueha finished speaking, Lu Xiuqing raised his watch and made up his mind. Don't worry, sister-in-law. From now on, I will sleep on the foundation until your new house is completed, and I will never lose a brick for you. Seeing his look, Jiang Xiuqin covered her mouth and smiled. Okay, you go to sleep on the foundation, and I will let Yufang and Xiaowei take turns to bring you meals every day. Wang Xuelan wiped her hands on her apron. Old third wife, are you planning to let Xinghe take the imperial examination again? Yun Sueha nodded. In fact, this is also Yea's idea. Xinghe himself wants to take this path, so we just support him. The third sister-in-law's family is now finally happy after all the hardships. Jiang Xiuqin smiled. Yun Sueha sighed. Well, it's not that good, but it's better than when we were hungry before. Once the house is built, I'm afraid we won't be able to eat again. Wang Xuelan hurriedly comforted. After all, the house is built. The family can at least live comfortably, and money can still be earned later, and we won't be worse off than before. Yun Sueha nodded repeatedly. That's right, mother. Lunch was ready soon: brown rice porridge, a small dish of wild vegetables, and a dish of salted vegetables. The mountains have been stripped bare recently, and there are not many vegetables at home. My third sister-in-law and her family will have to make do with it, Jiang Xiuqin said. Yun Sueha waved her hand. We are family, no need to be so polite. At the headman's house, Lu Jianqi's little daughter was throwing a tantrum. Lu Shanshan had always admired Lu Xinghe because he was good-looking and well-educated. In the nearby villages, there was no one of his age with better conditions than him. Who knew that after his father left, the family was getting worse and worse. Her father was afraid that she would suffer with Lu Xinghe, so he promised her another family after she came of age. At that time, because she saw that Lu Xinghe's family was poor and didn't want to suffer with him, she also followed her family's wishes. After all, the family she was engaged to was a wealthy family in Yeojiago, and the family had more than 30 acres of land. Who knew that Lu Xinghe had only been married for more than a month, and now his family was going to build a brick and tile house? This made Lu Shanshan, who had always been arrogant, very upset. Dad, I don't care. You have to cancel the marriage in Yeojiago for me. I'm annoyed when I see Yao Shangshu now. Lu Jianqi's frown was so worried that he could pinch a fly to death. Oh, my ancestors, how can this marriage be cancelled just like that? Do you think it's just a game? The eldest and second sons in the headman's family are sons, and Lu Shanshan is the only daughter. She has been spoiled by her family since she was a child. Lu Shanshan was furious. Why not return their betrothal gifts? Chun Shufan, the wife of the village head, stepped forward and held Qin Shanshan's tender hand. My dear, you have always received the betrothal gifts from the Yao family, and your parents have never touched any of them. You have been buying hairpins and bracelets before. Are you sure we can return the betrothal gifts? Our family is not as rich as the Yao family. Your parents can never give you so much money to make up for your shortfall. As she said that, she also winked at Lu Jianqi. Lu Jianqi hurriedly said, Your mother is right. The Yao family has 30 acres of land and a brick house. It is definitely much better than Lu Xinghe. Not to mention that Lu Xinghe has already married a wife. I heard that Yun is nervous about her daughter-in-law, and you can't get involved. Hearing this, Lu Shanshan felt even more unhappy, as if someone else had robbed her of her good life. She's just a young girl. No matter how nervous she is, she can't give birth to a child for Lu Xinghe. Aunt Yun might just want to discuss me. Lu Jianqi was annoyed when he heard this. How can you be so shameless as a young girl? Have all the moral principles I taught you gone to Hades? After being scolded by her father, Lu Shanshan was unhappy, snorted, and went back to the house. Qin Shufan looked at Lu Jianqi with a worried look on her face. Master, look at our daughter. Lu Jianqi sighed. Well, just watch her. Don't let her do something stupid and ruin this good marriage. After all, she'll get married in 2 months, and then she can marry into the Yao family. Qin Shufan said, Lu Xinghe is really something. Why not build a house at any other time, but at this time, as if he is afraid that other families don't know that he has hit the jackpot. Your uncle Taixing is the same. He even came to our house to borrow a dog just to show him the bricks. I think he did it on purpose. Lu Jianqi rubbed his eyebrows. What can we do? We are the ones who are in the wrong first, and we are not allowed to show off after the change of luck. Qin Shufan was unhappy when she heard this. What is wrong or not? The conditions of the Lu family at that time were so bad, so they wanted to marry our youngest son to suffer? Besides, it was just talk before, there was no token and no document. How can we be in the wrong? Lu Jianqi wanted to say something more, but finally sighed and turned to go outside. At the old house of the Liu family, after the family had dinner, Liu Shoucheng went to sleep on the foundation halfway up the hill with a bundle of rice straw. Yun Sueha pulled Wang Xuelan and Jiang Xiuqin aside and whispered, "Mom, fourth brother's wife, Xinghe asked me to remind you that this year's harvest is not good. The price of food may go up by the end of the year. You'd better store some food in the house to avoid wasting money later. Our family bought 100 kilograms of brown rice a few days ago, and we don't know if it can last until next year." When the two heard that it was Liu Xinghe who asked them to remind them, they immediately made up their minds. "Fourth brother's wife, go to the new house of your eldest brother and second brother and tell your two sisters-in-law about this. By the way, ask them to keep it a secret and don't let anyone know. This is also speculation. No one can say for sure. Our family bought it, so we bought it. Anyway, there are many people in the family, so we can just eat it. If other people knew about it and followed suit, and the price of food really went up at the end of the year, they would not thank Xinghe. In case the price did not go up, people would probably blame Xinghe for spreading rumors, and she didn't want her people to be the scapegoat." Jiang Xiuqin said yes and ran out. Seeing Jiang Xiuqin walking away, Wang Xuelan hurriedly took 3 eggs from the beam of the kitchen and stuffed them into Yun Sueha's hands. "Xinghe is studying, so he has to eat more good food. Mother doesn't have any good things here. You can take these 3 eggs to the whole family." Yun Sueha waved her hand hurriedly. "Mom, the 2 hens we divided last time are still laying eggs. You and Dad are old and need to replenish your bodies. I can't take these eggs. You can eat them by yourselves." Wang Xuelan stuffed the eggs into Yun Sueha's hands without saying a word. "Take them if I tell you to. Our family used to rely on the 3rd child, and we will have to rely on Xinghe in the future." Yun Sueha had no choice but to collect her eggs and led the children back home. "Xinghe, your mother has not been in good health in recent years and has not been to your grandparents' home. Every year, your 2 uncles take turns to come and bring some gifts. The Moon Worship Festival is coming soon. Fortunately, your grandfather and your 4th uncle are watching over the foundation for these 2 days. How about we go to Kang Town together tomorrow? Her parents' home is in Qingjiu Village, close to Kang Town. The journey is actually similar to that to Nanping Town, but to Kang Town, one has to cross the river." In previous years, her family conditions were poor, and she looked sick and out of breath after walking a few steps, so she didn't want to go and make the 2 old people worry. Now that she is finally feeling better, she is anxious to go and see them so that the 2 old people can see her and feel relieved. Besides, the harvest is not good this year, so she has to remind her parents and brother's family. Liu Xinghe showed worry. "Mom, your health." Yun Sueha patted his arm gently. "Mom, I know your health. Anyway, we don't need to walk much by boat. When we come back tomorrow, you can ask your uncle to drive the ox cart to take us to the ferry, and then it won't be a problem." Thinking that the family hasn't been to their grandparents' home for 8 years, Liu Xinghe nodded. "Okay." After hearing this, Yun Sueha went into the house with red eyes. In the past 8 years, she not only dragged Xinghe down, but also owed her parents, making the elderly couple worry about her at such an old age. Every year when her eldest brother and second brother came, she asked the 2 brothers to tell her parents that she was living well. But if she didn't go back to her mother's house for 8 years, how could the 2 old people really feel at ease? Since her mother went back from here in tears 5 years ago, she has not come again. Maybe her legs and feet are getting more and more inconvenient. Liu Xinghe was reading in the house all afternoon, and Qiyu took a chair and did needlework under a big tree in the corner of the yard. She learned needlework recently, and seeing that the purse on Liu Xinghe's waist was patched, she also thought of making a purse for him. Not long after sitting down, she noticed a pair of eyes looking at her from the side. Looking back, she saw a girl who was 3 or 4 years older than her. Although this girl was not the type who looked stunning, she was also a beautiful girl. Qiyu hurriedly put down the needle and thread in her hand. "Who are you?" Then she looked towards Yun Sueha's house, wanting to tell her that there was a guest, but she heard the girl, "Hush," and said in a low voice, "Don't shout." Qiyu took 2 steps back in confusion. She had never seen this girl before. She came to her house, but didn't let her shout for help. She was so sneaky. Could it be that she wanted to steal something? It's true that you can't judge a person by his appearance. She has hidden a lot of silver at home. Someone come quickly, there's a thief. Seeing that Chuyu thought she was a thief, Lu Shanshan stomped her feet in anger. In order to avoid misunderstanding, she ran away quickly and disappeared in a short while. Yun Sueha and Lu Xinghe both ran out of the house. Yun Sueha picked up the broom standing by the door and came to Chuyu. "Yeah, where's the thief?" Chuyu pointed in the direction where the girl ran away just now. The person ran that way. Yun Sueha breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm glad you're okay." Chuyu shook her head. "Mom, I'm fine. I just thought that person was weird. I might be a thief." Lu Xinghe glanced in the direction where Chuyu pointed and then turned his gaze back to her. "Go inside. Don't stay outside." "That's right." Yun Sueha also said hurriedly, "Stay inside. This year is really not peaceful." Chuyu nodded and followed Lu Xinghe into the house. Lu Xinghe continued to read in front of the window, and she sat on the bed making purses. When it was almost time for dinner, Lu Xingping and Lu Xing'an came back with baskets, looking listless. Seeing this, Yun Sueha hurriedly asked, "What's the matter?" The two brothers frowned and said, "Mom, it's hard to find grass on the nearby mountains." Yun Sueha touched their heads. "If you can't find it, then you can't find it. You'd better go to your grandparents' house tomorrow. Don't go to the mountains in the next few days. Your sister-in-law saw a thief today. Don't think he kidnapped someone's child." When the two heard it, they all looked in the direction of Chuyu. "Is your sister-in-law okay?" Chuyu, who was washing rice, smiled and said, "I'm fine." The thief was sneaking around and hadn't even entered the yard. I shouted, and he ran away. The two were relieved to see that everyone in the family was fine. Lu Xing'an put the basket back in the kitchen and went to light the stove. Lu Xingping chopped up the tender leaves he had pulled on the road and mixed them with the shriveled rice husks he had sifted out a few days ago to feed the chickens. He also muttered to the 3 chickens, "The mountains are so clean recently that you can't even catch tapeworms. You just have to make do with what you have." For dinner, Chuyu cooked a pot of porridge and took out the braised pork from the cellar, cut a few slices, and put them on the plate. Even without vegetables, at least she could eat 1 or 2 slices of braised pork with the porridge, which could supplement some nutrition. It was late at night, and Chuyu, lying on the bed, thought more and more that something was wrong. Thinking back to the girl who came today, she was dressed quite exquisitely, and she even had a hairpin on her head. Could it be that she had misunderstood? She turned her head and looked in the direction of Lu Xinghe. "Husband, are you asleep?" Lu Xinghe, who had his back to Chuyu, heard the voice and opened his eyes. "What's wrong?" "Husband, who do you think the girl who came to our house today could be? I was wondering if I had misunderstood her." He then said, "But she did look strange at the time, and I didn't know her. She actually asked me not to call anyone, so I thought she was a thief." Lu Xinghe also lay down and looked in the direction of Chuyu. "Since you don't know him, why do you think so much? Isn't it strange?" Chuyu said, yawned, and fell asleep in a daze. She was still talking the moment before, but she fell asleep in the blink of an eye. Lu Xinghe lifted the quilt on her body with some amusement. "You still say you are not a child. Only children can be so heartless." After he finished speaking, he raised his hands and put them behind his head, thinking about Chuyu's words. The thief who came today was actually a woman? This matter is indeed quite mysterious. However, some women are good at pretending to be weak and gaining sympathy to defraud money. It is better to believe it. Thinking of this, Lu Xinghe got up from the bed, found all the bamboo tubes that Chuyu had hidden in various corners before, stepped on the desk and put them in the groove of the beam, and pushed the old wooden square on the beam into the groove. It turned out that there was nothing hidden inside. In this way, even if a thief really came in, they would not be able to find the silver. After all, it was earned by the little girl herself. If it was really stolen, she would be very sad. The two brothers were puzzled. "Brother, why did you move the desk into our room?" Lu Xinghe replied calmly, "Put it aside for now. I will move it back to my room when I come back from Kang Town. Don't tell anyone." The two brothers said, "Oh." Although they were still confused, They didn't ask any more questions. Yun Sueha got up early, because she was going to Kang Town. She took out 1 pound of the leftover red dates at home and put 30 pounds of rice from the bag of old rice in the backpack. Xinghe, let's go to Dalin's house to peel the rice that has been dried in our house some other day. Lu Xinghe responded, this year's harvest is not good. I estimate that we can only peel about 200 kilograms of millet from our family. Then we can keep it for our family to eat. Yun Sueha nodded, okay, after all, there are so many mouths to feed at home. After peeling it, we can keep it at home and eat it slowly. After breakfast, Lu Xinghe carried the backpack and led the others to set off. Chu Yu took Yun Sueha's arm and walked at the end. Mom, we are not in a hurry. If we arrive late today, we can stay overnight. After all, there's still Grandpa and 4th uncle watching over the foundation of the new house.
Junkuyenadith, okay, Nojeri.
Perhaps she was eager to go back to her mother's house, and her steps became faster, uncontrollably. Chuyu had no choice but to support her and walk forward quickly. Half an hour later, the group of 5 people finally arrived at the ferry. Fortunately, it was not hot today, otherwise Yun Sueha would definitely not be able to walk far in the hot sun. Because of the long work, the water level in the riverbank has dropped a lot. If you want to cross the river, you have to walk down the steep riverbank to the boat. Do you want a ferry? The boatman shouted from the boat. It's only 2 cents per person today. You can go as soon as you get on. You don't have to wait for anyone. Recently, there has been a drought and the water level in the riverbank is not high, probably reaching the lower part of an adult's chest. Many people don't want to spend the 3 cents for the ferry, so they just take off their clothes and wade across. After crossing the river, they find a secluded place to change their wet clothes, which also causes the boatman's business to be much worse. When Yun Sueha heard that the ferry was 1 cent cheaper today than usual, she immediately said, okay, then I'll trouble you to ferry us to Kang Town. The boatman sighed and pushed the bamboo pole into the water to get the boat as close to the riverbank as possible so that the guests can get on board. Lu Xinghe was the first to get on the boat. After he got on, he turned around and helped Yun Sueha on board. Chu Yu and Lu Xingping were also pulled on board by him. Everyone sit tight. Let's start the boat. The boatman used a bamboo pole to push the boat to the shore, and the few people set off. It takes 3/4 of an hour to get from the ferry here to Kang Town. Chu Yu helped Yun Sueha into the boat awning to prevent her from getting a headache after being blown by the river wind, and also used the bamboo strips outside the boat awning to slightly block the front. Lu Xingping and Lu Xing'an lay on the side of the boat, looking at the boatman rowing the boat forward with curiosity. Grandpa, how long have you been rowing here? The boatman laughed. I have been rowing here since I was 12 years old, about 40 years. Both of them had a little surprise on their faces. Lu Xingping looked in the direction of the boatman. Is rowing a boat very profitable? The old man smiled and sighed, with a little helplessness on his face full of ravines. It's not about making money. It's just that I've been rowing for a long time, and I only know how to row. It's all for the sake of supporting my family. He turned his head and looked at the 2 little boys. Little guys, don't think about being trapped on the boat like the old man for the rest of your life. There are many more interesting things in this world than rowing a boat. The 2 didn't understand any big principles, so they just nodded in a daze. Chuyu sat on the edge of the boat awning and put her hand into the water to paddle. Although the water level of the river was not high, it was very clear. The water plants in the river swayed slightly with the flow of the water. Suddenly, Chuyu's hand was touched by a cold and slippery object. She wanted to retract her hand, but when she looked down and saw that it was a fish, she took advantage of the fish passing by her hand and directly grabbed its slightly moving gills. Because its lifeline was held, the fish in the water swung its tail vigorously. The force was so strong that Chuyu couldn't lift it up at once, causing the boat to start shaking. Husband, come and help. Lu Xinghe hurried forward and lifted the fish that Chuyu caught onto the boat. The fish was as long as my arm, so it must have weighed 6 or 7 kilograms. The people on the boat were speechless when they saw the scene. After a while, the boatman touched his cheek in disbelief. How can I be so lucky? The old man has rowed the boat for 40 years, and he has never seen any passenger catch a fish on the boat. Yun Sueha laughed and said, It's rare to have such a dry day this year. Maybe the water is too low, so my child has a chance. The boatman smiled and was relieved. Yes, it's rare to have such a dry day this year. After that, he continued to row the boat forward. Lu Xingping and Lu Xing'an looked at each other, with smiles in their eyes. It's really great to catch big fish just by playing in the water. 2/4 of an hour later, the boat docked at the ferry outside Kingtown. Yun Sueha paid the boatman 10 cents for the ferry fee, told him that she would ferry back later, and then went ashore with the help of Lu Xinghe and Chuyu. Lu Xinghe walked in front with a basket on his back and the fish in his hand, and Yun Sueha walked behind with the help of Chuyu. Lu Xingping came to Chuyu and asked in a low voice, "Sister-in-law, how did you catch that fish just now?" "The fish touched my hand by itself. I didn't know what kind of monster it was. I saw it was a fish later, so I grabbed its gills." Lu Xingping scratched his head, and his forehead was wrinkled with frowns. "There is such a weird thing." Yun Sueha looked at her 2 younger sons helplessly. "Keep your mouths shut. Don't tell this to others, or outsiders who don't know the truth will think your sister-in-law is a monster." Lu Xingping raised his chin slightly. "At the very least, my sister-in-law is a fairy, not a monster." Half an hour later, the group walked and rested and finally arrived at the Sake village. As soon as they arrived at the entrance of the village, someone recognized Yun Sueha.
Oh.
"Sueha is back to her parents' home?" Yun Sueha said with a smile. "Yes, Annie." The woman put the patched clothes in her hand back into the sewing basket. "Oh, I haven't seen you for 8 years. Your mother always talks about you. If she hadn't been unable to leave, she would have come to see long ago." Yun Sueha's heart skipped a beat. What happened to my mother? Seeing that Yun Sueha didn't seem to understand the situation at home, the woman didn't say much, just said, "Go back and take a look. Your mother is waiting for you in the house." Yun Sueha was a little flustered and hurriedly quickened her pace to the direction of her parents' home. Even if someone greeted her on the road, she just smiled and responded without stopping. After a while, several people came to a small courtyard, and Yun Sueha knocked on the door with red eyes. "Dad, Mom, big brother, second brother, I'm back." The people in the house heard the voice and left the house one after another. Yun Debeo hurried forward to open the door and saw that it was really Yun Sueha, his face full of excitement. "Why did you come back today, little sister?" "Mother was asking me to send you some rice in a few days. I missed home, so I came back," Yun Sueha said, looking into the house. "Brother, where is mother?" "Mom is in the house." Yun Debeo looked at her with concern. "Can you stand such a long journey?" "Don't worry, brother. I am much better now." Turning to look at the relatives who came out of the house one after another, Yun Sueha wiped the tears from her face. "Dad, sister-in-law, second brother, second sister-in-law, I am back." The 2 sisters-in-law didn't say anything, but their eyes were red. Yun Jingping looked at his daughter, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Tears welled up in his eyes, and said with a slightly trembling voice, Good to be back. Go to the house to see your mother." Yun Sueha sighed and went into the house. "Mom, I'm back." Hearing the voice, Li Chulian struggled to sit up from the bed. "My dear, you are finally back." The mother and daughter hugged and cried for a long time before letting go.
Yung kuyatucha Li Chulian's legs.
"Mom, what's wrong with your legs?" Li Chulian sighed. "Mom's old cold legs have been around for a long time. Don't worry, as long as you are fine, I will be fine." Yun Sueha saw her mother's face, which had aged a lot. She felt distressed and guilty and couldn't help crying again. "It's my fault that I didn't live up to expectations and made Mom worry." Li Chulian stroked Yun Sueha's back with a loving face. "When I married you to Bampo village, it was because I heard that the Lu family was kind-hearted and Jiahui was a scholar. I thought you would have a better life in the future, and I didn't think of him." As if afraid of touching Yun Sueha's sad story, Li Chulian sighed heavily. "You have suffered." Yun Sueha shook her head. "Mother, I'm not suffering. Although he has been away for these years, the 3 children are very obedient and filial. I don't regret it and have never blamed my parents." Li Chulian wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and patted Yun Sueha's hand. "I've been traveling for half a day today. Are you feeling well?" Yun Sueha sniffed, with a hint of smile on her face. "Mom, I'm feeling much better. Yea hired a doctor for me some time ago and gave me some medicine and bought a lot of things to take care of my body. If it weren't for my better health, I wouldn't be able to walk so far. Li Chulian sat up straight. I heard people say Xinghe got married? Yun Sueha nodded. Yes, her name is Chua. She's a kind and filial child. I'll let the children come in and show them to Mom later. Li Chulian was very pleased and said 3 good words in a row. Outside the house, Lu Xinghe handed the fish in his hand and the rice and red dates in the backpack to Yun Debao. Uncle, my mother asked me to bring these. You can take them to the kitchen. Yun Debao frowned. You guys are having a hard time. Why are you taking things here? Such a big fish must have cost a lot of money, right? Lu Xinghe put the empty basket under the eaves. We caught the fish in the river and brought it here. We didn't spend any money. Uncle, please put these things away first. We'll go to the house to see Grandma. After that, he took Chu Yu and the 2 brothers Lu Xingping and Lu Xing'an to the house. Yun Xingping looked at the 2 daughters-in-law not far away. The eldest daughter-in-law, Yu, and the second daughter-in-law should go cook quickly. Chop the fish for lunch, and we will eat it as a family. Okay, Dad. The 2 hurriedly took the fish from Yun Debao and went to the kitchen to work. Lu Xinghe and the other 4 entered the house and called Grandma one after another. Li Chulian smiled and responded, then waved to Chu Yu with a loving face. Child, come here and let Grandma take a look. Chu Yu glanced at Yun Sueha and walked over gracefully. After all, the 3 brothers Lu Xinghe were men, so they said hello to Li Chulian and went out. Li Chulian grabbed Chu Yu's hand, took out a thin silver bracelet from the handkerchief under the pillow and put it on her hand, with a trace of nostalgia on her face. This bracelet was bought by my family as a coming-of-age gift for my grandmother when she was young. Later, she did more work and her wrist became thicker, so she couldn't wear it anymore. I heard that you and Xinghe got married a few days ago, so I asked your uncle to take it to the town to wash it and put it on your hand. It looks really good. Chu Yu looked at the thin silver bracelet on her wrist, which looked brand new, and looked in the direction of Yun Sueha in a bit of a daze. Yun Sueha had seen this thin silver bracelet before, and her mother treasured it very much. When the family was in a bad situation before, she was reluctant to melt it to exchange for food. Since it's given by Grandma, take it. Li Chulian pulled Chu Yu's sleeve down to cover the thin silver bracelet. Take it, it's a little gift from Grandma. Chu Yu stroked the thin silver bracelet under her sleeve, and a trace of warmth covered her heart. Her family wanted to peel off a layer of skin from her, but after marrying Lu Xinghe, it seemed that every relative here treated her kindly. Yun Sueha looked at Chu Yu. Yeah, have you heard your uncle next door talk about how to treat old cold legs? Chu Yu looked at Li Chulian's legs. Is Grandma's old cold leg serious? Can I take a look first? There is a risk of amputation or life-threatening. She has to see how serious Grandma's old cold legs are. Before Li Chulian could answer, Yun Sueha first lifted the thin quilt on the bed and helped Li Chulian expose her legs. Mom, when Yaya was at her parents' house, there was a traveling doctor next door. She knows a little bit. Please let her take a look. Hearing that Chua had some skills, Li Chulian sighed and nodded. My knees have always been sore, numb, swollen, and painful in the past few years. The drought in recent months has been a little better. I can get out of bed and walk a few steps. If it's rainy, my feet hurt even if they don't touch the ground. I dare not get out of bed in winter. Thinking that the weather will soon get cold, she was worried. Chua looked at Li Chulian's legs. Her knees were slightly swollen. She reached out and pinched her kneecap and felt it. Then she lifted one of her legs and moved it. Seeing the painful expression on her face, Chua put her legs back on the bed, put down her trouser legs, and covered her with a quilt. Although Grandma's old cold legs are serious, they can be cured. As long as you take good care of yourself, at least your life can return to normal. Li Chulian looked at Chua in disbelief. Really? These years, she spent most of her time in bed, but she really hoped that she could walk normally. Yun Sueha was so happy that she cried. That's great. Yeah, how should Grandma's leg be treated? She knew that Chu Yu would never do anything without a purpose, and she would definitely be right if she was sure of something. At this moment, A thin voice came into the ears of several people. What do you need to pay attention to, cousin? Can you tell me? I usually take care of grandma, and I will pay attention to what cousin says. Chuyu looked back and saw a pretty little girl about 12 years old. This is your second uncle's little daughter Mingxiang, who is 12 this year. This girl is filial and considerate, Li Chulian said, and waved to Yun Mingxiang. Yun Mingxiang came closer and looked at Chuyu and bowed slightly. Mingxiang greets cousin. Chuyu hurriedly followed the greeting. Sister Mingxiang, do you have mugwort at home? Yun Mingxiang nodded quickly. Yes, the mugwort cut at home during the Dragon Boat Festival is still hanging in the kitchen. I'll get it now. After a while, Yun Mingxiang brought the mugwort. Chuyu took out one and lit it, pointing to several important acupoints on the knee to demonstrate to Yun Mingxiang. This is the heading point, and these two places are the inner and outer knee points. These are the Sanyinjiao point and the Yanglingquan point. Moxibustion these acupoints for grandma once every other day. It requires long-term persistence. As if choked by the smell of mugwort smoke, Chuyu coughed twice before saying, The mugwort in my hand is not processed. I can ask my eldest uncle and second uncle to crush the mugwort into moxa fluff and make it into thicker moxa sticks. The smoke will not be so big, and the effect will be better. Yun Mingxiang nodded quickly. I remember it. Is there anything else? When it is cold, you can buy some coarse salt and pepper. Mix them together, fry them, and put them in a cloth bag and apply them on grandma's knees to dispel the cold and dredge the meridians. Then soak some Ukamiya wine and drink it after soaking for 7 days, twice a day, a small cup each time. But you must keep an eye on grandma and don't drink too much. Chuyu looked at Yun Mingxiang. The rest is to massage more, get up and move around appropriately, and don't carry weight or catch a cold. Seeing Chuyu's specific and logical explanation, Yun Mingxiang was both envious and admired. My cousin's wife is really amazing, even better than the doctor in our village. Chuyu smiled a little embarrassedly. I just learned some superficial skills. That is, I have seen doctors treat people like this before. If I really encounter a difficult case, I can't do anything. Li Chulian looked at Yun Sueha. Where did you find this precious thing? She is not very old, but she is so amazing. Yun Sueha covered her mouth and smiled. Of course. Yaya is really my family's precious thing now. Even the doctor in the pharmacy in Namping Town said that he would introduce her to a master. It can be seen that this child still has some talent. Li Chulian nodded. Okay, the more successful the children are, the happier the old woman will be. The status of doctors is still relatively high. If you can learn a medical skill, you will have the ability to make a living in the future. Yun Mingxiang looked at Chuyu with admiration on her face. It would be great if she could be as capable as my cousin's wife. Because the mugwort has not been processed, it burns very quickly, and the mugwort in her hand was burned out in a short while. Chuyu threw the unburned wormwood stems in her hand out of the house and told Yun Mingxiang some things. Then the aunt and second aunt in the kitchen called for dinner. Lunch was brown rice porridge, a large pot of thick fish soup, and a plate of salted vegetables. Chuyu filled a bowl of fish soup, put a few wolfberries wrapped in a handkerchief into the fish soup, and handed it to Yun Sueha. This action was done very naturally, without deliberately trying to attract attention. The Aunt Sue on the side was full of envy. Sueha, your daughter-in-law is really filial. Yun Sueha nodded and said yes with a smile. The second Aunt Jiang hummed softly. Is it just for show? Who carries wolfberries with them when going out? The atmosphere in the kitchen suddenly stagnated because of Zhang's words. Yun Sueha frowned a little unhappy, but because they were her mother's family, she did not refute immediately. Lu Xinghe's eyebrows were slightly depressed, making it hard to figure out what he was thinking. Lu Xinghen had a stern face, almost showing dissatisfaction. Lu Xingping put down the chopsticks in his hand, pouted and said sullenly, Second aunt, what you said is not right. My eldest sister-in-law is like this at home, and it's not just 1 or 2 days. The brothers knew better than anyone how much the eldest sister-in-law took care of their mother at home. He would be the first to disagree with anyone who said bad things about the eldest sister-in-law. At this moment, Yun Jingping stabbed the chopsticks in his hand heavily on the table. Second daughter-in-law, can't you shut your mouth even when eating? Zhang smiled and tried to smooth things over. Let's eat quickly. Because Jiang was her sister-in-law, and she would leave after dinner, Yun Sueha didn't bother with her. After dinner, Yun Sueha sat with Li Qiulian for a while, and then quietly put a purse containing 100 coins under her pillow. Then the family said goodbye and left. After all, the journey back was quite long, and if they didn't return early, it might be dark. Yun Debao hurried to the cowshed to get his own cow, harnessed the ox cart, and took several people to Kang Town. Yun Debao, who was driving the ox cart, looked at Yun Sueha in surprise. Build a house? After thinking about it carefully, the house in my younger sister's house was indeed not very stable, and it was time to build a new one. Is there enough money? Why didn't you tell me when you were at home? Although the elder and second brothers are not well off, they can at least support you with a few taels of money. Yun Sueha felt warm in her heart and smiled and shook her head. It's enough. If it's not enough, I would have asked the elder and second brothers for it when I was at home. Yun Debao thought for a while and said, when will we start building the house? It will start tomorrow on the day my father-in-law showed it. Yun Debao raised his eyebrows. Oh, so soon? I'll tell my parents later, and Chung Kai and I will go to help you for a few days then. The earthen brick house has big bricks, so it's very fast to build a house. With 2 more people to help, it won't take long to build it. Yun Sueha smiled and said half-jokingly, okay, I'll pay the elder and second brothers for the work then. Yun Debao laughed and said, it's not easy for you either. The elder and second brothers will help, but don't worry about it. Yun Sueha pursed her lips and said nothing more. As the youngest daughter in the family, she was spoiled by her parents and 2 brothers when she was in her mother's house. Now that she has been married for so long, her parents and brothers still treat her so well. She is very content. When they arrived at the ferry, the family got off the ox cart, said goodbye to Yun Debao, and went to Kang Town while it was still early, wanting to buy some necessities to take home. The prosperity of Kang Town is far less than that of Nanping Town. There are not even 2 small restaurants like Ruiju. The shops on both sides of a street are also relatively old. Because the 10 prescriptions prescribed for Yun Sueha last time have been finished, Chiyu Bento went into a pharmacy first and handed the prescription written by Dr. Zhu to an old man who looked a little sloppy. Uncle, can you complete this prescription here? It's not that she wanted to ask this, but the drugstore in front of her looked much more shabby than Chen's drugstore. The old man raised his eyebrows, took the prescription handed over by Chiyu, looked at it, and then looked at her. Have you been to Nanping Town for medical consultation before? Chiyu nodded with a little surprise. How did you know? The old man looked at the prescription and smiled. I am very familiar with my apprentice's prescription habits and his dog-crawling handwriting. Chiyu looked at him in surprise. Are you Dr. Zhu's master? Although he looked sloppy, he was in better spirit than Dr. Zhu. The old man raised his eyebrows. Oh, that old guy mentioned me to you? Chiyu didn't know how to answer him for a moment. She couldn't say that your apprentice wanted to introduce you to me as a master, right? At this moment, a middle-aged man walked in from the back of the drugstore, looked at the old man and said, Master, the guests inside can already receive acupuncture. The old man hurriedly handed the prescription in his hand to the middle-aged man. Look, this little girl is a guest of your senior brother Zhu. You come and get the medicine for her. Okay. The middle-aged man hurriedly took the prescription with a smile. I wonder how many doses of this medicine, young lady, would you like? 10 doses. The middle-aged man said to Chiyu to wait, and went to get the medicine behind the counter. Chiyu looked at the busy middle-aged man and asked, Is the old man just now the owner of this pharmacy? The middle-aged man hurriedly shook his head. I am the shopkeeper here. He is my master, and recently a difficult patient came, and it happened that the master came to Kang Town to eat grilled snails, so I had the opportunity to invite him here. No wonder the accent doesn't sound like this. He came to Kang Town just to eat grilled snails? Chiyu asked again. The middle-aged man laughed. The master is casual and free. He diagnoses wherever he goes. Many doctors have received his instructions in the places he has been. These people, regardless of age, all call him master. It can be said that he has many students all over the world. The middle-aged man's face was full of admiration. The clinic of us disciples has become a place for the old man to find food, but he doesn't eat and drink here for free. He will either help us solve some difficult diseases or answer our medical questions. It seems that the master, Dr. Zhu, is really amazing. Like food? Chuyu stretched out her hand and scratched her cheek, wondering if she wanted the old man to teach her more medical skills. Should she research more delicious food and cook different dishes for him every day? Will he go to Confronting town next? The middle-aged man smiled again. That's true. Master has been talking about a new dish in Confronting town recently. If we hadn't had a patient with a complicated condition who was holding Master back, he would have passed away long ago. Chuyu covered her mouth and smiled. What a lovely old man. The middle-aged man packed the herbs for Chuyu and handed them to her. Girl, the 10 prescriptions you want are a total of 3 taels of silver. Chuyu paid the money and left directly because she had to go to the ferry later. When she came out, Lu Xinghe and Yun Suehe didn't know where they had gone. The brothers Lu Xingping and Lu Xingen were waiting at the door. Seeing her coming, Lu Xingping hurried forward to take the medicine from her. Sister-in-law, Mother bought cloth at the cloth shop opposite and said she wanted to make clothes for you. She asked you to get the medicine and go over to take a look. Make clothes? Chuyu glanced at the clothes she had worn for less than a month. Weren't they just made? When she arrived at the cloth shop opposite, she saw Yun Suehe holding a large bag of cotton in her hand and twisting a piece of red cloth. Seeing Chuyu coming, she waved, Yeah, come and take a look at this red cloth. Chuyu entered the cloth shop and put the cotton in Yun Suehe's hand on her shoulder. Mom, why are you making clothes for me again? Yun Suehe's hands were free, so she took the red cloth and gestured on Chuyu, saying, It's August now, and the weather looks cold. If I don't make clothes for you in advance, you will be cold later, right? After saying that, she smiled with satisfaction. I think this red cloth is just right. I can wear it in winter when it's made, which will be festive. As she said that, she looked at the shopkeeper. Shopkeeper, this red cloth will do. The skirt should be blue, and just give me enough cloth to make 2 sets of clothes.
Hey.
The shopkeeper responded and went to cut the cloth. After buying the cloth and cotton, when she went out, Lu Xinghe was waiting outside the cloth shop. He put all the medicine, cotton, and cloth he had picked into his backpack. She looked at her and asked in a low voice, Husband, where have you been just now? Lu Xinghe looked at her with a smile. What's the matter? Chuyu pursed her lips. Nothing. Isn't it just curiosity? But if you don't want to say it, just pretend I didn't ask. Lu Xinghe touched her head, then took out a small pink and white hairpin from his bag and pinned it on her head. The pink and white hairpin pinned on her head makes her look like an exquisite porcelain doll. When I passed by a small stall just now, I saw this one was quite unique, so I thought of buying one for you, and it really suits you. Chuyu reached out and touched the hairpin on her head, the corners of her lips raised, and she turned to look at Yun Suehe, who had nothing on her head. Why did you buy me a hairpin? Mother doesn't even have one. It would be so bad if someone saw it. Lu Xinghe took out another simple hairpin from his saddlebag. Mom has one too. Chuyu smiled. Hey, this one suits Mom very well. My husband is really good at choosing. Lu Xinghe took her hand. Let's go quickly. Mom and Xingping and Xing'an are about to arrive at the ferry. Chuyu looked at Lu Xinghe holding her hand. Although it was not the first time she was held by him, she was still a little nervous, but more of joy. When Yun Suehe and her 2 children just arrived at the ferry, she turned around to tell Lu Xinghe and Chuyu to hurry up, but when she saw the couple holding hands, she turned her head back. Don't look at them. Your sister-in-law will be shy later. Yun Suehe hurriedly held the heads of her 2 sons. Lu Xingping looked at Yun Suehe. Mom, do you think that elder brother and sister-in-law are a good match? Lu Xing'an rolled his eyes at him. Idiot. They are husband and wife. Of course they're a good match. Yun Suehe smiled helplessly and shook her head. You two are really a pair of happy enemies. Turning to look at the person in front of her, there were 2 baskets in front of them, with chirping sounds coming from inside. She hurriedly pulled her 2 sons over there. Someone is selling chicks over there. Let's go and take a look first. When they got closer, they found that the 2 baskets contained 1 chick and the other 1 ducklings. Old man, how much are your chicks and ducklings? 3 cents for a chick and 5 cents for a duckling. The ducklings have been raised for more than half a month and are much bigger than chicks. Yun Sueha squatted down, gently picked up one of the chicks, and observed it carefully. Do you raise a lot of chickens and ducks at home? The old man sighed. Yes, I raised some. In previous years, I lived on these chickens and ducks. This year, there is no harvest in the fields and the chickens and ducks have no food to live on. It is not cost-effective to buy food, so I thought about selling some. Seeing Yun Sueha observing the chickens and ducks, the old man continued, Don't worry, guests, my chickens and ducks are healthy, and the survival rate is guaranteed to be high. Yun Sueha smiled and clapped her hands. Okay, old man, give me 20 chicks and 5 ducklings.
Oh.
In the end, the chicks and ducks were put into the backpack on Lu Xinghe's back, and as for the things in the backpack, they were taken in the hands of several people. On the boat going back, there was still only a family of 5, and the ferryman was still the old man who came here. Seeing the things in the hands of several people, he smiled and said, Oh, you bought a lot of things. Yun Sueha smiled. They are all necessary. In the cabin, Chuyu took out the hairpin that Lu Xinghe bought for Yun Sueha. Mom, this is a hairpin that my husband picked out especially for you. Shall I put it on you? Yun Sueha was a little surprised. Why did you buy it for me too? You little girls can just wear it, but I'm already old. How will it look like if I wear it? Although she said this, her eyes were always looking at the hairpin in Chuyu's hand. Chuyu smiled, raised her hand, and pinned the hairpin in Yun Sueha's hair. Who said I'm old? I'm obviously still young, and this hairpin looks really good on me. Yun Sueha looked at her with a displeased smile. How can I be young? I'm already 35 years old. If you were a little older, I might have a big fat grandson next year. Hearing this, Chuyu lowered her head a little embarrassedly. Mom, what are you talking about? Do you think I'm too young? Yun Sueha smiled and held her hand. I swear to God, Mother has no intention of disliking you. Mother was just joking. I am not so anxious about my grandson. Besides, Xinghe has to focus on his studies now. It won't be too late to consider these things after he gets good grades in the exam. Chuyu felt relieved when she heard it. An hour later, the group finally returned home. But as soon as she got home, Lu Xinghe found something wrong. Although the gate of the courtyard was not damaged, the fence at the corner of the courtyard wall was obviously distorted, and it was obvious that someone had come in from there. He hurriedly unlocked the door. Let's go to the house and check. Is there anything missing? When they heard this, they all panicked. Yun Sueha frowned. What's wrong? Is there a thief in our house? Lu Xinghe shook his head. I'm not sure. Let's go and take a look first. Hearing this, several people hurried back to their own rooms. When Lu Xinghe put the backpack in the corner and entered the house, he saw the little girl in the house with red eyes. Husband, what should we do? All the silver I hid is gone. When she went out today, she brought less than 5 taels of silver with her, and there was still a full 190 taels hidden at home. If all was lost, wouldn't all her work in the past few days have been in vain? Hearing the little girl's crying voice, Lu Xinghe hurried forward and held her hand. Don't worry, your silver is not lost. Chuyu sniffed, looking aggrieved. But the places where I hid them all showed signs of being touched. Although Lu Xinghe had moved all the places where she hid things last night, he returned them all to their original places after taking out the silver. It seems that there really was a thief in the house. Lu Xinghe concealed the darkness in his eyes, smiled, and stroked the little girl's back. Don't worry, I expected that the family bought blue bricks and some people in the village would be jealous, so I moved the silver to another place to hide it. As he spoke, he glanced at the beam where the silver was hidden. Chuyu understood and wiped the corners of her eyes with a smile. I was wondering why you moved the desk to Xingping and Xing'an's room this morning. It turns out it's because. Lu Xinghe reached out and pinched her face. A certain money grubber wants to take a look from time to time. Of course, I can't let the silver be lost. Chuyu didn't dare to look at Lu Xinghe's eyes. She pursed her lips, lowered her head, and ran out of the house. I'll go see if there's anything missing in the kitchen. After a moment of contemplation, who could be the one who came to steal at home today? Keeping this question in his heart, Lu Xinghe moved the table to the rooms of the 2 brothers Lu Xingping and Lu Xing'an. Chuyu lowered the 2 hanging baskets from the beams of the kitchen and checked carefully. Nothing was missing. It seemed that the thief's purpose was the silver. After a while, Yun Sueha also came out of the house. Seeing Chuyu in the kitchen, she hurried over and asked, "Yeah, you didn't lose anything, did you?" Chuyu shook her head. "No, where's Mom?" Yun Sueha breathed a sigh of relief. "Mom didn't lose anything either. I don't know who the rascal was." My room was turned into a mess, and the needle and thread baskets were scattered all over the floor. This person must have seen that I was not at home today, so he came. I'm afraid he is someone from the village. Mom didn't think of this when she left, but fortunately Mom kept a trick. Chuyu smiled. At least nothing was lost at home. We just have to be more careful in the future. Yun Sueha nodded quickly. Yes, this year's harvest is so bad, and the world will only get more and more chaotic in the future. We must be careful. Turning to look at Chuyu, let Xinghe follow Ye wherever she goes in the future, but be careful not to run around alone. Okay, I'll listen to you. Yun Sueha suddenly felt a little dizzy. She rubbed her temples with her hands and frowned. Seeing this, Chuyu hurriedly got up and helped her into the house. Mom has walked such a long way today. Maybe she is tired. Rest for a while. I'll make dinner later. Oh, yeah, you've worked hard. Chuyu hurriedly said, "We are all family. There is no need to worry so much. Just take care of yourself first." Yun Sueha patted Chuyu's hand, thinking that raising a daughter is still knowing the cold and warmth. Although the three boys at home are also filial and obedient, they are far from being so considerate and comfortable. Chuyu just came out of Yun Sueha's room and saw Lu Xingping sitting under the eaves with a sad face and supporting his chin. She was full of confusion. "Xingping, what's wrong with you?" Lu Xingping sighed heavily. "Your things are all there. Why is mine missing?" Chuyu's expression became serious when she heard this. "What's missing?" The boy sighed again, his little face full of sorrow. "Every year during the Chinese New Year, my mother would give me a 1-cent lucky money, and I was thinking that I could save it to get married in the future. Now, before I can get married, all the lucky money I saved for 8 years is gone." Seeing his sad face, Chuyu suddenly didn't react. "After saving for 8 years, how much have you saved?" Lu Xingping propped up his cheek and looked in her direction. 8 cents. Chuyu was stunned at first, then said "oh" calmly, and went to the kitchen. Lu Xingping sat under the eaves, pouting and groaning. "Why do you always have this expression? Shouldn't I be sympathized for losing money? Humph. Sister-in-law is as excessive as my brother and Xing'an." After a while, Lu Xing'an came out of the house and said seriously, "It's just 8 cents. Is it worth your sadness? I'll give you half later, and we'll have the same amount again." Chuyu was sad and wanted to laugh when she heard it in the kitchen. Because of their poor family, the two children didn't have much concept of money. Today's trip to Kang Town was their first time to go far away, and they didn't know about the recent windfalls in their family. Perhaps they would think that the 8 cents in their hands were a considerable fortune, right? "Xing'an, I just cooked the rice. Come and help me light the fire." "Okay." Lu Xing'an responded and went to the kitchen immediately. Chuyu went to the house and took out 20 cents from her purse. After leaving the house, she called Lu Xingping to the kitchen and then divided the 20 cents into 2 and put them in their hands. "Here, this is pocket money for you." Lu Xingping looked at the 10 coins in his hand blankly and then looked in the direction of Chuyu.
"Sister-in-law."
Chuyu opened the wooden board covering the cellar, took out an egg from it, and said while covering the board, "Take it. You can buy something or save it for later use, but you have to hide it tightly in the future. Don't let anyone touch it." Lu Xingping sniffed with some emotion. "Sister-in-law is still the best." "Thank you, sister-in-law. I will be as filial to you as I am to my mother in the future."
Chuyu laughed.
"I don't want you to be filial. You just need to be filial to your mother." She made a bowl of brown sugar egg soup for Yun Sueha with the egg in her hand and brought it to her room, letting her drink a bowl of sugar water to calm down first. Then she grabbed a handful of peanuts from the hanging basket, washed them and fried them into a small dish, and ate porridge with peanuts in the evening. A few days ago, they didn't even find any wild vegetables. The family hasn't eaten green leafy vegetables for a long time. They can only make whatever they have at home. After dinner, Lu Xing'an and Lu Xingping collected the dishes and went out to wash the dishes. Yun Sueha looked at Lu Xinghe. Xinghe, who do you think came to our house to steal money? When the pig was stolen before, he was able to find Xu Yuqian. In her opinion, her son still has some skills. Lu Xinghe shook his head. I don't know, but there aren't many things missing. We'll just be more careful in the future. Although 8 cents is also money, the family will start building a house tomorrow, and he really doesn't have time to make a fuss for 8 cents. He should be more careful in the future. The thief will reveal his feet sooner or later. Chu Yu suddenly thought of the inexplicable girl. Could it be her? Although she didn't know her, she just felt that the girl didn't give her a good impression. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded outside the courtyard gate. Aunt Yun, are you home? Hearing the voice, Yun Sueha frowned slightly. She went out of the house and pretended to be enthusiastic when she saw Lu Shanshan standing outside the yard. It's Shanshan, but what does your father want? If I remember correctly, it seems that it's almost time to pay taxes, but usually the head of the village comes by himself. Why is Lu Shanshan here now? Lu Shanshan mustered up her courage. Aunt Yun, can I say a few words to Xinghe? The smile on Yun Sueha's face suddenly disappeared. Shanshan, our two families were just joking before. Now my Xinghe has married a wife, and it's not appropriate for him to come to see you again. If you have anything to say, tell me first, and I'll think about whether it's necessary to convey it for you. Hearing Yun Sueha's impolite words, tears began to well up in Lu Shanshan's eyes, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Aunt, you misunderstood me. I never wanted to destroy Xinghe's family. Yun Sueha said, then why are you here? Lu Shanshan bit her lip, her big watery eyes full of grievance. In the kitchen, Chiyu heard the conversation outside and raised her eyebrows slightly. What's going on? Is the girl outside related to Lu Xinghe? She turned and glanced at Lu Xinghe's face without any ripples. She got up and left the house. When she saw Lu Shanshan's face, Chuyu's eyes were full of surprise. It was her. She actually wanted to talk to her husband alone. No wonder she always felt that the girl's behavior last time was too weird. She came here secretly before, probably to see Lu Xinghe? Or she wanted to see what she would look like if she married Lu Xinghe. Somehow, when she thought of this, she felt a little uncomfortable. Mom, what's going on? Yun Sueha panicked and hurriedly pulled Chi behind her. It's not a big deal. Yeah, go to the house first. Mother will take care of this. This little girl is a simple-minded person. What if she minds this matter and has a grudge against Xinghe in the future? It's also Lu Shanshan's fault. They are about to get married. Why do they still come to provoke their family? She used to despise her family's poverty and refused to admit the verbal child marriage. Now that she sees that her family is going to build a blue brick house, she came to find them. She is really a fence-sitter who despises the poor and loves the rich. Fortunately, Xinghe didn't marry her. Shanshan, you can go back. We are all in the same village and are related. I don't want to make it too ugly. Although the situation of my aunt's family is not good, I will still prepare a small gift to have a drink when you get married next month. Lu Shanshan was anxious. She sniffed and stepped forward to hold Yun Sueha's hand. Aunt, I really have something to find Xinghe. I may know who broke into your house and stole things. Yun Sueha was stunned and didn't immediately peel her hand away. Chuyu lowered her head and rubbed the dirt on the ground with her toes. Xinghe, they called each other so intimately. If someone didn't know, they might really think they had something going on. She raised her head and looked directly at Lu Shanshan. There was a thief in our house. We only found out when we got home before dinner. We never told anyone else about it. How do you know so much? Yun Sueha hadn't thought of this at first. After being reminded by Chuyu, the look in her eyes when she looked at Lu Shanshan was wrong. Daya is right. How do you know there was a thief in my house? Did you do it? Lu Shanshan panicked and waved her hands. No, don't get me wrong, it wasn't me. She turned and looked at Chuyu angrily. My father is the head of Banpo village. I can't be a thief. You can't slander me just because Xinghe and I were engaged. It turned out that they were engaged. Chuyu was shocked by Lu Shanshan's words and took a step back, falling into a broad and warm arm. Are you okay? The little girl in his arms shook her head woodenly, but She couldn't hide the grievance in her eyes. Lu Xinghe stroked her back gently and looked at Lu Shanshan. Are you sure there was an engagement between us? Do you have a token and a document? The government has always severely punished such rumors and slander. Today, considering that you are a first-time offender, I will not bother with you. If I hear it again, you'll be in court. Go to court. After all, the two of them had an engagement in the past. Lu Shanshan thought that Lu Xinghe had at least a little pity for her, but his cold tone and sharp words at this moment made her take a few steps back in shock. Looking at Chu Yu, who was protected by him, her heart was a little sour. If her family had not denied the engagement a few years ago, she would be the one being protected by him now, right? The movement here was gradually heard by the people around, and many people stretched their necks to watch the excitement. Seeing that Lu Xinghe's family all sided with Chu Yu, Lu Shanshan was too ashamed to stay here any longer, so she could only run away with her face covered. Yun Sueha sighed, turned around, and explained to Chu Yu. Don't mind. Yeah, the engagement between Xinghe and Lu Shanshan was just a joke between the two families when they were young. After our family fell into poverty, the head of the village family also disowned this marriage, and 3 years ago they arranged for Lu Shanshan to marry someone else. The wedding will be next month, and I'll take you to a banquet then. Chu Yu nodded and said okay, then went back to the house. Seeing Chu Yu leave, Yun Sueha turned to look at Lu Xinghe and instructed, Go back and come for her. Yaya has a gentle personality. Lu Shanshan's fierce look just now might have scared her. Lu Xinghe glanced into the house and nodded quickly, okay. The chickens and ducks bought today were not allowed to be placed in the chicken coop outside the house at night like the big chickens. Yun Sueha asked Lu Xinghe to fence off the pigsty that had been cleaned long ago and put the chickens and ducks in. The weather is neither too hot nor too cold now, and the temperature is just right for the growth of these chickens and ducks. When the weather gets cold, the chickens and ducks will be half-grown and can withstand the cold. After Lu Xinghe finished his housework, he went into the house. He wanted to talk to Chu Yu about Lu Shanshan, but saw that the little girl had fallen asleep in the Kong. He quickly reached out and pulled the quilt folded on the bedside to cover her gently, and then lay down beside her. He didn't care much about Lu Shanshan's so-called verbal engagement, but he didn't expect that this matter would affect the little girl beside him. Somehow, he felt a little angry in his heart. After a while, Lu Xinghe turned over and fell asleep in a daze. The next day was the day to get up, and the family got up early. Yun Sueha and Lu Xing'an made breakfast. Lu Xingping went to mix food for the chickens and ducks as soon as he got up. After Chu Yu got up, he caught the chickens and ducks in the pigsty and put them in the chicken coop outside the house, and then caught them back in the house at night. Lu Xinghe wanted to find an opportunity to say a few words to Chu Yu, but she seemed to be always busy with things. He could also see that the little girl was deliberately avoiding him. There was no way, so he could only go back to the house to read, but because he had something hidden in his heart, he had to look outside from time to time. Yun Sueha was an experienced person, and she saw the problem at a glance. If this kind of thing is not explained clearly, the conflict will become more and more serious. She hurriedly winked at Lu Xinghe and looked in the direction of Chu Yu. Lu Xinghe knew what Yun Sueha meant, so he closed the book in front of him, got up, and went to the pig pen to help Chu Yu move the chicks and ducklings to the chicken pen, then took her hand and went into the house and closed the door. He rubbed the little girl's lowered head. Are you still angry? Chu Yu shook her head and whispered, I'm not. Lu Xinghe smiled gently and explained, there is nothing between her and me. If she hadn't come to my house yesterday, I'm afraid I wouldn't even remember what she looks like. Chu Yu pursed her lips slightly. Oh. In fact, she was not angry, and she knew that there was nothing between the two of them. It was just because the other person had come to her house and yelled at her in front of her. She felt a little uncomfortable, so she didn't want to listen to Lu Xinghe's explanation. Just when the atmosphere was stagnant again, Lu Xinghe suddenly stepped forward, gently hugged her in his arms, and gently stroked her back like coaxing a child. When Xingping and Xing'an cried as children, I comforted them like this. Do you feel better now? He had a trace of embarrassment on his face. This is my first time getting along with a girl, and I'm not very good at comforting her. If I'm not good enough, can Yan not be angry? The little girl in his arms couldn't help laughing and grumbled unhappily. I'm not a child. I don't want you to comfort me like this. Seeing that she was willing to talk to him, Lu Xinghe finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he heard the little girl in his arms say, I didn't mean to slander her at all yesterday. When I said that to her, I didn't know she was the daughter of the head of the village, and I didn't know you had any contact with her before. After all, there was a thief in the house yesterday, and even the neighbors around might not know about it. It was a normal reaction for her to ask a question when Lu Shanshan suddenly came and said those words. Lu Xinghe pinched Chuyu's nose and corrected her. The last sentence is wrong. I really have no connection with her. As if thinking of something, he asked again, so, the strange person you saw the day before yesterday was her? Chuyu nodded. It was her. Lu Xinghe thought for a while, then looked at Chuyu again. I think several families nearby heard the noise last night. If anyone asks, just tell them that 2 taels of silver were lost in our family. Chuyu was puzzled. Why? Lu Xinghe rubbed her head. Just do as I say. Maybe we don't need to do it ourselves. The thief will be caught in front of us. When the time comes, I will explain to you why. Chuyu looked at Lu Xinghe with admiration. Husband, you are so awesome. Lu Xinghe smiled and took Chuyu's hand. Let's go. I think Mother has already prepared breakfast. After dinner, we have to go to the foundation of the new house early. Turning and opening the door, the smile on Lu Xinghe's face froze when he saw the 3 people standing in front of him. Mom? Yun Sueha's face flashed an unnatural look, and then she smiled awkwardly. Well, breakfast is ready. I was thinking of calling you to eat, and I was about to knock on the door, but you came out. After that, she turned around very naturally, holding the 2 sons beside her, and walked to the kitchen. Come quickly after dinner. Our family still has to go to the foundation. Chuyu covered her mouth and smiled, and went to the kitchen with Lu Xinghe. After dinner, the family closed the door and went out. When passing by Sun Daju's house next door, Yun Sueha gave a handful of peanuts she had picked up to his youngest son and asked Luo to help her keep an eye on the house. Luo hurriedly responded and asked in a low voice, Sister-in-law, I heard that Lu Shanshan went to your house yesterday to make trouble. These few days, I always see her wandering around here. I'm afraid she saw that your family is going to build a blue brick and tile house, and she wants to come back to eat grass? It's impossible to let her eat grass again. Turning closer to Luo, he asked in a low voice, Sister, did you see anyone else come to my house yesterday? 2 taels of silver were lost from my family yesterday. They were all earned with great efforts. I was so annoyed. Yun Sueha looked worried. Luo took a breath. 2 taels of silver is not a small amount. It is almost enough for a family to eat for nearly a year. Only Lu Shanshan came. No one else saw her. She grabbed Yun Sueha's arm and asked in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear. Yesterday, I vaguely heard Lu Shanshan say in the room that she knew who went to your house to steal things. How did she know something that even we didn't know? She has been sneaking around your house these past few days. Could she be the one who stole things? Yun Sueha looked around and hurriedly grabbed her backhand. She just said that. We have no evidence. Let's not spread it. If we offend the head of the village, our lives will be difficult. Luo sighed. Why should she be treated leniently just because she is the daughter of the head of the village? Sister-in-law, I don't mean to say that, but you should be too kind. Yun Sueha patted her hands. Okay, I won't say more to you. I have to go to the foundation to take a look. My children have all gone far away. Luo said hurriedly, okay, sister-in-law, go and do your thing. I'll take care of this side of the house for you. Okay, thank you very much. After Yun Sueha finished speaking, she hurriedly chased after Lu Xinghe and the other 4. When they arrived at the foundation, the carpenters invited by Lu Laifu and Lu Laikai had just arrived, waiting for the master's order to start the work. Yun Sueha buried the blessing objects brought to press the foundation, lit incense, led her family and workers to worship in 3 directions, and then inserted the incense into a corner of the foundation. With the carpenters cheering, the new house began to be built. This is a custom. Almost every household will worship like this when they build a house, praying for the new house to be auspicious and the family to be safe and smooth. Lu Xinghe took out the blueprint he had brought with him. It showed the layout of the house he had worked out based on Chuyu's suggestions, as well as some detailed structures. He handed the blueprint to Lu Laifu and Lu Laikai. "Uncle, take a look at this blueprint. Can we build it according to it?" The two took a closer look and nodded. Okay. Since it was the first day of construction, the three Lu Xinghe brothers stayed here to help. Yun Sueha and Chuyu turned around and went home. They had to boil water and send it here, and the food they cooked had to be sent here. There were still people working at home. But when the two passed by the old house, they were stopped by Wang Xuelan, third son's wife. "Wait a moment." Yun Sueha turned her head. "Mom, what's wrong?" Wang Xuelan hurriedly approached Yun Sueha, took her arm and asked in a low voice, "I heard someone said that 2 taels of silver were stolen from our home?" Seeing that there was no one around, Yun Sueha whispered in Wang Xuelan's ear, "Mom, the money was not lost that much. It's just that a thief broke into the house, and Xinghe wanted to catch the person who stole the silver, so he deliberately said more. I'm a hero and my son is a hero, and I'm a thief and my son is a rascal. If they are bad, they must have ruined the whole nest. We have to find them out and drown them with spit. If they are from Banpo village, it's better to drive them out. They will corrupt the atmosphere." Bah. Yun Sueha stepped forward and stroked her back. "Mom, you don't have to be angry. It's your own body that's hurt. Xinghe knows it. Besides, our family hasn't suffered much loss." Wang Xuelan sighed and seemed to have aged a lot. "They are bullying my Sanner because he's gone. If he were still here, who would dare to bully you and your mother?" Hearing this, Yun Sueha's eyes suddenly turned red. "Mom, let's not talk about the past. We have to look forward, right? Now the children are healthy and filial, and I have nothing else to ask for." Wang Xuelan patted her hands. "The children are all sensible. You raised them well. Just wait and see. Good days are still to come." Then she said, "You can use the old house to cook for the people of Z these days. The family is still young, and Xinghe has to go to school. It saves you the trouble of running back and forth to deliver water and food. You can also let Xiuqin come to help here. After all, you can't lose the extra 10 cents you paid to Lao Si, right?" Yun Sueha smiled. "I was thinking that it's a bit far from home, and it's troublesome to go back and forth every day. Since Mother has asked this, I won't be polite to her." Wang Xuelan smiled. "Why should I be polite to Mother? But you have to get some firewood yourself, otherwise the firewood at home may not be enough." Yun Sueha said hurriedly, "That's right, we will go back and move the things here." After that, she pulled Chuyu home. The two borrowed a cart from Lin's family, put the pot, a small jar of salted vegetables, seasonings, 30 kilograms of brown rice, and a bundle of firewood on the cart, and pushed it to the old house. The things were relatively light. Yun Sueha pulled in front, and Chuyu pushed in the back. Although the two were not very strong, they finally transported the things to the old house. Yun Sueha sat in the yard of the old house, holding her chest and panting. She hadn't done physical work for a long time, and she was really not as good as before. Yeah, take a break later and return the cart to your Aunt Lin's house. I will put away the pots and pans, and then go to the well to fetch some water." Cooking and boiling water in the old house is not only close to the new house, but also close to the well, less than half a mile away, which saves Xinghe from fetching water every morning. "Mom, put your things in order and take a break. I'll fetch water later," Chuyu said, and turned around and pushed the cart back. When she returned to the old house, Yun Sueha was already making a fire and boiling water. Chuyu frowned. "Mom, didn't I tell you not to fetch water? You are still weak. What if you suddenly feel dizzy again? Especially places like the well are too dangerous." She felt that she had to tell her mother about the seriousness of the matter in advance to attract her mother's attention. Yun Sueha smiled and stuffed a piece of firewood into the stove. "Don't worry, Xinghe picked the water. Mother knows her own body." During this period of time, she took some tonic food and medicine, and with some strange movements taught by Chuyu, her body became much more flexible, and she had some strength. Chuyu breathed a sigh of relief. After a pot of water boiled, she scooped out the water and cooled it down. Lu Yufang and she carried it to the new house. In less than half a day, The news that 2 taels of silver were stolen from Lu Xinghe's home and that Lu Shanshan was the biggest suspect spread like wildfire. Almost everyone in Banpo village heard about it openly or secretly. Yesterday, Lu Shanshan came home crying, which made Chen Shufan feel distressed, but because it was her daughter who was confused first, she couldn't go to her house to cause trouble. Even if she wanted to, the man in the family would definitely not agree. After hearing a few sarcastic words about Lu Shanshan from her sister-in-law today, she finally couldn't help it. After the people left, she completely exploded, pinching her waist and scolding. That Yun family, my Shanshan, is getting married soon, and she's deliberately ruining Shanshan's reputation. Does she think I'm easy to bully? I'll turn her house upside down. What are you arguing about? Isn't it because you didn't take good care of your daughter and let her run away and embarrass herself? If she hadn't run to someone else's house, people would have suspected her. Chen Shufan was already angry, and being scolded by Lu Jianqi made her even angrier. Lu Jianqi, what do you mean? You are bullied by outsiders, but you are still on their side. Don't you know that our daughter can't even see anyone now? You are the head of the village. Your daughter has been framed, but you still have the mind to sit there and smoke a pipe. I'll beat you to death. Lu Jianqi stood up suddenly. Chen Shufan saw that he looked ugly and thought he was going to hit her, so she dodged. The next moment, she heard him say, "You are bullshitting. If I don't feel sorry for my own daughter, who will? Do you think you can get anything out of going to someone's house to make trouble? People say that our daughter stole something by name. Do I have to follow you to bully the orphan and widow? I can't afford to lose face." After hearing what Lu Jianqi said, Chen Shufan's attitude softened. Then what should we do? Lu Jianqi looked worried. What else can we do? Of course, we should find the thief and clear our daughter's name. 2 taels of silver is not a small amount. We can't let our daughter bear such a crime for the rest of her life. Chen Shufan said angrily. People have framed us, and we have to help them find the thief. In the end, they took all the benefits. We worked hard but didn't get any benefits. The Yun family is really unlucky. Fortunately, our Shanshan didn't marry Lu Xinghe, otherwise she might have conflicted with his family.
Pa.
Lu Jianqi waved his hand impatiently. Okay, you don't have to say these ugly words. I'll go to Shanshan to ask about the situation. After that, he turned and went to his daughter's room. Chu Yu and Lu Yufang sent the drinking water to the new house and then carried a basket into the woods, trying their luck to see if they could find edible wild vegetables. After all, there is Aunt C at home to help with the housework, and it would be good if they could find some wild vegetables to improve their meals.
Huh.
Yeah, look here, is this edible? Chu Yu glanced at where Lu Yufang was squatting, looking at the cluster of grass with small flower buds and small green fruits on it, and shook her head uncertainly. I don't know, let's not pick it randomly. Growing in such an obvious place, it has not been dug up by others. It is either not delicious or inedible. If it is poisonous, it may make you sick. Lu Yufang smiled at her. I didn't expect you to have grass you don't know. Chu Yu looked around indifferently. I don't know everything, but since I don't know anything, let's not pick it. Lu Yufang pulled a leaf and put it in her mouth to taste it, and then spat it out. It's really bitter and unpalatable. Chu Yu covered her mouth and smiled. I told you, don't pick them randomly. Lu Yufang frowned and spit, and stood up and said, let's go somewhere else to have a look. Chu Yu nodded and led her to continue walking into the mountains. The two wandered around for a long time, but found nothing. Now it was autumn, and even the tender leaves in the mountains that were edible before were now old and painful. Lu Yufang hung her head. We have been running to the mountains every day during this period, and we haven't found any wild vegetables for many days. Chu Yu looked up at the sky. It's getting late. Since we can't find any wild vegetables, let's go back first. Just as they were about to go back, they suddenly heard a cooing sound coming from the sedge grass not far away. Lu Yufang was timid, and she jumped directly behind Chu Yu in shock. Chu Yu put the basket in her hand into Lu Yufang's hand and whispered, wait for me here, I'll go take a look. Lu Yufang grabbed Chu Yu's arm and said, are you crazy? What if there is a poisonous creature? Snakes in autumn can be poisonous. Chu Yu pulled out her arm. Don't worry, I'll just take a look from a distance. If it's poisonous, I'll turn around and run away. Lu Yufeng couldn't persuade Chuyu, so she could only stand there with the basket and worry. Yu looked delicate. How could she be so brave? Chuyu walked forward a few steps carefully, and when she vaguely glimpsed the brown hair with black spots and the half-green and half-yellow silk grass in front of her, she breathed a sigh of relief. She guessed right, the sound just now was indeed a pheasant. When she was only 2 meters away from the clump of silk grass, Chuyu stopped, slowly squatted down, and then rushed forward. Taking advantage of the pheasant's escape, she reached out and grabbed the hair on the pheasant's wings. Yufeng, come with the basket, there are a lot of pheasant eggs here. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw a snake jumping out of the bushes, opening its bloody mouth and biting toward her. Chuyu was so scared that she immediately turned around and shouted while running, Yufeng, don't come over, run. Chuyu dragged the pheasant and ran all the way. She ran until she could no longer see the snake, and then stopped and gasped. Yeah, I don't want to go into the mountains with you again. You are too brave. Lu Yufeng was scared. Fortunately, Chuyu reacted quickly just now, otherwise it would be terrible if she was really bitten by a snake. Chuyu smiled a little embarrassedly. I didn't expect there would be a snake there. But if there was no snake, she might not have found the pheasant in her hand. It's a pity for that nest of pheasant eggs. There should be at least 10 of them. Lu Yufeng rolled her eyes. At this time, you are still thinking about those pheasant eggs. Which is more important, pheasant eggs or life? Needless to say, life is of course more important. Let's go home quickly. Chuyu smiled and took Lu Yufeng's arm, and the two walked down the mountain together. Near noon, Yun Debao and Yun Chinkai, who had been traveling for more than 2 hours, finally arrived at Banpo village. As soon as they arrived at the entrance of the village, they saw a house being built in a higher place not far away. The two brothers looked at that place from a distance for several times, as if they were watching the fun. Yun Chinkai said with envy, Brother, I really didn't expect that there would be a rich family in Banpo village. They actually built a blue brick and tile house. With so many bricks and tiles, I'm afraid they can build a large yard. Yun Debao hummed, Let's hurry to my little sister's house. It's not time for dinner yet. Maybe we can help a little.
Okay.
Yun Chinkai responded and quickened his pace. In the old house, Yin Sueha was washing rice outside when she saw 2 familiar figures passing by not far in front. She stood up and shouted, Big brother, second brother? The Yun brothers heard the voice and looked sideways.
Ah.
Little sister is here? Why isn't she in her own room? It turns out that the old house is uninhabitable. Yun Sueha wiped her hands on her waist and went forward to open the gate. The old house can still be lived in, but the old house is close to my new house, so I cook here during the day and have to go back to sleep at night. The 2 brothers nodded. Where is the new house? Let's go and help first. Yun Sueha pulled the 2 into the yard. Big brother, second brother has been on the road for the whole morning. Don't worry, sit down and rest for a while. Eat later, and then help build the new house in the afternoon. As she said, she went to pour water into the house. Big brother, second brother, has the family bought food? Yun Debao nodded hurriedly. Yes, you said that in the house yesterday. Today we drove the ox cart to King Town. The second brother and I came here by ferry, and Dad and Aguang drove the ox cart to buy food. It's good that it's bought. As soon as the voice fell, Yun Sueha came out of the kitchen with 2 bowls of water. Chuyu came down from the mountain and passed by the new house. The workers were about to finish work and go to eat. Lu Xinghe looked at the pheasant in Chuyu's hand with a look of disbelief on his face.
Oh.
Xinghe's wife actually caught a pheasant. Lu Shouqing was also surprised. When Lu Yufeng saw her father, she couldn't keep her mouth shut for a moment and said hurriedly, Dad, you don't know, it was dangerous just now. Yaya was almost bitten by a snake when she was catching pheasants. Hiss. Lu Shouqing raised his eyebrows. How can this girl be so brave? Is she okay? Chuyu glanced at Lu Xinghe's face, which had already turned a little dark, and smiled embarrassedly. I'm fine, fourth uncle. Lu Xinghe took the pheasant from Chuyu in silence, and took her to go home. Lu Xingping and Lu Xing'an didn't dare to speak. They knew that when the eldest brother looked like this, he was angry. Others who didn't know Lu Xinghe hurriedly said, "Oh, I didn't expect Xinghe to love his wife so much." Lu Yufeng looked at the two people holding hands tightly, and she was envious. It would be enough if her future man was half as good as brother Xinghe. After returning to the old house and calling his uncle, Lu Xinghe found a belt to tie up the pheasant's wings and feet and put them under the basket in the kitchen. Yun Sueha looked at him in silence and asked in a low voice, "Yeah, what's wrong with Xinghe?" Chu Yu shook her head. "Maybe she is angry?" Yun Sueha put down the fire tongs in her hand in confusion. "Why is she angry?" Lu Xing'an put down the water cup in his hand and raised his sleeve to wipe the water stains on his mouth. "I heard from Sister Yufeng that my sister-in-law was almost bitten by a snake when she was catching a pheasant."
Ah.
Yun Sueha was startled and looked Chuyu up and down. "Is she okay?" Chuyu shook her head. "Mom, I'm fine. I didn't know there was a poisonous creature next to the pheasant. If I knew, I would definitely turn around and leave." Yun Sueha breathed a sigh of relief. "It's good that you're okay. Don't go to the mountains in the future. Although you are lucky, Mother is also scared when you see it. Don't let anything happen to you." Chuyu responded obediently, "I know, Mother." Yun Sueha looked in the direction of Lu Xinghe again. Xinghe is a child who doesn't talk much, but he is a loyal person. Maybe he was scared by you. If you say a few nice words to him later, he might calm down. "Okay, Mother." Chuyu glanced at Lu Xinghe, who was sitting in the corner of the yard, and then served the thick brown rice porridge in the pot one bowl at a time. After putting some salted vegetables in one of the bowls, she took it to Lu Xinghe's direction. "Husband, it's time to eat." Lu Xinghe didn't say anything, just stretched out his hand to take the porridge she handed over and started eating. After bringing her own porridge, she sat next to him and ate, glancing in his direction from time to time. As if he was uncomfortable being looked at by her, Lu Xinghe asked in a muffled voice, "Why do you always look at me?" The little girl's smiling eyes were full of his figure. "My husband is handsome." Lu Xinghe heard this and quickly turned his face away, and his ears showed a pink color in the sun. "You are a girl, and you have no shame." The little girl raised her lips in dissatisfaction. "I am looking at my husband openly. What is there to be ashamed of?" Looking at her fearless face, Lu Xinghe was no longer angry. He smiled lightly and reached out to wipe the corner of her mouth. "You always say that you are not a child, and you can even have a mouthful of porridge." Chuyu hurriedly raised her sleeve to wipe the corner of her mouth. "How could it be?" Lu Xinghe smiled, shoveled the last mouthful of porridge, sent the bowl to the kitchen, and then grabbed the pheasant covered under the dustpan in the kitchen. When he left the kitchen, he looked at Chuyu. "I'll go back to read first, and come back after eating the porridge. Don't go to the mountains." The last sentence was said a little seriously. "Okay," Chuyu said, and continued to shovel the porridge. After giving Chuyu instructions, Lu Xinghe turned and looked to the other side. Grandpa, Grandma, Mom, Uncle, Second Uncle, Fourth Uncle, Eldest Uncle, and Second Uncle, "I'm going back first." Everyone hurriedly said, "Go back quickly, we are still here, and we will make sure to build a new house for you." After Lu Xinghe left, Chuyu quickly cleaned the porridge in the bowl, and then helped Yun Sueha to collect and wash the dishes. "Mom, do you have any vegetable seeds at home? It looks cool today. I want to plant some vegetables in front of the old house so that when it gets cold, we can still have something to eat. You're really reminding me of this." Yun Sueha stopped what she was doing and thought for a while. "We do have some radish seeds at home, leftovers from last year. You can go to the hanging basket in the kitchen and look for it. If it hasn't been taken away by mice, it should still be in there." Wang Xuelan, who was standing by, said hurriedly after hearing this, "I'm afraid not many of the seeds we bought last year will sprout. Let's take some from home and plant them together. Your father bought radish and cabbage seeds from the town a while ago, so he happened to buy some extra." Yun Sueha smiled and said, "Well, thank you very much, Mom." After finishing their meal, the two brothers Yundabeo were led to the foundation of the new house by everyone. The brothers became more and more frightened as they walked, and hurriedly looked at Lu Shoqing standing beside them. "Uncle Xinghe, are we on the right road?" Lu Shoqing pointed to the direction of the foundation. "Look, that's Xinghe's new house. How could we be on the wrong road?" "Hiss!" The Yun brothers looked at each other and took a breath of cold air. It's a blue brick and tile house? They always thought that the younger sister's family was still building a mud brick house. Could it be that Xinghe has been lucky recently? Lu Taixing on the side was full of pride. When I knew about this, I was as surprised as you. The blue brick and tile house of Kaiyong Brick Kiln Factory is the first in our village. After being surprised, the Yun brothers looked relieved. Our younger sister has finally come to an end after all the hardships. Telling my parents back, the two old people will probably be very happy. After washing the dishes, Chi shared some vegetable seeds from Wang Xuelan and went home. Yun Sueha stayed in the old house to rest. After all, there was an empty house here. She had to boil water in the afternoon and cook in the evening. It was troublesome to run back and forth. When she got home, Lu Xinghe was reading in the house. Fortunately, the land in front of the house was not very compact due to the perennial planting, and the two small plots of land were quickly turned over. Then she grabbed the broken soil next to her and covered the seeds with a thin layer. She also took some extra garlic from the kitchen, broke it into small cloves, and buried it in another plot of land. After doing all this, she just watered the whole thing thoroughly. After Chuyu finished her work and washed her hands, she saw a group of people coming to her home. He might have been forced to walk here, and he looked reluctant. Chuyu didn't know what was going on, so she hurriedly shouted into the house, "Sir, someone is coming outside." Lu Xinghe came out of the house and saw a group of people coming, so he hurriedly pulled Chuyu behind him. "Is the village head here for something?" Lu Jianqi directly stated his purpose. "Isn't it because I heard that your family lost money, so I found out the person who stole the money for you?" Lu Xinghe raised the corners of his lips. The village head is really fast. Lu Jianqi waved his hand uncomfortably and then pushed Lu Dague out with a look of disappointment. "Look, the person who broke into your house and stole things is my useless nephew. You can beat him or scold him. I can't control him anymore." The people who followed to watch the fun didn't find it strange to see that it was Lu Dague who stole the money. This rascal has always had a bad reputation in the village. His parents can't control him. He was separated as soon as he got married. Only the village head can say a word or two, but the village head is just his uncle, and he can't really suppress him in everything like his own son. Village head, the thief should be driven out of Banpo village. That's right. Who can live a peaceful life if he stays in the village from now on? I'm afraid they are like snakes and rats in the same nest. It's better to drive Lu Dague and his family out. Our Banpo village can't tolerate such thieves. Although Lu Dague was out of line in the past, he had never been resisted by so many people. Today's scene made him a little flustered. He has lived in Banpo village since he was born. If everyone really wants to drive him away, he doesn't know where to go. Originally, he saw that Lu Xinghe's family had built a blue brick and tile house, so he wanted to look for silver, but he didn't find any money, and he was identified by his uncle's stupid cousin. The village head frowned and covered his mouth with his hands and coughed twice. "You mean I should leave Banpo village too?" He looked around and saw no one was saying anything, so he spoke again. "You don't need to say anything. I will give you an explanation after this matter. Let's solve the current problem first." Seeing the village chief looking at him, Lu Xinghe said calmly, "We are all from the same village. There is no need to beat or scold him. Just hand over the 2 taels of silver that my family lost." 2 taels was the punishment for him entering the house to steal. But he also knew that with Lu Dague's situation, it would probably be difficult to take out 2 taels. Hearing this, Lu Dague finally couldn't help but speak. "Lu Xinghe, you should speak with conscience. Your family didn't lose 2 taels of silver at all, but 8 coins. Lu Xinghe showed sarcasm. "Let me speak with conscience? Did you have a conscience when you entered the house to steal? The walls of my house were not solid to begin with, and now you have dug holes everywhere. Why don't you think about whether our lives will be in danger if we live here?" Lu Dague was speechless after being blocked by Lu Xinghe and clenched his fists tightly. When she got up, her shoes were missing. At that time, besides me and her, you were the only one who had been to the field. Don't think I don't know who did it. Lu Xinghe continued, "Our family is not rich, But since we can afford to build a blue brick and tile house, we still have 2 taels of silver. Now my family urgently needs this 2 taels of silver to pay for the construction of the new house. I won't argue with you. Just hand over my silver, and these 2 things will be written off. Otherwise, so many people in the village can testify for me, and I can take you to see the officials at any time. Lu Xinghe's words hit the nail on the head, and it didn't seem like a joke at all. Lu Dagui knew Lu Xinghe's temper very well, and he was angry and anxious. It seemed that he would fall into Lu Xinghe's hands today.
But I
don't have so much silver. I really only took 8 cents from your family. Then let's meet at the government office. Lu Xinghe said without hesitation. Hey, don't. Lu Dagui looked at Lu Jianqi with some embarrassment. Uncle, I don't have any money. Can you lend me some? I don't want to go to jail. 2 taels of silver is not a small amount of money in anyone's home. Lending money to Lu Dagui is likely to be a waste of money. This time he really went too far, and he even did such a burglary. He deserved to learn a lesson. Looking at the pitiful Lu Dagui, Lu Jianqi hardened his heart. Usually when you get into trouble, your uncle will cover you up. This time, you should rely on yourself. Your uncle's family doesn't have any spare money to lend you. Lu Dagui thought for a while and looked at Lu Xinghe again. I really don't have money. This year's harvest is not good. My family was once unable to make ends meet. My wife ran away with someone a few days ago, and I have a child to support at home. Lu Xinghe was unmoved. That's not a reason for you to steal. Chu Yu couldn't help but sigh. There must be something hateful about pitiful people. Why didn't he think of his parents and children when he was stealing? Now that he is in trouble, he thinks of this. Lu Dagui was anxious and hurriedly pulled Lu Xinghe's arm. Then I will go to your house to help build a new house and use the wages to offset the 2 taels of silver. Is that okay? Seeing that Lu Xinghe didn't say anything, Lu Dagui almost knelt down to him. I was also obsessed with it for a while and did such a thing. I know that I did a lot of things wrong in the past, and I really won't do it again in the future.
Please give me a way out.
I really can't go to jail. Otherwise, what will happen to my Taidan? At this time, a strong man holding a 4 or 5-year-old child hurried over. It's bad, Lu Dagui. Your Taidan has something stuck in his throat and is almost dead. Seeing this, the onlookers hurriedly made way. Lu Dagui took his son from the strong man's hands, looked at his red face and gradually limp body, and was completely panicked. Taidan, what's wrong with you? Don't scare Dad. Dad only has you now. Seeing the child's appearance, Chu Yu didn't have time to think about it. She hurriedly stepped forward to take the child from Lu Dagui's hands, let him lie on her arms, supported his head and neck with one hand, and patted his back with the other hand again and again. After patting the child 3 or 5 times, the child spat out a fruit core and then burst into tears. Chu Yu breathed a sigh of relief and handed the child back to Lu Dagui. All right. Lu Dagui took the child and hurriedly thanked Chu Yu. The people watching the excitement also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Lu Xinghe's wife was smart otherwise. With such a big fruit core stuck in his mouth, Taidan might not be alive today. It's okay to do some small tricks on weekdays, but now you sneak into someone's house. If it weren't for Xinghe's wife today, your son would probably be gone. That's right, they're called repaying evil with kindness, but you stole their money and refused to give it back. Isn't it shameful? A life is a great favor. Lu Dagui felt mixed emotions. He had done so many jerkish things before, but people were able to put aside their grudges and save his son at the critical moment. After living in a daze for so many years, he seemed to suddenly wake up after this incident. Lu Dagui held his son and knelt down in front of Chu Yu and Lu Xinghe with a sincere look. I was wrong before. I apologize to you for my mistakes, but my family really doesn't have that much money. Can you give me some time? I promise I won't default on the debt. I will pay it back even if I have to work like a captive. The head of the village seemed to be reluctant and helped to plead. Xinghe, we are all from the same village, you see. Lu Xinghe glanced at the head of the village and looked at Lu Dagui again. From today on, go to my new house to help pay off the debt. Don't have any bad ideas again. I won't be so easy to talk to next time.
Lu Dagawei kowtowed. Oh, I know. Thank you. Thank you.
Lu Xinghe turned sideways. Don't worship. Go and settle your son first. Work has already started this afternoon.
Okay.
Lu Dagawei stood up with his son in his arms, his eyes red. Taidan, Daddy will take you home first. Everyone looked at Lu Dagawei's expression, which seemed like a different person compared to before. They all sighed and made way for him. If he can reform, since they are all related, no one will really want to drive him out. Now his wife has run away with someone, and the child is pitiful. When the father and son arrived outside the yard, they heard Lu Dagawei asking as they walked, Taidan, where did you get the fruit? How did it get stuck in your throat? Taidan said with red eyes, I saw my great-grandfather taking my father away, and I followed him because I was worried about him. Later, I saw a fruit core on the side of the road, with some uneaten flesh on it. I was so hungry, so... Hearing this, Lu Dagawei suddenly wiped away his tears. It's Dad's fault. Dad didn't take good care of you. Dad will get you something to eat when we get back. After Taidan is full, don't run around at home. I'll cook for you when I come back in the evening. Taidan lowered his head. Dad, did Mom leave because Taidan was disobedient? Will Dad also think Taidan is troublesome and leave me? Lu Dagawei rubbed his son's head with some distress. Mom left because Dad didn't do well enough. It has nothing to do with Taidan. Dad will cheer up in the future. Dad will not abandon Taidan. The father and son walked farther and farther away, and their voices became smaller and smaller. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. If Lu Dagawei could turn back, it would be a good thing. Lu Jinshi looked at his nephew's back, sighed, said goodbye to Lu Xinghe, and went home. Everyone dispersed, and the yard returned to peace. Chuyu looked at Lu Xinghe. Husband, continue reading. I'll bring you dinner from the old house later. Lu Xinghe hummed and turned into the house. Chuyu glanced into the house, then sat under the eaves with a sewing basket in her arms and continued to sew Lu Xinghe's purse. Lu Xinghe, who was reading at the desk, looked outside the house. When he saw the little girl's serious expression, a hint of pampering appeared at the corner of his lips that he himself did not notice. After sewing the purse, Chiyu took a bamboo pole and a basket while it was still early and wanted to go to the nearby mountains to find some fruits. Although the wild fruits here are sour, they can still be eaten if made into candied fruit. However, before she walked out of the yard, she was stopped by Lu Xinghe. Aya, where are you going? Chuyu hurriedly looked into the house and replied, Husband, I won't run far. I'll just walk around nearby and find some fruits. Lu Xinghe put down the book in his hand. The fruits in the mountains are so sour and can't fill my stomach.
What's the point of having them?
Chiyu turned around and opened the gate. I'm not going to eat them directly. I want to pick some to make candied fruit. Lu Xinghe got up and left the house. Then I'll go with you. Chuyu saw Lu Xinghe leaving the house and waved her hand. You don't have to follow me. I can go by myself. You still have to study, and you'll have to take the college entrance examination at the beginning of next year, so you have to take advantage of the free time to write a few more articles now. Lu Xinghe took the bamboo pole from Chuyu's hand without hesitation, pulled her hand out of the house, and closed the door again. The imperial examination relies more on accumulation, insights, and vision, not just memorizing a few books and writing a few articles to succeed. After all, it doesn't take long to pick fruits. After picking fruits, let's go to the old house to help Mother. Chuyu felt that what Lu Xinghe said made sense. My husband is right. I think you will definitely pass the exam next year. Lu Xinghe's lips curled up slightly. You have so much confidence in me. I just believe in you.
What if you don't pass the exam?
It doesn't matter if you don't pass the exam. Just keep trying next time. Lu Xinghe smiled, tightened the little hand in his hand, and walked towards the direction where the fruit trees grew. The two of them picked a basket full of green plums and sour plums and went home. Out of curiosity, Chuyu took one of each to taste on the way, but it was so sour that she didn't dare to take a second bite. Seeing that the little girl was so sour that she couldn't open her eyes, Lu Xinghe took the fruit from her and put it back in the basket in his hand. I told you that this fruit is sour, but you still don't believe it. Don't eat it, or you will get a stomachache. After putting the fruit back in the house, the two went to the old house. As soon as Chiyu arrived at the old house, he hurried to the kitchen to help Yun Sueha boil water and cook, while Lu Xinghe went to the new house to help since it was not yet time for dinner. When he arrived, Lu Dague was helping to carry bricks, and he didn't look lazy at all like before. Turning to look at Lu Taisheng, who was rubbing his waist, Lu Xinghe hurried forward to support him. "Grandpa, there are uncles here to watch over you. Should go back and take a rest. Don't hurt your waist." Lu Taisheng snorted and pushed his hand away. "Grandpa is not old yet. I'm just a little tired from bending over for a long time. It will be fine after a while." Lu Shouqing, who was not far away, looked at the stubborn old man. "Dad, it's almost time for dinner. You should go back first. There are many people here, and the house will be built quickly, so you don't need a little while." Lu Taisheng got up with a groan, and said as he walked, "You conscienceless people just dislike me for being old. I can still do the work now." Lu Shouqing nodded and flattered him. Yes, I know that Dad works hard and is as powerful as ever. So aren't you afraid that you will be tired? Dad, go back and take a rest. We still have to guard the bricks at night." Hearing about guarding the bricks, Lu Taisheng was stunned. That's right. Then he went home easily. Looking at the old man going away, Lu Shouqing shook his head helplessly. "Your grandfather is just stubborn. He is over 50 years old, but he still refuses to admit his age. He thinks he is a strong young man every day." Lu Xinghe smiled and said nothing more. He just helped the bricklayers to carry bricks. The eldest and second uncles were both honest people. The 2 workers they hired were also very good at their work. After 9 people worked for a day, the house was half a person high. After another 3 or 4 days, I am afraid they can even put up the beams. When they finished their work, Lu Dague was embarrassed to go to the old house with everyone to eat. His son was waiting at home, so he went back directly. After Yun Sueha knew about it, she hurriedly asked the 2 brothers Lu Xingping and Lu Xing'an to send 2 bowls of brown rice porridge. Lu Dague originally saw the deserted house and the empty rice jar, and felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. The next moment, when he saw the 2 bowls of brown rice porridge sent to him, he raised his hand and wiped his tears with emotion. He stole someone's silver, but the person not only saved his son, but also sent him food. What a good person. Although he felt embarrassed, Lu Dague still had to eat the meal that was delivered to his mouth. After all, there was no rice at home. He took the thick brown rice porridge cooked by the 2 brothers and said, "Thank you, Xingping and Xing'an. You go back first. I will send the bowl back after you finish eating." "Okay, then we will go back." After the 2 brothers finished speaking, they ran back to the old house to eat. After such a busy day, everyone was tired. After eating and cleaning up the old house, the family went home. Because there were not enough rooms at home, the 2 brothers of the Yun family slept in the old house for the time being. After all, there were many rooms in the old house, and after the eldest and second families moved out, several rooms were vacated. At night, Lu Xinghe lay down. Don't go to the mountains anymore?" Chuyu was drowsy and about to sleep. When she heard Lu Xinghe's words, she asked lazily, "What's wrong?" He glanced at Chuyu's slender back. "Just don't go to the mountains when I'm not around." "I know," Chuyu said, yawned, and soon she could hear shallow breathing. Lu Xinghe smiled helplessly. The heartless little girl always fell asleep quickly. The Lu family has been busy building a house these days, and the Chu family in Nyoto village is also busy. Chu Dashan first instigated his parents to go to Lu Xinghe's house to ask Chuyu for money. Zhao Chunhua said that the moon worship festival was coming soon, and they would come anyway, so there was no need to make this trip. Seeing that his persuasion was fruitless, he began to send people to inquire about the Lu family's situation. Later, when he heard that the Lu family was going to build a house, he urged his parents to go and take a look. The family was not diligent, thinking that they had to walk 2 hours on the mountain road, and if they went there without any benefits and had to help, they didn't want to waste the effort. They just wanted to send Chuyu home by herself. Finally, on the day before the moon worship festival, the family finally realized that Chuyu might not come. After dinner, Zhao Chunhua pinched her waist and cursed, "Has this witch grown wings and doesn't care about her mother's family? She is a short-sighted money loser. She really thinks that the Lu family is her backer." Lu Xinghe, is just a temporary novelty. She will get tired of him after 2 years. Let's see who she can count on. Chu Dashin fanned the flames. Mom, what did I say? I said she was bribed by Lu Xinghe, right? You don't know how arrogant she was when she saw me last time. Because he was scared by Lu Xinghe last time he stole a pig. Chu Yuqian was honest for a while, but recently he started to get itchy again. If his family hadn't been poor, he would have gone to the gambling house in town. Hearing the conversation between the two, he slapped the table in front of him. I'll go to Banpo village tomorrow. How can a married girl not send gifts to her parents' home during the festival? Chu Dashin said hurriedly, Dad, I'll go with you then. Xiaodao huddled in a corner and watched them quietly discuss how to deal with her sister. She felt that the faces of this family were extremely ugly. Fortunately, her sister married far away. Otherwise, she would be harassed by them every day and would be angry to the point of going crazy. Go, 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 you guys can go together so that you can have someone to rely on. Just come back early. Zhao Chunhua said, glaring at Chu Xiaodao, who was huddled aside. You little hoof, what are you still standing there for? Aren't you going to clean up the dishes on the table? Just like your sister, you are useless and lose money. You can't do much work every day and waste the family's food every day. After saying that, she kicked the chair away angrily and went back to the house. Chu Xiaotao avoided the chair kicked by Zhao Chunhua, said nothing, just stretched out her arms to reach the dishes on the table and put them together, and then moved the dishes to the water tank with some effort to wash them. The small figure huddled beside the water tank. Although thin, it was tough and stubborn. Her sister was not at home, so she had to learn to protect herself. She hoped that she could become her sister's support in the future. The Yun brothers had helped in Banpo village for 10 days. Today, they went back after the roof was covered with tiles. The next day was the Moon Worship Festival, and they had to go back to reunite with their family. Yun Sueha gave each of them 300 coins as wages. At first, the two brothers refused to take it, but Yun Sueha insisted on stuffing it into their hands and pushed them out of the door. The two brothers could not persuade Yun Sueha, so they could only take the copper coins and go home. Xinghe, the roof of our new house has been built. The next step is to lay blue bricks in the house, plaster the walls, build a stove, build a kong, and build a thatched house according to your requirements. Then we have to hire a carpenter to make furniture. Who should we hire? Yun Sueha frowned. Lu Xinghe said without thinking, Master Lu from Lushu village. His carpentry is well known in several villages near and far, and the wages are fair. Yun Sueha nodded. Okay, then Master Lu. Chu Yu, who was standing aside, raised her eyebrows when she heard about Lushu village. Didn't Wu Yong learn carpentry in Lushu village? If my husband wants to invite Master Lu, I'm afraid Wu Yong will follow his master, right? Chu Yu pursed her lips and asked, Husband, don't you have any other carpenters to invite? Not that there are none, but Master Lu's craftsmanship is very good. What's the problem? Geya knows a better master? Chu Yu smiled and shook her head. What carpenter can I know? Since Mr. Lu thinks Master Lu is good, let him be Master Lu. It's hard for her to tell him, because Wu Yong is Master Lu's disciple. Let's change it to someone else. If you say this, you may not know how he will think of her. Lu Xinghe raised his hand and touched her head. Tomorrow will be you. It's her 14th birthday. After tomorrow, Yaya will be 1 year older. Chu Yu lowered her head unnaturally. Ms. Sir, don't touch my head all the time. I won't grow taller. Yun Sueha covered her mouth and smiled. Why do girls want to be so arrogant? Our family only needs someone as tall as Xinghe, but Ye has been here for 2 months, and she seems to have grown taller, and her little face looks much brighter than when she came here. Chu Yu was so happy when she heard that she had grown taller. Now that she is just 14, she has to work harder to grow taller now. When she gets her period, it will be difficult to grow taller. On August 15th, the Moon Worship Festival, because this day was also Chu Yu's birthday, Yun Sueha got up early, took down the basket from the kitchen beam, and brought Chu Yu and Lu Xinghe to town for the first time. I took out the white flour that was given when I bought the rice. Chu Yuan had taken out 3 kilograms of this white flour before to make a meal of pasta, and the remaining 2 kilograms were left here. Yun Sueha poured out the remaining 2 kilograms of white flour and kneaded it. After making noodles, 5 pancakes, and fried eggs for everyone, Lu Xingping came to the kitchen with a surprised look on his face. Wow. What a rich breakfast today. Yun Sueha said with a smile while busy. Isn't that okay? Today is not only a holiday but also your sister-in-law's birthday. Have the chickens been fed? Lu Xingping nodded hurriedly. Everyone is fed. I'll do the work. Mom, don't worry. Looking at him patting his chest with a confident expression on his face, Yun Sueha smiled and shook his head. I don't know who you followed this temper. Your father was not like this before. Lu Xing'an, who was sitting behind the stove, said quietly, Did my mother pick him up from the mountains? He doesn't look like me, and I don't know whose child he is. When Lu Xingping heard this, he immediately stopped. Lu Xing'an, don't talk nonsense. You were picked up from the mountains. I was not born by you. Why do I have to look like you? A faint smile appeared on Lu Xing'an's lips. Don't get angry, because my mother hasn't spoken yet. She has the final say as to whether she picked it up or not. Lu Xingping then looked at Yun Sueha with a grieved face. Mother? Looking at the two enemies, Yun Sueha felt dumbfounded. She touched Lu Xingping's head with a gentle expression on her face. You are kind and simple. You believed everything Xing'an said. My mother couldn't protect herself at that time. Where can I find the time to bring my child back from the mountains? If you really weren't born to your mother, you would have long since fed the wolves in the mountains. After Lu Xingping heard this, he hugged Yun Sueha and sniffed. Mom is the best. Yun Sueha touched her son's head and said, You are 8 years old. Why are you still acting coquettishly like a little baby? Why don't people see you and laugh at you? After listening to Yun Sueha's words, Lu Xingping not only did not let go, but hugged her tighter. I don't care about others. Even if I am 18 years old, I am still my mother's child. Looking at her childish son, Yun Sueha helplessly patted him on the back. Your eldest brother and sister-in-law are still reading in the room. The noodles are almost ready. Go, and ask them to come for dinner. Lu Xingping then let go of Yun Sueha and went out to call for someone. Yue, this is yours. As soon as Chi sat down at the dining table, Yun Sueha brought a bowl with 2 eggs in front of her. She looked at Yun Sueha with some surprise. Mom, why did you put 2 eggs for me? Today is the Moon Worship Festival, and it's your birthday. It's a double happiness. Can't you eat an extra egg? Yun Sueha said, and put several other bowls of noodles and pancakes on the table. Eat quickly, it will get cold later. We don't have anything else to eat at home, so we can only make a few more during the holidays. An egg. Chuyu looked at the 2 eggs in the bowl and was very touched. Although she was born on the Moon Worship Festival, no one in her parents' family ever mentioned her birthday on this day. Every day, when she opened her eyes, there is only endless work waiting for her. They are both mothers, so why is the gap so big? After eating, Lu Xinghe took out a portrait from his desk. The girl in the portrait had a hairpin in her hair. Wearing a pink and white hairpin, holding a bowl of rice porridge in her hand, Chui Weijian had a bright smile on her pretty face, and her bright eyes looked directly at the person outside the painting, as if she could see his reflection in her eyes. Lu Xinghe held a piece of paper and looked at it with a happy expression. He hurriedly walked over and asked, Mr. Sir, what are you looking at? Portrait. Lu Xinghe replied with a faint smile. Chuyu glanced at the drawing paper and felt that the scene on the drawing was a bit familiar. This is it? Lu Xinghe put the portrait on the table, took up a pen, and wrote the year number on the corner of the drawing paper and deliberately wrote down the 4 words the year of General Hairpin in small characters on the side. Chuyu asked with some uncertainty, Sir, am I the person in this painting? Lu Xinghe hummed. It's yours. Chuyu muttered in a low voice with some dissatisfaction. Why are you still holding a bowl in your hand? And this smile is too nymphomaniacal. He pursed his lips in a funny way. I originally wanted to draw a portrait for you every year on your birthday. After I picked up the pen, this picture was the first thing that came to my mind. I thought it was interesting and drew the scene of that day. Chuyu's face felt a little hot. She glanced outside the room, thinking in her heart that her husband liked her to look at him like that. But deep down in her heart, it was still sweet, even sweeter than eating honey. Sweet. Near noon, Chu Yuqian and Chu Dashan finally arrived at Banpo village, making the two lazy men complain a lot. Along the way, they scolded Chu Yu for not taking the initiative to send things to her family. His head was covered with blood. When he arrived at the entrance of Banpo village, Chu Dashan pointed to the brick house not far away and exclaimed with excitement, "Dad, there is a rich family in Banpo village. Look at that brick house. The construction is really impressive." Chu Yuqian patted Chu Dashan's hand down. "It's all about style. Don't point fingers, you don't know how to make people laugh." Chu Dashan muttered with some dissatisfaction, "I don't know anything about it. If our family can build a brick house, should I be so envious of other people's houses?" After being speechless by his son's call, Chu Yuqian snorted and quickened his pace. "Let's find area quickly. It's almost noon. Your mother didn't prepare dry food for us today."
Don't worry.
"By then I won't be able to get a bite to eat, and I'll be hungry in the afternoon." "Okay, Dad." Chu Dashan hurriedly followed. Lu Dagui saw the figures of Chu Yuqian and his son from a distance.
He was a little surprised.
Why did the father and son come to Banpo village when they were not at home during the festival? These two people are both it's not a good thing. I haven't seen Mrs. Chu go back to her parents' home before. They may have bad intentions when they come here.
Tai Dan, you stay in the house.
Dad will go out and be back soon. After speaking to her son, she ran to Lu Xinghe's house. When she saw the courtyard gate of Lu Xinghe's house, she hurriedly shouted, "Lu Xinghe, your father-in-law and uncle have come to Banpo village." In the room, after hearing this, Chu Yu and Lu Xinghe looked at each other and left the room together. "My father and my eldest brother are here?" Although she had expected it, Chu Yu was a little surprised that they could come on the day of the moon worship festival. How could she come to her married daughter to ask for something during the festival? She took off the hairpin on her head and hid it in her sleeve. The next moment, Chu Yuqian and Chu Dashan appeared at the corner ahead. Seeing Chu Yu's actions just now, Lu Dagui probably understood something in his heart. When Chu Yuqian and Chu Dashan came closer, he hurriedly waved. He acted like a scoundrel and deliberately raised his voice and said, "Lu Xinghe, you borrowed so much money to build a house at home. When do you plan to pay it back? I'm here today to settle debts for several families in the village who lent you money. Everyone is having a hard time, so you and your family can't benefit from it, right?" A faint smile appeared on the corner of Chu Yu's lips, and she couldn't help but give Lu Dagui a thumbs up in her heart. Sure enough, to deal with disaster, you have to bring disaster yourself. Chu Yuqian and Chu Dashan, who were approaching, heard Lu Dagui's words and felt in their hearts they thought that Lu Xinghe's house was built because of luck, but they didn't expect that it was borrowed money from Lu Dagui. But they were already here, so they couldn't turn around and leave. After all, we had to eat before talking. Lu Dagui pretended to have just noticed the two of them and said hello. "Hey, my father-in-law and uncle are here. Could it be that Lu Xinghe also borrowed money from you? Let me tell you, if you borrow it, you have to get it back as soon as possible. The debt their family owes will probably never be repaid in this lifetime." Lu Dagui's rascal reputation is also well known far and wide. He can represent the people in the village to ask Lu Xinghe for money. Chu Yuqian is convinced. "Why did you borrow so much money? Isn't it because of the house repairs?" Lu Dagui mocked with a ruthless face. "Tell me, what kind of house can you build if you don't have money? It's okay to live in a makeshift house, and it's a good idea to treat it as if you owe money." Chu Yuqian said with a smile. "That's the truth." Chu Yu looked a little uninterested in the arrival of Chu Yuqian and Chu Dashan. Dad and eldest brother are here. When someone came to collect debts during the festival, the two of them could understand that they were not very interested and didn't care. Chu Dashan's sharp eyes saw the chickens and ducks surrounding the yard at a glance. "Hey, do you still have so many chickens at home?" Lu Dagui raised his eyebrows and sneered. "Where can they catch these chickens? I owe so much money. I'm afraid I can only use the things at home to pay off the interest first." He turned and raised his brows, looking at Chu Yuqian and Chu Dashan. "Do my father-in-law and brother-in-law have any money on them? How about lending some to Lu Xinghe to pay off his debt? Don't worry, even though Lu Xinghe is poor, he still has credibility." I will be your middleman. He patted his chest in assurance, and then stretched out his little finger to sign. It's just that the time to pay back the money will be a little longer. Chu Yuqian and his son looked at each other, took 2 steps back, and drew a line with Lu Xinghe's family, who in the neighboring villages doesn't know about our family's situation. Wherever you can borrow money, don't say it's a joke. Lu Dogawei pretended to sigh. That's a pity. If you can't borrow the money, your daughter and Lu Xinghe may not have a good year this year, and they may have to go hungry. Chu Dashan's face was full of indifference. If you marry and obey your husband, it's not our responsibility to live a good life, right? Lu Dogawei raised one corner of his lips and smiled. I'm afraid it won't be just a matter of saying you can't take care of it. You have no idea how high the interest rate on the money Lu Xinghe borrowed is, he said, pretending to be mysterious, and stretched out 3 fingers towards the 2 of them. My father-in-law, you are also a person who has been hanging out in Nanping town all year round. You should know the methods of those people. Lu Dogawei is a rascal. He doesn't know all about these things, but he has heard about them. Chu Yuqian is also a person who has been active in gambling houses all year round. He is naturally more familiar with interest money than Lu Dogawei. When he saw Lu Dogawei raised his eyebrows with a few fingers, he took a deep breath and hurriedly pulled Chu Dashan away from here. Lu Xinghe, since my second wife has reached her pig, she is yours and has nothing to do with my Chu family. Come on, please don't bring me to Nyoto town again. Our 2 families will have no relationship whatsoever. Looking coldly at the Chu family father and son who were going away, Lu Dogawei was full of regret. These father and son were so merciless. They just betrayed their daughter without saying a word, and they broke off the relationship when encountering difficulties. He has always been heartless. Everyone sympathized with Chuyu. She originally thought that Chuyu would be upset by what her father and brother said, but when she turned to look at her, she saw the little girl giving her a thumbs up. Brother Dogawei, you. It's so amazing you managed to scare my dad and brother so easily. Lu Dogawei scratched his head in embarrassment. I couldn't bear to see these 2 people come here to inform you. I didn't expect your father to say such stupid things. You won't blame me, right? Chuyu hurriedly shook her head. No, I'm used to it. I have to thank you. Brother Dogawei is waiting. She ran into the kitchen, took a small bowl, grabbed a handful of red dates and a handful of peanuts, turned around and walked out of the kitchen and handed the bowl to Lu Dogawei. Brother Dogawei, take these back to Taidan. Lu Dogawei was embarrassed to ask for it, but he wanted to take these things back to replenish his son's health. For a moment, he couldn't help but stretch out his hand, with a look of embarrassment on his face. Chuyu couldn't help but put the bowl into his hand. Brother Dogawei, that's it. Take it, and bring me the bowl later. Hey, no need for a bowl. Lu Dogawei hurriedly poured the red dates and peanuts into his pocket, returned the bowl to Chuyu, said thank you, and turned to leave. Looking at the few dates and a handful of peanuts in his pocket, he suddenly felt that he was helping others. It felt like she was much happier than when she was doing bad things. In the scene just now, Yun Sueha, as an elder, was not very good at showing up. When she heard there was no movement outside, she walked out of the room. Yeah, your father and your brother are gone? Chuyu nodded. I'm leaving. I probably won't come back in the near future. Yun Sueha hesitated for a moment and asked, wouldn't this be bad? After all, they're your family. Chuyu lowered her head. Mom, I did this for a reason. She wanted to bring Xiao Tao to her side. Even if others would think she was ruthless to her family, she wanted to do so. Lu Xinghe stepped forward and held Chuyu's hand. Mom, we know what's going on with this matter, so don't worry about it. Yun Sueha opened her mouth and finally sighed. Okay, after all, you 2 can discuss it. If the father-in-law is like that, we won't have any contact with him. It's okay. As long as our family lives comfortably, it's fine. The father and son of the Chu family are greedy people. If they are allowed to take advantage of the opportunity, not only them, but also the Zhao family will join in the trouble. At that time, the family will not have a peaceful life. Yeah, don't take your father's words today too seriously. From now on, this is your home. Chu nodded. I know, mother. I'll go back to the room to continue making jackets. It's been cold these days, so I have to drive your jacket out early. After Yun Sueha finished speaking, she went back to the house. After 10 days of careful care by Chuyu, the radish seeds and cabbage seeds in front of the house had grown into 2-inch-long seedlings. After another 3 or 4 days, the denser radish seedlings in the middle could be pulled out and transplanted. The two brothers Lu Xingping followed her and spread the fermented wood ash, straw, and pig manure fertilizer. These vegetables have a large demand for fertilizer and water. After applying the base fertilizer, the growth of the vegetable seedlings will be better. When the three of them finished their work, the sun was about to set. Xing'an and I will do the watering. Chuyu nodded, washed her hands, drank some water, and then sat under the tree to rest, holding a branch in her hand and writing and drawing on the ground. Lu Xinghe was writing something in the house and subconsciously glanced outside the house. Seeing the little girl with her head down, he knew that she was worried. He put down his pen, got up and left the house, and came to Chuyu.
What are you thinking about?
Chuyu looked up at Lu Xinghe, then continued to draw on the ground with the branch. I'm wondering if Dr. Zhu's master has gone to Nanping Town. Lu Xinghe squatted down, looked directly at her, and said, Don't worry, Dr. Zhu will bring him here, if he gets there. Chuyu hummed, with confusion in her eyes. Husband, am I very ruthless and despicable? Lu Xinghe shook his head. If it's because of your parents, I don't think so. He stood up and said, There's a saying you may not have heard of, but you must understand the meaning. Give me a papaya, I will repay you with a jade pendant. It's not repayment, but forever friendship. The way your parents treat you, there is no family affection at all. Your reaction now is normal in my opinion. Although people live in the secular world, they should not care too much about the secular perspective so that they can live a clear and happy life. Chuyu pondered for a moment before looking up at him. Husband, thank you. Lu Xinghe stretched out his hand, originally wanting to rub her head, but thinking of her fear that she would not grow taller, he pinched her face instead and went back to the house to continue reading. Chuyu held her chin with both hands, looking at Lu Xinghe, who was reading seriously in the house, her eyebrows and eyes full of smiles. On the second day of the Moon Worship Festival, the family began to lay blue bricks and plaster the walls. Lu Xinghe went to Lu Shu village. He had asked someone to greet Master Lu early in the morning. He went there today to make an appointment with Master Lu. Go in the morning and return at noon. On the second day after Lu Xinghe returned home, Master Lu brought his tools and led Wu Yong to Banpo village. It was Lu Shouqing who led them to the new house from the village entrance. He told Master Lu about the doors, windows, and furniture to be made, and then looked at Wu Yong on the side. Where are you from, little brother? Wu Yong hurriedly introduced himself with a smile. My name is Wu Yong, and I'm from Nyoto village. Lu Shouqing was a little surprised. Huh? It's the same place as my nephew's wife. Do you know Chuyu, little brother? Hearing Chuyu's name, Wu Yong felt a little bitter in his heart. Of course I know her. Her family is next door to mine. We grew up together. Hearing this, Lu Shouqing laughed and stepped forward to pat his shoulder. That's a coincidence. This yard belongs to my nephew's family. Since you are my nephew's wife's family, you must help them with the carpentry later. Wu Yong was stunned. This yard with blue brick and tile house belongs to Lu Xinghe's family? Lu Shouqing nodded. Yes, it is Lu Xinghe's family. They can actually build a blue brick and tile house? Wu Yong was mixed with joy and worry. The joy was that she could finally live a good life, and the worry was that the person who would accompany her in the future would not be him. Don't worry, uncle. I won't be careless about things here. Lu Shouqing patted Wu Yong's shoulder again. Okay, then the carpentry here will be handed over to you and Master Lu, and I will go to do other things first. Now that the door can be locked, he doesn't have to stay here every day. He hasn't warmed his wife's bed for half a month. Wu Yong looked back at the house, and he couldn't tell what he felt. At this moment, Master Lu's voice rang out. Wu Yong, come and help me carry this tree over. Wu Yong hurriedly put the tools in his hand aside. Hey, Master, I'll be there right away. The Z people still eat lunch in the old house. Today's lunch was cooked by Chu Yu and Yun Sueha. Chuyu pulled a handful of dense radish seedlings growing in front of the old house, washed them, and put them in the brown rice porridge that was about to be cooked. Because he hadn't eaten fresh vegetables for a long time, he felt that the fragrance of the radish was intoxicating. Wu Yong followed Master Lu into the Lu family's old house with some trepidation. When he saw Chuyu carrying a bowl of porridge in and out, he seemed unable to look away. She had grown taller and was not as thin as she was when she was in the Chu family. Her cheeks were fuller, and she looked better than before. Lu Xinghe looked at Wu Yong's expression as he stared at Chuyu, and his brows tightened slightly. He had never thought that Wu Yong was actually Master Lu's disciple. It was such a coincidence that it made people worry. Ahem. Lu Xinghe coughed twice. Wu Yong heard the sound and quickly retracted his gaze, then scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Lu Xinghe glanced at Wu Yong and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Don't look at what you shouldn't look at, and don't think about what you shouldn't think about. Otherwise you will hurt others and yourself." The little girl was innocent, and he didn't want her reputation to be tarnished because of Wu Yong. Although he didn't care about the world's eyes, the little girl seemed to be prone to getting stuck in a dead end. Wu Yong was startled, nodded, and then gathered his thoughts and sat down at the table with his master. Lu Xinghe turned and went into the kitchen, taking the bowl of porridge from Chuyu. "Let me do it." Chuyu nodded, and when she saw Lu Xinghe bring the last bowl of porridge to the table, she also took the 2 bowls of porridge to a corner of the courtyard wall. After all, she was a girl, and it was not convenient for her to eat at the same table with a man from outside. Every time it was time to eat, she would find a place to eat by herself, but no matter where she huddled, Lu Xinghe would go over and eat with her. Seeing Lu Xinghe walking towards her, Chuyu smiled and handed the bowl of porridge to him. "Husband, this is yours." Lu Xinghe looked at the porridge with a few more vegetable leaves in the bowl and shook his head helplessly. Then he picked some with chopsticks and put it into Chuyu's bowl. "You haven't eaten vegetables for a long time, eat more." Chuyu, who was eating porridge, was stunned and looked up at Lu Xinghe. "These are a few more vegetable leaves I picked up specially for you." Lu Xinghe sat down next to Chuyu. Blocking Wu Yong's sight, "Children need to eat more to grow. I'm an adult. It doesn't matter if I eat more or less." Chuyu raised her eyebrows and muttered dissatisfiedly, "I've said it many times. I'm not a child." Lu Xinghe hurriedly agreed with her. Okay, I'm not a child. I just want my wife to eat more, okay?" Chuyu hurriedly lowered her head and continued to eat porridge, but the corners of her lips that were raised did not go down for a long time. Lu Shouqing looked at the young couple's affectionate appearance with a trace of envy on his face. "It's great to be young." Jiang Xiuqin, who was not far away, gave him a sharp look. "When you were young, why didn't you show me how caring you were like Xinghe? With your character. Even if you were young again, you would still be like this." Lu Shouqing touched his nose a little embarrassedly. "Wife. Don't expose me, right? I just thought about it, don't take it too seriously." Jiang Xiuqin didn't want to talk to him more, snorted, and went back to the kitchen to put the bowls. Lu Shouqing looked at the back of his wife twisting her waist and hips, and his heart was restless. After not going to bed for half a month, this woman's temper has risen a lot. She even dared to openly confront him. It seems that she really needs to be punished when she gets back. Seeing that Jiang Xiuqin was not present, the people on the side hurriedly joked, "Oh, Shouqing, I really didn't realize that you were afraid of your own wife." Lu Shouqing laughed and waved his hands. "How can I be afraid? I'm not afraid that if I say something too harsh, the woman will drop beans. If I don't get on her Kong later, how can I survive the rest of my life?" After hearing this, everyone laughed and said, "That's the reason." Among the people eating at this table, only Wu Yong was not married. Listening to the dirty jokes in the mouths of several people, he felt his face flushed. He quickly finished the porridge in the bowl, put down the bowl, and went back to the new house to continue working. Seeing that it was the end of August, the weather was getting colder day by day. After Yun Sueha made 2 coats for Chuyu, she used the remaining fabric to make her a thin cotton vest. It was just right to wear it in the current weather. When it gets colder, she can just wrap herself in the coat. However, although the weather was cold, it never rained. There are 2 wells in the village, which used to be used for drinking water. Now, people not only need water for drinking, but also for watering the land, so the water is not enough. That day, after Yun Sueha returned home from the old house, she said to Lu Xinghe, Xinghe, can you go to the town tomorrow? The seasoning at home is gone, and the work at home is coming to an end. I have to buy a piece of meat to offer to the new house and reward everyone. When the time comes, we will take it to the town to sell it. Lu Xinghe hummed. Then let fourth aunt help mother tomorrow, okay? Yeye will go to the town with me to get some more medicine for mother. Mother has stopped taking medicine for half a month. It's not easy to get better, but she needs to take it for a while. When he thought that Wu Yong was still here, he didn't want him to have any chance to contact Chuyu. Yun Sueha smiled with her hands covering her mouth. Okay, Yeye will go with you. It's just to make some porridge. Xing'an and Xingping will help at home. It's not much. She sighed. Now you have to take Yeye with you wherever you go, as if you are afraid that she will run away. The imperial examination will take several days. Don't you want to go if you can't bring her into the examination room? Lu Xinghe smiled faintly. That won't happen. Let Yeye go with you tomorrow. After all, you go in the morning and come back in the afternoon. It's good to have a companion on the way, Yun Sueha said, and then turned and went into the house. These days, she can see that Master Lu's apprentice and Chua are from the same village and neighbors. They grew up together. I'm afraid he has feelings for the little girl. She can see it. Xinghe is smart, so he naturally knew it a long time ago, but he just didn't say it. When she thought that her son, who has always been calm and introverted, would be jealous sometimes, she found it very interesting. After breakfast the next morning, Lu Xinghe and Chu carried their backpacks and headed for Nanping town. Husband, there are so many things to do at home. Why do you want me to go to the town with you? Lu Xinghe glanced at the little girl beside him. Don't you want to go with me? Mother can't handle it alone. Don't worry, there are Xingping, Xing'an, and fourth aunt at home. We will only have lunch at noon and go back in the afternoon. After saying that, he pulled Chu Yu and quickened the pace. What Chu didn't expect was that as soon as she and Lu Xinghe arrived in Nanping town, they saw Dr. Zhu leading a donkey and walking towards them. Sitting on the donkey was the old man whom they met in the pharmacy in Kang town last time. The old man sat on the donkey with a look of reluctance on his face. I've only been here for 1 day, and you're dragging me to recognize you as an apprentice. If that girl doesn't have any skills later, you have to compensate me with 2 meals. He looked at his 2 erected fingers, and then bent one up again, 3 meals of stir-fried pork intestines. Dr. Zhu patted his chest and promised. Master, don't worry. If I cheated you, let alone 3 meals, 10 meals will do. Is that okay? The old man raised his chin and snorted. That's about right. Chuyu saw the 2 of them and hurriedly greeted them, Dr. Zhu.
Oh.
This is not a coincidence. Dr. Zhu hurriedly let out a woe and stopped the donkey by the roadside. I haven't seen you for over a month.
I thought you wouldn't come to town for the time being. 注意为什么?
There have been some things going on at home recently, and I haven't collected any herbs, so I haven't been to town. The old man sitting on the donkey saw Chuyu and felt that the girl looked very familiar. Little girl, have we met somewhere before? Dr. Zhu rolled his eyes. The master is so shameless that he actually used such a clumsy way to chat up a pretty girl. How could he, a wanderer, have met Chuyu from the mountains? This was to introduce the master to the little girl. If not for this reason, he would have exposed the master's true face long ago. The next moment, Chuyu nodded. I wonder if the old man still remembers that at the beginning of this month, I took the prescription written by Dr. Zhu to Kang Town to get medicine. At that time, you were the one who received me in the pharmacy. The old man thought about it and laughed. It is true. I said at that time that my apprentice's handwriting was a dog crawl. When Dr. Zhu heard the word dog crawl, he covered his mouth and coughed twice. Master, be careful with your words. It turned out that they really met. It seemed that he had misunderstood the master just now, but the old man also said bad things about him, so the 2 were even. The old man glanced at him, and the mustache on his mouth trembled. It's not like the little girl hasn't seen your handwriting before, and you don't want others to say it? It turned out that he was Dr. Zhu's master. Lu Xinghe quietly looked at the old man in front of him. From his accent, he didn't sound like someone from Tongji County. He didn't know where he came from. But seeing Dr. Zhu's respectful look, he thought that the old man had some skills. Dr. Zhu smiled awkwardly at Chuyu. Miss Chu, my master just likes to joke, don't listen to him. He is the master I said I would introduce to you. Since we meet here, it seems that I don't need to go to Banpo village again.
Oh.
The old man got off the donkey when he heard it, so this is the girl you told me about before? Dr. Zhu nodded quickly. Yes, her name is Chuyu, and the one next to her is her husband, Lu Xinghe. He turned and introduced Chuyu. Miss Chu, this is my master. I don't know his name, I only know that my master's medical skills are very powerful. Chuyu bowed to the old man generously. Chuyu meets the old man. The old man laughed and gave a fake support. Okay. I heard from Xiao Zhu that you helped Mrs. Huang deliver the baby before? Can you tell me about the specific process and your thoughts at the time? Chuyu looked in the direction of Lu Xinghe. Because she was afraid of delaying too much and going back late in the afternoon, she said, it just so happens that we're going to Chen's pharmacy to get medicine today. Can the old man walk with us while we talk?
Okay.
After the old man finished speaking, he squeezed in between Lu Xinghe and Chuyu, pushing Lu Xinghe to the side. You talk, I listen. He had been traveling around for so many years, so he could naturally see that this little girl was a person with some secrets. After all, this kind of thing was bloody, and most people might not be able to accept it. It was better for fewer people to know about it. Dr. Zhu looked at his master squeezing in between the young couple and felt that it was unbearable to watch, but because he was the master, he couldn't say much. He could only follow Chuyu's other side and listen to their conversation with his ears perked up. Lu Xinghe followed behind the three people, looking at Chuyu sandwiched between the two old men. His brows gradually tightened, and he suddenly regretted bringing Chuyu to Nanping town. All the way to Chen's pharmacy, Chuyu went to get medicine first, and the old man leaned against the door of Chen's pharmacy and pondered what Chuyu had just said. This little girl is not just a little bit of knowledge, she knows a lot of things. It seems that what the old man Xiao Zhu said was right. This girl is talented. He can accept her as a female disciple, but whether to accept her as a personal disciple remains to be considered. He looked at Lu Xinghe not far away and asked, do you know the birth date of that girl? Lu Xinghe knew that some people liked to compare the birth dates when accepting disciples. It seems that the little girl has passed the test in the old man's mind. August 15th, the 14th year of Jingyuan, at the end of the Su hour. The old man stretched out his fingers and pinched them. He was surprised at first, then nodded with joy. Great. It's actually a good disciple sent to me by the goddess of medicine. Seeing the old man muttering to himself, Dr. Zhu leaned towards him. Master, what were you calculating just now? This girl is suitable to be my disciple. The old man said with a sad face, but in a place like Banpo village, it's probably difficult to have a good meal. Lu Xinghe glanced in the direction of the old man and said in a light voice, stir-fried pork intestines, peanut pork skin jelly, and crispy pork liver. I'm afraid the old man hasn't heard of the last two dishes? The stir-fried pork intestines launched by Rui Ju before. The recipe was sold to them by my family Yaya. If you want to eat something special, my house is a good place to go. After hearing this, the old man swallowed his saliva. He didn't expect that he would find a treasure after coming to Nanping town. He slapped his thigh. Okay. I will go with you to Banpo village today. After Chuyu got the medicine, she paid the shopkeeper 3 taels of silver and said goodbye. Dr. Zhu had already sat back in his seat in Chen's pharmacy to check the pulse of the patient who had just come in. After leaving Chen's pharmacy, the old man followed behind him, humming a little tune as he walked, as if he wanted to rely on her. She looked in the direction of Lu Xinghe and asked in a low voice, Husband, if the old gentleman comes to our house, where should we put him? Lu Xinghe opened his thin lips slightly. After all, our new house has been completed, so we can just find a room for him to sleep in. Chu thought about it, and it made sense. In addition to a main room, the new house also has 4 bedrooms. When the time comes, let Xingpingxing sleep together and leave one room for the old man to sleep. She slowed down and looked at the old man who had walked up. May I know your name, old gentleman? Zhang Zheng. The old man looked around and replied in a low voice. Take me as a disciple? Chuyu added, I'm not talking about a disciple like Dr. Zhu. I want to learn Master Zhang's real skills. Lu Xinghe was pondering the name Zhang Zheng in his heart. If he remembered correctly, he should have heard of this name 9 years ago, but it was too long ago and he couldn't remember it for a moment. However, since he had heard of Zhang Zheng's name, then this old gentleman must not be an ordinary doctor. It seems that this little girl of his is lucky again. Zhang Zheng looked at the little girl's bright eyes and did not immediately agree or refuse. That depends on your ability. He hasn't had enough of the world's delicacies. If he really wants to accept disciples, he will definitely not have the freedom he has now. But if this little girl is insightful enough, he is willing to pass on his skills. Chuyu heard Zhang Zheng's words, and there was no disappointment on her face. First, she must become a disciple and learn something from him. Then, combined with her previous clinical experience in Chinese and Western medicine, it should not be difficult to make a living here. She bowed and said, It's not appropriate to perform formalities with the master on the street now. I will offer tea to the master when I get back. Zhang Zheng laughed and waved his hand. It doesn't matter. I don't mind these empty formalities. The three of them first came to Huayu Tower. Because of Zhang Zheng's special status, it was not convenient for him to go to the kitchen with them. Chuyu accompanied him outside and asked Lu Xinghe to go around to the kitchen of Huayu Tower to sell pheasants. As soon as Lu Xinghe left, she saw Jiang Gaoi leading 3 or 5 people walking towards this side like a rooster that had won a battle. Chuyu wanted to hide, but the other party was obviously coming for her, and she couldn't hide at all. Jiang Gaoi said sarcastically, Hey, isn't this the young wife of Lu Xinghe's family? What's the matter? Do you dislike his poverty so you degenerate and get close to the old man? Chuyu was furious. Jiang Gaoi, don't talk nonsense. This is my master. Master? Jiang Gaoi seemed to have heard some funny jokes and said in an ambiguous tone, Which master are you referring to? You. Chuyu clenched her fists. What do you mean? What can you do to me when Lu Xinghe is not here? Do you want to go to the Huang Mansion to file a complaint again and let the housekeeper of the Huang Mansion drag me to the yamen and give me 30 lashes with the board? As he said this, he was furious and stretched out his hand to slap Chuyu. Zhang Zheng looked at Jiang Gaoi, his face without any expression. He had seen a lot of such playboys who were the most shameless and without moral integrity. If you get angry later, he will gloat over your misfortune. He stretched out his hand to clamp Jiang Gaoi's wrist and pulled Chuyu behind him. Your last name is Jiang? Are you the son of Mr. Jiang? Seeing that the old man was very strong, Jiang Gaoi quickly pulled his hand back and rubbed the place where he was pinched. You old man, do you still know my father? He glanced at the old man and saw that he was wearing very ordinary coarse cloth clothes, and there was a trace of visible contempt in his eyes, which poor guy came from the mountains. Zhang Zheng did not answer his question, but stroked his beard and said, 19 years ago, Mrs. Jiang had a difficult delivery, and I gave her acupuncture. I didn't expect that she would give birth to such a domineering dog. If I had known, I should not have taken action at that time. Jiang Gaoi skipped the key points of the old man's words, raised his eyebrows, and pointed at himself and said, How dare you call me a dog? You old thing is looking for death. After he finished speaking, he raised his fist angrily and hit Zhang Zheng. Although Zhang Zheng was strong, he was an old man after all. If she was hurt, she would not be able to learn his skills. In desperation, she hurriedly picked up a stick from the roadside and hit Jiang Gaoi directly. This scene was too sudden. Not only were Jiang Gaoi's companions stunned, but even Zhang Zheng on the side was stunned. This little girl is brave enough. After a moment of silence, blood flowed down Jiang Gaoi's cheek. He looked at the sight in front of him that was stained with blood and hurriedly hugged his head and shouted, Help! Someone is killing! Come quickly! Looking at Jiang Gaoi's appearance, Chi felt a little scared. It seemed that she had been a little too heavy-handed just now. It was heard that the Jiang family had some reputation in Nanping town. Today, she was the first to attack. Would she really be arrested and put in jail? People passing by heard the noise and gathered around to watch the excitement. Many people pointed at Chuyu. This girl is really cruel. Why did she hurt someone? Look at what she did to the person. She had a strong hand and so much blood. It's scary to look at. That can't be said. Jiang Gaoi is not a good guy either. I'm afraid he had to attack because he provoked the girl. Chu Yu pretended to be calm and looked around, but Lu Xinghe hadn't come yet. First, she waited for two officials who were patrolling in the town. What's going on? Jiang Gaoi pointed at his bleeding head and said, Sirs, please judge for me. Look at my head hit by that shrew. It's going to kill me. Ouch yo, as he said that, he rolled his eyes and fell on his companions behind him. Chu Yu couldn't help but frowned. This look was too much. She stepped forward and bowed to the two officials. Sirs, it's really not me who wants to kill. It was Jiang Gaoi who started it first. I was just defending myself just now. The officials have been working in Nanping town for a long time, so they naturally know Jiang Gaoi's character. They nodded and said, We will investigate this matter thoroughly. Seeing this, Jiang Gaoi pretended to cry. Sirs, you have to make a decision for me. Such a vicious person who kills people in broad daylight should be beheaded. After saying that, he fainted. The two officials looked at each other and saw confusion in each other's eyes. They originally thought that Jiang Gaoi's injury was not serious and they could fool him if they could. Now that he fainted, they had to take him to the yamen first. This Jiang Gaoi really knows how to make trouble for them. Before the two officials could say anything, Qi looked at Zhang Zheng. Master, I was the one who injured Jiang Gaoi. I am responsible for my own actions, so I won't implicate you. But could you please go to the first house on the left side of Qian Lane on my behalf and explain the situation here to Madame Huang? Zhang Zheng looked at the fearless, calm and brave little girl, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. No wonder she could take the risk of cesarean section at such an age. This girl is not only brave, but also methodical. At least she knows how to judge the situation. Okay, I'll go now. After Zhang Zheng finished speaking, he quietly withdrew from the crowd. A group of people transported Jiang Gaoi to the yamen. It was called a yamen, but in fact it was just a station set up by the county government here. Compared with the real county government, it was much smaller. Jiang Gaoi, who is still unconscious, was placed on the floor of the yamen hall by a group of people. Chu Yu saw that his face was covered in blood and immediately looked at the two officials. Sir, can you prepare a small portion of salt, a basin of cold boiled water, medicine, and gauze for me? I can pay for them. I want to treat the wound on Jiang Gaoi's head so that he doesn't die here. I won't be able to explain myself. The two saw that Chu Yu followed calmly all the way to the yamen, and there was no sign of fear at all, and they couldn't help but find it interesting. You are not afraid of us? Chu Yu replied generously. The official is also a human being, and he is also reasonable. He doesn't have any intention of bullying others. Why should I be afraid? She was still nervous in her heart, but the person who would support her had not arrived yet, so she could only bite the bullet and support herself. Seeing Chu Yu's sincere answer, the two had a very good impression of her. Can you treat the injury? Chu Yu bowed slightly. Don't worry, sir. My family makes a living by collecting herbs, and I know a thing or two about the art of medicine, so I won't make any mistakes. One of them then looked at his companion, Lao Fong. Go get what this girl wants. The man nodded and walked to the backyard. In just a moment, the man brought what Chu Yu wanted. Chu Yu mixed the salt in the small dish into the cold boiled water in an approximate proportion and mixed it evenly. Then she used a clean towel dipped in light salt water to treat Jiang Gaoi's wound. She treated it very carefully. After cleaning the wounds on Jiang Gaoi's face and head, she could see the condition of his wound clearly. There was a 2-centimeter-long cut on his head. It was no longer bleeding. There was no dent in the wound. The problem with the skull should not be serious, but the concussion should still exist. She couldn't help but mutter in her heart that she didn't hit Jiang Gaoi hard. Jiang Gaoi is too weak. The yamen is full of grown men, so there is definitely no needle and thread, but the wound has stopped bleeding, so it doesn't matter if there are no stitches. It will just heal a little slower. She sprinkled medicine powder on the wound on Jiang Gaoi's head, bandaged it with gauze, and finally rolled the gauze to the top of his head and tied a standard bow. Maybe Chu Yu's movements were a little heavy when bandaging. Jiang Gaoi frowned, and his eyelashes trembled slightly. Chuyu was close to him and saw it clearly. Is he pretending to faint? But she didn't expose him, but sorted out the things at hand, clapped her hands, and stood up. Sir, I wonder how much silver these things I just used will cost? The two officials were surprised at the little girl's skillful technique. I didn't expect you to be able to bandage wounds. You don't need to pay for it. It's common to get hurt when working in the government office. These things are always available. They are all public property. You don't need to pay for them. Chuyu smiled and said, You two officials are really nice. They are a blessing to the people of Nanping Town. The two officials were very pleased to hear these words, and they became more friendly to the pretty girl in front of them. She glanced in the direction of Jiang Gaoi again, and saw that his nostrils suddenly expanded. Perhaps he wanted to say something but couldn't speak, so he could only breathe out through his nostrils. Chuyu left for a while, and Lu Xinghe came out from the back kitchen of Huayu Tower. However, when he came out, he didn't see Chuyu and Zhang Zheng, but saw that there were scattered bloodstains where they had just stood. He was anxious and quickly grabbed a stall owner and asked, Excuse me, what happened here just now? You don't know yet? Just now, a little girl almost knocked Mr. Zhang's son's head open. Hearing that Chuyu was not injured, he was relieved. Do you know why? The man sighed. What else could it be? Jiang Gaoi might have found fault with the girl because she was pretty. Then do you know where they are now? The man pointed in a direction and said, They were taken to the government office by the official. They have been gone for a while. Lu Xinghe never thought that he was just waiting for a while in the kitchen, and such a thing would happen. He turned around and ran towards the government office, praying in his heart that the little girl was okay. There were many people watching the excitement outside the government office, all of whom had just followed from the crime scene. Lu Xinghe squeezed in from the crowd and stood outside the fence of the government office. When he saw the thin figure in the hall, he breathed a sigh of relief. Yeah. Hearing the familiar voice, Chiyu turned around and saw Lu Xinghe in the crowd. Husband. She didn't know why. When she was alone just now, she was so rational. Now that she saw Lu Xinghe, she felt like she had someone to rely on. She felt a little wronged in her heart. Lu Xinghe heard the little girl's crying voice and hurriedly explained the situation to the official beside her and walked in. He came to Chuyu and took her hand. Are you okay? Chuyu sniffed and shook her head and said, I'm fine. He's the one who's in trouble. As she spoke, she pointed to Jiang Gaoi lying on the ground. Lu Xinghe glanced at Jiang Gaoi and said, He deserves it. I'm glad you're okay. At this moment, Zhang Zheng led a few people and squeezed in from the crowd. The officials saw that they were Mr. Huang and Mr. Jiang and hurriedly let them in. Son, what happened to you? Seeing his son lying on the ground motionless, Mr. Jiang hurriedly lay beside him and shouted. Chuyu nodded to Mr. Huang first, then looked at Zhang Zheng. Master, this young master of the Jiang family may need some blood to wake him up. I remember you have a silver needle as thick as a chopstick. Maybe he will wake up after a shot and some blood. Zhang Zheng understood and nodded seriously, saying, My disciple is right, mister. Jiang, let me give your son a shot first, and when he wakes up, we can go to court. As soon as Zhang Zheng finished speaking, he saw Jiang Gaoi's hand tremble slightly. He saw it and the others saw it too, but Mr. Jiang, who was focusing on Chuyu, didn't notice it. When Chuyu was talking just now, Mr. Jiang wanted to scold her for being vicious, and now Zhang Zheng followed suit. His face was even darker than the bottom of a pot. He stood up and bowed to Zhang Zheng. Today's matter has nothing to do with you, old sir. I hope you won't get involved. Now that my son is injured like this, I will definitely seek justice for him. Xinghe stepped forward. Mr. Jiang, do you have a clear understanding of what happened today? Mr. Jiang didn't take Lu Xinghe seriously at all. He snorted coldly and said evasively, No matter what the facts are, my son is seriously injured. Lu Xinghe was not impressed by his strength and looked confident. Nanyuan law states that if someone creates trouble out of nothing, stirs up trouble, beats and injures innocent people, provokes others at will, and acts tyrannically, he will be charged with the crime of picking quarrels and provoking trouble and will be sent to jail. Lu Xinghe looked at him, Mr. Jiang. Why don't you ask someone to find out what happened? Jiang Gaoi is an adult man, and he has 4 or 5 companions with him. If he hadn't provoked the conflict first, I believe my wife would not have hit him. Mr. Jiang was speechless after hearing what Lu Xinghe said. He was just a donated official, so how could he really understand the laws of Nanyuan? After hearing Lu Xinghe's words, he felt a little unsure. Lu Xinghe subconsciously tightened Chuyu's hand. If my wife was just defending herself, even if Mr. Jiang died in an accident, she would be acquitted once the truth is found out. Besides, I think Mr. Jiang might not be as seriously injured as Mr. Jiang said. Chuyu raised her head and happened to see Lu Xinghe's resolute profile. Her heart suddenly started beating violently. My husband is so powerful. Lu Xinghe had said so much, and the officials who had learned about the situation early in the morning also came over. This brother is right. Today, it was young Master Jiang who caused the trouble first. If Mr. Jiang does not accept mediation, he can go to the Yamen of Tongji County to seek justice from the county magistrate. According to Lu Xinghe, they did not have the upper hand in seeking justice, but Mr.
Jiang was still not convinced.
He pointed at his son and said, "My son is still unconscious. If something happens to him, my Jiang family has only this one child. How can I live the rest of my life?" He sat down on the ground and cried loudly. The official frowned and felt a headache. After a while, he pointed at Zhang Zheng and said, "Mr. Jiang may ask this old gentleman to bleed your son. I think this little girl is good at treating wounds. Since this old gentleman is her master, I think he has good medical skills." Mr. Jiang stopped crying, looked at Zhang Zheng, and finally nodded. "Then I'll trouble you, old sir." But before Zhang Zheng got close, Jiang Gaoi opened his eyes and shouted in panic, "Don't stab me, I don't want to bleed." Mr. Huang, who had been silent on the side, spoke at the right time. "You woke up in time. You woke up when you knew you needed to bleed. I think you're okay, right?" Mr. Jiang looked at his son and felt a little embarrassed. It turned out that the brat was pretending to faint. Jiang Gaoi immediately sat up from the ground. The bow on his head made him look particularly funny. He hugged Jiang Yuanwai's legs. "Dad, you have to make the decision for me. They want to kill me." Huang Yuanwai smiled. Just now the official also said that if Mr. Jiang is not satisfied with the mediation, he can go to the county to report to the police. But I have just sent someone to inquire about the situation. If he really wants to report to the police, I'm afraid Mr. Jiang will have to stay in jail for a while. Jiang Yuanwai looked displeased. "Huang Zhuangxian, we are from the same place. Why are you going so far?" "I'm just talking about the facts." He pointed to Chuyu next to him. "Besides, this girl is my wife's niece. If I don't help her, how can I help you?" Jiang Yuanwai was surprised, as if he didn't expect Chuyu to have this relationship. He snorted coldly, let's go home first." Jiang Gaoi looked reluctant. "Dad, I was beaten like this. You asked for it? If you cause trouble again in the future, I will break your legs." After saying that, he helped Jiang Gaoi up and dragged him out of the yamen. Seeing that the father and son of the Jiang family finally left, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After saying goodbye to the officials, they left the yamen together. Outside the yamen, Chuyu bowed to Mr. Huang and said, "Thank you, Mr. Huang, for your generous help today." Chuyu is very grateful. Mr. Huang waved his hand. "Miss, you saved my wife and children before, which is a great favor. Besides, even if I didn't come today, this little brother Lu would have solved the problem properly and beautifully." Lu Xinghe bowed to Mr. Huang. If Mr. Huang hadn't been here, today wouldn't have been so smooth. Mr. Huang laughed. "You're quite interesting, kid," he said, looking at Chuyu. "My wife always talks about you. When you are free, go to Huang's house and sit for a while. I am leaving first." Chuyu bowed. "Mr. Huang, take care." After Mr. Huang left, Chuyu looked at Lu Xinghe. "Husband, have you ever memorized the laws of Nanyuan before?" Lu Xinghe shook his head. "How can ordinary people like us get in touch with the laws of Nanyuan? I just heard the teacher talk about such a case when I was in the school before." Zhang Zheng stroked his beard calmly. "This boy can draw inferences from one example. If he takes the path of imperial examination, he may achieve something in the future." Chuyu asked as she walked, Is that teacher still teaching now? No, he used to be a senior official in the capital. He retired because of the atmosphere of the court. A few years ago, he was called back by an imperial edict. Chuyu said, with a trace of regret in his heart. If my husband could find a good teacher, maybe his road to the imperial examination would be smoother. After wasting so much time in the government office, it was already noon. The three of them came to a noodle stall, ordered 3 bowls of noodles, and started eating. Zhang Zheng's appetite was surprisingly big. 1 bowl of noodles was not enough, so he ordered another bowl. Only after 2 bowls of noodles were eaten did he touch his stomach with a satisfied look. Chuyu was a little worried. The master was eating 2 meals a day. Could she really afford it? After Lu Xinghe put down his bowl and chopsticks, he looked at Chuyu. Yeah, I'm going to Sue's house first. You wait here for me. I'll be back soon. Chuyu knew that he must have gone to Sue's house to find Su Heng for something, so she nodded quickly, okay. After Lu Xinghe left, Chuyu paid the noodle stall owner 24 coins for the noodles, handed the backpack to Zhang Zheng, and went to a grocery store not far away to buy seasonings. After buying the seasoning, she ran to the seed shop next door to buy more vegetable seeds, and then went to the grain and oil shop next door to weigh 20 pounds of white flour. Not long after returning to the noodle shop, Lu Xinghe came back with a pile of rice paper full of writing in his hands. Husband, what is this? Lu Xinghe rolled up the rice paper and carefully placed it in a corner of the backpack. Brother Su collected the essays that passed the college entrance examination in previous years. Take it back and learn from it. It will also give you a general idea. Husband is really smart. Chuyu praised. Lu Xinghe smiled, picked up the backpack, and led the 2 out of the noodle shop. The 3 of them went to the market. As the weather turned colder, food became less and less available, and the price of pork also rose. The pork that was 18 cents a catty before has risen to 20 cents today. Chuyu gritted her teeth and bought 10 catties of pork, 2 sets of pig intestines, 2 large pig bones, and a pork elbow, spending a total of 240 cents. After buying the things, the 3 of them went back together. If it weren't for Jiang Gaoi's incident, maybe they could go back and help the family. Now that they have been delayed for this long, it would be good enough to go back and catch up with dinner. Originally, Chuyu was worried that Zhang Zheng was too old to walk such a long distance, but the old man looked very energetic, so she didn't worry about it. When the 2 figures appeared at the entrance of the village, Yun Sueha finally breathed a sigh of relief and waved to them. Xinghe, yeah, you are finally back.
Mom.
When they saw Yun Sueha waiting at the door, they quickened their pace. After entering the yard, Chuyu hurriedly introduced to Yun Sueha. Mom, this is the master that Dr. Zhu introduced to me. His surname is Zhang, and I'm afraid he will have to stay in our house for the time being. Wang Xuelan, who was not far away, heard this and hurriedly said, Oh, you are an honored guest. Third daughter-in-law, go and pour a glass of water for Dr. Zhang. Yun Sueha sighed, asked Zhang Zheng to sit down in the yard, and went to the kitchen to pour water. The family had a simple meal, and after the workers left, Chi brought a cup of tea and knelt down respectfully in front of Zhang Zheng. Master, please have some tea. Zhang Zheng gathered his thoughts, stretched out his hand to take the tea that Chuyu brought and took a sip, then said, It is said that the master leads you to the door, but the practice depends on yourself. In the future, I will teach you what I know, but how much you can understand depends on your own luck. After a pause, he continued, No matter how much you can master, I always have only one requirement for my apprentice, that is, the original intention. You must not use the skills you have learned to do things that harm others. Once discovered, you will no longer be my disciple. Chuyu listened carefully and finally nodded very sincerely. The disciple has remembered it and will never let the master down in the future. Zhang Zheng smiled. Get up. Chuyu kowtowed 3 times before getting up from the ground. This is considered a formal apprenticeship. Yun Sueha on the side hurriedly asked, Dr. Zhang, I wonder how much tuition my daughter Yaya needs to pay if she wants to learn medicine from you? Zhang Zheng waved his hand. No need for tuition, I don't like yellow and white things, just provide food. Hearing this, Lu Yufang, who was originally envious of Chuyu, was stunned. wondering how Yeye's master, whose medical skills are so strong, can't even get by with a stutter? Can a doctor be so poor? Suddenly, she didn't yearn for the doctor that much. The rest of the people just thought that Zhang Zheng was embarrassed to be a monk because he saw that his family was poor, so they thought that when Dr. Zhang was around in the future, they would just entertain him. Lu Taixing hurriedly ordered, "Fourth daughter-in-law, go and clean up a house for Dr. Zhang to live in." The third daughter-in-law's new house has just been completed and will be vacant for a few days. She needs to let the smell in the house dissipate before moving in. Jiang Xiuqin nodded hurriedly, okay. Then she turned to look at Yun Sueha, "My third daughter-in-law, while it's still daylight, you should go back early and don't have to walk in the dark at night." Yun Sueha stood up hurriedly, "Hey, Dad, I'll ask you to take care of me, Dr. Zhang." Lu Taixing patted his chest and promised, "Don't worry, Dad is here to take good care of Brother Zhang." He tugged on his beard and looked at Lu Taixing. "Wait a minute, which one of us is bigger?" Lu Taixing chuckled. "It doesn't matter who is bigger. You are more capable than me anyway, so I don't feel any loss if I call you brother." Zhang Zheng raised his eyebrows. Is it a loss or not? "If you are older than me, wouldn't you call me old?"
How could you?
"You are obviously older than me." Looking at the two old men, their faces turned red. Everyone present covered their mouths and laughed. Wang Xuelan and Yun Sueha winked, indicating that they should go home first, and then went inside. "When I was young, I used to compete to be the boss, but now that I am older, I compete to be the younger brother. This man is really childish sometimes." Yun Sueha led Lu Xinghe and others away from the old house. When they passed by a well in the village, they saw 4 or 5 women standing under a big tree not far from the well, chatting. As they passed by, their eyes changed. He also glanced in their direction intentionally or unintentionally. "There are only 2 wells for drinking water in our village. Today, one of them can no longer draw water, and the water level of the other one is obviously much lower. I don't know if some sinister person has come to the village recently." "Really? These 2 wells have been used in our village for hundreds of years. Why did they suddenly dry up?" People from the village. "Hey, who could the broom star be? Who else has a new member in the past 2 or 3 months? That's the reason." Originally, Yun Sueha. "I didn't want to pay attention to it, but when I heard these women talking more and more outrageously, I took a few steps back. Chen's family, Lu's family, and Lin's family. What do you mean by what you just said? We all live in Banpo village. We have no grudges in the past and no grudges in the recent days. But don't gossip behind your back." A woman asked. He rolled his eyes and said, "Why are you just talking nonsense? What we said is right.
The well hole is dry.
Maybe it's a disaster coming to our Banpo village." Yun Sueha is now stronger and angry. Xinger was also much older than before. Seeing the woman glance again and again in the direction of Chuyu, she hurriedly pinched her waist and said, "Originally, this year has been extremely dry. Maybe the underground river has dried up."
Why?
"Is it an ominous person and a disaster? Did you crawl out of your hut before you finished building it?" After that, he spit at her. The woman got angry and said, "You are such a nosy witch. When we were talking here, we called you by name or something. And you even started scolding people?
Who are you talking about?"
Or just close the door and whisper, "Don't you think I can't hear the accusations and curses?" The woman's voice became louder. "It's a fact that the well is dry. We have 5 people in Banpo village. There are 60 households, but your family is better off. Isn't this obvious?" When Yun Sueha heard this, she felt a little excited. He pointed at the woman and cursed, "Who said such nonsense to you? I will tear his mouth to pieces. There are only these 2 wells in the village, and now there are dry lotus ponds everywhere, and there are no she went to fetch water from the well." This shrew made it clear that she didn't want her family to fetch water from the well. This was the real end of her life. The noise of several people attracted all the people nearby, including the 3 sisters-in-law Wang Xuelan and Jiang Xiuqin. After the few people understood the situation, they started scolding each other with their words. Tian Chunyan raised her eyebrows and looked at Mr. Lin, who was causing trouble, her eyes full of sarcasm.
"Hey,
Lin Xiongtao, it's not enough for me to show off in front of my head in the past, so you come here to talk nonsense again?" I'm sorry that all the traditional virtues of Nanyuan Kingdom have died on your face? How can people be so careless? Face? Yun Sueha looked in the direction of Tian Chunyen with gratitude, sister-in-law. Tian Chunyen waved her hand. Stop it. I don't have time to talk to you right now.
I won't talk to you today.
I was so scolded that I dared not go out for 3 days, and my surname will no longer be Tian but D. After saying that, she rolled up her sleeves and continued to scold. Although she didn't like the third child's family being a hindrance in the house before, they are a family after all. People in the house can dislike them however they want, but outsiders can't bully them. This is her principle. There was a lot of scolding here, and when they were about to start fighting, Li Jing finally arrived after learning the news. After Li Jing learned about the situation here, he first asked everyone to stop scolding and then looked at the 4 or 5 women who were causing trouble. Where did you hear these baseless words? There is a severe drought this year. In recent days, every household carries water to grow vegetables. It is normal for the water to dry up. What does it have to do with Xinghe's wife? One of them whispered, we have also heard people talk about it like this. Lu Jianqi frowned, pointed at those people and said, stop making trouble here. Everyone should go back to their homes. There is no man to entertain at home, or there are no children to watch? Why are you so idle? After Lu Jianqi said this, the people who had just caused trouble left angrily. After those people left, he turned to look at Yun Sueha and said, MS. Yun, although you didn't initiate this matter, it is true that everyone will not be able to live in peace today. If something like this happens again in the future, you can tell me about the rumors first, and I will find a way to deal with them. Yun Sueha nodded hurriedly and responded verbally, hey, I understand. After Lu Jianqi left, the spectators also left. Yun Sueha led several children back home, and suddenly felt her legs were a little weak. Fortunately, Chuyu had quick eyesight and quick hands, and hurriedly stepped forward to support her. Mom, what's wrong with you? Lu Xingping also hurriedly stepped forward and held Yun Sueha's other hand. Mom, are you okay? Yun Sueha waved her hand. It's okay. Maybe I was too excited just now. Chu Yu and Lu Xingping hurriedly helped Yun Sueha walk into the house. I know Mom wants to stand up for me, but Mom is not fully recovered yet, so we don't need to take those shrew's words to heart. Let's live a good life. Just live your own life. They are jealous of us just because our life is better. Yun Sueha sighed. Oh, isn't it? Usually when we are having a hard time, no one even gives us a grain of rice. Now that life is getting better, they are jealous, but what does our family's life have to do with them? It's just annoying their eyes. Hearing Chu Yu's angry words, Yun Sueha suddenly laughed. Then let them continue to be in pain. The more they behave like this, the more prosperous our lives will be. That's what Mother said. After helping Yun Sueha to bed, Chu Yu went out of the house and took advantage of the opportunity. There was still some light in the sky now, so I was busy putting away the things I bought today. She didn't touch the seasonings. She only took out the pork bones and pork knuckles, and put them in a basin on top of the water tank. Now that the night was cold, the pork wasn't so easy to spoil. She would take them to the new house to fire tomorrow. The pig intestines were taken away by Lu Xinghe. He cleaned the pig intestines first, then put several handfuls of plant ash into the pig intestines and rubbed them. After the two of them finished processing their purchases, it was already dark. After a hard day, Chuyu was also very tired and fell asleep soon after lying on the bed. Lu Xinghe thought about what those women said today and couldn't fall asleep. They say that a lot of people speak, and even if it is such an unfounded statement, if many people say it, it will inevitably become true. If Nian Chun continues to be bad, they will definitely think of the little girl. It's not like the well has been running out of water for a day or two. I've never heard such rumors from the villagers before. Could it be that someone is spreading rumors behind his back? The more he thought about it, the more likely he felt that this was possible. It seemed that he would have to check where the words came from tomorrow. Just as he was lost in thought, the little girl next to him suddenly hugged him tightly, her eyes still closed, with a look of fear on her face. This little girl is having a nightmare. Lu Xinghe couldn't help but find it funny. I was quite brave when I beat people today. I actually went to the yamen. Do you think you are scared now? Although he said this, his hand patted Chu gently again and again. Yu's back until he himself fell asleep. The next day, Lu Xingping went to Aunt Lin's house early in the morning and borrowed a cart. The family put the pots, pans, and condiments they bought yesterday on the cart and pushed them toward the new house. When passing the old house, Chuyu shouted into the house, "Master, we are going to the new house. Do you want to come with us?" "Hey, here we come." Zhang Zheng came out of the house and followed the group to the new house. When he saw the blue brick house in front of him, he was slightly stunned for a moment. "When I came here yesterday, I was wondering which house in the village this was, but I didn't expect it to be your house. In this village, brick and tile houses are rare, but this girl's house still has some wealth." Chuyu smiled. "It's a pity that this house has just been repaired, and it will take a few days. Otherwise, Master can live in the new house directly." Zhang Zheng waved his hand. "I don't care about this. Again, it's just a matter of stuttering. Yesterday, Susher didn't know that there would be more than one person eating at home, so he only got a bowl of porridge, but obviously a bowl of porridge could only fill his teeth. It was almost dark and he was hungry just because he didn't want to. If you bother me, I'll be hungry until this morning." Chuyu said with an apologetic face, "I wronged Master last night. Once the things are unloaded, I will make food for Master. Mainly because there were too many people in the old house yesterday. Otherwise, she would give Master a prescription small stove." Master Lu and Wu Yong, who were sleeping in the new house, also got up early and could go home after finishing only the last bit of work today. Master Lu was fine. He could get his wages after the work was done, but Wu Yong was quite reluctant to part with it. Although Lu Xinghe was on guard against him these days, he was still able to glance at Chuyu from a distance. After he left, it would be difficult to see him again. Because Lu Xinghe had something on his mind, he put his things away and pushed the trolley out. Wu Yong saw Lu Xinghe leaving, and after talking to his master, he went to the kitchen. Chuyu, who was putting things away, was slightly startled. "Wu Yong, why are you in the kitchen?" Wu Yong chuckled and scratched the back of his head. Facing Chuyu, he didn't know what to say for a while. After holding back a sentence, "Is there anything you need my help with?" Chuyu shook her head. "I can handle it here alone. Why don't you go help Master Lu?" Wu Yong did not leave. He bit his lip. He continued to ask, "Is Lu Xinghe good to you?" Although he knew that what he was asking was nonsense, he still wanted to hear the answer from her mouth. "He is very good to me." Chuyu put the condiments on hand into the basket and replied, "Mom is also very good to me. Much better than my biological parents. I can see that you are here. It's much better than when I was in Nyoto village." Sue was afraid that she would be misunderstood if she stayed here for too long, so she said, "If there is nothing here and you need my help, I will go to Master first."
Chú ý que nốt đét hu gì đen.
"Go and do your work. The meal will be ready soon. After you finish the last bit of work, you can eat before leaving."
Hey, okay.
After saying that, he left the kitchen. Chu stopped what she was doing, looked at Wu Yong's back, and sighed. He is a good person, but his fate is shallow, and there is nothing she can do about it. At this moment, Yun Sueha, who had cleaned up the house, also came to the kitchen. "Yeah, have everything been sorted?" "Mom, it has been sorted. I am getting ready to cook." After a month, more than 100 kilograms of brown rice had been eaten completely, so Chu Yu directly scooped out the old rice and washed it to make porridge. The kitchen of the new house has 2 stoves, so porridge and stir-fry can be done at the same time. Chu Yu cut a large piece of pig intestine and made 2 bowls of stir-fried pork intestine. Lu Xingping asked Lu Xingping to take the smaller bowl to the old house, and he also pulled out a half-sized bowl from the old house. I picked the cabbage, washed it, fried it in a bowl, and then invited everyone to eat. Since other work in the house had been completed, apart from the family, the only people eating were Zhang Zheng and Master Lu. Zhang Zheng's eyes lit up when he saw the stir-fried pork intestines on the table. He ate the pork intestines and porridge in the bowl with a satisfied look on his face. "If you ask me, I still have to eat the fat sausage made by you. I taste better than the one from Iju." Chuyu smiled. "Master is joking. I can't compare to the craftsmanship of Chef Ryuju." Zhang Zheng pointed to the sausage in the bowl and said with a serious face, "Hey, Master never talks nonsense. Your sausage tastes authentic. After hearing this, Master Lu and Wu Yong on the side took a piece of sausage and ate it doubtfully. How can sausages be made so delicious? How are they made? Because she had promised that Ryiju would not be passed on to others, but now that people asked, she couldn't keep it to herself, so Chuyu omitted some details. Actually, the method is not difficult. Clean the pig intestines, scrub them with plant ash to remove the smell, blanch them with water, scrape off the excess fat with a knife, cut them, and stir-fry them. When stir-frying, add more spices and sauces. If there is a chance, Master Lu can try it later. Master Lu nodded hurriedly. I remember. I will ask my wife to go to the town to buy a pair of pig intestines to try later. Pig intestines are not expensive. You can buy a pair for 2 or 3 coins. It's just that because they taste bad, not many people buy them. According to Chuyu's method, even if it can't catch up with the taste of Ryiju, it won't be too bad. After breakfast, Master Lu and Wu Yong took their wages of 600 coins and left. Together with the wages for building the house, the total cost was 5 taels of silver, and this did not include Lu Tiexing's wages. He worked hard from guarding the bricks and tiles to the completion of the new house. Yun Sueha accepted this favor, and the wages that should be calculated later should still be calculated. Chuyu wanted to collect the bowls to wash, but was stopped by Yun Sueha. Yeya is a person who has serious things to do now. Hurry up and learn skills from Dr. Zhang. These things at home are up to Mother and Xingping Xingan. Chuyu couldn't persuade Yun Sueha, so she had to hand the bowls to her to wash, and she poured a cup of tea for Zhang Zheng and brought it to him. Master, have a drink of tea first. Zhang Zheng was originally walking around in the yard and measuring something with his footsteps. When he saw Chuyu coming, he took a sip of tea, put the cup back in her hand, and then squatted in a corner of the yard, picked up the soil on the ground with a stick, and put his ear to the ground to listen. Chuyu was puzzled. Master, what are you doing? Zhang Zheng didn't listen, just raised his finger and said hush. Seeing this, Chuyu didn't dare to breathe, just stood by with a teacup and watched Zhang Zheng lying on the ground and digging the soil. After a while, Zhang Zheng drew a standard circular pattern on the ground, pointed here, and said, if you want to dig a well, you can get water from this place. Chuyu was surprised. Is what Master said true? If you can dig a well at home, you don't have to go to the village to fetch water every day, and it will be much more convenient to use water. Zhang Zheng went to the water tank to wash his hands. I have traveled all over the country for so many years. Although I majored in medicine, I also know some other crooked ways. I think I can't be wrong. This is great news. Chuyu hurriedly shouted into the house, Mom, husband, come quickly. What's wrong? The two came out of the house and looked at Chuyu and asked. Chuyu pointed at the place where Zhang Zheng drew a circle. Mom, my master said that if we dig a well at this place in our yard, we can get water. Yun Sueha was surprised. It's not that no one in the village dug a well in the past, but very few of them got water. If they could get water at home, not only would the rumor that Yeye was a disaster star be broken, but it would also be much more convenient to use water at home. It would be a way to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. However, she was used to asking Lu Xinghe for his opinion on family matters. What does Xinghe think? Lu Xinghe's idea was actually the same as Yun Sueha's. Although he guessed who was behind yesterday's incident through the details, he couldn't do anything to the person without definite evidence. At present, he could only be more cautious in the future. He looked at Zhang Zheng. Dr. Zhang, the terrain here is higher than the houses in the village. Can you roughly estimate how deep we can get water? Zhang Zheng thought for a moment and stretched out his thumb and pinky finger on his right hand. No more than 6 zhong. Chuyu counted on her fingers and her heart. It usually takes 2 people to dig a well, and it takes 3 days to dig about 10 zhong deep. Digging a well is relatively dangerous, and the wages are higher than building a house. Generally, it is 50 coins a day, and 2 people can get 100 coins a day. If we can dig 6 zhong to get water, the wages will be 1,800 coins, plus food will cost about 2 taels of silver. Although this wage is not low, if we can really get water, the 2 taels of silver will be worth it. Lu Xinghe pondered for a moment, then looked at Yun Sueha. Mom, how about we dig a well at home? Yun Sueha was relieved when she heard this. I was thinking that if you don't agree, I will secretly find someone to go get it. Since everyone has this idea, I will wash the bowl and go to the old house to find your uncle Daju. Daju and Erju brothers have helped people dig wells before, so they should be good at it. Lu Xinghe nodded and went back to the house to continue applying tung oil to the furniture. Zhang Zheng took the tea from Chiyu's hand again and drank it all. Okay, put the tea bowl back and follow me to the mountains. I will take you to recognize the medicinal materials and preparation methods that you are not familiar with. Chuyu hurriedly washed the tea bowl and put it back in the kitchen. Then she carried the basket, took the small notebook and charcoal pencil that Lu Xinghe ordered for her, and went out with Zhang Zheng. When the two came to the mountains, Chuyu first led Zhang Zheng to the small patch of grass that Lu Yufeng found last time. Master, do you know what this is? Zhang Zheng squatted down and looked at the grass in front of him carefully, then picked a leaf and smelled it. This is called ziki. The whole grass is harvested when it blooms in April and May and dried. It tastes bitter and the whole plant is poisonous. It can be used as medicine to treat edema, cough and asthma, ringworm, etc., but it cannot be eaten. Otherwise it will cause poisoning. At the mildest, it will cause nausea, vomiting, and abdominal pain. At the worst, it will cause headaches, coma, and even life-threatening. The juice will stain the skin, and there may be redness, swelling, and sensitivity. After hearing this, Chiyu hurriedly took out a charcoal pencil and recorded what Zhang Zheng said in a small notebook. She couldn't help but feel lucky in her heart that Yufeng didn't really eat this grass last time, otherwise she didn't know what would happen. After memorizing the key points, she picked all the small pieces of ziki. Although it is not the best time to harvest now, the harvest is not good now, and someone might pick and eat these grasses when they are extremely hungry. Zhang Zheng waited for Chuyu to finish picking the lacquer before leading her to continue walking into the mountains. Because the mountains had been dug too thoroughly a few days ago, there were not many herbs along the way. Even if there were, most of them were poisonous or slightly poisonous. Chuyu thought that although the people in the mountains did not know the medicinal materials, they could automatically avoid these poisonous plants. It was really amazing. Chuyu followed Zhang Zheng to identify 6 kinds of herbs and listened to him talk about a lot of pharmacology and pathology. Seeing that it was almost noon, the two turned around and went home. When they got home, Yun Sueha was cleaning in the kitchen. After Lu Xinghe applied tung oil to the furniture in the house, he fenced off a piece of land in the yard to grow vegetables. The soil in the land had been loosened, and all the chickens and ducks from the old house were caught and raised in the chicken coop at the other end of the vegetable field. One of the 20 chicks we bought before was lost. Now they have grown into half-grown chickens weighing more than 1 pound. After a while, these chickens can be killed for meat. There is not a single duck missing. Brothers Lu Xingping and Lu Xing'an helped on the side. Even in the cool weather of early September, the 3 brothers were busy and sweating. Chuyu hurried to the kitchen. Mom, I'll help you. She had to boil a large pot of water for the 3 brothers to take a shower outside. It's easy to catch a cold if you sweat in this weather. It's safe to take a hot shower after the work. Soon, Chuyu boiled a pot of water. She filled a basin with water and took it to the bathroom next to the kitchen. Husband, Xingping and Xing'an, who will take a shower first. After you wash, change your clothes and don't catch a cold. Lu Xinghe looked at his 2 younger brothers behind him. Xing'an, you go first. Xing'an saw that there was not much work left, so he stood up and washed the mud on his hands first, then went to the house to get clothes and went to the bathroom. Chu scooped the remaining half of the pot of water into a bucket and covered it with something, then began to cook. At noon, she cooked a pot of white rice, a sliced meat and cabbage soup, and a plate of scallion and egg pancakes. When the food was served, Chu smiled and looked at Zhang Zheng. Master, lunch was made in a hurry today. Please eat a little, and I will make you something delicious in the evening. Zhang Zheng waved his hand. You are all busy. You don't have to cook anything special for me. Just make sure you are full. Although the old man has a big appetite and likes food, he is not picky. As long as the taste is not bad, he will eat almost anything. After the family had dinner, Zhang Zheng went back to the old house to rest, Lu Xinghe went back to the old house to read, and the two brothers Lu Xingping and Lu Xing'an helped Chu to sort things out in the new house and planted the vegetable seeds bought yesterday. While the weather is not too cold now, planting some vegetable seeds can at least make a living in the winter. There are so many mouths at home, and the few plots of land planted in the old house may not be enough to eat. The seeds planted this time are still mainly cabbage and radish, and the small handful of green onions and leeks that Luo gave Yun Sueha when she went to Sundaju to dig a well in the morning. After planting the vegetables, just water them. Yun Sueha was tired from the busy work in the morning, so she sat under the eaves while doing her embroidery and looked in the direction of Chu Yu and Lu Xingping from time to time. Mom, you went to Uncle Daju's house today. What did they say? When will our family start digging a well? Chu Yu asked after watering. Yun Sueha smiled. They will come tomorrow. When we have water at home, I wonder who dares to gossip outside. Chu Yu returned all the used objects to their original places. We originally planned to invite the people who built the house to dinner the day after tomorrow. Are you still going to invite them? Yun Sueha hummed. As usual, we will invite the two brothers Daju and Erju to dinner. They are also helping us dig a well. Chu Yu nodded. Yes, the meat we bought can't be kept for too long. It will be eaten the day after tomorrow at most. I will cut 5 pounds of meat and stew it with the elbow for storage. How about stewing the rest the day after tomorrow? Yun Sueha smiled. You are also the mistress of this family. You can decide on these. After hearing this, Chu Yu went into the kitchen to get busy. She stewed the elbow and 5 pounds of lean meat in one pot and stewed the pork bones in another pot. Fortunately, the direction here is not directly facing the village, otherwise the fragrance that wafts out will probably be arranged by many people for a long time. The smell cannot be smelled in other places, but everyone can smell the old house at the foot of the mountain. Zhang Zheng, who was resting in the house, stood up from the bed when he smelled the smell. He swallowed his saliva, stepped on his shoes, and went out of the yard to the new house. Lu Taixing wanted to go with him, but Lu Xingping had already brought a bowl of pig intestines in the morning, and he couldn't bring himself to ask the younger generation for food, so he could only sit in the yard and smoke his pipe. Wang Xuelan saw this and said, Smoke, 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 can you smoke less? You fly in the clouds every day, and people who don't know you would think you're going to become an immortal. Lu Taixing, who was shrouded in the pipe, looked very happy. It would be great if the old man could really become an immortal. Then I will take you to travel around the world, eat delicacies from mountains and seas, wear silk and satin, and we can be free and easy. Seeing his increasingly unreliable appearance, Wang Xuelan lost her temper in an instant. She took the bowl of pig intestines that Lu Xingping had served in the morning from the kitchen and handed it to Lu Taixing. This is the bowl from the third daughter-in-law's house. I have already washed it. How about you deliver it to her? Lu Taixing looked at the bowl and raised his eyebrows. Oh, the bowl hasn't been delivered yet? He knocked on the pipe and took the bowl to the mountain. Wang Xuelan stood in the yard and looked at Lu Taixing's hurried back. She shook her head and laughed. This old man is shameless. If you don't know, you would think he is rushing to eat. Because Sun Daju and his brother were invited to the new house by Yun Sueha, almost everyone in Banpo village knew that Lu Xinghe's family was going to dig a well. Everyone was waiting to see their jokes. Is Yun crazy? She wants to dig a well in the terrain where her house is? That's right. She needs to dig at least 3 to 5 meters to make it level with our foundation. It would be strange if water could come out of such a high terrain. I don't know who came up with this idea. Isn't this harming people? A well needs to be dug at least 20 to 30 meters, and it costs several taels of silver. Why dig a well that doesn't produce water? Some people even patted their chests and boasted, just wait and see. If water really comes out, I will eat all the soil they dug out. Everyone laughed. Okay, we will all watch you eat soil then. The day when the Zirin and uncles and aunts were invited to dinner was also the day when Lu Xinghe's family moved into the new house. In the past few days, the things in the old house have been moved to the new house one after another. From now on, they can move into the new house at night, and they don't have to run back and forth between the new house and the old house. Chu Yu and Yun Sueha were busy in the kitchen early in the morning, while Lu Xing'an helped to light the 2 stoves. Many people who came to watch the fun smelled the aroma of stewed meat wafting from the kitchen, and they were so greedy that they swallowed their saliva desperately. In addition to the stewed meat, the two of them were afraid that it would not be enough, so they picked a handful of green garlic and fried a bowl of braised meat. There was also a large bowl of stir-fried pork intestines and a large bowl of cabbage. After the house of the eldest uncle and the second uncle was built, they also invited their family to dinner. Now that they have built a house, of course, they cannot be excluded. However, the three sisters-in-law did not come empty-handed. The eldest aunt brought 20 eggs, the second aunt brought 10 kilograms of brown rice, and the fourth aunt gave a piece of soft cotton cloth, which was estimated to be enough to make 2 sets of clothes. With the arrival of these families, the new house became more and more lively. Lu Taixing looked around the yard with his hands behind his back, sometimes strolling around the chicken coop, sometimes looking at the vegetable garden, and sometimes running to the well that was not yet deep. If they saw an acquaintance passing by, they would be so enthusiastic that almost everyone would say hello.
Hey.
Old son, have you eaten? I'm eating meat at my third wife's house today. How's my third wife's house? Is it well repaired?
Hey.
Sister, who is also here to see my third wife's house? Is it well repaired? I helped guard the bricks for more than half a month. Many people saw his proud look, glanced at him, and hurried away. But Lu Taixing didn't seem to care about other people's expressions. He just kept reveling in his own world and never got tired of it. There were many people at noon, so they divided the table into 2 for lunch, 1 for men and 1 for women and children. There were 2 pots of wine on the men's table and 1 pot on the women and children's table. Everyone drank, ate, and chatted, talking and laughing, and it was very lively. Third sister-in-law, you have finally come to a happy ending after all the hardships. I never thought that you could build such a magnificent blue brick and tile house. Sister-in-law Tian Chunyan looked at the decent blue brick and tile house in front of her and felt a little uncomfortable. Obviously, your conditions were much worse than hers before. How come you built a brick and tile house? Third sister-in-law, I'm here today. I want to apologize to you. The second sister-in-law Zhao Guiqin had a little blush on her face because she drank some wine. As she finished speaking, the crowd of people who were talking and laughing suddenly quieted down. She used the wine to strengthen her courage and continued, we all have our own families. People often work hard for their own little piece of land, so I was indeed a little harsh on your family in the past. I hope you will not bear grudges and don't treat me like a small-minded person. Yun Sueha said hurriedly, what are you talking about? If I really cared, I wouldn't have invited you here today. It's all for my own family. I understand that everyone has their own difficulties. If you don't work for yourself, you will be punished by heaven and earth. After all, now that the family has been divided, she can only maintain basic decency with them for the sake of the Xinghe brothers. It is impossible to really want her to do something for these families. However, you just need to have a scale in your heart for these things, and there is no need to say it out loud. As Yun Sueha finished speaking, the courtyard became lively again. Lu Taixing raised his wine glass and said, alas, in this life, the old man hopes to see one of his children prosper. Since the death of Sanner, I haven't been so happy for a long time. The third daughter-in-law has made an indelible contribution. Come on, let's continue drinking. Wang Xuelon rubbed her eyes with emotion after hearing Lu Tiexing's words, but because it was a happy day, she tried not to let her emotions vent. At this moment, Jiang Xiuqin's 7-year-old son shook her arm. Mom, my head is so dizzy. Jiang Xiuqin looked at her son, only to see that his face was flushed and he seemed to be wilted. He leaned on her arm weakly. She immediately became anxious and red-eyed. Xiaowei, what's wrong with you? Don't scare Mom, Xiaowei. Because of this movement, everyone stopped the chopsticks in their hands and looked in the direction of Lu Xiaowei with a worried look on their faces.
Oh.
What's wrong? Wang Xuelon was shocked, stood up, and walked towards Xiaowei. Chu Yu and Lu Xiaowei were sitting at the same table. Seeing that the child looked wrong, she stood up and touched his forehead, then picked up the empty cup in front of Lu Xiaowei and smelled it. Xiaowei, did you drink alcohol just now? Lu Xiaowei frowned uncomfortably. I saw everyone drinking and thought it tasted good, so I drank a small cup. Mom, I feel so uncomfortable. Can the child drink? What should I do? Seeing this, Chuyu hurriedly went to the kitchen to pour a glass of water and handed it to Jiang Xiuqin. Don't worry, fourth aunt. Xiaowei's condition. Just give him more soup and water to excrete the alcohol. Fortunately, it's just a small cup. You have to keep an eye on him in the future. Don't let him drink again. Jiang Xiuqin nodded and fed Lu Xiaowei water. At another table, Lu Xiuqin looked at Zhang Zheng. Dr. Zhang, can you please go and see my son? Zhang Zheng stroked his beard and smiled, looking confident. Don't worry, the girl's method of handling it is very appropriate. Your child will be fine. Since Dr. Zhang said so, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and continued to eat and drink. Jiang Xiuqin poured a large glass of water for Lu Xiaowei and fed him a bowl of soup. He urinated 2 or 3 times after drinking it and then let him go to bed. Seeing that she still had a worried look on her face, Chuyu comforted her. If fourth aunt is really worried, you can let Xiaowei sleep at my house. If there is any problem, my master is here. Yun Sueha also nodded and said, that's fine. Let him sleep in Xingfengxingen's room, and when he wakes up and there is no problem, call him home. With Dr. Zhang here, Zhang Xiuqin naturally had nothing to worry about. Then, trouble third sister-in-law to worry about it. Yun Sueha waved her hand. We are all family, such a small matter is nothing. Tian Chunyan glanced in the direction of Chuyu, with a lukewarm expression on her face. I can't believe that Xingha's wife has such a skill. She had thought that this little girl was just a useless girl, but she had to worship a master. However, her master might not be a powerful person. The fourth child was drunk like that, but he said it was okay. He was probably just a freeloader. Although Chuyu was young, she was sensitive. Knowing that her aunt didn't like her, she just smiled politely at her and didn't even want to say anything to her. After a meal, everyone went back to their homes with their own thoughts. Yun Sueha and Chi cleaned up the dishes on the table. Mom, the dishes today were eaten so cleanly that there was no soup left. Yun Sueha sighed. People in our village can't eat meat twice a year, and those who have it have to eat it very hard. It's been a while since I've seen such greasy people eat so much meat. It's okay for adults, but I'm afraid the children will get stomach upset. Chuyu said in a calm voice. Yun Sueha smiled and shook her head. How can they know so much? They just think it's a good thing, as if they are afraid of letting their own children down, and they want to put it all in their stomachs. Chuyu thought of Xiao Tao again and didn't know if she could have enough food and clothes now. In previous years, when the weather was sometimes hot and sometimes cold, she liked to kick the quilt the most. If she caught a cold, no one would take care of her at home. Yun Sueha saw that Chuyu fell silent while talking and couldn't help but look in her direction. Seeing that she looked worried, she quickly stopped what she was doing. What are you thinking about, Yaya? Chuyu looked up at her. Mom, I want to discuss something with you. Yun Sueha put down the rag in her hand, sat down at the table, and looked at her gently. You talk. Mom is listening. This girl is rarely like this. Maybe there is something important to tell her. Chuyu tightened the rag in her hand. Mother must know that I have a 5-year-old sister named Xiao Dao. According to the temper of my parents, they may sell her if there is no food at home in a few days. I want to raise her, she said, lowering her head. Originally thought that Yun Sueha would hesitate, but the next moment, she heard her say, in fact, Xingha has mentioned this to me a long time ago, and Mother has no objection. The only thing Mother is worried about is that if your parents know that Xiao Dao has come to our place, what should we do if they come to our house to make trouble? It's cold in winter, and our house is far away. They will definitely not come here. When the time comes, I will change Xiao Dao's name, and they will not be able to find out for a while. Chuyu lowered her head. Besides, they're the ones who sold their daughter, and they are also the ones who abused their daughter. After all, we have Xiao Dao's indenture in our hands. If they dare to make trouble, I will go to the government to sue them. After a pause, she added, but with my parents' personalities, I'm afraid they won't make a fuss over Xiao Dao. Yun Sueha nodded. Okay, Mother agrees to this. We don't have many rooms in our house. When Xiao Dao comes, we can let her sleep in the same room with me first. When we have more money, we can build another room behind the house. Chuyu smiled with red eyes. Thank you, mother. Silly child. Mother loves her daughter. After that, Yun Sueha got up and continued to wipe the table. Clean up here early, and you can go to the room to learn a few words with Xinghe. Otherwise you won't understand what Dr. Zhang says. Okay. Chu Yu and Yun Sueha put away the pots, pans, tables, and chairs outside, and went back to the house. Lu Xinghe was reading the articles that had passed the college entrance examinations in previous years, which he had borrowed from Su Heng. While reading, he wrote down his understanding of the articles in a small notebook he bound himself. Chu Yu was afraid of disturbing him, so she quietly walked to another smaller desk and sat down, looking through the key points that Zhang Zheng had told her in the past few days. In recent days, Zhang Zheng just took Chu Yu for a walk around the mountain every day, taught her to recognize medicinal materials and understand pharmacology, and told her the preparation methods of the corresponding medicinal materials, and talked about the occurrence of pathology by the way, but did not involve the human meridians, diagnosis and pulse-taking, and prescription matching. Fortunately, Chuyu was smart, and she could remember everything he had said, and she could remember it by looking through her notes again. At night, Chuyu rolled left and right on the Kong in the new house, and then lay on her side facing Lu Xinghe. Husband. Lu Xinghe opened his eyes. The little girl's eyes were sparkling. Do you think that the Kong in the new house is softer? Looking at the little girl's expectant eyes, Lu Xinghe raised the corners of his lips for no reason. Why do you think so? Chuyu lay down. Although the thickness of the quilt is the same, I just feel that the Kong in the new house is softer. Lu Xinghe hummed and put one hand behind his head. That's because I put more straw under the quilt. The little girl raised the corners of her lips. No wonder it's so soft. My husband is so smart. As she spoke, she rolled around on the Kong with a look of comfort on her face. She rolled so hard that she accidentally fell into Lu Xinghe's arms. Chu Yu's body stiffened, and she rolled away from him with a red face. Husband, I didn't mean it. He wouldn't think she was frivolous, did he? Lu Xinghe, with a clear gaze, smiled and touched her head. Fortunately, I didn't ask you to sleep outside. Otherwise, I would have to pick people up from the ground in the middle of the night. Chu Yu muttered, No, I won't move around in my sleep. Lu Xinghe hummed, Under normal circumstances, no. Unless there are special reasons, such as being frightened after beating someone in the town last time, the little girl will snuggle into his arms when she sleeps at night. He closed his eyes. Go to bed early. I'm afraid Dr. Zhang will have to take you to the mountains to identify medicinal herbs tomorrow. Chu Yu nodded, turned her back, and closed her eyes. Lu Xinghe opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the little girl, heaved a long sigh, and fell asleep with his back to Chu Yu. Seeing that the well in Lu Xinghe's family had been dug for half a month, but there was still no water, the people who had been laughing at his family were already laughing at them behind their backs. The brothers Sun Dazhu and Sun Erju were not sure whether the well could produce water. At noon that day, the two brothers looked at Yun Sueha with some uncertainty while eating. Sister-in-law, do you want to continue digging this well? Yun Sueha raised her eyes and looked at the two of them. What's the matter? Sun Dazhu said, The well has been dug for a full 5 meters. Given the terrain of your family, I'm afraid it will be a waste of money to dig further. Why don't you discuss it again? If it was any other family, he would not say this either. After all, working one more day means one more day's wages. After all, Yun Sueha's family has been their neighbor for 7 or 8 years, and the relationship between the two families was pretty good in the past, so he did not want them to continue taking a detour and wasting money. After being asked this by Sun Dazhui and his brothers, Yun was unsure, and she subconsciously looked in the direction of Lu Xinghe. Lu Xinghe said without thinking, Isn't it only 5 meters? We'll know whether water can come out after working for another 2 or 3 days. Sun Dazhui frowned slightly. It's not that water will come out after we work for 6 meters. We worked for 5 meters, and the soil wasn't even wet. Why spend another 2 or 300 coins? Zhang Zheng finished his meal and put down his bowl and chopsticks silently. I'll go down and take a look later. After all, he is the one who checked this location. He can't let others work in vain. Whether there is water or not, we will know after going down to check. Chu Yu almost choked on the food in his mouth when he heard it. Ahem, master, please don't go down. You are not young anymore. If something goes wrong, how can I explain to Dr. Zhu? The beard on Zhang Zheng's lips trembled. I am in good health. What's a well of 5 meters deep? Last year, I was able to climb up a cliff of dozens of meters to collect herbs. Qi smiled. You are really strong. Seeing the old man's stubborn look, Qi didn't know what to say to refute him for a while. After dinner, Zhang Zheng insisted on going down the well, so he could only follow his will. Yu lay on the side of the well in fear and shouted, Master, be careful. Dig another 5 feet down one. If there is no water tomorrow, there is no need to dig anymore. Sun Deju nodded. Okay, it's only a day or two's work, so we'll continue digging. They dug for an afternoon that day and another morning the next day, but still no water was seen. Sun Deju didn't hold out any hope. Dr. Zhang might be a good doctor, but determining the location of a well is different from treating a disease. It's not so easy to master the rules. Anyway, it's only half a day's work. After today's work, he will take his tools and go home. Just after lunch, Lu Taixing came. Oh, Dad is here. Yun Sueha hurriedly got up and went to the kitchen to pour water for Lu Taixing. Lu Taixing put his hands behind his back and looked at the well. You're not going to dig after today? Sun Erju, who was pulling soil up from the bottom of the well, nodded. Yes, it's difficult to get water from this well. Lu Taixing frowned. Why is there no water? Dad, drink some water. Yun Sueha handed the water to Lu Taixing. Dad, don't stand by the well. Be careful not to fall. Come and sit over here. As she spoke, she brought out a chair from the main room. Lu Taixing took a sip of water and looked at Yun Sueha. Why don't you dig this well? Not enough money or what? If you don't have enough money, Dad will give you some support. People in the village are all eyeing your well. If you really can't get water, we will lose face. We can't save face, right? Yun Sueha smiled. It's not easy for Mom and Dad to leave some money for their living. How can we, as their children, ask Dad for money? We dug this well before, because it was a whim of the whole family. Now we think it's enough, so we won't dig it anymore. Lu Taixing looked regretful. It's only more than 50 meters, not deep yet. Are you really not going to dig a little deeper? Yun Sueha looked in the direction of the well. Let's see after today, then I'll discuss it with Xinghe. Lu Taixing nodded. Okay, you two discuss it. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard Sun Deju's voice from the bottom of the well. Water is coming out. Water is coming out. Erju, pull me up quickly. The water is rising so fast. When the people in the house heard the sound, they all gathered around the well. Lu Xinghe also came forward to help Sun Erju and pull Sun Deju up. Because the water was rising so fast, Sun Deju's trouser legs were already wet for the most part, and his clothes were a little wet. He looked in the direction of the well in disbelief. I said before that there was no moisture in this well. It turns out that it's not because there is no water underneath, but because there is a layer of stone wall between the underground river and the well above. I just dug a big hole in the stone wall with a shovel, and the water is rising so fast. Seeing this, Lu Taixing laughed. Great. Water is coming out. He looked at Yun Sueha, the third daughter-in-law. Water coming out of the well is a happy event. Remember to give Daju and Erju a lucky gift later. Yun Sueha hurriedly responded with a smile. I know, Dad. Lu Taixing waved his hand and walked towards the gate of the courtyard. You guys keep busy. I have to go down and tell your mother this good news. Zhang Zheng stroked his beard and looked into the well. When he saw the reflective water below, he smiled and went back into the house. He knew that he was not wrong. Chuyi looked at Zhang Zheng's back and turned around to catch chickens in the chicken coop. Mom, let's eat chicken tonight. Yun Sueha sighed. Okay, there are a lot of people here. Let's kill 2. Xingping and Xing'an, you go help your sister-in-law. Lu Xingping and Lu Xing'an nodded and hurried to the chicken coop to help Chiyu catch chickens. Because Sun Daju's clothes were wet, he went back to change into clean pants. As he ran all the way, many people saw him wet and asked, Daju, did you fall into the water? Sun Dazui waved his hands hurriedly. No, it's the well in Sister Yun's house that has water. I have to go back and change my clothes, and then I have to go back to repair the well for them. After that, he ran away. He knew that the villagers had been watching the fun, and that's why he deliberately raised his voice when he spoke just now, so that these gossiping women would slap themselves in the face. Everyone was stunned. They never thought that Lu Xinghe's house could actually pump out water. You're not lying, are you? With the terrain of their house, they can also pump out water? Whether it's true or not, we'll know when we go and take a look. Lu Shanshan, who stretched her neck to watch the fun over here, wrinkled the handkerchief in her hand. She gritted her teeth. You can even pump out water from this. Humph. After saying that, she stamped her feet and turned to go home. As soon as she got home, she saw Lu Jianqi sitting at the door smoking a pipe. She quickly calmed down and put on the image of a good girl. Dad, why are you sitting here? Didn't I tell you not to go out as the wedding date is approaching? Lu Shanshan pouted. Dad, I can't stay at home all the time, I'll be bored. I just went out for some fresh air, and now I'm back. Lu Jianqi knocked his pipe on the stone pier beside him calmly, turned around, and went into the yard.
Come with me.
A moment later, Lu Shanshan was locked into the house by Lu Jianqi. Lu Shanshan frowned and knocked on the door again and again. Dad, what are you doing? Why did you lock me up? You told me not to make trouble, but I've been behaving myself recently. Lu Jianqi stood outside the house and said coldly, It's because I indulged you too much in the past that you became so lawless. You know what you have done. After all, your wedding day is in 10 days. Think about it carefully in the house these few days. Lu Shanshan knocked on the door, even louder. Dad, you can't lock me up, let me out. I don't want to be locked in the house. Chen Shufan glanced at Lu Shanshan's house with some concern. Head of the house, is it okay to lock her in the house like this? Lu Jianqi glanced at her. What's wrong with it? Her marriage is coming soon, you should keep an eye on it recently, buy what needs to be bought in the house, call the 2 daughters-in-law, and get ready. Chen Shufan nodded quickly. Oh, I know. After hearing the news, Wang Xuelan also followed Lu Taixing to the house.
Oh.
It's really happening. Lu Taixing looked proud. Can the old man still lie to you? Wang Xuelan smiled and glanced at him. If I don't come up and take a look, who knows if you are talking nonsense. Yun Sueha brought 2 chairs. Dad, Mom, come and sit here. We killed 2 chickens at home today. Stay for dinner later. Because of the water coming out of the well, the whole family was beaming with joy. The 2 of them laughed and said, okay. After the 2 of them arrived, many people from the village came to the house one after another. This time they were not here to see the new house, but to see the well at home. There is really water. It's incredible. It's less than 6 feet deep. There seems to be a lot of water underneath. Dazhu and Erzhu, how did you 2 know that water can be drawn here? The Sun Dazhu brothers, who were busy on the side, looked in the direction of the man. If we had this ability, we would have made a fortune long ago. This location was chosen by Dr. Zhang, and we are only responsible for digging. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Wasn't Dr. Zhang the master that she worshipped a few days ago? He is actually a hidden master. Wang Xuelan glanced at 2 of the onlookers and said, You also spread rumors that there is a disaster star in my 3rd daughter-in-law's family. Now water is coming out of the well in her house. If anyone gossips about her again, I will tear her stinky mouth apart. Someone smiled awkwardly and said, Don't be angry, Auntie. We just heard someone say this behind our backs and believed the person's lies. Afterwards, our head of the family also talked about us.
Oh.
Wang Xuelan stood up and said, Who did you hear this nonsense from? It seems like I heard it from Lu Shanshan at first. Her head is full of dirty things. She really thinks it's great to have a father who is the head of the village. It was her who looked down on my Xinghe in the past, and now it's her who is doing dirty things behind her back. Today, I'm really going to go and vent my anger. After saying that, she stormed out of the yard and went down the mountain. Yun Sueha looked at Wang Xuelan, who left the yard like a gust of wind, and was shocked in her heart. Hey, mother. Lu Taixing waved his hand at her. Let your mother go. She hasn't gotten over the last fight yet. You guys go ahead and do your work. I'll go and support her. We'll have dinner later. Yun Sueha watched the 2 old people walk away, her heart full of worry. She knew the temperament of the 2 old people. They were very proud and protective of their shortcomings. When others bullied them, they would not stop until they scolded them until they raised their hands in surrender and dared not to do it again next time. Maybe Lu Shanshan didn't understand the power of these two old people, so it would be good to let her feel it. Mom, why don't you go with us to take a look and bring fourth aunt with you? Lu Shanshan has many family members in her family, and you mustn't let grandparents be bullied by others. Chuyu said while plucking chicken feathers. Yun Sueha nodded. Okay, I'll leave the things in the house to you. I'll go and take a look. Hey, don't worry about the things in the house, Mom. Chuyu knew she was not cut out for a fight, so she didn't go along. Chuyu cleaned the internal organs of the other chicken and chopped it into small pieces, which she would later stew with radishes along with the chicken blood. Both chickens weighed only about 2 pounds, and with so many people eating, the meat alone would not be enough. Xingping and Xingan, go to the old house and pick some big radishes and don't throw away the leaves, as you can fry them later. The radishes had been growing for nearly 50 days and were almost ready to eat. The radish seeds planted in the new house had only been planted not long ago, so they would probably be ready to eat after the frost. Okay, sister-in-law. The two brothers responded, hurriedly took the basket from the house, and ran out. After a quarter of an hour, the two brothers had picked 4 or 5 radishes and placed them in front of Chuyu. Sister-in-law, are these enough? They didn't dare pull too many. Although there were still a few plots of land in the old house, there were many people in the family, so they had to save some for food. Chuyu glanced at the 5 fist-sized round radishes, nodded and said, That's enough. In another 10 days, all these radishes can be harvested. Then I'll make some pickled radishes and dry some dried radish shreds to eat in the winter. They didn't know what pickled radishes and dried radish shreds tasted like, but the ones made by the eldest sister-in-law wouldn't be bad. Then I'll go wash the radishes first. As Lu Xingping spoke, he plucked the leaves of 5 radishes one by one and put them aside. Speaking of pickled radishes, Chuyu thought of the dried fruits and candied fruits she had pickled in the jars before, and she didn't know if they were edible. While it was still early, Chuyu went to the cellar. The cellar door of the new house was in the kitchen. It was much larger than the cellar of the old house and could store a lot of things. She took out 2 jars from the cellar and closed the door again after leaving the cellar. The lid of one of the jars was opened, and the sweet fragrance of green plums emanated. Chuyu happily opened another jar, and after tasting one of each, she packed a few and sent them to Zhang Zheng's room. Master, come and try my homemade candied fruit. I almost forgot about it before.
Oh.
Zhang Zheng saw that the fruit looked bright in color and fragrant, so he quickly took one and put it in his mouth, nodding while chewing. Delicious. Chuyu said with a smile, although it tastes good, Master, don't eat too much. There will be better food later in the evening. After that, she went to the kitchen again, took 2 candied green plums and put them in a cup, soaked them in a cup of water, and sent them to Lu Xinghe's desk and gave some to brothers Lu Xingping and Lu Xingan to taste. She sealed the rest again and put them in the cellar. Last time, because there was not enough sugar at home, only 2 small jars were pickled. We have to save some food. Now, there are no suitable fruits in the mountains. After more than half an hour, Lu Taixing hummed a little tune and led Wang Xuelan and Yun Sueha back. When they reached the door, Wang Xuelan sniffed the smell on her body with some disgust. No, I have to go back and change my clothes first. I can't eat my meal later if I smell this smell. Lu Taixing looked at her with a smile. You can quarrel if you wanna. Why do you have to pour manure in other people's boudoirs? Wang Xuelan snorted. That little witch deserves it. Why did she have to provoke our family when there are so many other people to provoke? If she succeeds, wouldn't Xinghe's wife really be driven away by the whole Banpo village? Yun Sueha covered her mouth and laughed. Mother is angry now, let's calm down too. I believe that Lu Shanshan will not dare to provoke our family again in the future. The old melon is upside down and has a lot of bad intentions. Just wait and see. According to the temper of that little witch, I'm afraid she will have more tricks up her sleeve. Wang Xuelan waved her hand and walked out of the yard. No, I can't stand it anymore. I have to go back and change clothes before coming back. Lu Taixing looked at Wang Xuelan's back and shook his head helplessly. Your mother was so aggressive when she was young. She hasn't really done anything for a long time. She can't stand seeing her family members being bullied. Don't be scared. She is still good to our family members. Yun Sueha's face was touched. I know, my parents are good people, and those who can marry into our family are blessed. Dad, please sit down first. I'm going to the kitchen to help Yaya. Chu Yu was stunned listening in the kitchen. From listening to the conversation between her grandparents, it seemed that the fight just now was quite exciting. It was a pity that she didn't go with them. If she could see Lu Shanshan's angry look, it would be very satisfying. In the headman's house, Lu Shanshan was crying for her parents. Mom, how can they treat me like this? How should I live in the future? Who knows how others will laugh at me? I might as well die. As she said, she was about to hit the wall. Chen Shufan was shocked and grabbed her. Daughter, don't do anything stupid. If you are gone, what will your mother do? Just as the two were hugging each other and crying heartbreakingly, Lu Jianqi looked at them impatiently. Okay, what's the big deal that makes you want to commit suicide? Hurry up and clean the room, or you'll have no place to sleep. I don't want to sleep in this room anymore. Now I'm being bullied, and you just give in for the sake of face. I hate you. After saying that, she ran out of the room. Chen Shufan pointed at Lu Jianqi and cursed, Boss, you're pushing our daughter into a desperate situation. If anything happens to Shanshan, I won't live either. She was about to run out, but was stopped by Lu Jianqi. Let her go. She is already an adult. If she really wants to commit suicide, it is her own business. If a daughter is not well educated, it is the mother's fault. I told you before not to spoil her too much. Now, my daughter has been taught in the wrong way. It would be fine if the Yao family didn't know about this. After all, they can't regret it after the marriage. If they knew, they might come to cancel the engagement before the wedding, and we will lose face in Yao Jiago. After saying this, he sighed and went out. Chen Shufan collapsed on the ground and cried as if she was exhausted. Lu Jianqi, you rascal, my daughter is not mine alone. How can you blame me for everything? When Wang Xuelan came back after changing her clothes, the radish stewed chicken in the kitchen was almost ready, and the porridge was cooked and served. Chuyu had just prepared the batter, and she rolled the chicken in the batter before putting it in the pot. She added some shredded radish to the excess batter and fried it into radish dumplings. The Sun-Deju brothers had also finished their work, and everyone sat around the table, drooling at the radish-stewed chicken and the golden fried chicken and radish dumplings on the table. It smells so good, Lu Taixing said as he picked up his chopsticks. Let's eat, let's eat. Zhang Zheng was very satisfied with the meal, and he was even more happy with the fried chicken. Girl, if you take your fried chicken skills to the town to set up a stall, I'm afraid you can make a lot of money. Chuyu smiled. Forget about setting up a stall. Now the harvest is not good, and the cost of raising chickens is also high. If you sell it cheaply, you will lose money. If you sell it expensively, no one will want it. It's torture. Zhang Zheng nodded. That's true. Wang Xuelan asked while eating radishes, Your radishes grow so fast? Our radishes are only half the size of yours. Yun Sueha smiled and looked in the direction of Chuyu. My vegetable garden is taken care of by Yeye and Xingping Xingen. Wang Xuelan looked at Chuyu in surprise. I didn't expect Xinghe's wife to be so capable. She cooks delicious meals and is so good at the vegetable garden. I thought this girl was pretty and would be a little squeamish in her work, but I was wrong. Chuyu smiled embarrassedly. Next time before you plant vegetables, you can try to make the soil finer and apply a little more base fertilizer. When she was building the house, she stayed in the old house every day, so she naturally saw the plots of land in the old house. Wang Xuelan was stunned and sighed. The land in our family is planted by your fourth uncle. He is impatient, and I am afraid he just wants to save trouble. I will replan it later. Lu Xinghe did not speak from beginning to end. Looking at Chuyu, who gradually became one with the family, his face was filled with relief. After dinner, the two old men Lu Taixing went home while it was still light. Yun Sueha paid 850 coins to each of the Sun-Deju brothers and used red thread to string 20 coins for each of them, and then let them leave. Zhang Zheng couldn't sleep right after dinner, So, he made a cup of green plum tea and sat down on a small stool in the yard. He looked up at the night sky for a long while and suddenly pointed at one of the stars and asked, "You girl, look at that star. Does it look like you?" Chuyu looked up in the direction Zhang Zheng pointed. "Master can also observe the stars?" Zhang Zheng smiled mysteriously. "I know a little bit. I've always been curious about where you are from." The latter sentence gave Chuyu goosebumps. Master is talking dirty again, isn't he? Didn't I say it before? I'm from Myoto village.
Zhang Zheng smiled. I'm confused.
After saying that, he drank the tea in the cup and went back to the house. It was now late September and the night in the mountains was a bit cold. After everyone went back to the house early, Chiyu heard someone knocking on the door of the yard. She stepped out of bed with her shoes on, trying not to disturb Lu Xinghe, who was studying hard by the oil lamp in front of the window, and ran to the yard to open the door. When she came to the gate of the yard, she saw the person coming in the faint light, and she retracted her outstretched hand. "Why is it you?" Lu Shanshan's eyes were red and swollen, and she didn't want to pay attention to Chiyu. "I'm here to look for Aunt Yun. Go call her out," she said while looking at the blue brick and tile house in front of her. This was her first time to Lu Xinghe's new home. It was much bigger than it looked from a distance. Even compared to the blue brick and tile house of Yao Shangshu's family, this place was not bad. Moreover, the blue bricks used in Lu Xinghe's home were from Kaiyang Brick Kiln Factory. Whether in terms of quality or price, they were not comparable to the small workshops in Yeojiago. "Hey, it's so late. Who is outside?" Yun Sueha asked in the house. Chuyu glanced at Yun Sueha's house. "Mom, it's okay. There's a stray dog barking outside." "Then you have to be careful," Yun Sueha blurted out, and then thought something was wrong. "If I heard it correctly just now, it should be the sound of people talking?" Curious, Yun Sueha immediately put on her coat and went out of the house. When she saw Lu Shanshan, she frowned and looked obviously unhappy. "Why are you here again?" Lu Shanshan took a deep breath, and her red and swollen eyes were filled with tears again. "Annie, I know you don't like me, but I have been kicked out by my father now, and I really have nowhere to go. Can you take me in for one night?" She stretched out a finger. "One night is enough." Yun Sueha didn't know what Lu Shanshan was up to, and she didn't want her to live in her house. How can a daughter and her parents have a grudge overnight? "You are an unmarried girl. It's safer to go home. It's really inconvenient for us to take you in here. Auntie, I beg you, please let me stay in for one night." Lu Shanshan continued to beg. Yun Sueha had a trace of disgust on her face. "Lu Shanshan, you should know what caused the conflict between our two families. If it weren't for the things you caused, we could still live in peace in the village. Now that it's like this, you still have the nerve to stay at my house. I don't know what to say anymore. Go back. None of us wants to see you." After that, she took Chuyu's wrist and turned to walk into the house. Lu Shanshan looked at their backs and asked loudly, "Auntie, how can I be inferior to that which Chuyu? She can't do anything except helping you with some work in the house. But I can do everything she can do, and I'm an adult, and I can give Xinghe a baby earlier." Hearing this, Yun Sueha suddenly stopped. Chuyu's heart tightened, thinking that Yun Sueha was shaken by hearing Lu Shanshan's last words. Unexpectedly, Yun Sueha just looked back at Lu Shanshan. "Just because our family likes Yaya and hates you, you can't enter my house." Lu Shanshan hurriedly shook her head. "No. Aunt, you can't replace Xinghe. Unless Xinghe tells me in person, I won't believe a word." At this moment, a cold voice floated out of the house. "What my mother said is what I want to say. You and Yaya are not comparable at all. I won't marry you. Give up as soon as possible." Lu Shanshan cried and shook her head. "No, we obviously had an engagement before. I have secretly liked you. How could you not see me? How could you not like me at all?" As she said, she suddenly rolled her eyes and collapsed. Chuyu and Yun Sueha looked at each other and panicked. Lu Shanshan was the treasure of the village head's family. Although she was bad, if something happened at her door, the two families would become enemies and might even get into a lawsuit. Yun Sueha helped Lu Shanshan sit up, and Chuyu reached out and put her hand on her wrist. During this period, Zhang Zheng taught her several common pulse conditions. It happened that she had never felt the pulse of many people, so she practiced on Lu Shanshan first. Yun Sueha looked at Chuyu nervously but did not disturb her. After a moment, Chuyu withdrew her hand and looked at Yun Sueha in disbelief. Mom, isn't Lu Shanshan an unmarried girl? Yun Sueha nodded. What's wrong? I think I felt the pulse of pregnancy just now. Are you sure? Chuyu stretched out her hand. I am 80% sure. Do you want to ask Master to confirm it? Yun Sueha shook her head hurriedly. Mom believes in you. There's no need to alarm Dr. Zhang for her. I really don't know where she gets her confidence from. As she spoke, she wanted to help Lu Shanshan up from the ground. Yeah, come and give me a hand. Let's send her back to the headman's house. Don't let her die at our doorstep. It's unlucky. The two of them closed the gate and dragged Lu Shanshan down the mountain. When passing by the old house, Yun Sueha shouted into the house, Xiuqin, come and help. Jiang Xiuqin heard the voice, hurriedly put on her clothes, and went out. In another room, Wang Xuelan and Lu Taixing also came out and looked in the direction of Yun Sueha in the night. Third brother's wife. Who is this person you are carrying? Yun Sueha and Chuyu put Lu Shanshan on the ground to take a breath. Mom, it's Lu Shanshan. She just came to my house and asked me to take her in for one night. I didn't agree, and she got excited and turned over. Oh. Wang Xuelan raised her voice. What did I say? I said this little witch has a trick up her sleeve, right? She actually danced into the house. I see from her look that she is probably pretending. Just wait and see how I'm going to deal with her. As she spoke, she picked up a basin of sewage from under the eaves and was about to pour it on Lu Shanshan. Yun Sueha was shocked and hurried forward to stop her. Mom, you can't do that. You absolutely can't do that. Wang Xuelan looked at her with a look of disappointment. She has even bullied us right to the door of the house, and you are still protecting her like this. You can't be soft-hearted. If you don't let her learn a lesson, she will probably become more arrogant in the future. Yun Sueha pursed her lips and whispered a few words in Wang Xuelan's ear. The anger on her face gradually dissipated, and she turned to look at Lu Shanshan with contempt. This shameless little witch. She dances in front of Xinghe, even though she's pregnant. Isn't that disgusting? Pa. Jiang Xiuqin was a little confused. What? Pregnant? She's not. Maybe she's lonely in her boudoir, so she found a wild man to satisfy her needs. Wang Xuelan waved her hand. Fourth wife. You and third wife can send her back together. Xinghe wife is too small. I'm afraid she can't carry her. Jiang Xiuqin hurried forward. Oh, okay, mother. While they were talking, Lu Taixing had already lit a torch and handed it to Chuyu. Light a fire on the way, don't fall. Chuyu took the torch. Thank you, sir, we'll go first. After she finished speaking, she walked in front holding the torch, while Yun Sueha and Jiang Xiuqin carried Lu Shanshan and walked behind. After a while, they arrived at the head of the village. Maybe because Lu Shanshan ran out and had not returned home, the oil lamp in the head of the village was not extinguished. Brother Jianqi, sister-in-law. With Yun Sueha's shout, the two came out of the house. When Qin Shufan saw Lu Shanshan being held in their arms, she was so scared that she hurried forward and hugged her in her arms. My daughter, what's wrong? What did you do to my daughter? After Yun Sueha put Lu Shanshan down, she breathed a sigh of relief. We didn't touch her at all. She's pregnant, and you let her run around everywhere. She must have fainted, right? Qin Shufan was stunned at first, and then pointed at Yun Sueha and cursed, Yuns, although our Shanshan has a feud with your family, quarrels are quarrels, but you can't make up stories and insult our Shanshan's reputation. Yun Sueha raised her eyebrows and her voice became louder. How can this be false? There is a doctor living in our house. If sister-in-law doesn't believe that Lu Shanshan is pregnant, why don't we find another doctor to take her pulse? Seeing Yun Sueha's firm decision, Chun was at a loss for a moment and looked in the direction of Lu Jianqi. Master. Lu Jianqi sighed, but since this matter involved his daughter's innocence, of course it had to be solved behind closed doors. Yun, thank you for sending Shanshan back. It's late today, you guys go back first. Yun Sueha didn't want to get involved in other people's house. Since the person has been sent, we will go back first. Brother Jianqi must take good care of your daughter in the future. Don't let her show off in front of our family again. We are all from the same village and are related. If it's too ugly, it will be awkward to meet in the future. Lu Jianqi said apologetically. This time, it was indeed our Shanshan's fault. I apologize to you on her behalf. I will never let her do anything wrong again in the future. Yun Sueha nodded and left with Chu Yu and Jiang Xiuqin. Several people who were watching the excitement around them also closed their courtyard doors one after another and went into the house with excitement to spread the gossip they had just heard. After Chu Yu climbed onto the bed, Lu Xinghe also turned off the oil lamp on the desk. Seeing the little girl seeming to be hesitant to speak, he couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Chu Yu narrowed her eyes. "Husband. Will you abandon me in the future just because I'm too young?" When Chu Yu said this, she turned her back to face the wall, not daring to look at Lu Xinghe's face. Lu Xinghe's eyes were full of confusion. He lay down behind Chu Yu, moved his body slightly inward, and stopped when he was a fist away from her. "Why do you suddenly ask such a question?" "I don't know what's wrong. I just suddenly want to ask." After a while, she heard Lu Xinghe's voice behind her. "Don't worry, I won't." After the voice fell, he closed his eyes. Hearing the tone of Lu Xinghe's words, Chu felt a little guilty. He must have been very tired after thinking about him during the day, and she was still doubting him. "Husband, I'm sorry." The voice behind her was full of doubt. "What are you sorry for?" "I shouldn't have questioned you." Hearing the little girl's guilty words, Lu Xinghe raised his hand and touched her head. "Give me more trust. I may not be as despicable as you think." After that, he stretched out his arms and held her in his arms. "Go to sleep. You have to get up early tomorrow." Feeling the broad embrace behind her, Chu Yu's body stiffened and her face blushed and said, "But I'm not used to you holding me like this." "I'll get used to it slowly." Not long after she finished speaking, she heard the sound of even breathing behind her. Chu Yu then moved slightly, took Lu Xinghe's hand off her waist, turned around and hugged his arm in her arms like a pillow, and fell asleep sweetly. The next day, the news of Lu Shanshan's pregnancy spread all over the village. This was not a glorious thing to begin with. For a time, almost everyone was guessing whose child Lu Shanshan was carrying. There were even many people pointing fingers at the head of the village, listing a lot of biological fathers of the child in Lu Shanshan's belly. Lu Shanshan woke up early the next morning. When she learned about the rumors outside, she was so angry that she smashed everything in the house. "They don't know anything. Why do they frame me like this?" Chen Shufin hurried forward to stop her. "Oh, my ancestors, please don't smash it like this. The things in our house are free to buy." "Mom, how did things turn out like this?" Lu Shanshan squatted on the ground and cried with her face covered in grievance. "It's all your own stupidity. Mom told you not to try to get Lu Xinghe. He already has a wife. Even if you squeeze in, you can only be a child. Why bother?" Chen Shufin sighed, stepped forward and touched her head, lowering her voice and asking, "Shanshan, tell me the truth. Whose seed is it in your belly?" After hearing this, Lu Shanshan felt aggrieved. Twitching bitterly, who else could it be? Of course it belongs to Yao Shongshu. "A few months ago, I went to the mountains to look for wild vegetables." At these words, Chen Shufin felt her blood surge. "The wedding is about to happen. Why are you so anxious?" However, when she thought that the child in Lu Shanshan's belly was Yao Shongshu's, he breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the two of them were an unmarried couple. Now Shanshan was pregnant, and her status was stable once she got married. "Is it just that one time that I got pregnant?" A trace of disgust flashed in Lu Shanshan's eyes. After he tasted the sweetness, he came to Bampo village several times, and each time he followed me to the mountains. I thought that the wedding date with him was approaching anyway, so I didn't struggle, and I was too embarrassed to tell my parents. I just didn't expect that I would get pregnant so easily. The key point is that Yao Shongshu is not good at all. The first 2 times, she just thought that Yao Shongshu was new to women, so she was a little anxious, but she was tired of it every time, so she decided to do it. The idea came back to Lu Xinghe, who had recently made a fortune. When I think about not having my period in the past 2 months, I should have been alert. You are confused, Chen Shufan said with hatred. What if Yao Shangshu picks up his pants and refuses to admit his guilt, and your innocence is gone? Who will you go back to explain? Now this matter is widely spread in the village. If the news spreads to Yao Jiago, you may not know what the Yao family will think of you. It's okay if Yao Shangshu is your protector, but if he is half-hearted, how will your life be easy in the future? Lu Shanshan snorted. She said, I don't even bother to have a good time with him. She wasn't worried at all about Yao Shangshu. With his appearance, even if he had the intention to steal, he didn't have the ability to steal. Chen Shufan sighed. You have no choice now. You are already Yao Shangshu's wife. You have to marry to Yao Jiaga no matter what. She stood up. These days you just have to stay in the house and take care of yourself. The rest let me handle the matter. Don't try to trick Lu Xinghe again. If Yao Shangshu finds out, there will probably be some resentment between you. After saying that, he left the room. In the room, Lu Shanshan bit her lip unwillingly, covered her face, and cried again. If I marry Yao Shangshu, I will be a widow for the rest of my life. But she would never dare to say this to others. After Chen Shufan came out of the house, she found Lu Jianqi, head of the family. The child in Shanshan's belly is our prospective son-in-law. I don't think it's a bad thing. Once Shanshan gets married, it will be a double happiness for the Yao family. Lu Jianqi frowned. When asked, when did she meet Yao Shangshu? Chen Shufan blushed. Oh. After all, they are an unmarried couple. They are both young and energetic. It is inevitable that they can't hold it back. Now they are already cooked. No matter how much we say, it will not help, but the rumors outside are not helpful to Shanshan after all. At this point, she looked in the direction of Lu Jianqi with some expectancy. Lu Jianqi knew what Chen Shufan was thinking in her heart and immediately expressed her stance. Don't worry about the rumors outside. I'm going to Yao Jiago right now. There's no need to leave food for me at noon. You can just keep an eye on your daughter. Chen Shufan nodded hurriedly. Hey, don't worry. I will keep an eye on Shanshan. Lu Jianqi said yes and went out. In the next few days, Chuyu would either follow Zhang Zheng into the mountains to identify medicinal materials or follow him to see people in the village. Every time he checked someone's pulse, Chuyu would let Chuyu feel it again. As she felt her pulse more often, Chuyu became more and more proficient in controlling the pulse, and now she has the ability to treat people alone. Master, I have almost recognized the commonly used medicinal materials. I can recognize the rest later. Now that you have taught me a lot about pathology and pulse conditions, can you also try to teach me prescriptions and acupuncture? Not to mention, Zhang Zheng's acupuncture skills are really powerful. When someone in the village had a headache, leg pain, and arm pain, he would give him a few injections, and the pain would go away immediately. Then he would give him a prescription, and the pain would slowly subside. At least in the past 10 days, Nai's headache has not happened again. Zhang Zheng stroked his beard and glanced in the direction of the chicken pen. It's not impossible. He had missed the taste of fried chicken for a long time since he last had it. Chuyu understood in her heart, turned around and ran to the chicken coop. Master, wait, I will catch a chicken first and make fried chicken for Master at noon. Looking at Chuyu's fiery figure, Yun was sitting in the main room doing needlework. Cui he shook his head helplessly. Yeah, please catch 2. When they are ready, I will send half of them to your grandma's house. There are not many rice husks saved for the chickens. I am afraid these chickens will you have to eat it slowly. Chuyu asked while catching the chicken. Mom, Brother Dalan has people peeling rice husks all year round. If so, do they have rice husks for sale? Let's buy some to raise chickens. I'm afraid there won't be any meat for sale in the town in a few days, so we have to keep a few chickens to lay eggs. Don't we still have a hen laying eggs? When the chicks get bigger, I want to eat. After hearing this, Yun Sueha stood up immediately. Yeye's words reminded me. I'll ask about it right away. After saying that, he put the sewing basket in his hand back into the house and went out to Sun Dalan's house. In 2/4 of an hour, she picked up a load of chaff mixed with a little broken rice. Chuyu, who was plucking chicken feathers, quickly stood up and wiped the water stains on her hands. Is there really rice bran? Yun Sueha stepped over the threshold. A load of broken rice husks is 20 cents, which is 5 cents more expensive than usual. Many people were rushing to get them. Fortunately, I arrived early. If it had been any later, the chaff would have been bought by others. Anyway, the chickens in the house have enough food for the time being. Shui stepped forward to help Yun Sueha unload the burden from his shoulders. Are those people buying chaff also to feed the chickens? Of course not. Yun Sueha said slowly, mix the rice bran with it. Eating in porridge can make you full. Before you married Xinghe, we also ate like this in our house. Although it is not easy to swallow, it is indeed more hungry than eating rice porridge alone. Chuyu pursed her lips. After all, now. Our family's conditions are better now, and we don't have to swallow chaff anymore. It will get better and better in the future. Yun Sueha smiled. That's right. As long as our family works together, it will only get better and better in the future. Chuyu helped Yun Sueha pour the rice bran into her dustpan and basket, and then continued to pluck the chicken feathers. Yun Sueha patted the chaff on his body and shouted into the room, Xing Ping Xingen, help my mother send the basket and pole to Dalin's house first, and then we can practice calligraphy when we come back later. Lu Xinghe said to him some time ago the two of them copied a 1,000-character essay, which may be fresh and exciting. They have been actively learning and practicing calligraphy recently, and even Lu Xingping, who usually looks like a hairy monkey, has become a lot quieter. Mom, here we come. The two brothers responded, then left the house, strung the two baskets on the poles, and carried them all the way down the mountain. Yun Sueha hurriedly chased to the entrance of the courtyard. Slow down. Don't fall. Lu Xingping, who was walking in front, waved as he ran. I got it, mother. Yun Sueha sighed helplessly. This hairy monkey. I thought reading would calm his temper, but I'm afraid he won't be able to sit still for a long time. Chuyu couldn't help laughing. Mom, isn't Xingping always like this? I think it's pretty good. Covering her mouth and laughing, she said, That's true. I'm careless and careless. After Chuyu cleaned the chicken feathers, he put it on an open fire and burned off the tiny down on the chicken, and then removed the internal organs. My teacher told you before that when you look at the color and press the pulse, you must first differentiate between yin and yang. Floating, rapid, slippery, and flood are the pulse signs of yang's prosperity. On the contrary, heavy, slow, astringent, and thin are the pulse signs of declining yin. In addition to yin and yang, as well as the 6 factors of exterior and interior, cold and heat, and deficiency and excess. Only after confirming the patient's location can we prescribe the right medicine to supplement what should be supplemented, and purge what should be purged. Chuyu nodded and followed Zhang Zheng to figure out these factors some time ago. Many people have a pretty good idea of their pulse. About the 4 qi, 5 flavors, and meridian tropism, I have already talked about it before when I taught you how to identify medicines, so I won't repeat them again. Today I will focus on talking to you about the 7 situations of compatibility of medicinal materials and the ingredients in the prescriptions. The relationship between king, minister, assistant, and envoy. Chuyu was fascinated by this, and it was time for dinner before she knew it. She ran to the kitchen to get Zhang Zheng a cup of tea, and then went to the kitchen to make batter for fried chicken. Lu Xingen, who was cooking porridge on the stove, looked in the direction of Chuyu and said, Sister-in-law, can you understand what Dr. Zhang said? When Dr. Zhang lectured Chuyu these days, he would sit and listen from time to time. I listened to it the last time, but every time I listened to it, I learned nothing and said nothing. My mind became increasingly empty. Once empty, I just wanted to doze off. Of course, I can understand. Chuyu said with a smile. Lu Xing'an's eyes were full of admiration. Sister-in-law is probably the kind of person who is gifted in medical skills. Chuyu smiled and said no more. She already had a basic foundation, but now she just picked up the traditional Chinese medicine that she had not fully studied before and continued to learn. The master also taught students according to their aptitude, and the content of the lectures was all things that she could understand at her level. If you replace someone with a weaker foundation, you may not be able to keep up. She slid the battered chicken into a pan with just the right oil temperature and fried it until both sides were golden brown and crispy on the outside. Then she took it out to control the oil. Then a portion of cabbage was fried, and the family served the meal. Mom, after we harvest the radishes and cabbages on the ground in our old house in a few days, how about we plan another batch? Chuyu asked. She didn't know why, but she always felt that at this young age, she would feel at ease if she had more food. Yun Sueha frowned. It's already October after harvesting the radishes over there. It's cold here, and the sprouts may be frozen. Chuyu felt a little worried. What should we do? We can't. The ground is empty. I still have a lot of vegetable seeds I bought before. Lu Xinghe put down his bowl and chopsticks. Actually, it's not impossible. You can put a layer of rice straw stored in the old house on the ground to keep warm. I did that before. After planting vegetables like this, radish and cabbage are quite cold resistant, and with straw to keep them warm, they should be able to withstand the weather for a while. We can just take them back when it's about to snow. Chu Yu's eyes lit up. Then, after harvesting the cabbage and radishes, I will try to do this. I am afraid that the cabbage in the old house will be more than a load. I will keep a few in my house to eat, and the rest can be taken to the town. Sell it. Now that it is grown, the cabbage should fetch a good price. Yun Sueha looked at Chu Yu with some distress. You are such a hard-working kid. I originally thought that if our income is not good now, we and I would just stay at home and make a living, and then think of ways to make money next year. But I am not enterprising anymore. It would be nice to take care of it and keep the house in good order. I just hope that we have enough water at home. If we can make some money, our family's life will be easier. There are so many mouths to eat at home, so I don't want to think of anything to do. If you want to make money, you will have to sit back and have nothing. I don't know what the market will be like next year. After Chu Yu finished speaking, she stood up and put away the bowl. When he took the bowl outside, Lu Xingping had already filled the water and was waiting by the basin. Sister-in-law, let me wash it. The water is cold now. Chu Yu said a little funny. Aren't you afraid of the cold? I'm a man. Of course I'm not afraid. After saying that, he picked up his sleeves and started washing the dishes. Chu Yu shook her head, scooped hot water from the clay pot of hot water on the stove, and mixed it into the basin. This way the water will not be so cold. Lu Xingping tilted his head and looked in Chu Yu's direction and said with a smile, Thank you, sister-in-law. Chu Yu smiled. Sometimes you are heartless, and sometimes you love to show off. Men are human beings too, so don't let yourself be wronged too much. Lu Xingping looked stunned. No one had ever said such a thing to him before, and he was moved for a moment. Incessantly. Sister-in-law, you are so kind. Chu Yu put the water ladle in the kitchen, turned around and saw Lu Xinghe walking in. Miss Sir, what are you doing in the kitchen? I was thinking that instead of going to the old house to grow vegetables, why not just go there? We will open up a piece of land next to it and put a fence around it so that we can take care of it. We won't have to carry water there every time. It had been dry for so long and the ground was severely short of water. This girl advised others not to do it. I'm pretty good at talking when it's my turn. Sometimes I wish I could use one as two. Maybe she was afraid that it would affect her studies, so she went to the old house again and again to fetch water. The little girl next to her smiled with her eyebrows arched. My husband is still very smart. I didn't even think that we could open up wasteland. The key point was that she couldn't cultivate the land, and she was afraid that it would delay Lu Xinghe's study, so she didn't think about it. Chu Yu ran to the corner of the wall to get a dustpan and followed Lu Xinghe out of the yard. Husband, I'll go with you. I can pick up stones behind you. Knowing that Lu Xinghe was going to cultivate the land, the brothers Lu Xingping and Lu Xing'an were not idle either, and they went out of the house with small shovels to help. Yun Sueha sat under the eaves, embroidering a handkerchief, and from time to time she glanced at the children who were busy beside the house and felt that life was sweeter than eating honey. The four of them worked hard for an afternoon and finally opened 5 ridges of land that were 2 meters long and half a meter wide. Tomorrow, there will be another half a day, and this piece of land can be completely cultivated. After Chu Yu handed the dustpan filled with stones to Lu Xingping and his brother to carry away, she washed her hands and went to the house to drink water. After drinking, she also poured a cup for Lu Xinghe. Husband, take a break first. You've been busy all afternoon, and you must be very tired. Lu Xinghe took the water handed by Chu Yu, drank it in one gulp, and then put the cup back in Chuyu's hand. You've been busy all afternoon too. Go take a break, and I'll leave the dinner to you tonight.
Okay.
Chuyu smiled and put the cup away. Lu Xinghe washed his hands, went to the kitchen to pour a basin of hot water, and took it to the bathroom. The little girl has been very clingy recently, always liking to sleep with her arms around his arm. He had to wash off the sweat and dirt on his body, otherwise it would stink her. After dinner, Lu Xinghe went to the house to read while it was still light. Chuyu entered the house and saw that the room was dim, so she took the oil lamp from his desk and lit it next to his desk. She was very careful during the whole process, for fear of disturbing him. But Lu Xinghe was still disturbed. He moved his eyes away from the book and looked at Chuyu, with the corners of his lips slightly raised. Thank you, Yuer. Chuyu turned around and walked to the bed with a red face, muttering softly, Why are you thanking me? Lu Xinghe listened to her words and shook his head with a bit of amusement. After getting along for a long time, the little girl became more and more temperamental. The next morning, several people continued to work hard and opened 5 more ridges of land before they stopped. After Lu Xinghe opened the land, he took a machete to cut bamboo and make fences. Chuyu and Lu Xingping brothers first sprinkled the base fertilizer and soil on several plots of land and mixed them evenly, then sprinkled the seeds, covered the soil and watered them, and then went to help Lu Xinghe. After September, Lu Shanshan finally married to Yeo Jiagu. Chuyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Shanshan got married, and she would not always stare at Lu Xinghe in the future. After entering winter, the weather became colder and colder, and wild vegetables could no longer be dug in the mountains. As Chuyu expected, the price of food is rising now, and many families have made the porridge in the pot thinner and thinner, and they're just counting the rice grains one by one. Many families who have difficulty using water and are too lazy to spend time on gardening have not even found a vegetable garden. Now, not only is it difficult to eat, but they also have no vegetables to eat. For Lu Xinghe's family, who have already stored enough food, these are not their concerns for the time being. The old and new rice at home are enough for their family to survive next summer. Wang Xuelan came to sit in the house, with a look of relief on her face. If you ask me, it's thanks to your previous reminder, otherwise we would have spent a lot of money in vain. Now brown rice is sold for 8 cents, and it is said that it will rise, and I don't know how much it will rise. Yun Sueha nodded. I guess the price of grain will not go down before the harvest next year. Did your mother's family store more? At least it should last until next summer. Shouchen went to the town to buy 200 kilograms before. I'm afraid it can only last until next spring. Thinking of this, she slapped her thigh and stood up. No. Shouchen has to buy more. There are so many people in the family, and there may not be enough food. After that, she went down the mountain in a hurry. Yun Sueha glanced into the house. Xinghe. Lu Xinghe put down the book in his hand. Mom, what's wrong? Should we buy some more brown rice? We had it for our family some time ago, as we were building a house and digging a well. The brown rice has been eaten up, and there are only 100 pounds of old rice left. The 200 pounds of new rice have not been touched, but I'm afraid it can only be enough for our family to survive until next spring. If we buy some more rice, in case something unexpected happens next year, we will have food and won't worry. Lu Xinghe nodded. Okay, I'll go early tomorrow morning. At this moment, there was a hurried knock on the door outside the courtyard. Who is it? Yun Sueha hurried to open the door. When she saw Wu Yong, she was surprised. Wu Yong? Why are you here? Wu Yong ran out of breath. Auntie, is Ye at home? I have something urgent to talk to her about.
Oh.
Although Yun Sueha had some grudges about Wu Yong running to find Chuyu, she still shouted towards the main hall, Yeah, Wu Yong from Nyoto village came to see you. He said he had something urgent to do. Chuyu, who was listening to Zhang Zheng's explanation of meridians and acupoints, heard the voice and wondered why Wu Yong came to Banpo village. She hurried out of the house and looked at Wu Yong outside the courtyard gate. What's wrong? Xiao Tao is sick, with a high fever. She has been in a coma for 2 days. My father said that her illness has been delayed for more than half a month.
I'm afraid
it's hard to get better. Wu Yong's voice gradually became smaller as he spoke. Chuyu cried out of worry when she heard it. When Lu Xinghe heard the noise, he immediately put down the pen in his hand and got up and left the house. She's been ill for so long. Didn't her parents treat her? Wu Yong shook his head. At first, we were afraid of spending money, so we didn't take her to my father, thinking that she could get better. But she got worse and worse. It was said that she couldn't get out of bed a few days ago, so I asked my father to see her. I didn't have any work to do recently, and I didn't know about this until I returned to the house. I hurried to tell you. Lu Xinghe nodded and looked at Yun Sueha on the side. Mom, Yaya and I will go to Nyoto village and will come back as soon as possible. Yun Sueha knew that Chuyu cared about her sister, so she nodded immediately. Okay, you go with Yaya. If it doesn't work, bring Xiaodao home for treatment. With Dr. Zhang here, I think she will be fine. Chuyu sniffed. Thank you, Mom. She ran to the house to get the purse, and after saying hello to Zhang Zheng, she and Lu Xinghe followed Wu Yong out. When they arrived at the entrance of the village, Lu Xinghe looked at Chuyu. Yeah, I'm fast, so I'll run to the town first. You and Wu Yong will go to Nyoto village first. If everything goes well, I should arrive at Nyoto village at about the same time as you.
Chui, we're not dead. Okay.
Lu Xinghe looked at Wu Yong again. I'll leave her to you for now. Wu Yong's face was serious. Don't worry, I'll take good care of her. The three of them split into two groups. Lu Xinghe ran towards Nanping town, and Wu Yong and Chuyu ran towards Nyoto village. Yeah, slow down, don't fall. But Chuyu seemed to be unable to hear his words and just kept running forward. Even if she fell, she got up and continued, as if she didn't feel any pain. Wu Yong looked at the stubborn little girl in front of him and felt that although she had changed a little compared to before, her concern for Xiaodao remained unchanged. He sighed and hurried to catch up. The two did not stop along the way. Chuyu walked when she was tired. The journey that originally took 2 hours only took 1.5 hours to reach Nyoto village. Wu Yong followed Chuyu all the way back to the Chu family. When Zhao Chunhua saw Chuyu coming, she scolded him. Aren't you capable, little witch? Don't you want your parents home? How come you have the nerve to come back now? Why didn't Lu Xinghe come with you? A newly dug toilet smells good for 3 days. Do you really think any man can be loyal?
Bah.
Chuyu didn't want to pay attention to Zhao Chunhua's cold words. I'm here to find Xiaotao. Where's Xiaotao? The water tank at the door of the kitchen was open. The edge of the tank was so dry that cracks appeared. There was a pile of unwashed bowls next to the water tank. Xiaotao was sick and couldn't get up, so no one washed the bowls at home. Chuyu raised her leg and stepped into the courtyard gate and wanted to go to Xiaotao's room. Zhao Chunhua's eyes were dodgy, and she went up to stop her. When your father and your eldest brother went to Banpo village before, they made it clear that you have been given to Lu Xinghe and are a member of the Lu family. You will have nothing to do with our family from now on. Leave quickly, and don't bring the debt collectors to our house. Chuyu's eyes turned cold. I will not leave without seeing Xiaodao today. If you don't want the debt collectors to come, let me in quickly. Zhao Chunhua raised her chin slightly, her face full of pride. I thought you didn't want your mother's home anymore, and your sister too. It turns out you came back to see Xiaodao. But you may not be able to see her. Chuyu was anxious. What have you done to Xiaodao? Zhao Chunhua smiled and sat down in the yard. Alas, if you ask me, Xiaodao is still worth some money. Just now, someone bought Xiaodao for 5 taels of silver, saying that he wanted to arrange a ghost marriage for his young master. I thought Xiaodao would not survive anyway, so I agreed. After all, marrying into such a family, Xiaodao will enjoy a good life, even if she goes to the underworld. They have been driving the carriage for a while, and you may not be able to catch up. In this place, ghost marriages are arranged. No matter whether the person is dead or not, they will be buried with the dead, which is equivalent to being buried alive. When Chu thought that Chu Xiaodao, who is only 5 years old, had to go through such a thing, she was so angry that she trembled all over. You are really unworthy of being parents, even worse than animals. After saying that, she turned around with red eyes and ran towards the village entrance. Zhao Chunhua chased to the door, and seeing Chuyu running fast, she just held the door frame and cursed, You little witch, you dared to scold my mother. You deserve to be kidnapped by Lu Xinghe. If you dare to go back to your mother's house again, I will beat you to death. Chu Yu ignored the crazy Zhao Chunhua and ran forward desperately. There was only one road in Nyoto village that could be used for horse carriages. No matter whether she could catch up or not, she could not give up Xiao Tao. Wu Yong had been following Chu Yu silently. He knew how hard Chu Yu and Xiao Tao's life had been in these years, so he came to help her from time to time, but Chu Yuqian and Zhao Chunhua seemed to have no bottom line. A good daughter could be tortured to death by them. Even a tiger does not eat its own cubs. People like them are really worse than animals. At the entrance of the village, Chu Yu met Chu Yuqian, who had just returned from the town. He was humming a little tune as he walked. When he saw Chu Yu, he was surprised. "Oh, you still remember to come back? Are you here to see Xiao Tao?" "It's not that Dad doesn't want to treat her. Dr. Wu said that she can't be cured, and Dad can't do anything." Although he said so, his face didn't look sad at all. Chu Yu glanced at him coldly. "You look in a good mood?" "Of course, I won 100 copper coins in the town." As he spoke, he shook the bag of rice weighing about 10 kilograms in front of Chu Yu. "Here, the brown rice I just bought. I won't be hungry for a while." Chu Yu sneered. "Did you know that Xiao Tao was sold?" Chu Yuqian was surprised. "Sold? Who dares to take her with her sick appearance?" "She was sold to a rich family for a ghost marriage. Mom said she was sold for 8 taels of silver. Dad can go back and ask Mom. I won't talk to you more." After that, she continued to run forward. Since Xiao Tao's life was exchanged for money, of course they couldn't use it so easily. Zhao Chunhua herself did not expect that she had only boasted in front of Chu Yu, but when she turned around, she bumped into Chu Yuqian, and she also told him about the sale of the silver. Chu Yuqian returned home, put down the 10 kilograms of brown rice in his hand, and began to question Zhao Chunhua where she hid the money. Zhao Chunhua was shocked and tried to argue. "Boss, you know the situation in our family. Because we don't have money to hold a wedding, Dashan's wedding has been postponed. If I had money, wouldn't I help our son get married?" Chu Yuqian won money in the town this morning, and he was in high spirits. Seeing that Zhao Chunhua not only did not give him money, but also concealed the fact of the 8 taels of silver from him, he slapped her. "You witch! Arya has already told me that you sold Xiao Tao to someone else for a ghost marriage and got 8 taels of silver. Now you still refuse to admit it. Even though Xiao Tao is a daughter, she is my child. I don't care that you killed her, but you hid it from me first, you ignorant witch. I am the head of the family after all, and I asked you to hide it from me. I asked you to hide it." As he spoke, he punched and kicked Zhao Chunhua until she cried and begged for mercy. He agreed to give him the silver, and then he stopped. Zhao Chunhua took out 2 taels of silver from the house and gave it to Chu Yuqian.
我只卖了这么点钱，真的没有8两银子。要是有8两银子的话，我早就送去陈家当聘礼，将儿媳妇娶回来了。二丫那小蹄子看中小桃你也不是不知道，她心底指不定憋着坏理。楚有钱知道赵春花最近一直为着儿子的彩礼钱犯愁，所幸手里已经有了2两银子，便也没有再强迫他将另外的钱拿出来了。我这会再往镇上去一趟，买些米回来，回头你要是拿不出另外6两银子，看我不揍死你。待他走后，赵春花瘫坐在地上哭爹喊娘。What do you mean by buying rice?
I just want to go to the gambling house to spend money. Chu Yuqian, he dared to hit me. That little witch deserves to die. It was only 5 taels of silver, but you told him to sell it for 8 taels. Isn't this deliberately trying to kill me? You conscienceless little witch, I have raised you for so many years in vain. Chu Yu ran out of the village and soon saw a carriage coming in front of her. In addition to the driver, there was also Lu Xinghe, who was pointing the way. When he saw Chu Yu and Wu Yong, Lu Xinghe hurriedly asked the driver to stop the carriage. He jumped off the carriage and stepped forward to hold Chu Yu's hand. "Why are you here? Isn't Xiao Tao at home?"
Chu Yu were not dead who they then.
When she saw Lu Xinghe, her tears fell like beads from a broken string. "Husband, my mother sold Xiao Tao to someone for a ghost marriage. She said that the person who bought Xiao Tao came in a carriage. Have you seen it on the road?" Lu Xinghe reached out and wiped the tears from Chu Yu's face. Don't worry, we will definitely find her. Then he thanked Wu Yong, carried Chuyu to the carriage, and jumped to the place where he sat. Master, please turn around and chase the carriage with a white cloth hanging in front that we just encountered. Okay. The driver responded and immediately turned the carriage around and drove forward. I heard that in these days, in ghost marriages, no matter whether the person is dead or not, they will eventually be buried with the dead, which is equivalent to burying the person alive. It's tragic. Lu Xinghe looked back in the direction of the carriage, and a look of worry flashed across his face. It would be fine if Xiao Tao was caught back, but if not, wouldn't she be very sad? Master, please go faster. The driver nodded. Okay, sit tight. After saying that, he whipped the whip in his hand, and the carriage ran faster. Wu Yong looked at the carriage going away and breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Xinghe was still foresight. If there was no carriage, Xiao Tao would definitely not be caught back. I hope everything goes well for you. After saying that, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and turned back to go home. Chuyu was carried to the carriage by Lu Xinghe. After entering the carriage, she found that there was another person sitting inside. It was Su Heng, who helped deal with Jiang Gaoi last time. Su Heng saw Chuyu and hurriedly greeted her. Miss Chu, we meet again. Chuyu nodded slightly, with a look of deep worry on her face because she was worried about Chu Xiaodao. Thank you, Mr. Su, for helping me with my little sister's matter. Su Heng waved his hand. Although Brother Liu and I have known each other for a short time, we are friends with similar interests. This little favor is nothing. Chuyu nodded, lifted the curtain, and looked at Lu Xinghe. Husband, how long has it been since the carriage you met before passed?
Just a short while.
He pointed to the bend in front of the hill. I think we can see it if we go around that place. Will they give shout-out to us? Chuyu was a little worried. Lu Xinghe thought about it, nodded, and said, yes, but it may cost some money. Chuyu pinched her purse and took a deep breath. As long as she could get shout-out back, she could make more money in the future.
Gee.
After passing the mountain in front, the dark blue carriage appeared in front. The white flag hanging in front of the carriage kept shaking as the carriage moved. Chuyu stared at the carriage in front, and her joints turned white as she pulled the edge of the carriage. Fortunately, the speed of the carriage in front was not very fast. Maybe it noticed that the carriage behind them was rushing towards the side, thinking that they were in a hurry, and deliberately gave way to the side road, slowing down a little. Seeing this, the coachman hurriedly drove the carriage to pass the carriage in front, and then stopped the carriage horizontally on the road, blocking the way of the carriage. After Lu Xinghe jumped off the carriage, he also hugged Chuyu down and pulled her towards the dark blue carriage. Su Heng also got off the carriage with them and followed the two. There were two men sitting in front of the dark blue carriage. One was the coachman, and the other looked like a butler of a large family. When they saw the newcomers, they were all puzzled. Why are you stopping my carriage? He glanced at the white banner hanging on his carriage. There is my son's ghost bride in our carriage. I advise you not to bump into her. Chuyu, who was beside Lu Xinghe, pointed to the direction of the carriage. There is a 5-year-old girl in there, named Chu Xiaodao. The man was a little surprised. How did you know? She is my sister. The man understood, and his face was humble and polite, but his attitude was tough. Miss, I don't care who you are, since we have paid the money. She can only be my son's bride. I advise you not to cause trouble. Our Shin family is not something you can mess with. The master and his wife said that even if it was a ghost marriage, they could only find someone who was about to die. Although the girl in the carriage was a little young, they had found her after much inquiry. It would not be so easy to find a suitable one. Chuyu looked in the direction of Lu Xinghe, intending to ask him who this Shin family was. The next moment, Su Heng spoke. Does Butler Li still recognize me? The man called Butler Li looked in the direction of Su Heng, and then glanced at the carriage behind the three people, and then clasped his fists. My eyes are short, and I didn't recognize it was Mr. Su just now. Su Heng was humble. It's okay. It's okay. The girl in the carriage is my friend's sister. I wonder if Butler Li can return her to us. We are willing to pay for her. It's not a question of money. Butler Li looked worried. My son is about to be buried, and there is no time to find another girl who meets the requirements. This little girl can't be cured anyway. Why are you taking her back? After all, You can get a sum of money if you arrange a marriage for my son. 5 taels of silver is a considerable fortune for a farmer. Lu Xinghe bowed to Li Guanjia. How much money can redeem her? Please name a price, Li Guanjia. I'm not saying. Chu Yu spoke at the right time. Li Guanjia, my parents may not have told you yet, my sister's illness was initially caused by coughing, and now it is very likely to be tuberculosis. If you must take her away, I'm not sure you will be safe in the end. Li Guanjia should know how contagious tuberculosis is. No one is willing to sacrifice their lives. Although Chu Yu is not sure how serious Xiao Tao's condition is, if they don't scare these people, they will definitely not return Xiao Tao to her so easily. Hearing Chu Yu's words, the atmosphere suddenly solidified. At this moment, 2 weak coughs were heard in the carriage, and Li Guanjia hurriedly stepped away from the carriage. This disease can kill people. The family who sold the girl was too unkind to sell their daughter with tuberculosis to them. Are you telling the truth? Chu Yu shook her head. I'm not sure. I've never had a good relationship with my family. I just found out that my sister is sick, but she has indeed been coughing for a long time, and it's become so serious. If Butler Lee doesn't want to take the risk, I'm willing to pay twice as much silver to buy my sister. How about it? Double the silver, that is 10 taels. Rather than getting tuberculosis, he would rather spend more time looking for a suitable girl. Butler Lee looked in the direction of the carriage with a struggling look on his face and finally nodded. Okay, I also think this girl is too young and not very suitable. You should take her away quickly. Thank you, Butler Lee, thank you. Chu Yu bowed in the direction of Butler Lee with red eyes. After taking out 10 taels of silver from her purse and handing it to him, she immediately took Xiao Tao down from the carriage. Looking at the pale face of the little girl in her arms and her skinny appearance, Chu Yu's heart ached, and she asked in a trembling voice, Xiao Tao, can you hear what your sister said? Your sister is here to take you home. As if she heard Chu Yu's voice, the little girl's dry lips moved slightly, but she couldn't speak. She seemed to feel wronged. Her eyelashes trembled, and tears slid down from the corners of her eyes. Chu Yu saw Xiao Tao's reaction, and while wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes, she comforted her softly. Don't worry, your sister will take Xiao Tao to treat the disease, and Xiao Tao will definitely get better. When Li Guanjia saw Chu Yu holding Xiao Tao, he immediately jumped on the carriage and asked the coachman to drive the carriage away. Seeing this, Su Heng hurriedly said, Hurry up and get on the carriage. I'll take you to the town to find a doctor. Chu Yu nodded slightly to Su Heng after hearing this. There's no need to find a doctor. Can you please take us back to Banpo village? Su Heng looked surprised and pointed at Chu Xiaotao in Chu Yu's arms and said, She is so seriously ill. Why don't you find a doctor to treat her? I have a doctor at home. Chu Yu said, and I am a doctor myself. She trusted her master more than Dr. Zhu. Su Heng was stunned, then scratched his head. He didn't expect that Brother Lu's young wife actually knew medicine. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and get on the carriage. I'll take you home. The 3 of them jumped on the carriage and rushed to Banpo village. The carriage was very fast. It arrived at the entrance of Banpo village in less than half an hour. The carriage did not stop and drove along the mountain road all the way to the yard of Lu Xinghe's house. When the people in the old house saw Lu Xinghe sitting in a carriage and driving to their home, they all opened their mouths in surprise. Lu Taixing looked at Wang Xuelan, who was washing rice to prepare dinner. Old woman, leave the cooking to the 4th wife. You go up the mountain to see what kind of distinguished guests came to the 3rd wife's house. Well, I'll go right away. Wang Xuelan stood up and wiped her hands on her apron, then pulled off the apron, straightened her hair and clothes, and went up the mountain. As soon as he arrived at the door of the house, Lu Xinghe jumped off the carriage. Mom, we are back. Yun Sueha heard the voice and hurried forward to open the gate. Looking at the magnificent carriage in front of her, she was a little surprised. Why are you coming back in a carriage? Lu Xingping and Lu Xing'an, who heard the noise, also ran over. They had never seen a carriage before. Seeing it for the first time, it was naturally very strange, and they looked around the carriage up and down. The next moment, Chu Yu got out of the carriage holding Xiao Tao. Lu Xinghe took Xiao Tao from her hand and went to the house to find Zhang Zheng. Su Heng also got off the carriage. When he looked at the blue brick and tile house in front of him, he was surprised. He originally thought that Lu Xinghe's family was really as poor as Jiang Gaoi said, but he didn't expect that his family still lived in a blue brick and tile house. Sure enough, sometimes what you hear is not necessarily true. After Chu Yu jumped off the carriage, she hurriedly introduced to Yun Sueha, "Mom, this is the son of Mr. Su's family in the town. Thanks to him this time, otherwise we might not be able to get Xiao Tao back."
Su Heng bao et to jun cui, Su Heng met on.
Yun Sueha hurriedly smiled and welcomed him in. "Mr. Su, come in and sit down. Thea, go and make a cup of tea for Mr. Su first." When it comes to eating, Chu Yu's mind is more delicate. There are many ways to make a cup of tea in her hands. Young people like Mr. Su may not like the tea she makes herself.
Hey.
Chu Yu responded and went to the kitchen. She made 2 cups of green plum tea and sent them to the main hall for Su Heng and Lu Xinghe, and sent a glass of water to the coachman, and then went to Zhang Zheng's room to see Xiao Tao. "Master, how is my sister?" Zhang Zheng heard Chu Yu's voice, looked in her direction, and gave up his seat. "You come and feel her pulse, and see if our conclusions are the same." Su Heng drank tea in the main hall, occasionally looking at Zhang Zheng's room. "I didn't expect that there is actually a doctor in your family?" Lu Xinghe hummed. "He is my wife's master, and he is just staying in my house temporarily." "Miss Chu is so young. Is she really a doctor?" Su Heng's face was full of curiosity. Lu Xinghe looked at him calmly. How much a person can achieve cannot be determined by age alone, but also by talent. After thinking for a while, Su Heng nodded. "Yes, Brother Lu was able to pass the examination to become a student at the age of 9, so Miss Chu may not be unable to become a doctor at the age of 16. In the room, Chu Yu took Xiao Tao's pulse and then pried open Xiao Tao's mouth to check her tongue and throat. The pulse is floating and tight, shortness of breath, no sweat, thin white tongue coating, and wind and cold attack the lungs. Zhang Zheng nodded. "You have overlooked one point." "Master, please tell me." "Shortness of breath, unable to lie flat, and chest distension. This is the result of long-term lung disease, leading to lung qi deficiency. This little girl's illness has been delayed for a long time. If it is delayed for another day or 2, I am afraid I will be powerless." Zhang Zheng sighed and picked up the pen to write a prescription. Chu Yu touched Xiao Tao's face with great heartache, took the warm water prepared on the side, and moistened her lips bit by bit, and then fed her. Her lips were dry and white, showing that no one was taking care of her at home. Just then, Yun Sueha and Wang Xuelan came into the room. "Yeah, how is Xiao Tao?" "It's a little serious, but it can be cured," Chu Yu answered while feeding her water. "There's a traveling doctor next door to your house. It's just a matter of a throat. Your parents are so cruel." Yun Sueha sighed. Looking at the skinny child, Wang Xuelan felt a little reluctant. How could a good child drag the illness to such a serious state? Chu Yu sighed. "My parents don't treat us girls as human beings at all. Otherwise, Xiao Tao wouldn't have been sick for half a month and couldn't get out of bed before we asked the doctor to see her." Wang Xuelan said, "What's wrong with girls? Did they jump out of stones? When I was young, I wanted a daughter, but it was a pity that I didn't have the blessing. I jumped out of a boy, and then I placed my hopes on your father and uncles, but in the end I only got Yufeng, a granddaughter, and the rest were boys." Chu Yu smiled faintly. "Yufeng is a blessed person." Wang Xuelan agreed with this point very much, isn't it? Even if the uncles and aunts sometimes make a fuss, they still love her. At this moment, Zhang Zheng handed the prescription to Chu Yu. According to this prescription, take 3 doses of medicine for 3 consecutive days. Also buy some fongfeng and boil it with scallion whites to get the medicine juice. Remove the residue and mix it with the cooked glutinous rice porridge to feed her 1. Chu Yu nodded. "Thank you, master." Lu Xinghe, who was sitting in the main hall, heard the noise in the house and hurriedly got up and walked to the door. He reached out and took the prescription from Chu Yu's hand. "I'll go to the town to get the medicine. Brother Su's carriage is still here. I can ride back and forth quickly." After saying hello to Su Heng, he went out. Yun Sueha and Wang Xuelan also left the house after seeing Chu Xiaotao. Yun Sueha smiled and looked at Su Hung in the main hall. It's time to cook at home. Mr. Su, please stay in the house for dinner. Su Hung hurriedly got up and nodded, saying, Oh, sorry to bother you, Aunt. No trouble, Mr. Su. If you feel bored in the house, you can go to the yard for a walk. I'll go to work first. After Yun Sueha finished talking to Su Hung, she hurried out of the hall and told her two younger sons, Xingping Xingan, go to the chicken coop and get a chicken.
Okay.
The two brothers who were watching the carriage outside heard the voice and hurried to the chicken coop. After instructing her sons, Yun Sueha went to the kitchen to boil water so that she could kill the chicken and pluck its feathers. Su Hung saw Lu Xingping and Lu Xingan catching chickens and hurried over to help, but heard Lu Xingping say, Mr. Su, don't come over. The chicken coop is dirty. Be careful not to dirty your clothes. It's okay, I'll help you. Su Hung rolled up his sleeves and followed the two brothers into the chicken coop. I'm about the same age as your eldest brother. If you don't mind, you can call me eldest brother. Lu Xingping and Lu Xingan looked at each other. The eldest brother hasn't made any friends in these years. Since he is someone recognized by the eldest brother, it's appropriate for them to call him eldest brother, so they all said Brother Su.
Hey.
Su Hung smiled and responded. The three of them caught the chicken together, and Lu Xingan carried the chicken wings to the kitchen. When Su Hung came out of the chicken coop, he was a little embarrassed. Not only was there chicken feathers on his long gown, but also on his head and face. Because they had just met for a while and were somewhat familiar with him, Lu Xingping pointed at him and laughed heartlessly. Brother Su, did you sneak into the chicken coop when we weren't paying attention?
Su Heng sa my embazats, mista.
At this moment, Lu Yufeng's voice rang out of the yard. Grandma, my mother asked me to call you home for dinner. Wang Xuelan, who was chatting with Yun Sueha in the kitchen, heard it and hurriedly responded to the outside, Hey, I'll come. Yun Sueha, who was killing chickens, hurriedly said, Mom, eat in our house tonight, kill chickens. Wang Xuelan waved her hand. No, you have so many guests. How can there be enough food? My meal is cooked in the house. I'll just go back to eat. In the yard, Lu Xingping shouted outside the gate, Sister Yufeng, come in and sit down. No need to sit down, I have to go back to eat after I call Grandma. Lu Yufeng walked into the yard and saw Su Hung covered with chicken feathers at a glance. She thought it was funny and couldn't help laughing. Su Hung glanced at the girl at the gate of the yard and turned sideways a little embarrassedly to pat the chicken feathers on his body. I'm sorry to make you laugh. Lu Yufeng asked with a smile, Is this young man Brother Xingha's friend? It's really interesting. Lu Xingping on the side hurriedly replied, Yes, Brother Su is Brother's friend, and I can also call him Brother. Lu Yufeng blushed when she heard it. Isn't this bad? Su Hung finally cleaned up the chicken feathers on his body and then looked at Lu Yufeng. It doesn't matter. Xingping and Xingan also call me that. It's not a bad idea for you to call me brother. The three were chatting, and Wang Xuelan said to Yun Sueha and left the house, Yufeng, let's go home.
Hey.
Yufeng responded and waved to Su Hung, Brother Su, let's go back.
Su Hung nodded, goodbye.
Wang Xuelan looked in the direction of Su Hung. This young master Su looked good, gentle, humble and polite, but I don't know if he is married. But after thinking about her own situation, she still shook her head and denied it. Mr. Su is from a rich family, while my family is just a farmer. It is too high to marry, and the girl will suffer. It is better to find a man with a similar or lower family background, so that the girl can have more confidence in her husband's family. In the house, Zhang Zheng took out a silver needle bag from his arms, and while inserting the silver needles into several acupuncture points on Chu Xiaodao's body, he explained to Chuyu, Moxibustion on the Dazui, Fengmen, Fengqi, Feishu, Like and Higu acupuncture points can dispel wind, relieve cold, relieve the symptoms, and promote lung function. Remember it well, and I will test you later. Chuyu read it carefully and memorized those acupuncture points in her heart.
I remember it, Master.
After Xiaodao was treated with acupuncture and moxibustion, and she was fed some warm water, Chuyu asked Zhang Zheng to help her take care of her sister, and then went to the kitchen to help Yun Sueha. For dinner, she made a pot of stewed chicken with radish and a portion of pickled cabbage with vinegar. As soon as the meal was ready, Lu Xinghe bought the medicine. The speed of riding a horse is much faster than riding a carriage. Chuyu put Xiao Tao's medicine on the stove and cooked it, then invited everyone to eat. Because of the unique way of cooking the cabbage, it was very popular at the dinner table, and it was eaten up in a short while. I didn't expect that cabbage could have such a unique taste, Zhang Zheng said with some surprise. Su Heng on the side also nodded and slowly put down the chopsticks in his hand. It is indeed a taste I have never tried, and it is surprisingly delicious. Miss Chu's cooking skills are really good. Chuyu smiled. There are not many vegetables at home. Please don't despise it, Mr. Su. Su Heng waved his hand and said, in the past, my family had no shortage of chicken, duck, fish, and meat. But this year the drought has been too long, and fruits and vegetables are indeed a bit out of supply. Suddenly eating this once, it is even more delicious than delicacies from the mountains and the sea. After Su Heng and the coachman finished their meal, it was already a little dark. In order to avoid traveling at night, the two hurriedly harnessed the carriage and went back to the town. Before leaving, Yun Sueha also asked Su Heng to take the 2 cabbages and 7 or 8 radishes cut from the old house. It's late now. Otherwise, I could have asked Xinghe to go to the old house and cut some more cabbages and radishes for Master Su. Su Heng waved his hand. It's not easy for my aunt to grow some vegetables. I feel embarrassed to eat and take them. I dare not ask for more. Then Master Su, take care. Come to the house when you are free. Hey, Aunt, you don't have to see me off. The family stood at the gate of the courtyard and watched the carriage disappear from the village entrance before entering the house. Chuyu carried Xiao Tao from Zhang Zheng's house to Yun Sueha's house. Because of acupuncture and drinking some water, Xiao Tao gradually regained some consciousness. When Chuyu fed her porridge in small mouthfuls, she would swallow hard. Although her expression was painful when swallowing, being able to eat some rice porridge was more or less helpful for her body's recovery. Xiao Tao, eat a few more mouthfuls, take a rest later, and drink some medicine. You will be well tomorrow, she said softly while feeding Xiao Tao porridge. I don't know how long this child has been hungry at her mother's house. Given her parents' tempers, I'm afraid they don't have the patience to feed her a few bites of food. After feeding Xiao Tao half a bowl of porridge and letting her digest it for 25 minutes, they fed her the right amount of cold Chinese medicine and let her sleep. Okay, Xiao Tao, I'll be watching over you tonight. Ye can go to sleep too, Yun Sueha said in a low voice. Chuyu nodded. Well, then I'll trouble you, mother. Yun Sueha took off her shoes and got on the bed. While tidying up the quilt, she said, You kid, why are you still thanking me? Go and have a rest. You have to go to the town with Xinghe to buy rice and sell vegetables tomorrow. Be careful not to fall asleep while selling vegetables. Chuyu laughed. What mother said is getting more and more outrageous. How can I fall asleep while selling vegetables? It's related to our family's income. I'm just joking with you. Go to bed. Well, mother should have a good rest too. After coming out of Yun Sueha's room, Chuyu washed the medicine bowl and put it back in the kitchen and went back to the room. The oil lamp in the room was still on. Lu Xinghe was leaning against the head of the bed, holding a book in his hand and flipping through it. He closed the book when he saw Chuyu enter the room and reached out to put the book on the table. How is Xiao Tao? Much better than when she first came. After such a busy day, Chuyu's face was also tired. She has her mother watching over her. Don't worry, come and sleep, Lu Xinghe said, patting the Kong inside. Chuyu climbed onto the Kong, got into the quilt, and found that the whole quilt was warm. Husband, it's so warm in the quilt. Lu Xinghe hummed, blew out the bedside light, and got into the quilt, sleep. The little girl hugged Lu Xinghe's arm habitually, found a comfortable angle, and fell asleep. Looking at Chuyu, who could fall asleep instantly when she was called to sleep, Lu Xinghe suddenly felt a little envious. Xingping and Xing'an may not have such a skill as you. The next morning, the first thing Chuyu did when she woke up was to go to Yun Sueha's room to see Xiao Tao. After yesterday's treatment and a night's rest, Xiao Tao had woken up, and Yun Sueha was feeding her warm water 1 spoonful at a time. Perhaps it was because of seeing Chuyu that Xiao Tao suddenly choked up silently. Seeing the little girl like this, Yun Sueha hurriedly took up a handkerchief to wipe her tears. You kid, Why are you crying when you see your sister? Chuyu came forward with red eyes. Mom, let me do it.
Hey.
Yun Sueha handed the handkerchief and bowl and spoon in her hand to Chuyu. You two sisters wait for a while. I'm going to make breakfast. Thank you for your hard work, mother. Chuyu comforted Xiao Tao, continued to feed her 2 spoonfuls of water, and turned to put the bowl. Xiao Tao thought Chuyu was going to leave, and hurriedly reached out and grabbed the corner of Chuyu's clothes and said in a trembling voice, Sister, don't go. Her heart softened, and she hurriedly took her into her arms to comfort her. Sister is not leaving. Sister just wants to put a bowl. Xiao Tao will live here in the future. We will never be separated again. Okay? Xiao Tao's thin, sunken eyes blinked, with expectation in her eyes. Can I really not go back to my parents? For her, her parents are nightmares. Not only was she often beaten and scolded, but even when she was sick, she had to be pulled up by her mother to do laundry, dishes, and yard cleaning. She was sick and could not move in bed, and there was no one to do the housework. She would either scold her or curse her to death. At that time, she thought that it would be better to fulfill their wish. But if she really died, her only sister who loved her would definitely be sad. Chuyu nodded seriously. Of course it's true. If you don't want to go, you don't have to go in the future. Xiao Tao shook her head hurriedly. Xiao Tao doesn't want to go. Xiao Tao just wants to be with her sister. When Xiao Tao gets better, Xiao Tao can do a lot of work. I have learned how to wash clothes, wash dishes, cook, sweep the floor, and fetch water. I can do it all. Chuyu smiled with a bitter smile in her heart. You are a 5-year-old child. Why do you need to do so much? I went back to my parents' home before. Because of you. Since you don't want to go back, let's just break up with them.
Don't use the name Xiao Tao.
Just think that you are gone. Sister will give you a new name, okay? The little girl nodded, her face firm, okay. Chuyu thought about it for a while in her heart, and almost searched all the good words and characters in her mind. As she thought about it, a name of a medicinal material appeared in her mind. From now on, you will be called Wenju, Chu Wenju. After comforting the little girl, Chuyu let her continue to rest in bed, and then got up and went to the kitchen. She boiled Chu Wenju's medicine and glanced at Yun Sueha, who was busy beside her. Mom, I just gave Xiao Tao a new name, Chu Wenju. Let's call her Xiaozhu from now on? Yun Sueha nodded quickly. Okay, it's good to change the name. Wenju is also a nice name, and Xiaozhu is also easy to call. Yes, Mom is busy in the kitchen. I'll go water the land first. Seeing that breakfast would take a while, Chuyu carried the bucket out of the house, drew 2 buckets of water from the well, and was going to carry them out to the yard to water the land. Just as she gritted her teeth and lifted the water, she felt a sense of emptiness on her shoulders. Looking up, Lu Xinghe was standing behind her, and he put the bucket of water on her shoulders with both hands on his own shoulders. Didn't I say that I would do the heavy work in the future? Chuyu smiled. You can help at home this year, but what if you go out to study or take the imperial examination? Xingping and Xing'an are still young, and Mom is not in good health, so I have to do it myself. If I'm not at home, then pick less. Aren't you afraid that you won't grow taller? Don't let me press you so hard that you won't grow taller. Lu Xinghe said, carrying water and leaving the yard. Chuyu followed closely behind Lu Xinghe, looked down at her still slender body, and said unhappily, I didn't let you touch my head before, but now it's a reason for you to tease me. Lu Xinghe, who was walking in front, pursed his lips. I'm not teasing you. You really have to do heavy work within your ability, otherwise you'll be easily injured and may suffer from back pain in the future. You are a doctor, and you should know more about this than me. Chuyu pouted after hearing what he said. You have already stopped me with my words. What else can I say? Just be careful in the future. Lu Xinghe put the bucket in the middle of the ridge, turned around and touched Chuyu's head. Be good. I'm going to the old house to cut cabbage and borrow a cart by the way. You can take your time to get busy. After breakfast, we will go to town together. Okay, I got it. Chuyu pretended to be nonchalant while watering with a scoop. Lu Xinghe smiled and shook his head, then went back to the yard to get a basket, and led Lu Xingping to the old house. Chuyu looked at Lu Xinghe's tall back, curved her eyebrows, and picked up the scoop to continue watering. After watering the 10 ridges, seeing that Lu Xinghe and Lu Xingping had not returned yet, Chuyu first served a bowl of the porridge that had been cooked to Chu Wenju. Xiaozhu, drink the porridge. She put the bowl on the table, first helped Xiaozhu up from the bed, then blew the porridge cold, and fed her one spoonful at a time. Maybe it was because of the acupuncture and medicine yesterday. Not only was she awake today, but her appetite was also much better. She ate more than half a bowl of porridge before stopping. Sister, how long will it take me to get better? Aren't you much better now? Chuyu stretched out her hand and pinched her face. Rest for a while after just finishing your meal, and you can get out of bed and walk around before taking the medicine when you are energetic. Xiaozhu nodded. Okay. By the way, Chuyu looked at her and said, your brother-in-law and I are going to the town to buy rice later. I'm afraid we won't be back until the afternoon. You have to be obedient at home and wait for me to come back. Xiaozhu responded obediently, I know, sister. Just after coming out of the house, she saw Lu Jinqi just coming to the gate of the courtyard, looking through the gate. When he saw Chuyu, he smiled a little embarrassedly. Xinghe wife, is your mother in the house? Yes, Uncle Jinqi. Chuyu hurriedly shouted towards the kitchen, Mom, the head of the village is here to see you. Hey, she's here. Yun Sueha asked Lu Xing'an to look after the kitchen and went out. Brother Jinqi is here? But does our village have to pay taxes? Lu Jinqi nodded, opened the book in his hand, put it a little further away, squinted his eyes to see the words clearly before looking at Yun Sueha. Your family has harvested a total of 200 kilograms of rice this year. According to the land rent of 20% tax, you have to pay 10 kilograms of rice, which is converted into the current price of new rice, which is 120 coins. There are 2 children and 3 adults in the family. The children's annual tax is 23 coins, and the adults' annual tax is 120 coins. The total population tax is 406 coins, which adds up to 526 coins. Do you think it's right? Yun Sueha pondered for a while in her heart, and hurriedly looked at Lu Jinqi. Since Brother Jinqi has understood, it must be okay. It's just that my family has another child now, and he was just brought home yesterday. Do I need to pay for it? Lu Jinqi was stunned, as if a little surprised. In this harvest year, they actually had extra food to feed unrelated people. He waved his hand. Since the child was just brought home yesterday, if he is still in the village next year, then you can pay next year. Okay, I'll take the money now. Brother Jinqi, wait for me a moment. After paying the tax of 526 coins, Lu Jinqi left. Halfway down the mountain, he happened to meet Lu Xinghe, who was pushing a cart full of cabbages home. Lu Jinqi hurriedly stepped aside and looked at Lu Xinghe's cart of vegetables with surprise. Wow. Xinghe, the harvest is so good? Lu Xinghe hummed. The fertilizer was applied well this year, and the harvest is not bad. The cabbages planted in previous years were indeed not this big. If he hadn't seen Chuyu plant them in the field with his own eyes, he wouldn't have dared to believe that this was a vegetable that could be planted in a drought year. Not only the cabbages but also the radishes were not small. He pulled out half a basket of radishes today. He didn't touch the remaining radishes in the field. Chuyu said that they would be used to make pickled radishes and dried shredded radishes. After pushing the cabbages and radishes back home, the family was eating. Xiaozhu walked slowly to the kitchen by herself, holding the wall. Sister. The small voice came into Chuyu's ears. She quickly put down the bowl and walked forward to help Xiaozhu sit on the chair next to her. Why didn't you call me when you wanted to get up? You might fall down if you get dizzy. Chu Wenju said something to Chuyu's ear a little embarrassedly. After hearing this, Chuyu hurriedly got up and helped her to the toilet. The toilet here is different from the one at home. The floor is paved with blue bricks, which is very solid to step on, and there is no need to worry about falling. The toilet below is a small trough that goes down diagonally to the septic tank behind the house, so no excrement can be seen. Xiaozhu relieved her hands, held onto the wall, and walked out of the toilet. Looking at the spacious yard and blue brick house in front of her, her eyes were full of surprise. Before, her parents said that her brother-in-law's family was poor, and she took it seriously. She took Chuyu's hand and looked in her direction. Sister, is this really my brother-in-law's house? Chuyu smiled. We all live here. How could it be fake? The little girl had a faint smile on her pale face. It was great that her sister was living at her brother-in-law's house, and her life was better than she had imagined. It turns out that my brother-in-law's house is not as bad as my parents said. It turns out that we can't believe what they say. Chu smiled and helped Xiaozhu into the house.